The attack victims have also been identified as Subrata Sen and Mishra. Mishra is currently undergoing treatment at the Woodhart Hospital in Mira Road, while the other victim also received medical attention for the injuries that he had sustained. On that note, stepping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamata's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country,
he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
so many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. France. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
आजकल खबरों के नाम पर कहानियां फॉरवर्ड हो जाती,
राय एडिट हो जाती है,
सच भी जनरेट हो जाता है,
लेकिन खबरों की खबर रखना ये हमारा उसूल है,
जो हमें बनाता है
भारत का विश्वास.
It is Khalaobe again in Bengal. Who will win this power play? Track Battleground Bengal with me, Tausif Ahmed Khan, only on NDTV.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com. is India's #1 English news website.
Data tells a story. If you know how to read it, I'll turn data into insights and trends you can trust. Join me, Jay Mrug, with the best election team on Indian TV. Only on NDTV.
On NDTV today, we're joined by Ambassador Denis Alipov, the Russian ambassador to India. The India-Russia relationship is one that is seen to have been able to sustain through a lot of turbulence.
The relations between our countries have been very consistent. They're comprehensive in nature. The contacts between the leaders have been regular.
The way the war was projected when it began was that it was going to be a very quick war.
Impact of the Gulf War has been global. The Gulf countries have become disillusioned.
But as things stand right now, the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear issues...
Both the Russian government and the Indian government stand for stability, for dialogue and for peace in the world.
सवाल ये नहीं कि खबर क्या है,
सवाल ये है कि किस पर भरोसा है। फर्क होता है खबर में और उसकी कहानी में।
हम कहानियां नहीं, सच दिखाते हैं
और वो हमें बनाता है
भारत का विश्वास।
This is not just another election, this is war. And we are reporting live from the heart of the Battle of Bengal. A state where history is made and unmade every time it votes. As political temperatures soar, catch every twist and turn of the battle for Bengal with me, Rahul Kamal, only on NDTV, the OG of Indian election reportage.
From the heart of West Bengal, I will bring you the pulse, the mood and the stories shaping this crucial election. Join me, Gargi Nandi Roy, on NDTV 24/7.
The battle lines for the Bengal elections have been drawn. The targets have been set. Words have been spoken. The narrative has been set. Alliances have been forged. The race to the top.
Hello and welcome to Sarit Kaursani and you're watching NDTV. We've got an action-packed show lined up just for you, but let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. DD for West Bengal today. Voting for Phase 2 will begin soon. Over 3.21 crore voters in 7 districts will decide the fate of 1,448 candidates. The TMC leaders have been up in arms against UP's IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma, who's been posted in West Bengal on poll duty. Water words take a filmy turn. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 2-day visit to his constituency Varanasi, where he is scheduled to offer prayers at the Sri Kashi Vishwanath temple. Prime Minister will inaugurate the 594 kilometers Ganga Expressway in Uttar Pradesh, creating a major 6-lane link between Meerut and Prayagraj. Well, some breaking news coming in at this hour. There seems to be a major face-off between UP Singham versus, in fact, TMC leaders. That's right. Now, there's a case that's been filed against UP's police officer. This comes after a video of IPS officer and quote-unquote uncounted specialist Ajay Pal Sharma warning a Trinamool candidate has now gone viral. Remember that this has added to the heated politics of the West Bengal Assembly elections. Today is the second phase of the elections. Remember that Sharma was seen in the video warning Jahangir Khan and other troublemakers, as he called them, of strict action if anyone tried to disrupt the election process. My colleague Ritik Mandal joins us on the broadcast with more updates coming in. Ritik, it's an important day for West Bengal. The second phase of elections will take place. And amid this, we're seeing a huge war of words regarding the specific video of the IPS officer that's now going viral. Walk us through the details.
What we are picking up at this point in time as the day proceeds, and what we know that today is the second and final phase of the elections, but we can see that the war of words being escalated between this Singham officers and TMC Neta. What we are latest we are picking up at this point in time, and plea has been filed before the apex court, and urging the immediate removal of the special observer who has been appointed for the tension-torn and trouble South Chobbish Pargana district. We know that the video which has been circulated widely in social media that showing that top cop who is known as Singham, the encounter specialist who has been brought over here in Bengal during Bengal elections to maintain law and order as a special police observer, going to the doorstep of the Trinamool candidate and threatening people and threatening his people not to create any ruckus. We also spoke to Jahangir Khan, who has been accused by the police officials, but we know that all eyes are being grabbed today in Falta, and Jahangir Khan said that this particular officer intimidating, threatening women and locals and especially elderly people in the Falta area. We did see one dramatic sequence evolving at the in front of the office of the Jahangir Khan when this Ajay Pal Sharma had gone with its force, and that was the protest erupted in front of the officer. But latest we are picking up that with regard to the removal of the special observer, an immediate case has been filed before the apex court. What we know, we will leave you with this wonderful visuals, which is a good sign for the democracy. 1 hour to go for the elections to begin. We are currently in North Chobbish Pargana. You can see that people have lined up in largely over this year. It shows this second phase making very, very significant. 142 seats are going to poll today. Districts like North and South Chobbish Pargana, Kolkata are going to set to go for poll today, which is a very, very making this election very, very significant. But these districts which are considered as TMC's heavy bastions, if the BJP wants to make a way to Bengal this time, they really need to do something good, and they do need to get some sizable vote or seats from this part of Bengal, which is southern side of Bengal. So these are the visuals, but you can see that it is a good sign for democracy. Back to you.
Absolutely, Ritik. Elections are a festival of democracy. We're seeing voters come in large numbers and vote early in the morning. We'll come back to you as and when more developments trickle in. Well, tracking the latest developments coming in, where a political flashpoint has now erupted in Falta ahead of the assembly polls, with the war of words between a senior IPS officer and a TMC candidate taking a filmy turn. Now, the UP cadre IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma, seen outside the residence of TMC candidate Jahangir Khan, warned of what he called proper ilaj and action over alleged complaints of harassment. The TMC candidate Jahangir Khan hit back saying that if he is Singham, I'm Pushpa, accusing the officer of issuing illegal threats to the BJP workers and asserting that he will not bow down. Meanwhile, a police complaint has also been registered against Ajay Pal Sharma with allegations of misconduct and intimidation in Falta. Amid the row, the Election Commission has transferred the joint BDO of Falta over charges of bias, adding another layer to the escalating political tensions in the constituencies. Listen into the reactions coming in.
আমরা ঢুকতেও জানি না, আমরা রুখতেও জানি না, আমরা সারা বছর মানুষের কাছে মাথা নত করি, গণদেবতার কাছে আমরা মাথা নত করি, আমরা মানুষের কাছে মাথা নত করি, ওই বিজেপির দালাল পুলিশের কাছে ইসিআইয়ের কাছে আমরা মাথা নত করি না।
Meanwhile, recent breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Well, tracking the latest updates coming in at this hour, we're understanding that West Bengal's Phase 2 voting will take place today. Now, the voting for the Phase 2 is set to begin shortly. The voting will be across 142 seats, like my colleague was mentioning. So, it's a big decisive day for West Bengal, as there's going to be the Phase 2 of polling that's going to take place in the state. The phase 2 polling is going to begin shortly and the voting will take place across 142 constituencies in this state. My colleague Saurabh Gupta also joins us on the broadcast. You know, Saurabh, this is the most decisive battle that the state has seen, high-stakes battle between the BJP and the TMC. The question, of course, remains whether the TMC can retain its stronghold or will the BJP be able to breach its fortress?
Absolutely. This is the final lap and this is where the results will be decided. Because remember, the first phase is over. We know both parties have made claims that they've done better, but today's phase is the deciding factor. These seats that are going to polls today are the seats that will decide who forms government, and therefore you see that final push being made in the last few days of the campaign by both parties. Top guns of both parties, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her nephew, and the Trinamool's National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, all putting in those final hours of campaigning before voting today. And that's something that will be closely watched because there are also sensitive constituencies, sensitive booths, sensitive areas that will be polling. And therefore, you see this massive arrangement of security by the Election Commission. In fact, every booth is not only being manned through video, surveillance, video cameras, but also central security in all the booths. And of course, there is a lot of, preparations to ensure that there is no any chance of any violence. That's something that the administration is focused on. Lots of security, polling, central forces guarding every polling station as polling is set to begin. Now, we're still about an hour away from polling to begin, but you can see the arrangements are already in place. Like I said, deciding phase, deciding factor, and this is the final run for these elections, the final lap, where both parties are, of course, putting in their best.
Absolutely, Saurabh. It's a big day for West Bengal, like I was just mentioning. One can only hope that the voter turnout is high and the instances of violence are less, but we'll keep coming back to you as and when more developments come in. Thank you so much. We're tracking the latest updates coming in from the West Bengal elections. Well, the phase 2 of polling begins in West Bengal with high-stakes battles grabbing national attention. All eyes are on Bhabanipur, where the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is in the fray, facing a tough challenge with BJP's Showdown Adhikari. Key candidates in this phase include Mamata Banerjee from the TMC in Bhabanipur, Showdown Adhikari from the BJP from the same seat, Firhad Hakim is contesting from Kolkata Port, there's Shashi Panja from Shyampukur, and Rupa Ganguly from Sonar Dakshin. The voting, like my colleagues was mentioning, will take place across 142 constituencies, with as many as 3.2 crores voters set to decide the fates of about 1,400 plus candidates. Notably, 216 women candidates are in the fray in this phase. Several seats are expected to see close contests. Now in Begaon Dakshin and Kalyani, the BJP had narrowly won in 2021, while Habra saw a tight victory for TMC, and Gohat also remains to be a closely fought constituency. We're tracking more updates coming in from West Bengal. Remember, it's going to be the one big decisive phase of elections that's going to take place today. There are many key constituencies in the fray. Talking about another such constituency, remember there is West Bengal votes in the phase 2 today. Security is high. It's on high alert, especially in violence in districts like the North 24 Parganas, which saw clashes between the TMC and BJP workers in Bhatpara area on Sunday night. Now, central forces and police were seen conducting vehicle checks last evening. Apart from the clashes on Monday evening, a Trinamool Congress worker was shot at by miscreants in the Khaspati area of North 24 Parganas. Now, the injured worker is now in critical condition. NIA, meanwhile, has visited Bhatpara violence spot as investigation for the clashes still continues. The Election Commission, meanwhile, has made foolproof preparations with central forces even deployed, which has nearly doubled in number as compared to 2021. Well, let's move on to more stories coming in at this hour. While the Prime Minister is set to begin his day, the day 2 of his visit to Varanasi, by a visit to the Kashi Vishwanath temple this morning. He's expected to perform puja at the temple. This is the second visit, his major visit to the Kashi Vishwanath temple after he last visited it in June of 2024 after securing his third consecutive Lok Sabha mandate. Yesterday, while addressing a mega women's rally in Varanasi, the Prime Minister invoked Women's Reservation Bill in the Parliament that was recently defeated by the opposition and claimed that the women across the polling states have voted in record numbers to defeat anti-women dynastic parties. That's what he called the opposition parties. Well, let's move our attention to more developments coming in at this hour. While the Prime Minister's Ganga Expressway inauguration marks one of India's biggest infrastructure launches. The Ganga Expressway, which the Prime Minister will flag off, connects 12 important districts: Meerut, Hapur, Bulandshahr, Amroha, Badaयूं, Shahjahanpur, Hardoi, Unnao, Rai Bareli, Pratapgarh and Prayagraj. Now, the opening of this high-speed route will significantly reduce travel time between these specific areas that I've just mentioned. Connecting Meerut to Prayagraj, this 37,000 crore expressway is more than just a highway. It's a full economic corridor aimed at boosting jobs, industrial growth and Uttar Pradesh's long-term development. On that note, stepping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Prime Minister Modi, President Trump have had an opportunity of speaking to each other.
The President keeps the Prime Minister updated regularly. The President gave him an update on what is happening in the Middle East, along with some of the big ticket items that we have happening in Washington between the United States and India.
And you see President Trump coming to India soon?
I will tell you this, that Secretary Rubio will be here next month.
You potentially see India having a role in the peace process?
The United States would welcome their involvement as they have welcomed many other countries.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
Elections are a game of strategy. I will break down the moves, the match and the momentum that decides who wins and who loses. I am Satish K. Singh.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu
votes
only the way Tamil Nadu
does.
Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
For 4 decades, I've had a ringside view of national politics and the political economy. I'll decode the distance between the numbers and the narrative in these elections. Watch me, Shankar Iyer, on NDTV. We are in Dimona. Sirens are going on.
Alarm for a missile has flashed sounded on.
बेरूत शहर में यहाँ अभी बमबारी हुई, काफी पैनिक है। जैसे आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ एम्बुलेंसेस जा रहे हैं, देख लीजिए।
We are in a neighborhood here in Tel Aviv and rushing into a shelter. This is immediately after the strikes.
Currently, we are present at the Persian Gulf. And if we keep on moving towards the eastern coast, we will be reaching towards the Strait of Hormuz.
See all these apartment buildings which have been damaged. This place called Jinnah was targeted during the night. Nazir Masoodi, Aditya Rajkol.
This is Teji Purandare.
Ankit Tyagi, NDTV.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
From the ideological battleground to the real political campaign battlefield, I will break down the politics and the forces shaping this election. Watch me, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, on NDTV.
Dr. Abdul Majid Hakim Ilahi. He's a representative of Iran's supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. Your first words on this ceasefire, sir?
They accepted our conditions, but this is unfortunately after losing a lot of life.
Mujtaba Khamenei, how is he?
He's very healthy and his condition is good.
Would Iran be willing to hand over its enriched uranium?
Never. If we wanted to handle out, we were doing it 40 years ago.
For years, I've watched politics and power up close. This election season, I'll bring you insights, big picture analysis, and what these elections mean for India. Catch me, Veer Sanghavi, on NDTV.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has
Welcome back. This is Reed Kaur Sandhi, you're watching NDTV. Well, recent breaking news coming in at this hour from Maharashtra. Let's take you through it. Well, recent big revelations coming in the Meera Bhayandar case. That's right. Now we're learning that the accused was trying to join the ISIS through the dark web. This is what sources are telling NDTV. Sources have gone on to suggest that the accused attempted to join the ISIS but failed. Now, police have also recovered a note with a pledge allegiance to the ISIS, is what we're learning. Remember, this was the case in which 2 watchmen were allegedly stabbed on Meera Road after being questioned about the religion by an accused who was also later arrested. Police identified the suspect through CCTV footage, while ATS is also examining the case and the motive behind the attack. Now, the victims have been identified as Subrato Sen and Mishra. Mishra is currently undergoing treatment at the Woodhart Hospital in Meera Road, while the other victim was also received medical attention for his injuries. That's the latest update that we have for you at this hour. Now, sources have gone on to tell NDTV that the accused tried to join the ISIS through the dark web. That's what we're learning. The accused was trying to join the ISIS through the dark web but failed in his attempt. He failed to join the ISIS, and police have also recovered a note with pledge allegiance to the ISIS. Now, that's what we're learning at this hour. That's a crucial update coming in from Maharashtra. Remember that this was a shocking case that was also caught on camera in which 2 watchmen were allegedly stabbed in Meera Road after being questioned about the religion by an accused who were later arrested. Now, the motive is yet to be certain, but police have identified the suspect through CCTV footage, while the ATS is even examining the case and the motive behind the attack. The attack victims have also been identified as Subrato Sen and Mishra. Mishra is currently undergoing treatment at the Woodhart Hospital in Meera Road, while the other victim also received medical attention for the injuries that he had sustained. On that note, stepping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OG of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV Network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj call. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamata's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Call, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV Network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. And France. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
आजकल खबरों के नाम पर कहानियां फॉरवर्ड हो जाती,
राय एडिट हो जाती है, सच भी जनरेट हो जाता है,
लेकिन खबरों की खबर रखना ये हमारा उसूल है,
जो हमें बनाता है
भारत का विश्वास.
It is Khalaobe again in Bengal. Who will win this power play? Track Battleground Bengal with me, Tausif Ahmed Khan, only on NDTV.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Data tells a story. If you know how to read it, I'll turn data into insights and trends you can trust. Join me, Jay Mrug, with the best election team on Indian TV. Only on NDTV.
On NDTV today, we're joined by Ambassador Denis Alipov, the Russian ambassador to India. The India-Russia relationship is one that is seen to have been able to sustain through a lot of turbulence.
The relations between our countries have been very consistent. They're comprehensive in nature. The contacts between the leaders have been regular.
The way the war was projected when it began was that it was going to be a very quick war.
Impact of the Gulf War has been global. The Gulf countries have become disillusioned.
But as things stand right now, the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear issues...
Both the Russian government and the Indian government stand for stability, for dialogue and for peace in the world.
Good morning and welcome. You're watching this special broadcast on NDTV, and yes, finally it is the final day of polling for this election cycle, the second and final phase of polling for West Bengal, and after this results day on NDTV come the 4th of May. I'm Padmaja Joshi.
Ambassador Venugopal, good morning to all our viewers. Padmaja, you've travelled in Bengal extensively, and today it's going to be the real battleground, because remember, this is phase 2 of Bengal polls. 142 seats will poll today, and of these, 123 seats were won by the TMC last time, and the BJP won just about 18. So the BJP, in all its aggression, will have to wrest many of these seats to ensure that the seat falls into its lap.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the key phase for the BJP and for the Trinamool Congress to hold on to its bastion. Is it impenetrable? Today's voting will decide. Let's get you started with the headlines at this moment. D-Day for West Bengal. Voting for phase 2 begins. Over 3.21 crore voters across 7 districts will decide the fate of close to 1,500 candidates.
Case filed in Supreme Court against Singham IPS Ajay Pal Sharma for his removal as police observer in West Bengal.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a two-day visit to his constituency Varanasi, where he is scheduled to offer prayers at the Sri Kashi Vishwanath Temple, also set to inaugurate welfare projects.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also inaugurate the Ganga Expressway in Uttar Pradesh, creating a major 6-lane link between Meerut and Prayagraj.
Begun for phase 2, 142 seats like we mentioned, 123 with the Trinamool Congress. It's D-Day for Battleground Bengal and it's going to be a massive showdown. Is this going to be the impenetrable fortress of the TMC, or is the BJP going to manage to make inroads? And of course, Bhabanipur, the battle royale where the fight has been taken to Mamata Banerjee's doorstep by Shubhendu Adhikari.
That's right, old rival, old associate, call him whatever you can, but he has emerged as one of the most important faces of BJP Bengal. But remember, this is also about Mamata Banerjee. She's seeking a fourth term. It's not going to be easy for her, and this polling in 142 seats is going to decide if she's able to retain her strong bastions. We talk about the Mahila factor, we talk about the Muslim factor, but it's Mamata Banerjee factor that's going to matter the most when it comes to West Bengal. Padmaja, remember, we've also seen a very rhetorical, polarizing campaign on both sides. But remember, like a lot of our panelists also talked about, how there were fewer personalized attacks against Mamata Banerjee this time. But yes, this is the most aggressive BJP that we have seen in West Bengal. It's hoping to make a mark, and today is going to be a make or break day for the BJP.
In fact, there's very, very heavy security as we speak in South 24 Parganas, the place that has seen some very heated face-offs, especially over the new character who's been introduced in this battle royale, which is Ajay Pal Singh, IPS officer, encounter specialist from Uttar Pradesh. Now the matter has gone all the way to Supreme Court. Let's go across to our colleagues joining us from the ground. We have got Tanushka in Bhabanipur. She's tracking Shubhendu Adhikari from North 24 Parganas. We've got Prabhakar Kumar, and Bismi is joining us from Nadia. Shreyasi also is in Bhabanipur. Let's cut to Shreyasi first, because all eyes, as we just said, are on Bhabanipur. What are people there saying? What are people there thinking? Shreyasi, over to you.
Morning, and of course people have started lining up. West Bengal has always given a high voter turnout. That has been the strength of the state, and you can see men, women, young, old, all already in the queue. But of course this phase, as you mentioned, is very crucial for both the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. This is the deciding phase. The first phase was done and dusted on the 23rd of April, and today this presidency range, which has about 111 seats, where the Trinamool Congress dominates in at least 91 of them. So the BJP, to gain power in West Bengal, has to make inroads in these 111 seats that go to polls today. Heightened security measures, because we know there have been instances of violence ahead of this second phase, and there are very sensitive areas such as Bhangor, Arambagh, places in Kolkata, where the Election Commission has deployed additional forces, 247 companies in Kolkata alone. But of course, all eyes will be on Bhabanipur, which is going to be the battle of all battles. That is where the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, will be looking at a fourth term, while her former prodigy and of course now arch rival Shubhendu Adhikari is fighting an urban bastion, and the fight is now over this particular seat, which is likely to decide who the CM of the state of West Bengal is going to be. But if the Election Commission manages to pull out a violence-free, free and fair, transparent election in this second phase, as we saw in the first phase, where people came out fearlessly to vote, in especially the rural pockets around North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, that has had a political history of violence, if that can be set aside by the Election Commission of India, keeping in mind the kind of central paramilitary force deployment this time around. Usually in the election time, we see the state police on the outside.
Just to set the tone for our viewers, to explain to them what are these regions, let's just take them across to our NDTV Datafy leaderboard and tell you what these regions are which are going to be polling today. Now remember, in phase 2, you've got 142 seats, and in these seats, one must understand what are these different places. Now, of course, you have got... okay, let's talk about Greater Kolkata first. So, in Kolkata itself, Greater Kolkata, by the way, you had got 11 seats last time around, and all 11 were won by the Trinamool Congress. But the interesting thing is that subsequently, you got in 2024, and you would attest to this, Jayanta Ghoshal, our consulting editor, is also with us in the studio. He's going to be with us in this journey this morning. You got the BJP making some inroads come 2024 Lok Sabha election. So if you just take a look at this map right here, this area is the Greater Kolkata. It may seem like a small speck in the overall map of West Bengal, but this is where the seat of power is. All of these 11 seats were taken by the Trinamool last time around, and this really is where you also have a Bhabanipur. This is not just about Bhabanipur, Jayantoda, it's also about the entire Greater Kolkata region. If this heartland of West Bengal, the BJP will manage to break into, it's going to be a tough battle for them there. Jayantoda.
Exactly, because you have the nerve actually, because Bhabanipur is a symbol. Bhabanipur is a symbol. Bhabanipur represents the whole election today.
Yeah, and if I could just interrupt you for a second, the Prime Minister has just tweeted saying voters should exercise their franchise, early morning exercise. Always the Prime Minister telling especially the youth, the young voters to get out and vote. Please carry on. Jayantoda.
Yeah, actually today's election, you know, as you explained, that this election is very important because this election it is TMC, Mamata's fortress.
Yeah.
And BJP knows that if they cannot break this fort, they cannot win. Because first phase, the north-dominated area, it was for BJP. I mean, it's BJP, Kuch Bihar and all these districts, you know. As you explained, BJP has taken a brilliant strategy this time. Like Suvendu Adhikari's contest in Bhabanipur. Whether he will win, whether he can defeat Mamata, it's just forget it. But this battle, Mamata versus Suvendu, it has given an impetus to the BJP workers.
They're trying to contain Mamata.
That's it. I mean, you have to give time to Bhabanipur, and the last election result, if you study, in the Lok Sabha also, and there are a lot of Gujaratis, Marwadis, Hindi, and Padmaja, you visited Calcutta and you have seen.
And we had that lovely dhaba there where in the morning everyone sits for an adda.
Yeah. And actually somebody was asking me that is Padmaja Bengali? I said, why? Well, she is very fond of fish.
Kichu Bengali.
Fish. She somehow told me that you are very fond of fish. Yes. They have shown. So they thought that Bengali. I said that a lot of non-Bengalis also fond
like
of fish.
Jayantoda,
jaisa des, waisa bhes. In Bengal, do as the Bengalis do.
But Jayantoda, it's very important that you say that this is more of a symbolic battle, and it's also become a symbol of, you know, what Mamata Banerjee represents. But Padmaja, let's also go across to our colleague Prabhakar, who joins us from North 24 Parganas, because I feel that this is where the BJP also has a lot of, you know, chance, and it also sees that opportunity. Prabhakar, the Prime Minister made a special outreach to the Mathura community there. In fact, he talked about his time, the time that he spent with Baroma. You know, Mathura community is specifically, symbolically important, politically important. And this is also a community that has also borne the brunt of the SIR exercise. When it comes to North 24 Parganas, especially the border districts, how are people feeling about the election today?
See, as far as the Mathura community is concerned, they're the substantial number. They're a big chunk, around 2 crore voters, as I was told by the Mathura community leader out here. And they are claiming that more than 30 lakhs names have been struck off the voter list in this SIR exercise. So it's a big concern for them, and they're just resting their hope on the state government or the central government to actually bail them out of this entire exercise. Now talking about the 24 North Pargana, for that matter 24 South Pargana and this entire belt. Remember, this has a history of the political violence. We saw day before yesterday how Arjun Singh, who happens to be a former MP out here and whose son is also a local MLA. His house was attacked. A CIFF's Jawan actually sustained a bullet injury. So as far as the security arrangements in this entire region is concerned, it is massive. It is massive. You got to see it to believe it. I mean, more than 2.5 lakh CRPF Jawans, the Central Paramilitary Forces Jawans deployed for this second phase, and many of them, I mean, the voter security personnel ratio in this entire region is massive, especially in the light of the incident which happened yesterday. If I could just show you around, this is the booth. The polling has already started, and this is where Arjun Singh will very soon be casting his vote. So he's a heavyweight, seen as a very heavyweight leader out here. And remember, this second phase actually is all about the urban and the semi-urban voters. The first phase we saw the rural voters actually casting their vote. Now this is about the semi-urban and the urban voters. And also, this region is the entire industrial belt. So the issues out here are quite different from what it was in first phase. They talk about the employment, they talk about the job creation, the migration. These are the issues which the voters out here talk about when you reach out to them.
In North 24 Parganas, you've got areas like Bidhan Nagar and Salt Lake, which are the urban areas, and then of course you've got Bhatpara, Noapara, the places that Prabhakar just mentioned. Also important to note that this is where the massive chunk of the phase 2 seats are coming from. You've got 33 in this one district, and last time around you have got the TMC at 28 and the BJP at 5. Only 18 seats the BJP had managed to get in phase 2, and 5 of them came from here. The others came from Nadia, where the BJP got 9 out of 17 and the TMC got 8. So Bismi, again, Nadia an area. This is also where you've got Krishna Nagar, the Lok Sabha seat of Mahua Moitra, it's situated in this area. Nadia again. Matua factor is an important one. What are the other factors and what are people around you talking about? Is it already very hot, Bismi?
Right, so Padmaja, we are right now at a women's polling booth in the Krishna Nagar High School in Nadia district. Now, you rightfully said that in the 2021 elections, the Bharatiya Janata Party won 9 seats, while the Trinamool Congress won as many as 8 seats, while it rested 2 other seats in its by-polls. As you can see, voters here have already formed their lines and polling has begun in West Bengal in the second phase, as we see 142 assembly seats casting their votes today. Now, Nadia is important, is crucial in terms of identity, politics, citizenship and migration, because it shares a border with Bangladesh. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has repeatedly claimed and stated that it would be bringing development in this region for youth, for women empowerment, as well as also solve the SIR issue and also provide citizenship under the Citizenship Amendment Act to the Matuas here. Now, Matuas of Nadia as well as of North 24 Parganas form a crucial block here. Now, only time will tell if the special intensive revision will have an impact on the polls this year in West Bengal. Over to you.
Jayanta, when you speak about Mamata Banerjee's recent speeches, when she keeps saying that Trinamool cannot lose in Kolkata, I think this is the region that she is referring to. But I still remember that Nadia is at least one area where the BJP is also targeting this time. Of the 17 seats last time, it did well in 4 of them. Help us understand, where does the BJP realistically have a chance when it comes to these seats that go to vote today?
It depends on 2-3 factors. Number one, you cannot forget that huge Muslim vote also in this phase. It is not only the first phase, second phase also the Muslim voters are there. These Muslim voters, can they, leave TMC? As voter, that is very important.
You also have Bhangar there, right? So the ISF is also important?
That time Indian Secular Front, ISF, Bhangar, they are fighting. And where ISF versus TMC clashes are taking place. When clashes take place, when you are powerful. If ISF has power, then there will be clashes. If there is no opponent, there will be no clash. So why this battle? So I don't know whether the Muslim vote will be break or not. But if en bloc Muslim vote with Mamata in this phase, then it is difficult for BJP. But Nadia, you are mentioning, it's a border district again. And this border district, it means the politics of what we call polarization, that is also very important. So the Hindu vote, if they come to BJP more, last time 45% BJP got from the Hindu vote. but they could not translate it into seats.
You know, it's so interesting you mentioned this about polarization, because when the first phase polling got over on that day, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, we're welcoming senior journalist Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay also to our morning broadcast. We had Shubhendu Adhikari say, if BJP does not win, Sanatan will not survive. Today, before second phase polling starts, he is again saying that we have Mahakumbh being called a myth by Mamata Banerjee. Why does she speak such ill words against Hindus? How much of this identity politics, the issue of Sanatan, of, you know, Hindus fighting an existential battle, are going to affect this phase of the election, and in which areas?
No, right from the beginning of this election, and in fact, you know, from the time that the BJP started making a very steady presence in Bengal, starting with, you know, the period between the 2016 assembly elections and the 2019 Lok Sabha election, that is the time when the BJP makes the maximum gains, and in 2019 wins 18 Lok Sabha seats. You know. So from that time, you know, there has been actually, the BJP has been working on three things which I feel, you know. One is to try to push some kind of a religious polarization. It is very much there, evident, you know, in the manner that it has been done and emphasized by all the top leaders, and what you have quoted Shubhendu Adhikari. You know, it just kind of buffets the case that it is actually religious polarization that they are working for. Everybody is talking about that there is a consolidation of the Muslims in favor of the TMC. It is not getting frittered away to the Congress or to the left as it used to be. They used to vote for those two parties at one point. So, you know, BJP right from 1991, you know, that was the first Lok Sabha elections, which was fought by the BJP in a very concerted manner, all alone. In 1989, you know, when it makes a national presence, it was kind of a, you know, seat adjustments were there with the Janata Dal, at least in North, you know, with other parties in Bengal. That is how, you know, Tapan Siddhar and others came to be prominent. So there was a history to that. So reverse polarization was a theory which was created by very top BJP leaders in the 1991 elections, that in those constituencies across India, wherever Muslims are in a significant number, we can approach the Hindu voter with the thing that, look, the Muslims are consolidating behind such and such parties, so you must have a party which is there for your interest. Same approach is being done here, and it is. Mr.
Mukhopadhyay, given that, you know, this is a partition state that has seen so much, especially during the Independence Day, I also think that this time the BJP did underplay the Hindutva card a little bit, because it did not want the Bengali sentiment to sort of override the larger Hindutva factor, right? So let me also get in my colleague Tanushka from Bhabanipur. Tanushka, Bhabanipur is largely being described, as Jinto Joy was also talking about, you know, the BJP's psychological battlefield for Mamata Banerjee, because Mamata Banerjee also chose to fight from Bhabanipur. This is a seat that's been represented by senior TMC leaders like Shobhandev Chattopadhyay or even Subrata Bakshi in the past. But this is not one of the safest seats for any TMC leader, because the demography is quite challenging there. And the SIR exercise has also taken place. She won by 50,000 votes last time. 50,000 deletions have taken place. Is there a sense of apprehension in the TMC, and how confident is the BJP of making a mark here?
Precisely, this seat is very important. This is where it is Mamata Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari. And what we do understand about, you know, the politics, especially at Bhabanipur, is that this has been, South Kolkata has been the bastion of Trinamool Congress, and this is where their welfare schemes have made a distinct mark. And this is where the BJP is also, with, you know, pitching Shubhendu Adhikari as their candidate, is hoping to make a certain dent as well in that legacy of South Kolkata being a good Trinamool Congress stronghold. Currently, I'm standing at a booth where the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is expected to cast her vote later in the day. And we're also waiting for Abhishek Banerjee. He's also expected to arrive soon at this booth to cast his vote as well. This is the Bhabanipur constituency, and clearly, you know, early in the morning, people have queued up already and are coming in and out of the booth to cast their vote, from young to old people on wheelchairs, people using, walkers have also come in. So it really does not matter when it comes to, of course, exercising your franchise and casting your vote. And one must remember that this particular seat is especially important for the BJP, for Shubhendu.
Just to tell our viewers who we are seeing on screen right now, that is Swapan Das Gupta, who's been fielded from Rash Bihari by the BJP, and then you have Rupa Ganguly, who is there from Sonarpur Dakshin. I can see my colleague Manugya Lohiwal right at Shopanda's elbow, so we are going to be hearing from Manugya and Shopanda also in a bit. Yes, please complete, Tanushka. All right, I think we've lost Tanushka's line over there. But since we're talking about Bhabanipur, let's give you a quick snapshot. We already discussed how you've had a deletion of 50,000 votes, actually 51,000 votes during SIR in Bhabanipur, and which is what makes this fight very, very interesting. But it's also important to see the demographic makeup of this particular seat. Now, this is a very, very interesting seat, and what makes it even more interesting is the fact that you've got a large population, almost 1/3 of the makeup of this particular seat. If we can just bring up those numbers, there you have it. So it's an urban constituency of about 1.5 lakh people, where the SIR deletions are at 51,000. Hindus are at 76%. Yes, you have a 24% Muslim population, but the interesting thing is that of the 51,000 SIR deletions that took place, almost 90% of them were Muslims. You have 42% who are Bengali speaking, but the non-Bengali speaking population is 1/3. You've got Marwaris, you've got Gujaratis, you've got traders, people who settled here at a time when Calcutta, the industry was booming. You've even got a small section of Sikhs over there. And again, Jayantuda, this makeup of the constituency is what makes this fight very, very interesting, close, and an interesting factoid. 51,000 deletions. In the Lok Sabha elections, the margin in this assembly segment, just 5,000.
Yeah, and that is a mystery, that the deleted voters, we don't know who were there. I mean, whose voters.
Yes.
Number two, what you have shown, I mean, the breakup, that is also very important, and it shows that Bhabanipur is a highly cosmopolitan and multilingual, it's a highly cosmopolitan constituency, and it's a very high profile urban elite constituency also. Bhabanipur, we call in Calcutta that it's a North Calcutta, 19th century's Calcutta in urban South Calcutta. I mean, geographically it is in south, but Bhabanipur is historically it's a character is the old North Calcutta's character. Siddharth Shankar fought twice in this constituency,
and after that the Congress never came back.
And the Congress, and this time the BJP strategy again and again, I should say that Amit Shah's roadshow in Bhabanipur, what it means, the aggressive BJP campaign, and they have studied the breakup of the last Lok Sabha vote also, so for Bhabanipur constituencies. There are several words. Words means Calcutta Corporation's words. Are BJP own several words in Bhabanipur. So
it's also interesting because Shampukur, Jorasanko, and of course Bhabanipur combined, these are the three places that the BJP is at least hoping to make a dent. Let me also go across to Prabhakar now, who's joining us from North 24 Parganas. We just spoke to him. Prabhakar, what's happening there?
Yeah, as we were speaking, the Arjun Singh just cast his vote, and he had an exclusive chit chat with NDTV, saying that he was hoping that today at least the polling would happen peacefully, because this entire region, as I have been telling, has a history of poll-related violence. Now, the issues which dominates this area, as this is an industrial belt of West Bengal, this entire Barakpur area and 24 North Pargana. So the issues which dominates here is certainly, apart from the traditional issues which both the parties are talking about, it's the employment, it's the job creation, it's the migration which the people of this entire region are talking about. But more importantly, flee. Today, the focus on this particular area is because of the violence we have seen in past, and day before yesterday, the way the BJP candidate's house was attacked, several rounds were fired. One of the CRPF Jawan actually sustained a bullet injury. So that's the reason why you are seeing a massive deployment of paramilitary forces out here in this entire region.
Arjun Singh, the BJP leader, is assuring people that there'll be no violence.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where we saw in Barakpur, in fact, just a day before the Prime Minister was going to be there, on the last day of polling, you had a pitched battle between the TMC and the BJP. It started when the TMC said that we weren't allowed to put up posters. And then, of course, the fists were flying. Cutting across now to the greater Kolkata region, Raj Bihari, where we had Shwapan Das Gupta cast his vote just a while ago. He spoke to NDTV. Here's what happened.
है सुबह सुबह आके बाकी लोगों की आप इतनी मुलाकात की है, मुद्दे आपके लग रहा है कि SIR बड़ा मुद्दा है कि परिवर्तन
स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड परिवर्तन।
राज बिहारी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सीट रही है, इस बार सेंध लगा दी है बीजेपी ने।
देखिए परिणाम जब आएगा तभी देखेंगे। And you can't treat a constituency or an area like a zamindari, which I think has been the case.
What is your message to the people today of your constituency as well as the state?
My message is very simple. You vote for a Bengal election, vote for a government in Bengal, which is worth something.
Jinto, Raj Bihari, I've covered this constituency in the past. Debashish Kumar or Debada, that's what they say. He will do your calm for you. That's the sense that people have for him, right? But this time, Shwapan Das Gupta is a high-profile candidate. Amit Shah has campaigned for him. Do you really realistically see a chance for him, or this also is a symbolic battle?
Shwapan Das clientele and Debashish, his clientele is completely different. But in Raj Bihari, who will be the determinant? I mean, who will be the determining factor? That has to be seen. The Bhadralok, urban, Bengali, Babu. Whether they will decide, if they decide, then Shwapan Das, they will decide in favor of Shwapan Das.
So why did you say the client is different?
Client is different. Is Debashish is I will not say the muscle man.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. I think Dinesh Trivedi, who's going to be our representative in Bangladesh very soon.
बुजुर्ग है, उनके लिए फैसिलिटी है, मगर जैसे जैसे हम लोग के दिन जा रहे हैं वैसे वैसे ये चुनाव की प्रतिक्रिया है ना बहुत ही सुंदर और अच्छी भावना से हो रही है। तो मैं चुनाव आयोग को और हमारे उसके जितने भी सोल्जर्स हैं सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और उनको मैं सैल्यूट करता हूं।
एज ए यू आर अपॉइंटेड टू बांग्लादेश हाई कमिश्नर, क्या कहना चाहिए? एक नए दायित्व, नया रोल।
देखिए जो डेमोक्रेसी है ना, आज जो त्योहार है, बांग्लादेश ने भी वो त्योहार अभी कुछ महीने पहले बनाया, तो वो त्योहार के प्रति उनका भी वो त्योहार है, हमारा भी त्योहार है। एक वो है अपना भूपेन हजारिका, वो हमारे बहुत करीब के थे। उनका एक गाना है मुझे बहुत पसंद है और वो गाना है गंगा अमर माँ पद्मा अमर माँ আমার দু চোখে দুই জলের ধারা মেঘলা যমুনা একই आकाश একই বাতাস একই যন্ত্রণা। तो ये भूपेन हजारिका का जो ये गाना है ना, मुझे पता नहीं कि आज मुझे उसका अनुभव होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Barakpur and Arjun Singh, and there comes Dinesh Trivedi, but that's a different story altogether. Manogya joins us. Manogya, you just spoke to Raj Bihari's Shwapan Das Gupta. What is the sense that you're getting from Kolkata? Is Kolkata ready for a change, or is it going to vote for continuity as it has in the last few years?
Well, Shwapan Das Gupta, former senior journalist and also in different profiles, but he's here to vote today. And also, interestingly, he's been talking to people, especially media persons, not the voters, let me be specific. But the interesting part is that Shwapan Das Gupta, as he contests from Raj Bihari, considered to be a Trinamool Congress stronghold, as Debashish Kumar is contesting here from Trinamool Congress, it would be an interesting fight this time, not just because of North, South Bengal, out of the 142 seats that go for voting today, but also the fact that there are several big names in South Bengal from both parties who will be voting as well as will be contesting. Remember, Bhabanipur is seeing a really fight, we call it in Bangla, the hadda-haddi ladai. And that's one beautiful phrase that actually explains the power of Star and the Star Wars in this election, where I call it the clash of titans, where M factor has changed from Modi versus Mamata, or you could call it minority versus majority, or even the star card that would be this time, that is the Mahila card. But as we talk about here on what has been happening on ground there, these are urban areas, remember. They see a bit of crowd in the morning, but as far as the rural is concerned, I'm joined by Sapan Das Gupta. Sapan Das Gupta is a very known face, once again contesting from BJP here in Raj Bihari seat. Sapanda, how confident are you of winning this time? If I could see the inked finger also.
Well, you can thanks. Yes, I am reasonably confident. I feel that the winds of change which are blowing across West Bengal will certainly not leave Raj Bihari untouched. It's an urban constituency. It's a mixed social profile, and I think the turnout will be a very crucial element in this. As of now, judging by the cues from this booth, I think the trends are very, very encouraging. Let's hope that they persist throughout the day, and it's a peaceful election. I hope, if there's the good thing about the first phase was that there was a high turnout and it was completely peaceful, which in West Bengal, the second part, is a novelty. And I compliment the Election Commission for taking all the arrangements so that there has been a peaceful election. I hope that scenario is repeated in the second phase. I'm going to go around the constituency now and see, at least in certain areas where we expect possible tensions, let's hope it's peaceful.
And also considering that this is perhaps the first election where the first phase did not see a single death, that itself is historic. Do you think that the number of forces that have been deployed are good enough for the state, and that's what is working on ground?
I can't talk about operational details, but all I can say is that if we judge going by the first phase, the overall conduct of the elections of the first phase, the Election Commission has done a fantastic job.
Are you confident of winning and forming a government, or is it only your seat and beyond that?
Well, obviously when you're a candidate, you're preoccupied with your seat. But good morning. Valachin. You obviously
upscale neighborhood there. Also interesting, when we had Jayanto Da, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay talking about very different clientele. Yes. Here we've gone straight from North 24 Parganas, Bhatpata. Now we are talking about Raj Bihari as to diverse seats as possible. And from there we are now going back to Bhangar, where there has been a violent face-off, an alleged attack on an ISF agent at booth number 53 in Chapra. In fact, at booth number 53 of the Chapra Assembly constituency, an agent of the ISF was struck on the head.
That's right, Padmaja. This is a seat that's represented by ISF's Naushad Siddiqui. The injured person's name is Musharraf Mir. That's what we understand from sources. And this incident took place in Chapra, Hatra. Allegations have been made against Trinamool now. ISF has claimed that the injured person is their agent.
In fact, if you can just quickly bring Manugya back in, Manugya or Shreyas, if they happen to be with us. Can you tell us, Manugya, about Chapra? Why? What is it about this seat? I remember even in 2021, Bhangar is the one place that had heard of a lot of violence post-poll. We just had some 79 crude bombs being discovered over there, and now this. Tell us about this seat.
Well, Chapra has been a seat which is near to the border and as well always been volatile area, especially in Nadia district of West Bengal. The North 24 Pargana, Nadia, South 24 Parganas, they have one thing in common, and that is the international border. And also the issue of infiltration has been the highest in this part of the state. But when we talk about this, there's a strong contest between TMC, BJP and ISF in the foray, where there have been injuries reported of the ISF fellow and supporters. But when we talk about the demography of the area, well, Chapra also had Rukbanur Rahman, who has been the candidate from Trinamool Congress. This is, of course, a watertight fight this time, and every seat, every vote is counting as much as it could in the battle, where both clash of titans on one side and, of course, the other parties that have been in the foray, especially like ISF, which have strongholds in pockets like Nadia, North 24, or even South 24 Parganas. So Bhangar is in South 24 Parganas, which has been really volatile in past few days and has a history of massive violence in the past too. And that's the reason why there is extremely heavy deployment of forces in this part of the state. The Election Commission of India reiterates that they will ensure a free and fair election, and there will be heavy deployment of forces, which we've seen of 2,400 companies being deployed, which is historical in the state of West Bengal, at least in this century, since 2000.
Narendra, it's very worrying that, political violence seems to be, a seamless part of West Bengal. Every time there are elections, there's pre-poll violence, there's panchayati poll violence, then there's post-poll violence. It seems to be an integral part of polls in West Bengal. And when specifically you talk about Bhangar, Bhangar, somebody like an ISF, last time we had characters like Taha Siddiqui, the Furfura Sharif cleric, and of course Naushad Siddiqui, who managed to win.
They're also split down the middle.
Yes.
So within the Furfura Sharif family, you've got a split where the uncle is with the TMC and of course Naushad Siddiqui.
Yeah.
What is happening there? Are the other minorities?
Actually, this time, I must admit one fact, that violence is less.
Okay.
Because usually we are accustomed with political violence. Traditionally, West Bengal is known, the famous, we call first boy in India on political violence. Even Bajpayee Advani time, when there was a DG conference, there was a report, and that report also said that caste violence less. In fact, communal classes also less in Bengal.
But political violence
maximum.
Yes.
But this time, in this Bhangar, I want to add only one point, that it is Muslim versus Muslim. Because TMC also has Muslim cadres in Bhangar. And Indian Secular Front, ISF, for them also it is stronghold. So why? Because this Muslim organization, they want to get the Muslim support base of TMC. They want to capture. So clashes take place even when CPM, Forward Bloc, CPM, CPI, all the clashes used to take place in that area where Forward Bloc is there. In Kuch Bihar, CPM Forward Bloc clashes.
Okay, that is Mahua
Moitra,
the Krishnanagar MP of the Trinamool Congress, there interacting with voters in Nadia. Of course, that's where her seat falls. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, while we are looking at these live pictures coming in, of course, Mahua Moitra over the last 2 days has had an ongoing tussle with the Election Commission, with the security forces. Incidentally, 2,343 companies of the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces have been deployed for the second phase. The highest deployment is in Kolkata with 274 companies, followed by Pur Bardhaman, where 263 companies have been deployed, along with Hooghly, where 236 companies have been deployed. But when we talk about people like Naushad Siddiqui, you've got the ISF this time around fielding 33 candidates. They are fighting, I think, along with the left, with the CPM and CPI-ML. That's the alliance that is fighting together. How much of a disruptor, how much of a vote-cutting impact do you think organizations like ISF are going to have?
In fact, it is very difficult to speculate at this time how much of an impact this would have or the other factors would have, in Bengal. Bengal, at this time, the elections are going to be influenced by several factors, which includes SIR. But, as you're talking about a third front there, whether they will be cutting votes or not, it definitely makes, the job of the TMC a bit difficult, because whatever happens, they will definitely be polling some vote, even minuscule. Now that minuscule number of votes gets very important in very close and tight elections, and that is what the TMC would be fearing, that it does not really play a very important role. There's just one point which I wanted to add. We have been talking about Nadia. Now, when we talk about Nadia, it's something, which is very central to the Bengali consciousness, Bengali, and it cuts across religion. I also feel, that this is a point which we must bring out, that Bengal, despite the kind of communal polarization that has seen, there has been a huge amount of, pain and agony which Bengal has gone through because of partition, starting from 1905, when the British colonialists were in power, were ruling the country, and in 1947, that period. Refugee problem has been a constant, till the 1970s.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. We've got Dilip Ghosh speaking right now, BJP candidate from Kharagpur. Of course, the polling already has happened there. Let's listen in to Dilip Ghosh.
नहीं होता है, बमबारी नहीं होती, गोली नहीं चलता है, कोई वहाँ हमारा सेना को अपमान नहीं करता है। लेकिन बंगाल में वो स्थिति है, यहाँ जो सेंट्रल फोर्स आया उसको अटैक किया जा रहा है, पुलिस को अटैक किया जा रहा है, हमारे कैंडिडेट्स को अटैक किया जा रहा है। तो डराने का जो यहाँ सिलसिला चली वो अभी भी जारी है। लेकिन चुनाव में, वोटिंग में इसका कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। सामान्य जनता तैयार है परिवर्तन के लिए और अपना वोटिंग करने के लिए। वो बिल्कुल सुबह से जाकर लाइन में खड़े हैं और वोटिंग करेंगे।
तृणमूल कांग्रेस का कई कार्यकर्ता को अरेस्ट किया जा रहा है।
जिसको टीएमसी अपना कार्यकर्ता बनाए वो सारा एंटी सोशल है। टीएमसी में मैक्सिमम लोग ऐसे अपराधी है और यही अपराधी लोग ही टीएमसी पार्टी को पूरा कब्जा कर लिया है। तो इसलिए अपराधी को पकड़ना तो टीएमसी आ जाएगा, उसमें एमएलए एमपी मंत्री भी ऐसे अपराधी है, तो पकड़ना तो ही है। सफाई होना चाहिए बंगाल राजनीति की।
उत्तर प्रदेश से जो पुलिस आए हैं उसको बोला जाता है तो तृणमूल का जो पार्टी है उसको बोला, हम बोला किसको जीतेगा नहीं।
कुछ लोग अपने घर में कुत्ता भी शेर होता है। आज यहाँ का जो पुलिस है वो ये लोग टीएमसी नेता लोगों का घर में जाके काम करते थे, पांव हाथ दबाते थे। मैं कह रहा हूँ इसी पुलिस को देखिएगा 4 तारीख के बाद उन्हीं लोगों का गला दबाएगा। हाथ पांव नहीं दबाएंगे, ये पुलिस भी बदल जाएगी और वो 4 तारीख के बाद ही आपको दिखेगा। उसके पहले थोड़ा सा आदत है, इसलिए थोड़ा आवाज दे रहे हैं लोग। चलो, थैंक यू।
All right, so that was Dilip Ghosh, also has been former party president of the BJP in the state, saying that winds of change are blowing. And after the 4th of May, the police generally has this image of being very, very politicized in West Bengal. Remember, in several cases, it's the police which has been, accused of political violence. They have been charge-sheeted. But let's also bring in a few people who have spoken now. We've got Ratna Devnath, who is the mother of the RG Kaur victim. She is contesting on a BJP ticket from Panihati, and a few other candidates in the fray this time around that we spoke to today morning. Let's listen in.
ये वायलेंस अगर होता है तो इसका सारा जिम्मेवार पश्चिम बंगाल के जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस पार्टी है उसकी जिम्मेवारी है। और इलेक्शन कमीशन को मजबूती से, चाहे वो कोई भी उपद्रवी हो, उसको उसी के भाषा में जवाब देने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा।
এখানে মেশিনটা মনে হলো আমার অনেক দেরিতে সাউন্ডটা হচ্ছে।
কি মনে হচ্ছে?
সাউন্ডটা মেশিনটা মনে হচ্ছে ডিস্টার্ব আছে। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ডটা অনেক দেরিতে আসছে। এটা কেন হচ্ছে? আচ্ছা, জানিয়েলাম। বলবো যে মেশিনটা কি সত্যিই ডিস্টার্ব নাকি একটু দেরি করে, মানে অনেকক্ষণ দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে হচ্ছে।
That is Ratna Devnath, the BJP candidate from Panihati. Padmaja, the Rajar heinous rape that happened was something that captured the national imagination. And Ratna Devnath is the BJP candidate who's fighting a very crucial battle from Panihati. There's a lot of sympathy for her. Let me go across to Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, the fact that today's polling also has areas like Sandesh Khali, RG Kar, and also areas where women have spoken out, for justice, and the Mamata factors also, looms very heavy on all of these seats. How is the Mahila safety, Mahila welfare, and of course the Mamata factor, all of this aligned? What do you think is going to be the consensus on this? Because, it's one thing to say we trust Didi, but are we safe in our own state? That remains a question.
There is no denying that the RG Kaur incident and what happened after that, was actually a very, severe blot on the functioning of the West Bengal government. Mamata Banerjee especially came against his stand, of a consistent stand of promoting women's rights. That was a big. But, after the initial few months, I think Mamata Banerjee was able to somehow or the other intervene and send the right messages to bring down the level of, anguish and anger which had spilled over into the state and captured the imagination of a large number of people, most importantly from some of the cultural icons of Bengal who had supported the TMC. I think one specific instance, which we really need to talk about, that this lawlessness which created a big dent in the public image of the Trinamool Congress was the resignation of Jawahar Sarkar from the Rajya Sabha. Mind you, he had a long stint in both the state government and the centre as an Indian Administrative Service officer. Thereafter, he was nominated by TMC to Rajya Sabha. Was one of the most articulate members there. Some of his speeches, on issues pertaining to Bengal are really very important for anybody trying to research on Bengal political history and various issues there. But, when he takes a position, I heard one of his speeches now that he says, ki na Mamata, na Didi, so he says that no Mamata, no Didi. So he's actually looking to force some kind of a third front. But then suddenly towards the end, there were reports that he started telling people, at an individual level that, that it has become so polarized that you have to choose between the devil and the deep sea. That is the real problem. So who do you keep out? That is the big question for the Bhadralok who have turned against the TMC but cannot now vote for the BJP also.
In fact, there were, in addition to Jawahar Sarkar quitting, there were a number of voices from within the TMC who started speaking up. Right. You had TMC members sitting in protest outside RG Kaur. And when I traveled there, what I think somehow struck a chord with people is not the attack as much. Yes, it was a heinous crime. But what happened after? The fact that you had TMC cadre come at midnight, these were doctors who were protesting.
And even Shukendra Roy.
Exactly. And they spoke up.
He was at Dharna.
This is not okay. So they sat on Dharna and they said, look, you cannot treat with such impunity where protesters, and also this wasn't the protest so much which was being led by the BJP, but it was being led by members of the left. So you had very prominent left voices who find echoes, Jayantoda, in the Bhadralok of Calcutta, of Kolkata, who simply could not be ignored because they said another thing that a lot of women spoke about again and again is what the CM said after Durgapur, where she said that girls should be more careful. They shouldn't get out at 8 p.m. And that somehow has become a lightning rod where woman after woman said, we can't be told what time to venture out of our houses. But so this somehow struck a chord.
There's also a feeling that sometimes this anger doesn't stick on to Mamata Banerjee because we saw what happened in Sandesh Khali, but in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, it didn't have that kind of impact, partly because of demography. So what happened to Sheikh Shah Jahan? The anger just gets drifted to that one person and Mamata Banerjee just comes out of it unscathed.
Perhaps when a lot of such events happen one after the other, it is bubbling under
the coating wears off.
And incidentally, since you mentioned Rekha Patra, Sandesh Khali, you had Rekha Patra who was fielded in the Lok Sabha elections, and she has again, the victim in Sandesh Khali, has again been fielded. So this time around, when Amit Shah was, in fact, the Prime Minister again, he was campaigning in Dum Dum. He had got this lady on stage with him, and he said that, we have fielded a victim from Sandesh Khali, we have fielded the mother of the RG Kaur victim because we want to make it a point that women cannot be told what to do. So I think that really has become some sort of a rallying point.
Just I want to add one thing, that as Nilanjan said, correct, that Mamata Banerjee handled the crisis well. Arjikar, it was crisis. But sometimes I think that in subconscious mind of Bengalis also, Sandesh Khali and both Arjikar is alive. Because what you have said, that the security of women, it's not the issue what judiciary has done, it is not the issue whether justice has delayed or not, all these issues, but overall there is a mood of the people that it is very bad and it goes against the existing ruling regime. Now BJP, what Padmaja you mentioned, that Prime Minister and Home Minister both, they tried to ignite the issue also to make people again conscious. So it was hidden, now it is manifest in this political.
That's very, very interesting. But Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, talking about Dum Dum, when you talk about constituencies like this, I've been very interested in the left candidates. Dipshita Dhar, and her campaigning style was even compared to Zoran Mamdani's. So has the left also reduced itself to just symbolic value this time, because you have excellent candidates like Meenakshi Mukherjee, Dipshita Dhar, several of them fighting
even
in different
seats. Even in Panihati, by the way. So Panihati, you had somebody who was a part of the RG Kaur protest. Paltan, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his full name. So very young, educated CPM candidate there. The Trinamool candidate is the son of the sitting MLA. He's been a 3-time MLA and his son has been fielded this time around.
Kalatan Das.
Because Kalatan Das Gupta is from the CPM. And so you've got this face-off also very interesting. This time there seems to be a change of strategy where some young student activists of the left have been fielded. Yes, please go on. Nilanjan Mukherjee.
We had that last time also, Aishe Ghosh and Meenakshi Mukherjee contested, but this time, are they just fighting to make a point?
Student leaders. So I simply cannot restrain myself from sharing a joke which used to be there when we were students, especially in Delhi. We used to say that the left can never be out of power in 4 states of India: West Bengal, Kerala, Tripura, and JNU.
And
That used to be the
Ganga
joke.
Dhaba.
Yeah. Ganga Dhaba is an integral part of JNU consciousness. Being a former JNUite, I would say that is something. Just I was talking about Nadia, connecting the Bengali consciousness. Similarly, Ganga Dhaba is the place which used to be a melting pot of all kinds of discussions, at least when we were students.
Nilanjan Mukherjee, I think Ganga Dhaba has far more orderly and deeper discussions than often we see inside our parliament. We really are being told to take a break at this point. I'm sorry, we are being told very strictly by our producer to take a break. Back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. This is a high-stakes election, and you're watching the OG of election coverage, NDTV.
Keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान.
This is not just another election, this is war. And we are reporting live from the heart of the Battle of Bengal. A state where history is made and unmade every time it votes. As political temperatures soar, catch every twist and turn of the Battle for Bengal with me, Rahul Kamal, only on NDTV, the OG of Indian election reportage.
From the heart of West Bengal, I will bring you the pulse, the mood and the stories shaping this crucial election. Join me, Gargi Nandi Roy, on NDTV 24/7.
The battle lines for the Bengal elections have been drawn. The targets have been set. Words have been spoken. The narrative has been set. Alliances have been forged. The race to the top has begun. One network brings you all the action to the finish line. Battleground Bengal on the NDTV network.
Prime Minister Modi, President Trump have had an opportunity of speaking to each other.
The President keeps the Prime Minister updated regularly. The President gave an update on what is happening in the Middle East, along with some of the big ticket items that we have happening in Washington between the United States and India.
And you see President Trump coming to India soon?
I will tell you this, that Secretary Rubio will be here next month.
You potentially see India having a role in the peace process?
The United States would welcome their involvement as they have welcomed many other countries.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
Elections are a game of strategy. I will break down the moves, the math, and the momentum that decides who wins and who loses. I am Satish K. Singh.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu
votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice. For 4 decades, I've had a ringside view of national politics and the political economy. I'll decode the distance between the numbers and the narrative in these elections. Watch me, Shankar Iyer, on NDTV.
We are in Dimona. Sirens are, going on. Alarm for a missile has sounded on.
बेरूत शहर में यहाँ अभी बमबारी हुई, काफी पैनिक है। जैसे आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ एम्बुलेंसेस जा रहे हैं, देख लीजिए।
We are in a neighborhood. We're in Tel Aviv and rushing into a shelter. This is immediately after the strikes.
Currently, we are present at the Persian Gulf, and if we keep on moving towards the eastern coast, we will be reaching towards the Strait of Hormuz.
See all these apartment buildings which have been damaged.
This place called Jinnah was targeted during the night.
Nazir Masoodi, Aditya Rajkol.
This is Teji Purandare.
Ankit Tyagi, NDTV.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
From the ideological battleground to the real political campaign battlefield, I will break down the politics and the forces shaping this election. Watch me, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, on NDTV.
Dr. Abdul Majid Hakim Ilahi. He's a representative of Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. Your first words on this ceasefire, sir?
Well, polling in Bengal has begun. Padmaja, 142 seats voting today. This is a high-stakes battle because this is a ladai for not just the BJP but also for TMC to ensure that its strongholds don't get breached by its most aggressive opposition till date.
Absolutely. And you know, irrespective of who gets their nose ahead in this phase, 93% roughly was the turnout in phase 1. West Bengal, you have to better that record, set yourself that challenge, go out there and vote, irrespective of who you vote for. Vasudha and I are going to be your traveling companions over the next few hours as West Bengal steps out to vote. Let's get you started though with the headlines.
Bengal votes in high-stakes phase 2 polls. It is the decision day for Battleground Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Stray incidents of violence mar the beginning of phase 2 of polling. ISF agent claims he was attacked by TMC goons, injured in the head.
It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to his parliamentary constituency, Varanasi. Prime Minister will also be visiting Kashi Vishwanath temple today. He will begin the day with a puja, and this is his big Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency.
PM to open Ganga Expressway in UP, Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. Booster shot to UP's growth story. Third UP road that can also be used as a runway. Phase 2 of polling has begun in West Bengal. You've got 7 districts, 142 seats. It's a high-stakes battle. So you had 152 in the first phase, 142 in the second phase, and this is clearly a phase where the TMC is much ahead. 123 that they had won, 18 by the BJP. But even as this battle is set up, it's going to be a fight to the finish for both.
That's right, Padmaja. In fact, in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the TMC led out of the 150 assembly constituencies that can be extrapolated from the assembly seats. The TMC led in 115 assembly constituencies and the BJP led in just 27. So this is going to be a challenging fight for the BJP. But yes, Bhabanipur takes the cake when it comes to all the attention. It is Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur. This is a seat in Kolkata. The larger Kolkata presidency seats will also be voting today. And this is a fight for Bengal, and the Bhadralok will cast their votes today.
And in fact, there are many high-profile candidates in this particular phase. We already spoke about Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari. Then you've got Firhad Hakim, who is considered better known as Bobby Hakim, very close aide of Mamata Banerjee. You've got Shashi Panja from Shampukur. Of course, Bobby Hakim is contesting from the Harbour seat, Rupa Ganguly from Shonarpur Dakshin. We're going to talk about each one of these seats in detail and why it is important. But first, let's listen in to few of the candidates who are out early in the morning, including Arjun Singh.
इस बार कितना भरोसा है? सुबह सुबह आके बाकी लोगों की आप इतनी मुलाकात की है, मुद्दे आपके लग रहा है कि SIR बड़ा मुद्दा है कि परिवर्तन?
स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड परिवर्तन।
राज बिहारी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सीट रही है, इस बार सेंध लगा दी है बीजेपी ने।
देखिए परिणाम जब आएगा तभी देखेंगे। एंड you can't treat a constituency or an area like a zamindari, which I think has been the case.
What is your message to the people today of your constituency as well as the state?
My message is very simple. You vote for a Bengal election, vote for a government in Bengal, which is worth something.
अर्जुन जी, 2 दिन से जो लगातार यहाँ माहौल बना हुआ है, जो हिंसा का माहौल है, उसके बाद आज आपको कैसा लग रहा है, कैसा पोलिंग जाएगा?
देखिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन चेष्टा तो कर रहा है, हम लोग भी चेष्टा कर रहे हैं जो शांतिपूर्ण मतदान हो। आशा है शांतिपूर्ण मतदान हो।
तो आज उसकी तैयारी है कि किसी तरह से कोई कहीं डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो?
डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो इसके लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन कमर कस के रेडी है। हम भी देखते हैं, उम्मीद है कि शांतिपूर्ण हो।
बट इलेक्शन कमीशन या प्रशासन को जो जानकारी है कि इस पर डिस्टर्बेंस आज बहुत हो सकता है, इसीलिए बहुत ज़्यादा डेपुटेशन भी किया गया।
नहीं, यदि ऐसा होगा तो लड़ेंगे हम लोग पीछे हटने वाले।
और चुनावी जो तैयारी है आपकी, उसकी क्या स्थिति है अभी? आपके बताइए, आपको लगता है क्या रिजल्ट आएंगे इस बार?
रिजल्ट तो सरकार बदलने की है, सरकार बदलेगा, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं।
There is democracy for everyone to think as they wish. So I will share best wishes for opposition party, that is BJP's dream. But I'm sorry, it's unfortunate their dream will not come true.
এখানে মেশিনটা মনে হলো আমার অনেক দেরিতে সাউন্ডটা হচ্ছে।
কি মনে হচ্ছে?
সাউন্ডটা মেশিনটা মনে হচ্ছে ডিস্টার্ব আছে। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ডটা অনেক দেরিতে আসছে। এটা কেন হচ্ছে? আচ্ছা, জানিয়ে এলাম। বলবো যে মেশিনটা কি সত্যি ডিস্টার্ব নাকি একটু করে মানে অনেকক্ষণ দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে হচ্ছে।
बीजेपी के लिए कोई डू और डाई नहीं। हम 70-75 साल से राजनीति कर रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे हम लोग आगे बढ़े हैं। आज 21 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार है। माननीय मोदी जी को 3 बार लोगों ने चुना प्राइम मिनिस्टर। तो हमारी लड़ाई चलता रहता है। हमारी लड़ाई किसी एक चुनाव के लिए नहीं है, समाज परिवर्तन के लिए हम आए हैं। लोगों की ज़िंदगी में परिवर्तन हो, लोगों की और सामने परिवर्तन दिखे, विकास दिखे, इस प्रकार लड़ाई हम लड़ रहे हैं। एक प्रक्रिया है, यात्रा है हमारे लिए, वो हम लड़ते रहेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। लोग एकदम तैयार है वोटिंग करने के लिए, अपना अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए। इस बार देखिए, जहां 60% उसके नीचे वोटिंग होता था, 65% होता था कोलकाता आसपास में, वहां भी 85-90% तक पोलिंग पहुंच जाएगा।
But that's Dilip Ghosh there, BJP candidate from Kharagpur, Padmaja. Kharagpur has already voted. He's also been the ex-state president of the BJP. At one point, it did seem that Dilip Ghosh may or may not remain with the BJP, but there he is talking about how optimistic he is about the BJP coming back
and
to
power.
power.
I think that has also been an important part of this strategy. In 2021, there was a recognition that there are, I won't say a rift, but there are cracks within the party which had led to a lot of unease, Jayantuda. And this time around, a concerted effort was made that everyone should be brought on board.
And Dilip Ghosh...
Even Rahul Sinha coming to the Rajya Sabha.
Yeah. Rajya Sabha. And Dilip Ghosh was close, always close to RSS leadership. There is a coordination between Dilip Ghosh and RSS. Number two, Dilip Ghosh gave you dividend in 2019. Lok Sabha. He was party president and BJP got 19 seats. This time, Amit Shah ji actually invited in a meeting, and then...
All is well now?
Now.
All is well. All right. At least all is well within the party. What happens in the election remains to be seen. And to understand that, let's cut across to our colleagues. You've got Shreyasi joining us along with Prabhakar Kumar. We also have Shreya with us. Something very interesting happened yesterday since you're tracking Shubhendu Adhikari. Shreyasi, first to you. Apparently, Shubhendu Adhikari said that some 1,500 fake fingers have been ordered from Amazon to cast fake ballots. Did you manage to see those fake fingers?
Well, no, I haven't, but he also had a picture on his mobile phone which he showed to the media. So, yeah, that's a claim that the BJP candidate from Bhabanipur is making. But if I can just ask my camera person to show what is happening outside the VIP polling booth in Bhabanipur. This is where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee casts a ballot. This is where Abhishek Banerjee will be coming in shortly. And you can see the heightened security. There's Kolkata police. There is special police because Abhishek Banerjee has a Z category security. There's central force here at the booth. And this is where he will be casting his ballot. And of course, as we have been discussing in the run-up to the election, Bhabanipur is the citadel of the Trinamool Congress. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, after losing Nandigram in 2021, fought a by-poll from here. That margin was almost over 58,000 against BJP's Priyanka Tebriwal, who has now been fielded from Entally constituency here in Kolkata. But what is interesting, which the Chief Minister has also been reiterating, that this time in SIR, at least 40,000 people have been deleted from this constituency, which is very close to the winning margin of the Trinamool Congress. So which way the SIR impact will go, whether it's going to impact the Trinamool Congress or the BJP or both the parties, which it's likely to, is still, uncertain. But of course, all eyes on Bhabanipur when Abhishek Banerjee comes to vote, the message that he gives, of course, this is a very, very crucial phase. This is the deciding phase for West Bengal. If the BJP can make inroads in this presidency range today, then that could spell trouble for the Trinamool Congress. But this is a TMC bastion. They are very comfortably ahead in the 2021.
One of the things that this election also made clear, Padmaja, is also, there was this speculation about this growing rift between Bhaipo, Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee. But, now it's more than clear that there is no rift between these two people. They are family, they are thick, and in some ways the electoral outcome is also going to decide in some ways what the legacy of Mamata Banerjee is going to be, and in some ways maybe the succession, inheritance, those battles, those discussions are also going to come up. But let's go across to Shreya Ghosh now. Shreya, this rallying cry that, Ektu Parivartan Dorkar, that we hear from several parts of West Bengal, is Kolkata even listening to that? Is Kolkata going to act differently, or do you think that people of Kolkata will vote for continuity?
Well, Kolkata is very much listening and will be responding right here at the polling booths. Let me tell you that I am at Tollygunj right now, which is the land of Bengali cinema. A lot of film locations here, a lot of celebrities living here, and the issues here are also paramount about the syndicate Raj of Tollywood, job scarcity, infrastructural development, a lot of issues that people are looking at that will be the deciding factor. And we know that the TMC heavyweight Arup Biswas has been winning the last several consecutive years here in South 24 Parganas, Tollygunj. But there is a tough contest this time around, especially after what happened last year during the Messi's event here in Salt Lake Stadium, and Arup Biswas had to step down as the sports minister. Let me speak to some of the people here, some young people who have come early in the morning.
ভোট শুরু হয়নি 34 পার্টে এখনো ভোট শুরুই হয়নি आगे
डिले हो रहा है, अभी तक वोट स्टार्ट ही नहीं हुआ है, आप ये बोल रहे हैं?
अभी तक स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है। पहले जो मशीन आया वो विकल हो गया, फिर दूसरा आया, दूसरा भी विकल हो गया।
ईवीएम का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, इसके वजह से अभी भी पोलिंग स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है। एंड जादवपुर में भी बहुत सारा नॉन फंक्शनल ईवीएम्स का न्यूज़ दैट वी आर गेटिंग इन जादवपुर, बट हियर वेयर आई एम रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम हियर, एज द पीपल आर सेइंग देयर हैज बीन अ सब्सटेंशियल डिले, पीपल आर स्टैंडिंग हियर इन लॉन्ग queues in this terrible heat. But I also want to know from you, as a young person who've come here early in the morning to vote, what are those issues that you're looking at?
The issues mainly are the lack of administration in government services, the lack of proper cleaning of the roads, lack of jobs that the young youth are facing, and which is why the youth are having to migrate to other metropolitan cities.
But we see TMC has been dominating in South Bengal. South Bengal is very important, South 24 Parganas. Will BJP be able to, break through this TMC's dominance? What do you think? Didi na dada?
That is a very controversial question, but I think the people of Bengal must vote logically this time and without fear. And I think change is imminent.
Change is imminent. Well, that is the common sentiment here, as Vasudha was asking. Is Kolkata listening? Well, Kolkata is listening and actively responding. But the serious issues here that people are facing here at Tollygunj's polling booth is that several EVMs that came here were non-functional, and therefore there has been a substantial delay in polling. People are here with their umbrellas because...
It's interesting, the three things that young man said. The fact that he spoke of jobs, he spoke of urban decay, coming from an urban constituency like Tollygunj, which has seen a senior minister like Arup Biswas. I think he's been an MLA here for the last, 20 years? I think he's already had multiple terms. And yet, you've got somebody standing there saying, cleaning is not happening. You remember that picture when Lionel Messi came to Kolkata, Arup Biswas there kicking a ball. Many questions were asked of him about that entire mess that took place of overcrowding, of people, running through the stadium. Before we talk about Arup Biswas and Tollygunj, let's get a quick word from Prabhakar as well, because remember, while we are sitting here in the studio, you've got Prabhakar, Shreya standing there in 40-degree, very, very clawing heat. And it's not getting better because in the place you are, Prabhakar, the tempers are rising even more thanks to the kind of contest. What's happening now? Hopefully all peaceful.
That's the reason why 24's North Pargana is seen as one of the hot seats because of the history, the political violence history out here. But the scene here at one of the polling stations where I'm standing is very encouraging. You can see the long queues here, and most importantly, good number of women voters here. So whether they are voting for continuity or voting for change is the million-dollar question, which we would know the answer only on the vote. But we are seeing in the entire campaign which has been held here in last 1 month or so, every political party, be it TMC or BJP, trying to woo women voters. We saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi making an emotional appeal to women from Banaras yesterday. So they are the epicenters. They are in the epicenter. They are the deciding voters actually who would decide whether the continuity remains here or there will be a change. But remember, in this entire region where I am standing, this is 24 North Pargana. The Barakpur region of Bhatpada is where I am right now placed. And this region has a history of political violence, the clashes between both the political factions, the BJP and JDU. Day before yesterday, we saw bombs being hurled, we saw guns being shot, and one of the paramilitary force Jawan actually sustaining a bullet injury. So this time, the deployment on the ground, the deployment of paramilitary forces is substantial, is massive, I would say. And every nook and corner, you can see the paramilitary forces actually parading on the ground, marching on the ground. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed and hope that today no untoward incidents actually happens in this region as well.
Explain to our viewers now this region which is going into elections, the 142 seats, 123 seats with the TMC. Thank you very much for joining us, Shreya, Shreyasi and Prabhakar. We'll keep coming back to you if you want to take a break for a bit. But, we'll come back and we'll speak about Tollygunj because this is a very interesting urban seat. But just to give you an overview of what really has been seen in this entire area. If you're looking at region-wise, of course, we have the, let's look at the Deltaic region, which roughly is where this time around the main fight is. So the south of Bengal, is where the polling is taking place in this election. Largely, you have got 7 districts. Now, which are these 7 districts? These 7 districts are North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, Kolkata, and all right, we'll just try and fix this in a second. Here you have the region, the Deltaic region, and we'll draw this up. Greater Kolkata, all right, it's finally come here. Greater Kolkata. So Greater Kolkata, 11, including the seats where we just saw all of our colleagues from. You've got Bhabanipur, Tollygunj, Ballygunj, these seats. So here the Trinamool Congress had got a clear lead. But you had got at least 2 seats in the 2024 elections where the BJP had managed to take a lead. They had got some leads in the Lok Sabha election, which is Jorosanko and Shampukur. Now, these 2 seats, they managed to make gains in the Lok Sabha elections, and which is why they are quite hopeful this time around as well. Now, if we come to the other region of the Southern Plains, in the Southern Plains as well, right here. Okay, so you see this area, we already showed you Greater Kolkata, but when you see the South 24 Parganas, you see this region. Here also the TMC had got 82 and the BJP was 14. This is as far as the Southern Plains are concerned. But since we are talking about Tollygunj, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay continues to be with us along with Jinto Joy. We have also Gargi Nandi Roy joining us now. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, author and political analyst, consulting editor. Jinto Joy and political analyst Gargi Nandi Roy also here with us. Your first thoughts on Tollygunj. We were just discussing how you've got somebody who was a sports minister at the time of the entire Lionel Messi incident. You had him multiple terms as MLA, and yet Tollygunj doesn't really seem to be very happy.
And Nilanjan, let me also tell you, in 2021, I remember covering the campaign, and Arup Biswas would keep calling Babul Supriyo half-pant minister because, he was an MOS then. And now, incidentally, Babul Supriyo is back in the TMC. The fact that Arup Biswas has represented the seat for so long, since 2006, what does this really mean for Arup Biswas and the fact that he got a ticket even after resigning?
You were talking about, Babul Supriyo, then being in the BJP, now being in the TMC in a very important position. Actually, there are several people who have, swung from the BJP and the TMC, and there's been going on. We have been speaking about Arjun Singh also. He was also one of the people. And that is, we were also discussing, you had actually discussed at length, the infighting within the BJP. So, before telling you about Tollygunj, I think that the biggest failure of the BJP in the last few years to capitalize on the presence that it has been making is that it has not been able to, conduct a fairly long-standing, mass agitation. That has been the biggest failure. If you look at the history of Bengal, both Jyoti Basu and Mamata Banerjee became chief ministers after defeating the incumbent government after long years of political struggle. Here, the basic problem is that the BJP still does not have any very prominent leader who has participation of mass politics agitations on any issue. So essentially, it is dependent on Mr. Modi for the votes. That is, he is the one who is actually seeking votes for a proxy candidate who would become the chief minister. Having said that, I heard the interviews which your correspondent was doing with the young people, and that young person who spoke about what Padmaja also highlighted, that jobs is a problem, urban decay is a problem. Urban decay meaning it's not having the kind of fancy flyovers and all those things which are there. There was a phase when there was tremendous cleanliness in Kolkata and flyovers.
Okay, Nilanjan, Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, is all set to cast her vote now. Let's go back to Shreyasi. Okay.
All right, we'll just stay with those visuals. I think you have Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee, both going to arrive at that polling booth in just a second. But the larger overview we are taking of this urban center in Kolkata, where you have the seat of power, really. Many issues. And Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, if you could just finish what you were saying earlier, that, the issues that have taken root over there, now it is beginning to make, the Bhadralok, as it were, it's making them think what is going wrong. We are very proud of TMC. We're talking about Bengali identity, but some basic bread and butter issues are being neglected.
Young man who said that and said that change is imminent, I think it should worry if that is a widespread sentiment, not just of a person with who your colleague did a vox pop. So that is something, which requires worry. Of course, there are many issues in any government, any party which has been in power for 15 years. There is always going to be a comparison between other states and West Bengal. The problem is going to be that in most cases, the BJP leaders and its cadre would be comparing it with BJP-ruled states, which definitely we have seen.
And what makes it even more significant that this is South Kolkata. This is supposed to be the really plush, educated, swanky part of Kolkata. Incidentally, of the two districts, North Kolkata, South Kolkata stayed firmly with the Trinamool Congress, even in the 2024 elections, Gargi Nandi Roy. At least in a few seats in North Kolkata, they had managed to make inroads. South Kolkata firmly with TMC, but now people are beginning to speak up. What's your thought on the Kolkata area and the challenges there?
Previously the TMC was seen as an alternative to the left. After 34 years of left front rule, people were looking for a change. So TMC came to power.
Yes.
TMC has been in power for 15 years. One of the biggest things which has happened in Bengal since 2011 that we saw what is called the cadre moved from the CPM to the TMC, and along with the cadre shift, the political culture, which is also fairly violent in character, also made its presence in the TMC. I remember somebody who I know fairly close many years ago, before the 2021 elections. I asked, what are the prospects in the elections? So he laughed and said, well, in Bengal, we do not have elections, we have selections.
And that is really sad for people, who feel that their right to vote and decide is being taken away.
But we have to be careful that we do not know whether the sentiment of South Kolkata is present.
I feel that while the lack of Unayan and Chakri is something that everybody talks about, is the Bhadralok ready to vote for the BJP? That's the question there. Is that going to happen this time?
Yeah, that's a very big question, Padmaja and Vasudha both. And this phase is surely the acid test for BJP. Because obviously we all know TMC's strong bastion is even all the South Bengal, South 24 Parganas. For two reasons. One is the cadre, another is the political goon. The kind of, in South 24 Parganas, last so many elections, people have not been allowed to come out and vote. I'm not talking about Kolkata. Now, Kolkata, it doesn't happen so much, what happens in the outskirts. But in Kolkata also, the problem is, the higher educated people, because there is 40 lakh migration of people, higher educated people. The most postgraduate people, higher educated people leave Kolkata, the young people. So in Kolkata, there are areas, Padmaja, which have turned it like old age homes, because only the parents are living, big houses, but all the children are not there. So when the parents are sick, a parent is dying, The son cannot come from whether America if he is or if he is in Bombay or Bangalore. The child grows up, parents want to send the child to Bangalore. So much of politics in the education institutions in Bengal. So go to Bangalore, go to Hyderabad. So you will find in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, flooded with all educated Bengalis. So there is a drainage of brain. See, if you're cream of the Bengal, see the drainage, this kind of brain drainage has happened. I think so even the South Kolkata people, they are also waking up to this reality now. If parents feel that I have a house and but children are not there when they are needed.
Correct. There aren't enough drains in the urban centers and a brain drain is taking place, which is pinching people. And you very rightly said that, you know, you have got these huge pockets where the youth have simply left, whether they are the educated ones from the cities who have gone to work in Mumbai, in Bengaluru, in Hyderabad, in Gurgaon, or it is the labor which is working in industries across the country, in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, in Gujarat, and people are saying, why can't we have chakri in our own state? These images that you see are of Shubhendu Adhikari. I think he's at Kalighat, if I'm not mistaken. We'll just get a fix on that in a second. And we also have Firhad Hakim, who also is fighting from Harbour. Now, Harbour, a very interesting seat, since we have got Firhad Hakim, extremely close aid. And, you know, Jayantada, somebody who, in fact, I heard Mamata Banerjee in one speech saying that Firhad Hakim has donated blood for my family, so I consider him as my family member.
Yeah. And she also went on to say that the mother of Firhad Hakim is a Brahmin, and the father is a... So she wanted to bring in that whole...
And Harbour is a very interesting seat, because this time you've got Rakesh Singh, somebody who's out on bail, and this is an area which is a massive pocket of Muslims. There are certain pockets over here where 90-95% Muslims and almost considered unreachable.
What is the importance of Bobby Da?
And Rakesh was also showing that fish
on the Bengali New Year.
Bengali New Year. So, no, the importance of being Bobby Hakim, he is the crisis manager of Mamata Banerjee. And he is mayor of Calcutta Corporation. He is municipality cabinet minister also, urban development, and even the other corporation, like Howrah Corporation and the North Chobbish Pargana Corporation. Bobby is in charge. He looks after all the municipalities' activities, political activities. So Mamata is highly dependent on Bobby Hakim.
But tell me this, since we are talking about the rift earlier in the BJP, there's also a lot of chatter about how there is an old guard and a new guard within the Trinamool Congress. Are there those rumblings that are...
No. In this nomination of the candidates, there is a major differences of opinions, because Abhishek Banerjee, he is the vanguard of the youngsters. So he wanted more youngsters in that nomination and less old people. But Mamata's opinion was that if you leave all the old people, then it will be very difficult to run the party. You have to be a combination of old and new. So there are lot of candidates. Abhishek was not happy with those old candidates, old leaders, but Mamata said that no.
And Bobby Hakim is in the old camp.
Bobby and several others also. Bobby is in old.
Kalyan Banerjee's son getting a ticket, do you think that's also a compromise? Or?
Yeah, Kalyan Banerjee's son, when he got the ticket, that was also major internal TMC problem was there.
He's from Uttar Pada, right?
He's from Uttar Pada.
Uttar Pada.
Yeah,
Kalyan Banerjee.
Hooghly district.
Yes, Hooghly district. Kalyan Banerjee's son has been...
No, that's very
correct. So, let's cut across to Shreyasi very quickly, because she is where Mamata Banerjee is expected any time now. Shreyasi, over to you. I'll come to you, Gargi Nandi Roy, in just a second. I can see your finger up, but just a second. Let's first get to Shreyasi.
I want to add something to Bobby Hakim,
Padmaja, the Chief Minister has left her residence. She has been roaming around, especially with Firhad Hakim, her close aide, and as you mentioned, the proximity. Firhad Hakim and Shobhandev Chatterjee, both these ministers were put in charge of Bhabanipur when Mamata Banerjee was campaigning across West Bengal. So they were leading her campaign here in this particular booth. On the other hand, Abhishek Banerjee is shortly supposed to arrive here. Half the road has been barricaded for the VIP movement, and you can see the police already on high alert. These are civil clothes security personnel of Mr. Mr. Banerjee. He will be casting his vote in the same booth where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also casts a vote. Usually they come together, but this time he's coming much ahead. But we haven't usually seen the Chief...
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटिंग करने का गुंजाइश कर रहा हूँ।
ममता बनर्जी भी निकली है बाहर,
वो प्रत्याशी निकलेगा ना, क्या निकलना चाहिए।
इस बार भवानीपुर में परिवर्तन हो जाएगा दादा।
पूरा भाजपा सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, एकदम तांता लग गया, हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है। प्लीज।
All right, Showindu Adhikari again saying Sara Hindu BJP ko vote kar raha hai. So essentially again and again that issue of saying that, you know, this is a fight of existence for Hindus, Sanatan will be under threat. And I don't know if you can see that, but this, by the way, are those 750 finger sleeves which Showindu Adhikari displayed yesterday. He also had it on his phone and he said that Amazon said these 750 sleeves are being ordered and people are going to give fake votes with this. But yes, Gargi Nandi Roy, you wanted to make a point about...
I think Mamata Banerjee has also gone to different constituencies and she has in fact spoken on expected lines. She's in fact accused the center of sending CRPF, calling them BJP agents. She said that, you know, it is the central forces that are stalling people from voting. She's made huge number of allegations is what we hear. We'll play that.
In fact, yesterday Trinamool Congress did a press conference and said that outsiders are being brought in to vote, to cast those fake votes in Bhabanipur.
Remember, she said the same thing on Nandigram last time in 2021. Gargi Nandi Roy, you wanted to make a point, ma'am.
Yes. Since I heard Shubhendu Adhikari just now, obviously I'll add to that. Like, see, last time the Hindu-dominated seats were 182, of which TMC had got 109 and BJP 72. Padmaja, obviously this time that number is surely going to increase. Undoubtedly it will increase, maybe go above 100, 110, 20. Exact number maybe it's difficult to quote, but it will increase. And see how Mamata Banerjee, because Dada was talking about Bobby Hakim, how Mamata Banerjee is also trying to woo back the Hindu voters. Some days back, you know how Mamata Banerjee was trying to do image correction of Bobby Hakim. She said that Bobby's mother was a Hindu and so he has Hindu culture and all. Why suddenly this? We know, we have heard Bobby Hakim before, who has said that 50% of people in Bengal will speak Urdu, who had given Dawat-e-Islam. So we know what he has been doing. He calls a place in Kolkata mini Pakistan. So we know about his image. Okay. And suddenly Mamata Banerjee is saying his mother was a Hindu. And there's a lot of other stories also that when mother died, that's a different story. But the thing is, so he is trying to woo back the Hindu voters.
Abhishek Banerjee is all set to arrive and vote at the Bhabanipur booth now. He is the General Secretary of the TMC, also the nephew of Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister. Extremely important in the TMC scheme of things. Somebody who's virtually running the party in a lot of respects. And the electoral outcome is also going to be important for his own political future. He's all set to vote in a few minutes from now.
And in fact, Abhishek Banerjee has been the person who has been on the front foot. You know, Mamata Banerjee only making the political speeches, giving the political message of what the TMC, the government is expected to do. But when it comes to taking on the opponents, like for example, when Mithali Bagh was attacked in Arambagh, when clashes happened between the TMC and BJP. Now, you also have Abhishek Banerjee, he's developed this trademark style, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, where he stands on top of his car. And you know, you've got that drone shot of everyone standing around him and Abhishek Banerjee is on top of that car. And this time he said, earlier, I remember when Amit Shah had said, कि मैं 15 दिन यहीं पे रहने वाला हूँ. He said, आप 15 दिन नहीं, आप 4 मई को 12 बजे के बाद, I challenge Amit Shah that he should continue because then the DJ is going to play. When Mithali Bagh was attacked, then again it was Abhishek Banerjee who said that I will see who, किसके बाप का बच्चा, आपको किसका बाप दिल्ली में आपको safe रखता है. Because this time, I'm going to find you. Last time around, we had been very generous because of our udarta. You people had survived. But this time, I'm going to find you. So I think these mind games, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, is very, very interesting because both sides are now saying, I think Showindu Adhikari is speaking right now. Let's quickly listen in. Oh, these are images. These are visuals we are seeing of Showindu Adhikari roaming around in Bhabanipur. Even. All right, Abhishek Banerjee has also come there. I wonder if they are anywhere close to each other in the vicinity. There you
That's
see him.
Abhishek Banerjee. And Padmaja, you know, it's also important to note that Abhishek Banerjee also managed to come up with his own model. The Diamond Harbour model is something that you don't hear of in other states. He's come up with a manifesto for his own constituency. He is seen as the feudal lord of Diamond Harbour. You know, he has his own, like Jinto was also mentioning, he has his own people who are extremely loyal to him. So in some ways, it cannot be called a parallel structure, but it's a structure that has its own existence in the TMC.
You can call it the next generation of TMC. So you're already, you know, you are blooding the next generation of the Trinamool Congress. There it is, the victory sign.
Yes.
The victory sign before he goes in to vote. Usually when he comes out, Shreyas was saying, that is when he is likely to speak. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, would you want to make a quick comment on Abhishek Banerjee, his political future, his Diamond Harbour model, or as the BJP wants to call him again and again, Bhaipo?
You know, to put it very shortly, he's the organizational man in the Trinamool Congress. In many ways, you know, he kind of mirrors the role which Amit Shah has played, especially after 2013, from the time that when he was picked up by Mr. Modi and made in charge of the Uttar Pradesh campaign. From that time onward, Mr. Modi picked up Amit Shah, and then Amit Shah as the BJP president between 2014 and 19 actually set up the organizational network, you know, of the BJP which we are seeing. It had completely collapsed after 2004 defeat. That is something which is revived. Likewise, in West Bengal, till 2011, the Trinamool Congress was actually in agitation mode. After it came into government, Mamata Banerjee obviously could not develop, give so much of time to developing the organization. That role eventually, fell to Abhishek Banerjee, and he's reveled in that. So that is what he's doing.
But I think he's also reached out to the older generation. Jinto, what is the personal equation between Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee? Because, sometimes it feels that they have disagreements, but she also really loves him as family members too.
No, there are a lot of disagreements on strategy, priorities. But interestingly, in this election, for the aggressive BJP, they have become highly united. And every day, the discussion on what to do, even I know on this Arambagh issue, what Padmaja was saying, that Abhishek rushed to that hospital. Mamata told Abhishek that I am busy in Bhabanipur that day, there is a road show. You just rush. So there is a coordination this time. What actually in the last election there is a lag, because this time BJP's this carpet bombing of the leaders and the BJP style. So this
you need a reverse
number one, number two in TMC, they have become united.
All
BJP united them actually.
Okay, Abhishek Banerjee is any moment going to come out. Shreyasi is keeping track right outside. Over to you, Shreyasi.
Well, he came in, looks confident, but what we have gathered from his office that he is going to be stationed in Diamond Harbour. Abhishek Banerjee will be moving after casting his ballot here to Diamond Harbour. Of course, we have been seeing visuals in from Diamond Harbour over the last 2-3 days because of IPS Ajay Pal Sharma, who has been seen going around Falta, threatening and also warning people that in case they take law into their hands, action will be taken. What we have also picked up from
do you remember somebody from Uttar Pradesh making so much news in Bengal elections earlier? I have heard his name more than some of the candidates in the last 2 days.
No. Abhishek is here. Abhishek is here. We'll get in a word. We'll get in a word.
Abhishek! Abhishek!
Sir, how's the confidence, sir? Sir, how confident is the Trinamool Congress?
अभिषेक क्या कहना चाहेंगे? अभी तक आपको क्या रिपोर्ट मिल रही है? इधर आइए, दादा इधर, दादा come here.
Sir, Ajay,
अभिषेक क्या रिपोर्ट मिल रही है आपको?
In just a second, but Shirsi, if you can hear, just quickly tell us what the gist of what Abhishek Banerjee is saying. All right, you know,
those who are going beyond their duty orders, notes are being taken. Observers are supposed to observe, but they are going beyond their role.
On Ajay Pal Sharma.
Observers are purposely targeting Trinamool Congress candidates and workers and threatening them. There's no point of doing such gimmick before the elections. We will see on the 4th when TMC emerges winner. Voting has just started. He's speaking in English.
So basically, Abhishek Banerjee, I think it's quite clear, is again picking up on that issue that the Trinamool Congress has hammered in over the last couple of days, ever since Ajay Pal Sharma, the UP officer encounter specialist being referred to as Singham, has been unleashed as election observer in South 24 Parganas in particular. First, there was a plea in the Calcutta High Court to have him removed. Now there is a plea which has gone to the Supreme Court to have him removed. In the interim, a lady in Falta has also filed a complaint against him, saying that women were mishandled, that he entered houses at night. Now, why is all of this happening, and why is Abhishek Banerjee in particular talking so much about it? We'll bring in Gargi Nandi Roy on that as well, because remember, Diamond Harbour, his own seat, has got 7 assembly segments, all of them with the Trinamool Congress, all of them where the BJP is very aggressive.
Results are out. You will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Sir, many outsiders. Sir, allegation of many outsiders into Bengal.
We have given the letter and complaint to the Election Commission, to the CEC, to the now it is for them to খারাপের যে খবর আমরা পাচ্ছি আমাদের প্রত্যেকটা বুথে কানেক্টেড রয়েছে। আমরা সেক্টর অফিসারের সাথে কথা বলছি, ডিওর সাথে কথা বলছি, এবং প্রায় 60% অলরেডি খবর পেয়েছিলাম, অলরেডি ইডিএম রিপ্লেস করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। বাকি যেটুকু আছে আমি আশাবাদী আমি মানুষকে বলবো কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনী ধারাবাহিকভাবে এটা প্রথম ফেজেও করেছে, এবং আপনারা জানেন অনারেবল হাইকোর্টের অর্ডার থাকার পরেও, কন্টেম্প নোটিশ সার্ভ করার পরেও এরা ভয় দেখানোর জন্য এখতিয়ার বহির্ভূত কাজ করছে। বিভিন্ন জায়গায় পুলিশ অবজারভার, জেনারেল অবজারভার গিয়ে
3810 बूथ स्लिप भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं हुआ, वो भी हम लोग कर लिया, सब कर लिया।
प्रेसिडेंसी का रिजल्ट कैसा रहने वाला है शुभेंदु जी?
अभी बोलना ठीक नहीं है, अभी तो रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटिंग करें।
आपको लगता है कि पिछले
नहीं, कोलकाता में पिछले कोई चुनाव में जिस तरीके से वोटर नहीं सुबह निकला था, इस बार अभी से जो हो रहा है, मेरा पूरा उम्मीद है पहले 2 घंटा में 20% के आसपास पोलिंग हो जाएगा। बहुत बड़ा लंबा लाइन लग गया। काल तो एक आदमी मुझे लेक कालीबाड़ी में मिला जो फ्रांस से आया वोट देने के लिए। बहुत सारा लोग। ठीक है, चलिए मुझे थोड़ा घूमने খুব বিপুল সংখ্যায় ভোট দিন, নিজের ভোট নিজে দিন। অনেকগুলো ভোটের থেকে এবারের ভোট অন্যরকম, আপনারা দেখে নিয়েছেন। গতকাল কোথাও টু শব্দ করতে পারেননি, কোথাও এইসব রাস্তায় কেউ ঢুকতে পারতো না, জমায়েত করে রাখতো, ভয় দেখাতো, বাইক বাহিনীর দাপাদাপি থাকতো, রেডিমেড লোকজনকে নিয়ে ফিল্ডি ওয়ার্ড ইউজ করতো, গোটা ফাঁকা শুনশান। এই গণতন্ত্রের মহোৎসব ইলেকশন কমিশন পরিবেশ পাল্টে দিয়েছে। সবাই ভোটদান করুন। আমি নিশ্চিত আমি বজরংবলীর আশীর্বাদ নিয়ে নিলাম। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পরাজয় শুধু সময়ের অপেক্ষা।
Saying that people are being intimidated, there is bike Vahini which is out on the roads, and this time the defeat of Mamata Banerjee has been ensured. Let's listen in.
खास करके सनातनी हिंदू को बोलूंगा, रिफ्यूजी नहीं होना चाहता है तो वोटिंग कीजिए, नहीं तो रिफ्यूजी बन जाएगा। ये आपका आखिरी मौका है, सब घर से निकल के वोटिंग कीजिए। 90% से ज्यादा वोटिंग। তাদের বলবো নারী সুরক্ষা, নারী সুরক্ষা, নারী সুরক্ষা সবচেয়ে বড় ইস্যু। মহিলারা বেরিয়েছে ভোট দিন, আর শিক্ষিত মহিলারা তারা চাকরি চান।
কার্তিক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে পুলিশকে হুমকি দেওয়ার অভিযোগ যে তিনি সেখানে বসে থাকবেন 4 জনকে নিয়ে, কিন্তু
ক্যাম্পে তো 2 জনের বেশি অ্যালাউ নেই, বেশি থাকলে অভিযোগ করব আমরা। মুখ্যমন্ত্রী ফিরাদ হাকিমকে নিয়ে বেরিয়েছেন আমি শুনেছি, আমি আবার খবরও নিয়েছি। না
Reporters asked that there is an allegation against Kartik Banerjee, who is the brother of Mamata Banerjee, for intimidating voters, and Shubhendu says that action is being taken by Election Commission.
অন্য কোথাও হস্তক্ষেপ করতে পারবে না। ফিরাদ হাকিম প্রার্থী বন্দরে ওনার এই ভবানীপুর কেন্দ্রে প্রকাশ্যে ঘোরা, আমি যেটা করেছেন সকালে ওটা আমি ছেড়ে দিচ্ছি।
Nobody can interfere in Bhabanipur's matter.
মালিক ডেকেছে, কর্মচারীকে তো থাকতেই হবে সাথে।
We saw that Firad Hakim met Mamata Banerjee midway today in Bhabanipur, though he is contesting from his own constituency, which is Bandar area. But now what we see that his own Supremo has called him. So which is why he is
news
touring
is coming in that there is an EVM glitch that was reported from an urban constituency in Kolkata called Bali. 2 have been detained there. After this clash in Bali, poll disruption has triggered chaos. A mild lathi charge had also to be carried out. This is very, very important news coming in, and it's also important that this is at least the third area where we are hearing of EVM glitches. Earlier in Shreya's stream, a voter had complained that the EVM is not working. In Panihati, Ratna Debnath also said that there seems to be some problem. All right, so some protests are there being carried away from Bali. You want to tell us about this?
This is one of the Kolkata presidency seats.
Howrah. This is adjacent to Kolkata. It's a twin city. What we
understand is that poll disruption has taken place, and this glitch is something that has been reported now, and there have been minor clashes as well.
Yeah.
In fact, Bali is a very interesting seat now that I remember. Actually, I did travel to that place. Again, it has got major issues. You know, you've got a lot of issues with maintenance, cleaning doesn't happen, there is urban decay. Bali also a place where you've got people who are traders, some Marwadis living over there.
Yeah. Hindi-speaking people are also
Hindi-speaking people, and you've got close contests there. Gargi Nandiroy, do you want to weigh in on Bali at this point? In Howrah, clashes reported. Again, a place which sees very heated confrontation between the BJP and TMC. Gargi Nandiroy.
A seat in Howrah also seen as a TMC stronghold, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hindi-speaking people are there. I think so. Hindi-speaking people this time, I feel they will be inclined, and they have always voted for BJP. Especially, you know, the kind of regional chauvinistic politics also we have seen in Bengal. You know, they have this Bangla Pokko. This regional chauvinism does not work. See, this outsider, insider, people who have been staying there, working there, they are all insiders. And this is a country where you can move from any part of the country. Yet they played a very bad regional chauvinistic politics. And so the Hindi-speaking people, like you said, North Kolkata also, Jorashako. Why did you see Jorashako vote for BJP? Because Marwari population, Jinto Joy knows, Marwari population is there in Jorashako. So wherever you see this kind of population, they will always vote for BJP, I have a feeling. And see, on coming to Abhishek Banerjee, you know, the way he is threatening and talking about the police or the central force, Padmaja, under him, it's the threat culture. They have ushered in a reign of terror. 2021, it was a state-sponsored terror, what we have seen, and I'm very scared. If by chance, this is a very tough fight this time, neck-to-neck fight. But if TMC wins, I don't know the kind of violence and bloodbath Bengal is going to witness.
God forbid that should happen, and I think it's important to remember. It's important to remember, and you're absolutely right. People are scared. People are worried for the polling and for what could happen after the elections. But 60 days is when the central forces, and we all must remember that, because voters should not be intimidated, should not feel scared of any consequences. 60 days after polling, the Home Minister has said...
See, the central forces cannot be at every house, na? Padmaja, it is not possible. How many lakhs of people you send? They cannot be at every house. Today only in Minaka, voters have been threatened. At Barashat, the documents of BJP booth agents snatched away. Even, you know,
you have a very valid point, and you know, it's a hope and optimism from all of us that today's polling actually shouldn't see that kind of violence. But Shreyasi, you know, when you talk about these contrasting visuals and voices of both Shubhendu Adhikari and Abhishek Banerjee, both of them making very valid points, and both of them, you know, accusing each other, at least their own parties, I mean, the other parties, of spreading panic, apprehension, and also some sense of intimidation. How are the people of the state looking at these contrasting voices? Because Abhishek Banerjee is saying that he's going to monitor the entire, voting from his constituency in Diamond Harbour, while Shubhendu Adhikari is going to be out in the streets trying to find out if the voting is going on as usual.
I have said that. I don't need to give him any importance. He has come. Everyone is welcome in the land of Diamond Harbour. He came to gain some footage. However, his own footage has been released and it's out in the public domain, and his true character has been revealed. So it is my open challenge to BJP and all the observers that Mr. Gyanesh Kumar has deployed. Trinamool's vote share all over the state will increase, and as with regard to what you have been asking regarding Falta, the margin will also increase, the voting percentage will also increase, and the voting percentage of Trinamool will also increase. Yes, I will be in the Amtola's control. भाई आईएनएस के जो वॉरशिप है और जो रफाल है वो डिप्लॉय करना बाकी है. आप वो भी कर दो. जो चीज़ आपको बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ करना चाहिए वो आप बंगाल के लोगों के खिलाफ कर रहे हो और हमें बांग्लादेशी बुलाते हो. तो जो भय और भरोसा की बात करता है, भय और आतंक के परिवेश कौन बना रहे बंगाल में वो लोग देख रहे हैं और इसका जवाब लोग देख रहे हैं. BJP can try every tricks from their rule book, will fall flat on their faces when the results come out. But Bengal ke, you don't know the people of Bengal. Kolkata mayor বাড়িতে রাত্রি 1টার সময় সব জায়গায় হয়েছে. Kolkata mayor
what is your number of win?
কখনো ED, কখনো CBI, কখনো CRPF. I am not a political astrologer. I have said Trinamool's tally will increase, Trinamool's vote percentage will increase. I stick to my claim, what I said 1 year back. मैंने जो बोला है 1 साल पहले कि तृणमूल का वोट परसेंटेज और जितने सीट 21 में मिला था उससे ज्यादा और बड़ा बहुमत से तृणमूल चौथी बार सरकार बनाने जा रही है और 4 तारीख को आपसे मुलाकात होगी.
चुनाव में मतदान कीजिए, इसको लेकर क्या बोलेंगे? सारी एजेंसीज यूज करते
अगर वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज किया जा रहा है तो भय मुक्त इलेक्शन कैसे होगा? तो भय तो आप ही दिखा रहे हो. भाई तृणमूल का बात छोड़ दो. अभी आप ही ने पूछा ना बाली में जनरल वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज हो रहा है, वो तो तृणमूल नहीं है. तो आप चाहते ही नहीं हो. अगर 30 लाख लोगों को आपने वोट देने से रोक दिया है तो आतंक और भय का परिवेश कौन फैला रहे हैं? इन लोग बोलते कुछ और है, करते कुछ और है. 15 लाख का वादा दिया और 1500 करोड़ का पार्टी ऑफिस अमित शाह के पार्टी ने बनाया. तो अगर भय का बात कर रहे हैं तो भय ये फैला रहे हैं और भरोसा दीदी और तृणमूल दे रहे हैं. कि आप वोट दीजिए, अपना जो अधिकार है उसका प्रयोग करिए और बंगाल को ऐसा बहुमत दीजिए कि बंगालियों के साथ, बंगाल के साथ ना इंसाफी करने से पहले ये लोग 100 बार सोचने पे आने वाले दिन में मजबूर हो जाए।
All right, so you had Abhishek Banerjee there pretty much outlining this entire binary that this election has become about. Remember, what is the BJP slogan? They are saying Bhai versus Bharosa. Trust us. Yes, we know that we are an unknown entity, or rather we are an unknown. They've never been in government in West Bengal. So yes, they got 77 seats last time. But as far as forming a government is concerned, people don't know. There's a little bit of hesitation. So is there a Bharosa or that Bhai of voter intimidation, and which is why Ajay Pal Sharma, again spoken of by Abhishek Banerjee yet again. We might as well pull up a picture of Ajay Pal Sharma, considering how much he's being spoken of.
Probably, he's one of those UP guys who will be, will become a household name in, Bengali families for some time now, Padmaja. And it's also interesting
at this rate, he might as well learn how to speak Bangla just like I have. See how I translated Abhishek Banerjee. Now you can actually understand what is being said over there.
And today, Abhishek Banerjee was extremely critical of Ajay Pal Sharma, saying that, action will be taken against him. But Shuvendu Adhikari has made it very clear that he'll be out on the streets today, ensuring that everybody votes. In fact, his outreach is specifically to the refugees and saying that, every Sanatani Hindu has to work. Why is this Hindu consolidation so important? That is something we'll discuss on the other side of this break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान 21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye.
Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket.
We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
There will be no clash. So why this battle? So I don't know whether the Muslim vote will be break or not. But if en bloc Muslim vote with Mamata in this phase, then it is difficult for BJP. But Nadia, you are mentioning, it's a border district again. And this border district, it means the politics of what we call polarization, that is also very important. So the Hindu vote, if they come to BJP more, last time 45% BJP got from the Hindu vote, but they could not translate it into seats.
You know, it's so interesting you mentioned this about polarization, because when the first phase polling got over on that day, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, we're welcoming senior journalist Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay also to our morning broadcast. We had Shubhendu Adhikari say, if BJP does not win, Sanatan will not survive. Today, before second phase polling starts, he is again saying that we have Mahakumbh being called a myth by Mamata Banerjee. Why does she speak such ill words against Hindus? How much of this identity politics, the issue of Sanatan, of, you know, Good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for joining us on this special broadcast. It's 9 a.m. and now brisk polling is taking place in West Bengal, which means that finally this hectic election cycle is close to coming to an end. Some glitches reported in parts of the state in the second phase of polling. We'll talk about that and much, much more, but let's get you started with the headlines. Bengal votes in a high-stakes phase 2 poll. Mamata versus Shubhendu in Bhabanipur, D-Day for Battleground. Violent start to phase 2 of polling. BJP agent claims he's been attacked by TMC goons, injured in the head. EVM glitch sparks a clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge. 2 detained. Day 2 of the Prime Minister's Kashi visit. He will be visiting Kashi Vishwanath Temple to begin day with puja. Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Massive infrastructure and development push with the Prime Minister set to open the Ganga Expressway Meerut to Prayagraj in just 6 hours. Booster shot to UP's growth story. Third road that can also be used as a runway in Uttar Pradesh. All right, news just coming in. The face-off between the Election Commission and the Trinamool Congress continues. Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister of West Bengal, has made multiple allegations now against the central forces who have been deployed in the state as election observers. She has said that several observers have come from outside and are acting as per the BJP's directions. People are supposed to cast their vote. Can voting take place like this? She also said that all their party flags are being removed beforehand and outsiders are being given a free run. The councillor of some wards are not being allowed to step out. All our boys are being picked up. Abhishek and I stayed awake the entire night. So 2 parallel battles are being fought side by side. One is in the polling booths where the voters get to decide, the last minute push telling the voters to come and cast their vote, and the other is against the central observers, the central forces. Remember, already there has been a protracted face-off on the deployment of the central forces. Number of transfers were done even before the polling began by the Election Commission, and bias is being alleged by the Trinamool Congress. Again, fresh charges now that central forces and observers are acting at the instance of the BJP. The Election Commission is not giving a level playing field to the opposition in this particular election. Let's try and go across to a few of our correspondents who are continuing to be with us on the ground. Shreyasi, Manogya, Prabhakar, all going to be joining us in just a second. Shreya Ghosh is there with us. But first to you, Shreyasi, about this fresh allegation from Mamata Banerjee. Tell us more.
Well, it's absolutely been unprecedented deployment of central paramilitary forces, not just in the first phase, but also in the second phase. Here in Kolkata, of course, in the run-up in the last 48 hours, we saw how sniper-born, Jawans on bulletproof vehicles were canvassing the lanes and by-lanes of Bhabanipur and Kolkata. It's something that none of us have seen. I have been born and brought up in Kolkata and I haven't witnessed anything like this. But of course, Abhishek Banerjee there speaking on behalf of the Trinamool Congress as well as Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, reiterating that the Election Commission is using these observers and allegations that these observers are being used to intimidate and warn these Trinamool Congress workers specifically, and Abhishek Banerjee has said that once the results are out, all this will be, taken care of, and these are being noted as of now.
Yeah.
But interestingly, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee canvassing Bhabanipur is something that we haven't seen before, because the Chief Minister stays put in her residence. She comes out, she votes in this particular booth, and she returns. She's usually accompanied by her sister-in-laws, and one of them is a sitting Trinamool Congress councillor. They come as a family, they vote, and they leave. She comes with the women brigade of her family. But this time around, she's not taking any chances. She's canvassing Bhabanipur. Shubhendu Adhikari, as we have been showing, is also going from booth to booth. And this is the first time I have at least seen the Chief Minister go from one booth to booth, speaking to people, along with Farhad Hakim, who has been in charge of Bhabanipur campaigning and ensuring that the Trinamool Congress citadel remains untouched by the BJP. Because as we have seen last time in Nandigram, she was defeated by a very thin margin, but nonetheless she was defeated. So the Trinamool Congress not taking a chance, and they are saying that the measures taken by the Election Commission of India will backfire, and this is their allegation that's coming in against the ECI, which has this time said that no sort of violence will be tolerated. And of course, in the actions of the observers and the Election Commission, who has, arrested at least 2,300 troublemongers till last night in the run-up to Phase 2, goes on to show the seriousness on the law and order situation that the Election Commission is putting this time around.
Just to give our viewers some perspective of what Shreyasi is describing, this unprecedented deployment. You have 2,343 companies of Central Armed Paramilitary Forces which have been deployed just for today. 2,343 companies. The highest number is in Kolkata with 274 companies, Purba Bardhaman 263 companies, and in Hooghly you've got 236 companies. And it is this deployment that Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee are both complaining against. They are saying that this is being done in order to deny a level playing field, that these forces are acting in a partisan, in a biased fashion, and they are restricting the ruling party candidates, their agents, their members from even stepping out. Abhishek Banerjee, in fact, soon after polling, had said, we are not going to allow this to happen. We are going to keep a close watch on every booth. Listen in.
We should wait for another couple of hours before jumping to any conclusion. The mock polls in different booths have just concluded. But the way which observers have been behaving, the Constitution or the CRPC or the DNSs or any election commission's guideline doesn't give them the mandate or empower them to conduct raids. And despite High Court orders, they are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the High Court and the Honorable Supreme Court. They are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the Election Commission's own set of guidelines in the Electoral Observers Handbook and trying to exceed their brief and mandate. And acting as a subservient of their political master sitting in Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. However, none of these tricks will work. When the ballots open and the results are out, you will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Sir, many allegation of...
In fact, such is the deployment, Vasudha, that Abhishek Banerjee said, now short of deploying your Rafales and your naval ships here, everyone has been sent in.
Absolutely, Padmaja. And this is, at some level, do you see this becoming about Abhishek Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari? Jinto, when it comes to Shubhendu Adhikari's pitch for Bhabanipur, why would he do that? Is this also to project himself as the chief ministerial candidate of the BJP, given that the party doesn't have an official candidate? And also when it comes to Abhishek Banerjee versus Shubhendu, okay, Mamata Banerjee is speaking right now. Let's listen into what.
টেররিজম করছে এলাকায় এরপরে তো চলে যাবে All right, if we just talk about the deployment a little bit, and I think everyone is talking again and again, you know, this is a pitch constantly by the Trinamool Congress, that why is this unprecedented deployment being done? Is this an effort to try and intimidate? In fact, if you see the clashes that are happening, the reason why such deployment was needed is that you've got West Bengal across all the large states recording the maximum number of violent incidents. After phase 1, what happened? The Election Commission said that for the first time in history, you've got no recounting ordered, you've got no deaths taking place, and the violent incidents have been at a minimum. Even such clashes. Thankfully, no blood has been spilled. Let's listen into the CM again.
আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে সব এইভাবে ভোট হয় ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে পুলিশ দেবে না সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে টেররিজম করছে এলাকায় এরপরে তো চলে যাবে
Padmaja, you know, interesting point that's being made by Mamata Banerjee there. Earlier, she spoke about the extensive, expansive deployment of central forces. Now, she's saying that there is, you know, her posters, her party posters are being removed, and this is, you know, she has credited the Election Commission of India for all of this, saying that there is biased treatment that is meted out to her party.
In fact, earlier, a video had been submitted by Shopan Das Gupta in Raj Bihari, a CCTV video from around like 2 in the morning. He had also submitted with a similar complaint where actually 2 men on a motorcycle were seen stopping and tearing BJP flags along a certain street. So both sides, they're saying that we are not being given a fair playing field, that the police, the forces are biased against us. This was a complaint against the Kolkata police by the BJP. Now the central forces are being accused by the Trinamool Congress. But it only goes to show what a high stakes and close election this is, that in a place like Bali, you have even an EVM malfunction leading to clashes.
That's right. Jinto Joy, you know, last time I remember the Sitalkuchi incident where Mamata Banerjee took on the central forces directly. There was also a death there, 4 deaths. Now when it comes to her attack on the central forces, how different is it from her earlier attacks?
Now, firstly, usually the opposition party, they blames. I mean, they blame that against police, against... Here, the ruling party, Trinamool Congress is the ruling party. Ruling party is making complaint that this election is conducting by the outsiders police people. This is interesting. Earlier it didn't, I mean, I didn't see this. And violence-free poll, that is also very rare in West Bengal. And this time, as Padmaja was saying, that in Bali, thankfully, there was no killing, there was no firing, there was, I mean...
You know, and the CRPF, and the CRPF really has been at it. Every day I see, in fact, the DG of CRPF was on the ground. He was leading the flag march. You know, every day they put out a tweet saying Operation All Out, Operation something. Then they have a picture of armored vehicles. So let's be honest, this is also an effort to try, one, instill confidence in the voter, and instill fear in troublemakers, as should be the case, because nobody should be allowed a free run, you know, if they're trying to make trouble. But let's listen in to a few people who are going to be crucial on this day. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay and Gargi Nandi Roy, along with our colleagues Saurabh and Shreyasi, continue to be with us. But let's listen in to Shubhendu Adhikari and a few key players in this phase.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटिंग करने का गुंजाइश कर रहा हूँ। ममता बनर्जी भी निकली है बाहर, वो प्रत्याशी निकलेगा ना, क्या निकलना चाहिए।
भवानीपुर में परिवर्तन हो जाएगा।
पूरा भाजपा, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है। एकदम तांता लग गया, हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है।
इस बार कितना भरोसा है? सुबह सुबह आके बाकी लोगों की आप इतनी मुलाकात की है, मुद्दे आपके लग रहा है कि SIR बड़ा मुद्दा है कि परिवर्तन?
स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड परिवर्तन।
राज बिहारी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सीट रही है, इस बार सेंध लगा दी है बीजेपी ने।
देखिए परिणाम जब आएगा तभी देखेंगे। एंड यू नो यू कांट ट्रीट अ कंस्टिट्यूएंसी और एरिया लाइक अ जमींदारी, व्हिच आई थिंक हैज बीन द केस।
What is your message to the people today of your constituency as well as the state?
My message is very simple. You vote for a Bengal election, vote for a government in Bengal which is worth something.
नरेंद्र, आपने अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294 सीट्स पर आप ही कैंडिडेट है। बड़ी बड़ी बात छोड़िए, ये चैलेंज
स्वीकार कीजिए 4 मई को जब ममता बनर्जी और टीएमसी बंगाल जीतेंगे, प्रधानमंत्री पद से रेजिग्नेशन दीजिए। है दम?
এখানে মেশিনটা মনে হলো আমার অনেক দেরিতে সাউন্ডটা হচ্ছে।
কি মনে হচ্ছে?
সাউন্ডটা মেশিনটা মনে হচ্ছে ডিস্টার্ব আছে। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ডটা অনেক দেরিতে আসছে। এটা কেন হচ্ছে? আচ্ছা, জানিয়ে এলাম। বলবো যে মেশিনটা কি সত্যিই ডিস্টার্ব নাকি একটু দেরি করে, মানে অনেকক্ষণ দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে হচ্ছে।
There is democracy for everyone to think as they wish. So I will share best wishes for opposition party, that is BJP's dream. But I'm sorry, it's unfortunate their dream will not come true.
अर्जुन जी, 2 दिन से जो लगातार यहाँ माहौल बना हुआ है, जो हिंसा का माहौल है, उसके बाद आज आपको कैसा लग रहा है, कैसा पोलिंग जाएगा?
देखिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन चेष्टा तो कर रहा है, हम लोग भी चेष्टा कर रहे हैं जो शांतिपूर्ण मतदान हो। आशा है शांतिपूर्ण मतदान हो।
तो आज उसकी तैयारी है, किसी तरह से कोई कहीं डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो?
डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो इसके लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन कमर कस के रेडी है। हम भी देखते हैं, उम्मीद है कि शांतिपूर्ण हो।
बट इलेक्शन कमीशन या प्रशासन को जो जानकारी है कि इस पर डिस्टर्बेंस आज बहुत हो सकता है, इसीलिए बहुत ज़्यादा डेपुटेशन भी किया गया।
नहीं, यदि ऐसा होगा तो लड़ेंगे हम लोग पीछे हटने वाले।
और चुनावी जो तैयारी है आपकी, उसकी क्या स्थिति है अभी? आपको बताइए, आपको लगता है क्या रिजल्ट आएंगे इस बार?
रिजल्ट तो सरकार बदलने की है, सरकार बदलेगा, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं।
बड़ा जो देख रहा हूँ, जो फ्लो चल रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है वैसा ही होगा, 90 के ऊपर जाएगा। और अगर गया तो समझ लीजिए क्या होने वाला, बहाव आने वाला है।
बीजेपी के लिए कोई डू अड्डा नहीं। हम 70-75 साल से राजनीति कर रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे हम लोग आगे बढ़े हैं। आज 21 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार है। माननीय मोदी जी को 3 बार लोगों ने चुना प्राइम मिनिस्टर। तो हमारी लड़ाई चलता रहता है। हमारी लड़ाई किसी एक चुनाव के लिए नहीं है, समाज परिवर्तन के लिए हम आए हैं। लोगों की ज़िंदगी में परिवर्तन हो, लोगों की और सामने परिवर्तन दिखे, विकास दिखे, इस प्रकार लड़ाई हम लड़ रहे हैं। एक प्रक्रिया है, यात्रा है हमारे लिए, वो हम लड़ते रहेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। लोग एकदम तैयार है वोटिंग करने के लिए, अपना अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए। इस बार देखिए, जहां 60% उसके नीचे वोटिंग होता था, 65% होता था कोलकाता आसपास में, वहां भी 85-90% तक पोलिंग पहुंच जाएगा।
So phase 2 polling in Bengal is on. Padmaja, we're joined by our colleagues Shreya from, she's joining us from Tollygunj, and we also have Saurabh Gupta joining us from Kolkata. Saurabh, you've covered Bengal for a long time. Today, the epicenter of all the electoral activity is Bhabanipur. But overall in Kolkata seats, what is the sentiment like? Are people coming out in large numbers to vote? Is the SIR impact visible already? Or for that matter, this whole Shuvendu versus Abhishek battle, how's that
Ask him about Raj Bihari, his hometown, where he is grown up. What is Raj Bihari? You're growing up, your adda.
Well, Saurabh is also from Darjeeling. He's also from Raj Bihari, so
he's a man of the world, as it were. He reports from Mumbai.
Yeah, we'll have to this is.
And on that note, the link to him has also been corrupted. We've lavished so much praise on him. So let's cut across to Shreya. There was a little bit of EVM glitch in the morning. Hope everything is working fine now. While we ask Shreya that, let's also get in the images of the Prime Minister at Kashi Vishwanath. He has just reached Kashi Vishwanath, and it's very interesting, this visit by the Prime Minister to Kashi. Because remember, in the Bengal campaign, the Prime Minister had been pictured on the Ganga in a boat, and he had said that the Ganga flows through the soul of West Bengal. And today in Banaras, one of the holiest places of worship for practicing Hindus, again he is at the ghats of the Ganga. So the symbolism is very, very important. In Bihar, when the win happened, again at that time, what did the PM say? He said that the Ganga flows from Bihar into Bengal. So the change that has started. So the symbolism of the constant flow of the Ganga today as polling is taking place in Kashi. Another very important thing is the connection. And I think Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay would also be able to tell us a little bit more. Bengal has a very, very deep connection, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay. I remember there is at least one Bengali dharmshala. You know, a lot of tourists come from the south of India, from various parts of the country. So you've got all these dedicated dharmshalas in Varanasi, including a Bengali dharmshala. So there's that connection as well.
When my grandparents used to live there, and on vacations I used to run down to Varanasi and then spend time with them, go around various places. So there's a very deep connect, and you say not just one dharamsala maybe, but there will be several dharamsalas, several guest houses which are actually targeted towards people from various states of India. You know, you were talking about Mr. Modi and symbol.
চেতলা যেতে হয়েছিল, থানায় আমি যাইনি, ববি গিয়ে ছাড়িয়ে নিয়েছে বাড়িতে। কালকে রাত্রিবেলা বাবা, এটা 17 নম্বর ওয়ার্ডের কাউন্সিলর, এত তার বাড়িতে গিয়ে রাত্রি 2টোর সময় সিআরপিএফ এর একদল গুন্ডা, সরি নট গুন্ডা, সিআরপিএফ ফোর্স, without state police, without local police, they attacked his house. এবং ওর বউ একা বাড়িতে ছিল বাচ্চাকে নিয়ে। ওর বউ যখন বলেছে বাবাই বাড়িতে নেই, সত্যিও ছিল না, পার্টির কাজে অন্য জায়গায় ছিল, তখন ওদের বাড়িতে লাথি টাথি মেরে ওর ফোন কেড়ে নিয়ে বলেছে যেন বাবাই যেন কোনো কাজ না করে। আমি আপনাদের দেখাতে পারি ওর বাড়িতে রাত্রিবেলায় ভাই এ নয় কটা দরকার, একটা হলেই তো হবে।
এ নয় একটা দাও না, কতগুলো?
তুমি তো সবচেয়ে উল্টো পাল্টা করো। দেখুন কাল রাত্রে বাবার বাড়িতে গিয়ে আরে গলাটা শুনবে কি করে? দেখুন বাবার বাড়িতে গিয়ে দেখুন কি করছে রাত্রি 1:30টায়। ওর বউ ছিল, মোবাইল টোবাইল স্ন্যাচ করে নিয়েছে। এবার আপনাদের আমি একটা ছবি দেখাবো, দেখুন। আমি চাইলে কিন্তু ছবি
আমি টেবিল লাগিয়ে দিচ্ছি। আমি একটা রেডি করে দিচ্ছি।
এই দেখুন ছবি, দেখুন একটা ছেলেকে দেখুন ভাঙড়ে, জাস্ট সি দ্য অ্যাট্রসিটি। ভাঙড়ে দেখুন অ্যাট্রসিটিস, দেখুন চোখে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন, এইভাবে পুলিশ মেরেছে। ওসি ভাঙড়ের এবং ওসি ইজ রেসপন্সিবল ফর দিস। এইভাবে অত্যাচার করেছে, এরপরেও মানুষ ওদের ভোট দেবে? এরপরেও মানুষ ওদের ভোট দেবে? देखिए कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पीटा है रात में। ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भागो। देखिए एक लड़त चल रहे देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है, शांति से होता है। लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का पूरा बालों का बजा दिया, पूरा इसको एट्रोसिटीज कर दिया। इंटेंशन इज वेरी क्लियर that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
She's speaking in English right now.
अरिष्टाने मे स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु स्वस्तिस्तु विनाशाख्या पुण्यकल्याण विनायकं प्रियाचन्द्रिं संच ब्रुवन्तु नः। शान्ति ब्रह्म शान्ति सर्वज्ञो शान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि जतो यतः शनि महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सिद्धिबुद्धिसहिताय श्रीमन्महागणाधिपतये नमः। नमस्ते दुतमन्नवहुतो तैघवे नमः बाहुभ्याम् उदते नमः। जामिकुं गिरिशं तहस्ते बिभर्तवे शिवाङ्गदेतां कुर्माहि गुंसीः पुरुषं जगत शिवेन वच गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वं जगदयतृं सुमनाय सत यद्यवोचतति। ॐ नारायणाय नमः।
That's the Prime Minister there at the Kashi Vishwanath Temple. This is his parliamentary constituency. Extremely symbolic on a day when Bengal votes. 142 seats of Bengal are voting today. In fact, voting is taking place in Kolkata, where the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, has waged a war against central forces. The Prime Minister is doing a puja here. He is on a 2-day trip to Varanasi's parliamentary constituency. In fact, the symbolism cannot be missed, Padmaja. He is also attending the Mahila Sammelan, in which he is also expected to take on the opposition. And these are visuals from Varanasi, from inside the Kashi Vishwanath temple.
Teju is joining us live from there. Over to you, Teju.
Well, absolutely. You know, today's day is also very much significant because on one hand, we are watching, we are witnessing, in fact, the polling in the state of West Bengal. And in fact, today, Prime Minister held one of the longest roadshow here in his very much constituency, Varanasi. And in fact, the people have gathered over here all the way from all the parts of Uttar Pradesh as well. But in fact, the people of Varanasi, if we talk about, they are also very much vocal when it comes to Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, on which Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday spoke about. And the BJP said that approximately 40,000 women, you know, attended this entire rally of Prime Minister. But if we talk about significance of Varanasi, then it is quite significant because there are people from Bengal. The Bengalis stay over here. There's also, in fact, significance which is said that the Rani of Bengal have, in fact, had built Bengali ghats over here. That is why it is very much significant. The Bengali culture is also closely followed during Durga Puja. Let us quickly speak to the women Karyakartas who, in fact, are present over here to show their support for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आए यहाँ पर, कितना महत्वपूर्ण है आज प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का यहाँ आना?
इतना महत्वपूर्ण है कि इसका असर हमें सीधा बंगाल में दिखाई देगा। आप देख सकती हैं, जहां बंगाल में कोई वोट करने के लिए आगे नहीं आता था, आज वहां 92% तक वोट हो रहे हैं।
इतना महत्वपूर्ण है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का कल यहाँ आना और नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पर आपको संदेश देना।
जी, मैं कंचन चतुर्वेदी
काशी विश्वनाथ मंडल मंत्री। मोदी जी हमारे लिए काशी में आए हैं, उनका यह पूरा प्रोग्राम नारी शक्ति को समर्पित है।
बंगाल में आज चुनाव भी है, इसको लेकर क्या कहना है? प्रधानमंत्री आज यहाँ पर आए।
आज हम लोग यही कहेंगे कि ममता दीदी वापस जाओ, वापस जाओ, वापस जाओ। आज तो ममता दीदी गई हमारी।
नारी वंदन अधिनियम जो बिल लोग विपक्ष ने पास नहीं होने दिया, तो उससे सारी नारी शक्ति को बहुत ज्यादा तकलीफ हुई है। हम लोग से ज्यादा मोदी जी आहत हुए हैं, तो उनके दिल पर बहुत गहरा असर पड़ा था। वो
क्या कुछ संदेश आज यहाँ से जा रहा है, इस पे लेकर क्या कहना है?
जा रहा है यहाँ से जो महिलाएं इस समय रोड शो हुआ है, इसका मैसेज बंगाल में पूरी तरह से जा रहा है और यहाँ वहाँ की महिलाओं को ये संदेश जा रहा है।
वहाँ बंगाल की महिलाओं को संदेश जा रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है?
बिल्कुल जा रहा है। यहाँ पे जिस तरह से हमारे आदरणीय मोदी जी काशी वासियों के लिए करते, उनके लिए सभी जगह की महिलाओं के लिए उतनी ही समानता है। वो सभी महिलाओं,
प्रधानमंत्री को देखने का, उनका अभिवादन करने का।
नहीं, हमें तो जी बिल्कुल पूरा सामने से हर महिलाओं के साथ उन्होंने
सबसे लंबा रोड शो किया था 14 किलोमीटर का।
जी हाँ,
आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत ही लंबा रोड शो किया है और बहुत जगह का लोकार्पण किया है और
1000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट्स भी आप लोगों को दिए।
बिल्कुल जी, अब बहुत 6330 करोड़ के उन्होंने हमें दिया है। 163 ये है परियोजना।
You see, yes, women voters are very much vocal and in fact they are all aware so as to what the opposition is talking about Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. And let me also quickly take you towards that in fact area where in fact the people are just waiting to take a slight glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There in fact on my right and left hand side you can see that yes, there is a heavy security deployment because Prime Minister is offering prayers over there. But in fact also on my right and left you can see that the people are just waiting to take a slight glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact as we speak, the voting is underway in the state of West Bengal. The second phase, 143 seats, 143 constituencies are voting for in fact the state of West Bengal today. And in fact this not just in fact as we speak, not just a historical significance but the political significance as well. Let us speak to a number of people over here who have gathered. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी काशी विश्वनाथ आए हैं, पूजा अर्चना कर रहे हैं। बंगाल में चुनाव भी है आज, आप सब लोग कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर आए। सबसे बड़ा रोड शो भी हुआ आज 14 किलोमीटर। कितना महत्वपूर्ण था आज?
बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, काशी के जनता के लिए तो ये सौभाग्य की बात है ही। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने भी जो योजनाओं का जो यहाँ पे शिलान्यास रखा, जैसे कि सिग्नेचर ब्रिज, ये
वो बेहद अच्छा है कनेक्टिविटी के लिए। कनेक्टिविटी केवल यूपी के ही नहीं लेकिन बंगाल से भी होगी और कई अलग अलग क्षेत्र से भी कनेक्ट करेगा, ये भी महत्वपूर्ण है।
हाँ बिल्कुल, क्योंकि वो जो मार्ग है वो बिहार को जोड़ते हुए बंगाल की तरफ जाती है, झारखंड से जुड़े हुए हैं, ये काफ़ी हमारे लिए वैल्यूएबल है।
So you see, that is also very much important that the projects that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to inaugurate today in Hardoi, in fact, that entire highway, that entire route, in fact, is not just going to connect the areas of within Uttar Pradesh, but also, in fact, some parts of West Bengal as well, and that is why it holds quite significance as well. But in fact, you can see that people are also chanting slogans over here, welcoming Prime Minister Modi, a welcome gesture from Prime Minister Modi, and in fact, this has been the scene since morning, not just now, but since morning. And in fact, let us speak to some more people who have gathered over so as to what their sentiment is, because yesterday also we in fact witnessed the similar kind of sentiments. And in fact, the messaging that Prime Minister gave from that very stage it was very much clear. He lashed out at TMC, he lashed out at Samajwadi Party, he lashed out at Congress Party for not letting the bill pass. In fact, let us speak to the people, the Karyakartas and the people of Kashi who have gathered over here. कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
मैं बनारस से हूँ, मतलब जो
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी यहाँ पर अभी पूजा अर्चना कर रहे हैं, देखने का मौका मिला, आपने अभिवादन किया प्रधानमंत्री का?
हम लोग ने देखा उनको, उनका स्वागत भी किया, हमने फूलों से भी स्वागत किया गया उनको। हर माध्यम
gathered there to welcome the Prime Minister even as the puja continues inside. We were talking earlier about the historic connection, and which is why today his presence in Varanasi, of course, one cannot say that it is entirely political or it's political messaging, because multiple times he has gone back to Varanasi, he has said that it's his spiritual calling. But when we talk about that connection, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, you were describing something earlier. Please finish that and then we'll come to Jinto Joy and Gargi Nandi Roy as well. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay.
Decision in 2014 was possibly a masterstroke because it positioned him at the head of the entire constituency of what we can actually refer as political Hinduism. That is kind of move. It was done despite the fact that Murli Manohar Joshi, the senior leader, was a sitting MP at that point. From that time onwards, Mr. Modi has always, whenever there have been politically challenging moments for the BJP, Mr. Modi has always gone to Varanasi, and that has been, telecast all over the country and had tremendous impact. You know, before the 2022 assembly elections, if you remember, you know, even though the temple corridor, the Kashi Vishwanath temple corridor was not fully complete, but before the onset of that inauspicious month, you know, from the middle of December to the middle of January, when Sankranti sets in, he went and, you know, they performed, the ritual to officially throw open the corridor to people. So that way, Varanasi...
Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay was also before, the elections in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. He went to, during the silent period, he also went to Jharkhand to celebrate, I think, Birsa Munda Jayanti. And that was also a message, a big outreach to the tribal population there.
Exactly. It is always done, you know, wherever there is an important thing. If you remember in 2021, during the West Bengal elections, he had gone to Bangladesh and visited a temple which was considered to be very pious by the Matua community.
Yes.
So at that point, that was seen as a reach out to that specific community, and at that point, he secured the support for the BJP. That was one of the reasons as to why the party did very well in those constituencies which were voted in the first phase this time.
Right. Jinto, but when you talk about the Probhashi Bengalis, is their sentiment different from what Bengalis living in Bengal feel about Mamata Banerjee?
This is my perception, because my actually parents, they are also from and I have seen Varanasi. We visit, my uncles are still there, and Varanasi is a symbol of that Satyajit Ray made 2 movies on Varanasi was there. And actually, it's a Thakur Sri Ramakrishna Paramhans visited that place. So, but the Bengalis of Varanasi, Allahabad, and that region, I found they are very critical on West Bengal government. I don't know what is the exact reason, but I found in just 1 month back, I visited Varanasi, and I was talking to they are very much interested to know what is happening in Bengal, thanks to media also, social media also. And Didi jache to? That is a question.
So they are critical.
Very critical. Didi jache to? Is she going?
It's very...
I don't know. In fact, in Delhi also, I stay in CR Park. The Bengalis, Nilanjan, I think he will agree with me. I don't know what is the reason, but they are very anti...
Jinto, thanks to you.
Are you co-CR Parkians? You and Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay?
No, actually, Nilanjan doesn't stay in CR Park.
I don't stay in CR Park. I stay in what I call as Yogi Land.
Oh, all
both
right.
of you are Probhashis, but thanks to you, you brought back memories of Jai Baba Felunath, where...
Jai Baba Felunath and Pather Panchali Apu trilogy. There is a very important scene.
And wonderful Soumitra Chatterjee looking extremely nice and dashing.
Yeah, Feludas.
It is so funny.
And copying to Satyajit Ray, several other directors also did Varanasi movie.
Gargi Nandiroy is also with us here, and the importance also on this day with the Hindu symbolism. When Shubhendu Adhikari says this is a battle for existence, Sanatan khatm ho jayega, and then one of the seats of that Sanatan, the Prime Minister is here on that day. Gargi Nandiroy.
He was saying I was muted. Anyway, Padmaja, there is a big connection between Kashi and Bengal. I'll tell you. We worship Ma Annapurna. Just some days back when Ram Navami happened, Annapurna Puja. That happened, Basanti Puja. And Annapurna is the Adhistatri Devi of Kashi. There's a story where Annapurna went to Bengal and Patli says, Amar Santan jano thake dudhe bate. That means my son, the life of my children be prosperous, they get their food. So, it's a very symbolic thing. What do people vote for? Health, education, then prosperity and security. So prosperity, that is Amar Santan jano thake dudhe bate, that's Samriddhi. So, Annapurna, Ma Adhistatri Devi of Kashi, who is worshipped in Bengal. So big connection between Bengal and Kashi. So when Bengal is voting and when your voters are Hindu voters who have felt that no, they have been sidelined, their Saraswati Puja stops in schools. So that voter, when you connect it with that Benaras, I think it's very much as a political...
But even Mamata Banerjee has reached out to the Hindus this time, right? From the temple in Digha to, the Rath festival. She has also done...
The
Mahadev temple in Siliguri. So she has done from North to South Bengal. She has covered the Hindu sentiment. She may not be reciting the Chandi part like last time she did, But she
and
has
this time she said Mahadev, Raksha Karo Mahadev.
See? So I think...
Gargi Nandi Roy, she had said Raksha Karo Mahadev at the Mahadev temple. Yes, go on. I think you've muted yourself. Please unmute.
And no government should spend money to build any mandir or temple or masjid. No. Even Ram Mandir, people contributed money. The Ram Mandir Trust, we know how much money people contributed. So it was not done by the government. So when people in temples spending government money, being a Hindu, being a very strong Sanatani Hindu, I will say no. Temple building is not the job of the government. They should not spend money from their government's exchequer to build temples. But she yet did it because she felt the need. She realized. And I'll tell you one second Jinto Joy in that, Probasi Bengali. All Probasis are against Mamata. I'll tell you, majority. The reason is when people go out of Bengal, they are working. And outside Bengal, they know, they see the development. I have seen my left friends. Left means not only normal left, radical left. People who consider Charu Majumdar as a leader, now they are working outside Kolkata in Mumbai. Now he is saying, I could not do this work in my city. And he is now going to good. Now he is saying, I'm a left, I don't support BJP that much. But this time, for that change, for development, I think BJP only is the option.
Okay, we'll just try and fix that audio also. I want to get to know more from the Prabashi Bengalis who are here on our panel about the importance of this day, what they hope for West Bengal, going back again to these images, and some story that Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay also want to contribute with. But just take a look at these images. Yeah. The Prime Minister there being given a replica of Kashi Vishwanath, that saffron safa and a Trishul in hand, and it's an iconic picture that we've seen earlier as well.
Vidadadi dadadi videve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi bhyo bhagam bhaga deve bhyo me deve bhyo vivideve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi dadadi videve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi bhyo bhagam bhaga deve bhyo me deve bhyo vivideve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi dadadi videve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi bhyo bhagam bhaga deve bhyo me deve bhyo vivideve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi dadadi videve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi bhyo bhagam bhaga deve bhyo me deve bhyo vivideve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi dadadi videve bhyo deve bhyo vidadadi.
Talk about this image just a little bit. This is an iconic picture. We had seen this earlier also at the Somnath Parv, the Somnath Swabhiman Parv that had taken place earlier this year in January 2026 when the 1,000 years of the Somnath temple were completed. At that time also there had been that laser show, there had been a light and sound show, and then there was a picture of the Prime Minister holding aloft that Trishul. Earlier, when he had come to Kashi Vishwanath in 2024, similar pictures were seen in March of 2024. And all of this is happening when, the battle in Bengal has been pitched. One, you've got the political fight, and then you've got this entire conversation about how this is a battle for identity, especially in border states. Again and again, you will hear the message.
This is also a deadly cocktail because, the Prime Minister is using a mix of Hindutva and he's also attending a Mahila conference. So the Mahila factor is also specifically important. And most importantly, he is inaugurating expressways, ways and railway connectivity corridors. So that's also a symbol of Unayan or development.
In fact,
something that's become a buzzword in the whole of West Bengal because that is something that the BJP is emphasizing on. Lack of development, which is Unayan, and lack of jobs, which is chakris.
And identity. And this is something that will cut across the board. You may be a woman, you may be urban, you may be living in villages, you may be a man, youth, jobs may be a concern, but identity suddenly cuts across all of that. And you've heard this theme again and again, Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. So you've got the Ganga Expressway later, and you've got the Kashi Vishwanath before that. 18.39% voter turnout till 9 a.m. That's the latest that we are getting. A quick update also I want to give, that last time you had more voting taking place in the first phase. The second phase was about 2% less than the first phase. So if you have 93% rounded off taking place in the first phase, this time around the hope is that in the second phase you will have at least 90%, if not more, already at this point. And I would love to see a comparison of where we were at 9 a.m. in 2021. But this seems pretty healthy, 17.1% in Bhabanipur, overall 18%.
But Padmaja, remember, this is also a state that has undergone the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. The SIR process is specifically important. So the denominator is low. There have been multiple deletions. Many of those electoral rolls are also under the process of adjudication, something that's also become a flashpoint. Remember, Mamata Banerjee has been lashing out at central forces, blaming them for not letting people vote. And in fact, she's also blamed them for targeting her party specifically. That's an important, concern that she has raised. Even as
data has shown, just on the SIR issue, the turnout cannot be entirely attributed to a lower base because of SIR deletions. Organically also it has increased. If you see seat by seat, organic increase has taken place. Yes, sure, the base has decreased because of deletions. But overall, if you just see in absolute numbers, every seat has seen an increase, which is a very, very healthy trend. Also, just look at the anecdotal evidence, right? You've got these train loads of people from across the country, from across the world. Some of the reels I saw were of people who were boarding flights from New York, from Japan, saying we've traveled 3,000 kilometers to come and vote in Bengal.
And they're making reels out of it. They're hashtagging those posts. And Bhabanipur itself saw those deletions as well.
All right, so it seems we have a bit of an organic face-off that has happened, and I don't mean it in a violent way, but Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee, both of them touring this Bhabanipur seat, and they seem to have come to face, or at least come car to car.
Their cars of the Nandigram battle in 2021, when both of them came face to face. Mamata Banerjee, in fact, sat in one of those polling booths for such a long time. So this is completely a redux of what's happening there. Bhabanipur, this is where the actual battle is being fought. Mamata Banerjee hoping to retain that seat, and she's represented Bhabanipur for 3 terms now, and she's looking at a 4th term. And this has been also an important battlefield for Shubhendu Adhikari there.
Okay, Shreyasi, I think, is in the thick of whatever is happening, because not much can be made out. You can just see a little bit of Shubhendu Adhikari, and a lot of mics have Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari come face to face in Bhabanipur. Shreyasi, what's happening?
Well, this is unprecedented. The Chief Minister outside her residence, going from booth to booth, and right outside Shubhendu Adhikari here. Just a moment, there is absolute madness over here. Just give me a moment. So, it's already unprecedented that the Chief Minister has stepped out of her residence ahead of polling and sitting here at the party office. On the other hand, Leader of the Opposition and her arch rival, her former prodigy, here in Bhabanipur, coming face to face. Of course, the security has been tightened. Central paramilitary forces came out in large numbers to literally make way for Shubhendu Adhikari to come here. And on the other hand, the Chief Minister's security in large numbers over here, making sure that there is no untoward incident. Of course, this is something that we have not seen here in Bhabanipur before, where Shubhendu Adhikari, right outside the Chief Minister, where she is right now sitting inside a building here in Chakraberia, which comes under the Bhabanipur constituency. Now, Bhabanipur, as we have been explaining, is a very important seat, of course, because this is a sitting Chief Minister's seat. But what is more important is the population, which makes the election even more interesting, because there is non-Bengali speaking population here in Bhabanipur, and thus both these leaders leaving no stone unturned to reach out to the non-Bengali voters in Bhabanipur. Chakraberia has a lot of Marwari there is a lot of Gujaratis who reside in this vicinity. And the Chief Minister coming out of her residence, she's right now in this green building on your screen. She's inside. She was sitting outside. She spoke to the media and she went inside. We are still ascertaining whose house is this, but the Trinamool Congress party office is adjacent to it. And you can see the kind of frenzy around leader of the opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari. We're all trying to get in a reaction from him as well. He told the media he's come here to meet the voters. He was waving to the voters who had come out to the balcony to actually get a glimpse of this chaos, because there's so much security in this narrow lane in Bhabanipur that anyone would He's scared to understand what is actually going on. You can see the security measures here. This platoon came in just ahead of Shubhendu Adhikari's visit, ensuring that, this area is there's no altercation between BJP and Trinamool Congress supporters. It's still early in the morning. It's just about 10 a.m. But both the BJP and Trinamool Congress just not leaving any inch on the ground, making sure that they reach out to their voters. On one side, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who is sitting inside the building, she will be voting around 4 p.m. Of course, Jinto Joy is there in the studio. He can elaborate further on it, but I have never seen the Chief Minister come out of her residence to sit at a booth or near the booth or go around her constituency. She usually leaves the residence with the Mahila Brigade of her house. She goes to the polling booth, she speaks to the media and she returns home. I have never seen her going to the party office, speaking to the people. All that is done on the sideline during the campaign, not on the day of polling. But in Bhabanipur, of course, you can see this is the battle of all battles, and there's absolutely no doubt about it. Every reporter who's covering Bhabanipur today is on their toes, because both the candidates today are on field. They are going from booth to booth. They're ensuring that voters come out and cast their ballot. And, onlookers in the morning, some have just woken up. they've come out in the balcony to see what is happening. And Shubhendu Adhikari he is meeting the voters here. And Bhabanipur, of course, becomes a deciding factor as well, because Shubhendu Adhikari has earlier taken on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee from Nandigram, and at that time she lost by a very
পোলিং স্লো হচ্ছে, মাত্র 18% পোল হয়েছে। বিরাট লম্বা লাইন আছে পোলিং। আমি ওনার সম্পর্কে বলবো না, উনি প্রার্থী লোকজন না নিয়ে আমার মতো ঘুরুন। আমি একা ঘুরছি, সিকিউরিটি 2-4 জন আছে, উনিও এইভাবে ঘুরুন। উনি আজকে ক্যান্ডিডেট, নিশ্চয়ই ঘুরবেন। গুন্ডামি করছেন কেন? ভয় দেখাতে এসছেন এখানে? কোন ডরা রা দাদা, কোন ডরা? মমতা ব্যানার্জি এত লোক নিয়ে এখানে কি করতে এসছেন? গুন্ডামি করতে এসছেন? 163 ধারা আছে, আমি অভিযোগ করেছি, আমি ওই জন্য এখানে এসেছি। করা হয়ে গেছে অভিযোগ।
I do not want to comment on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. She is a candidate and she's allowed to go around. But let her do it without taking people around. You can see the kind of security fortress here outside the apartment where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is. People have come out from their homes to see what is going on. Both their candidates in this narrow lane of Bhabanipur, and Shubhendu Adhikari right outside Chief Minister's doorstep here in this particular constituency.
I already lodged complaint with the DO, South Calcutta, and returning officer.
Profit, you could just about spot our colleague Shreyasi. Shubhendu Adhikari roaming around Bhabanipur. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee going and sitting at booths. Remember, if there's somebody who has most at stake in this, it is Mamata Banerjee. Why? Because she's also a voter here. She's contesting only one seat, which is Bhabanipur, from where she's the sitting MLA. Shubhendu Adhikari is a voter in Nandigram, where he has already cast his vote in the first phase, and he already is the sitting MLA from there. So even Abhishek Banerjee, he is the member of parliament from Diamond Harbour. Technically, this is not his election. Yes, he is the mind behind the entire TMC campaign. But the biggest stakes in this entire thing, Shreyasi, is for Mamata Banerjee. And which is why she's going booth to booth 4 p.m. she said she's going to finally cast her vote. You said that, very quickly, let's cross-check with Jinto Joy. Have you seen something like this?
No, I have
But Jinto Joy, in Nandigram, she did the same thing, but one wouldn't expect her to do this in Bhabanipur, right? So that's the unusual part, isn't it?
and usually not in the morning time. Usually she comes from, home after lunch or after some time. But now I think situation is also more tense.
And she's actually checking every booth because, and it's going to be like that kind of thing, Shreyasi, where even in Nandigram, we had seen every single round of voting. The fluctuation was going up and down, and, people were like, Shubhendu is ahead, Mamata is ahead. Right. Shubhendu is ahead, Mamata is ahead. It's likely to have that kind of outcome in Bhabanipur as well. And like we said, for Shubhendu Adhikari, he is also going from one area to the other, saying that intimidation is taking place, but he's already cast his vote. So at this point of time, at least he has more mind space. He already knows that Nandigram has already happened. Now Bhabanipur is part 2.
But the action was also building up, right? You remember Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari held roadshows next to each other in the last few days. In fact, at one point, Mamata Banerjee, in fact, stopped her rally because she said that she was getting, distracted by what was happening, and then that also led to tension between both camps. But Shreyasi, the interesting thing is, it's Bhabanipur has suddenly become the epicenter of all electoral activity. What's happening there?
Absolutely, and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee by default was the star campaigner of her party, and she was across the districts in West Bengal campaigning. Right after Eid, she began along with Abhishek Banerjee. So that gave her very little time to actually be here in Bhabanipur to campaign. In the last 2 weeks, she stretched out her campaigns. On the last day, as we were reporting, she walked 14 kilometers covering Jadavpur as well as Bhabanipur, ending it at Kalighat before she went home. But today, as we are reporting, you can see the kind of, inquisitive people coming out from their balconies to see both the Chief Minister and the leader of the opposition in their neighborhood, something that they have not seen before. And of course, Bhabanipur is the battle of all battles. The Chief Minister here not taking any chance, as Jinto Joy also mentioned, that, later on in the day, maybe candidates go out and see who's voted. And of course, for Shubhendu, there are two advantages. Not only that he's already voted in Nandigram, but he's fighting on 2 seats. He's got Nandigram as well as Bhabanipur. For Mamata Banerjee, this is the end all and beginning of it all. This is where she was elected as the Chief Minister for 3 straight terms. But again, that SIR factor is a big worry that neither the BJP nor the Trinamool can assess completely. 58,000 was the margin in the by-poll from Bhabanipur in 2021. But around 40,000 votes, according to the Chief Minister, has been deleted from Bhabanipur. So that is something that both the parties are keeping in mind. But what Shubhendu Adhikari said, that there is an intimidation towards the Hindu voters here in Bhabanipur, and that is why he has filed a complaint with the Election Commission of India that Trinamool Congress is intimidating BJP voters who are Hindus.
And a very quick update also, now that we have the figures for polling till 9 a.m., 18.39 overall in the second phase. On 23rd April, in the first phase, the figure stood at 18.76, which means that phase 2 voters are also keeping up with that pace, with that trend, which can only be the best sign for any democracy.
One can expect blockbuster numbers, Padmaja, at the end of today. But remember
94%. Let's aim for 94%.
Absolutely. But remember, I think Mamata Banerjee is also playing on her strength of being this neighborhood Didi, which is why, you see her going around every para today. At the same time, Shubhendu Adhikari has made it all about the Sanatani Hindus getting together, which also means that for the BJP to rest this phase, it's going to be very challenging unless the Hindu...
Bhai versus Bharosa. Bhai versus Bharosa. Who will earn the Bharosa? That will be key today. Taking a very quick break at this point. Coming up on the other side is Shiv Arur, because remember, this is the channel you want to watch elections on, and it's a critical day, so stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OT of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV Network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj called Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamata's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the
And thank you for staying with NDTV's rolling coverage of what is turning out to be the most crucial part of this entire election season. Phase 2 in Bengal is rolled out. Expectedly, it's already had a violent start in at least 2 places. NDTV has the biggest team on the ground. We've got the best experts. Ajit Jha joins me on what's going to be the next 2 hours of polling in Bengal. I'm Shiv Arur. Great to have you. Let's go straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal. Claims Trinamool workers being targeted. Calls it terrorism. BJP hits out. Says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violent start to phase 2 voting in the state. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool. BJP agent injured on the head in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge in some areas. 2 detained. Poll disruption triggers chaos. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He's at the Kashi Vishwanath temple as we speak. Begins the day with a puja. Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Prime Minister to open the Ganga Expressway in UP Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot for UP's growth story. It's the third UP road that can also be an aviation runway. And 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the big exit poll broadcast that begins 5 p.m. tonight. It's the biggest night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Of course, the data comes in only by around 6:30, but our broadcast begins at 5 p.m. It's the election team that India will be tuning into the widest, sharpest exit polls data on NDTV 24/7. That broadcast begins at 5 p.m. And we're starting with some breaking news, making this the third incident of violence so far this morning in phase 2 polling in West Bengal. This is the Assembly Khanakul booth number 147. This is in Hooghly, where tension has just erupted over alleged fake polling agents. These are allegations that are being leveled there right now. Images coming in on NDTV's camera from the ground in Hooghly, where this is taking place, where the ISF and TMC have clashed. This is tension erupting in booth number 147. Very specific information coming in Ramachandrapur under the Rajhati 1 Panchayat in Khanakul in Hooghly over allegations of appointing fake polling agents. Familiar allegations. They have come up in 2 areas before this. In one part of in Bali, in Howrah, and Nadia. Tension has gripped both those places with clashes being reported, lathi charge in some other areas, and now in Hooghly, where you can see tension between TMC and ISF workers. A scuffle has broken out between ISF and Trinamool supporters right in front of the booth. According to the ISF, their polling agents, the form was forged and a Trinamool agent was illegally placed inside the booth. They've also alleged that their actual agent was threatened overnight and prevented from reaching the booth. This is a developing story. It's happening live as we are reporting, and we're awaiting more details upon this. Upon receiving the news, the ISF candidate, this is what NDTV's team on the ground is telling us, the ISF candidate from Khanakul rushed to the booth and removed the alleged fake agent, triggering the fisticuffs that you're seeing happen there right now. Manogya is on the ground and she joins us live. Manogya, Khanakul in Hooghly, where this fresh eruption of fisticuffs is taking place. NDTV has it on camera as well. It's the third or the fourth incident of eruption so far this morning. Manogya, welcome.
Well, I'll tell you, there are many more incidents that are now taking place in different parts of the state, ranging from Nadia, where there has been an alleged attack on an ISF candidate, and then there is an attack in Khanakul also. Then comes the Bhangur area, which has been very, very violent in past 2 days, and we've seen rather literal clashes on ground also. But when we talk about the EVMs and delays across the state is concerned, there are several booths that have been complaining of slow voting, or rather the time taking of voting, where here I am at Rajbihari. The urban vote bank that you see here is also speaks volumes about the quantum and the number of voters that are queued up here early in the morning. This is not rural Bengal, where we've always seen hundreds of people queuing up in the queue in the morning, but this is also every age group joining in just to vote this time. I'm joined by a lot of people. So how do you see the voting pattern this time? What are your issues of voting this time?
I think there is a maximum turnout instead of the drizzling. Then people are still there to vote. I think.
What are your issues of voting this time?
It's my responsibility. I vote every time.
And anything specific that you see this time?
Nothing.
Nothing. A lot of people standing here. So you've been in the queue for a while now. What are your issues of voting this time?
Change. You need change. 15 years we've given the current establishment to drive change, but we saw no industry, no positive change happening. And I hope the citizens have the strength and the confidence this time to drive towards the country's change. And that means whoever needs to come in to bring change to the country, or even remove them from power the next 5 years. That is the importance, not stagnation.
That is very important this time. Do you see it different from 2021?
I see more people talking about it, looking forward for change, and I hope the electorate moves in that direction.
Ma'am, how do you see the polling pattern this time? Do you see, what are your issues of voting this time?
I have no issue.
No issues. What is your basis? What are you voting for or against? What are your issues of voting this time?
My issues is हिंदी में बोल सकती हूँ, जो महिलाओं की जो सुरक्षा है वो बहुत कम दिख रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल में इस साल, तो मैं उसी के लिए वोट कर रही हूँ कि अभी जो भी सरकार आए, जो है अभी या बाद में जो भी अगर चेंज होके आए तो हमें सुरक्षा दे, और अभी इसी के लिए मैं वोट दे रही हूँ इस साल.
A lot of women also have queued up here. It's raining, it's drizzling, but they have umbrellas. कोलकाता की खासियत होती है, मौसम कुछ भी हो छाता होगा बैग में. आज वो भी काम आ गया. So give me an idea, what are your issues of voting this time?
Nothing as such. I mean, just the queue, I think.
That's an issue for you to vote. My God, I've never heard of that. Still, what are you voting? What are you thinking before voting?
Okay, we've got some more breaking news coming in. This eruption is going to continue non-stop, and the big grudge match in this election is in Bhabanipur. Just a moment ago, we showed you the interesting images of both Shovendu and Mamata Banerjee arriving at the same polling booth at the same time to cast their vote. And Shovendu has now lashed out at Mamata once again. He says, Mamata Banerjee here with so many people, is she here to spread Gundaism? Shovendu says Didi will lose by a margin of 30,000 votes. Remember that Mamata Banerjee in the last election had won from Bhabanipur by a margin of 58,000 votes. Shovendu now says she will lose by a margin of 30,000 votes. Listen in to the BJP's Shovendu Adhikari.
এখানে এসেছি করা হয়ে গেছে পোলিং স্লো হচ্ছে মাত্র 18% পোল হয়েছে বিরাট লম্বা লাইন আছে পোলিং আমি উনার সম্পর্কে বলবো না উনি প্রার্থী লোকজন না নিয়ে আমার মতো ঘুরুন আমি একা ঘুরছি সিকিউরিটি দুই চারজন আছে উনিও এইভাবে ঘুরুন উনি
them to come out and vote. Security is there.
মমতা ব্যানার্জি এত লোক নিয়ে এখানে কি করতে এসেছেন গুন্ডামি এসেছেন 163 ধারা আছে
Mamata is taking so many people and come here for gundami.
করা হয়ে গেছে
That's why she has come here.
পোলিং স্লো হচ্ছে মাত্র 18% পোল হয়েছে বিরাট লম্বা লাইন আছে পোলিং
Since morning there has been only 18% voting and it's very slow.
আমার মতো ঘুরুন আমি একা ঘুরছি সিকিউরিটি দুই চারজন আছে উনিও এইভাবে ঘুরুন
Let Mamata roam around without any extra people. Let the candidate roam around just like I am.
মমতা ব্যানার্জি এত লোক
She's intimidating voters here.
163 ধারা আছে আমি অভিযোগ করেছি আমি ওই জন্য এখানে এসেছি
Okay, Shreyasi De, our correspondent, is on the ground there in Bhabanipur and she joins me live right now. Shreyasi, the two leaders arriving at the same booth to cast their vote. Obviously, tempers flying very, very high. This is the big grudge match of this election. Shovendu lashing out once again.
Absolutely, Shiv, and for the viewers, just to let them know, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, since becoming the CM here, she hasn't stepped out of her house to go sit at a party office or roam around her constituency. She usually leaves her residence with the Mahila Brigade of her house, her sister-in-laws, and then she comes, casts her ballot around 4 p.m. and she returns. But this time around, it's different. She is here next to the party office, sitting at a high-rise with her CM security, guarding all the doors. It's been under lock and key. People around are getting a balcony view of what is going on because no one has seen the Chief Minister and the leader of the opposition right here face to face in Bhabanipur. And of course, it's a high-profile battle, lots at stake. Probably the highest stake for the Chief Minister at the moment is Bhabanipur, and she is leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the voters come out and cast their ballot. Shubhendu Adhikari came out, and you can see the kind of security that has been pulled in this particular lane. This is a very narrow lane in Chokroberia under Bhabanipur, an urban constituency in Kolkata. What makes Bhabanipur extremely complex electorally is the population. There is not just Bengali population, but there's also Punjabis, there are Gujaratis, there are Marwaris, there are Bihari migrants, and there's about 20% Muslim votes here in Bhabanipur. SIR has deleted about 51% of 51,000 voters from this particular constituency. The margin that Chief Minister won with in the by-poll in 2021 was about 58,000. So the Trinamool Congress has done its calculation, which is probably why the Chief Minister has left her residence and decided to sit at her party office here in Bhabanipur. This is ward number 17, but let's try and get in a voice from a gentleman who has been observing everything since some time now. I saw you come in on a scooter. Are you from Bhabanipur?
Yes, I'm from Bhabanipur.
What is this fight looking like when you see the Chief Minister and the leader of the opposition fighting for this Bhabanipur seat, which has, you know, always given their support to the but has always supported the Chief Minister. How are you seeing it this time?
I think I've been born and brought up here. And this is probably one of the most electrifying elections that I've ever seen in a Lok Sabha, assembly elections. I've never seen this much craze. So I hope the best candidate wins.
A lot of people saying this time Poriborton. The word Poriborton has echoed in various pockets of the state as well as Bhabanipur.
Yes.
Chakri nahi, Poriborton chai. Do you see BJP has a chance of probably overturning the Trinamool Congress regime?
There might be a chance, but Didi has been a very stronghold here. She's done a lot of work for the rural areas and all that. So it doesn't depend upon a single seat. So I guess there are chances, but I'm not very sure.
Okay, so that's a very vocal voter. Thank you for speaking to NDTV. People usually don't want to express their opinions so immaculately. Of course, the police here stepping up. And something interesting this time, Shiv, the central paramilitary force, apart from the bulletproof vehicles that have been brought in from Jammu and Kashmir with with snipers mounted on it, is that this time the central force is also on the bikes with the Kolkata police, roaming in these narrow lanes of Bhabanipur, because there are basti areas here, and those big bulletproof vehicles will not enter those areas because of the size, but the bike makes it easy. So security-wise, it's absolutely tightened by both the central force as well as Kolkata police, but all eyes on Bhabanipur, because this is where the battle of all battles is unfolding, unprecedented in many ways. The Chief Minister still stationed at one of her party members' home here in Bhabanipur in Chokroberia under Ward 70. This ward has given a lead to the BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So that's why the Chief Minister not taking a chance, and she will be casting her ballot around 4 p.m. But of course, Bhabanipur is very, very integral in this particular election.
Shrezi, this is the seat that everyone is talking about because of the disproportionate sense of attention, the disproportionate sense of messaging that comes out of what could happen in this seat. It's the Chief Minister, like you said, versus the leader of the opposition. You've got two leaders here where one has defeated the other in Nandigram in the last election. So, defeat and victory is not being seen as far-fetched in any manner, but Bhabanipur, of course, is very different from Nandigram. But the question I want to ask you as a reporter, having reported the last election and this one, Shrezi, is it visible the amount of security increase this time? It is said to be, exponentially more. The number of companies deployed there on the ground is much more. That's become a very angry talking point as well. As a reporter on the ground, is it easily visible that there's a hugely increased amount of security on the ground for obvious reasons?
Absolutely. 2,343 companies have been deployed in the second phase, out of which around 247 are here in Kolkata. I was born and brought up here in the city. I've never seen so much central security for elections. In fact, even in the booths, we have seen that the central security is stationed outside as well as inside the booths. This time we're not seeing the West Bengal police that much because the Election Commission has put its foot down and said right since the full bench that was held here, where Ganesh Kumar himself, the CEC, was here in Kolkata, where he has said that there will be zero tolerance against violence. So the Election Commission not taking any chances this time. We haven't seen such deployment of central security in the city, nor have we seen these bulletproof vehicles where a sniper is mounted and a Jawan is patrolling streets here in Kolkata. In fact, this morning when we were coming for our reporting, we had one station right next to us. The Chief Minister is likely to come out, Shiv, and she is likely to speak. Now that Shubhendu Adhikari has left from this area, the Chief Minister's security is getting... Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, her security...
Yeah,
Chief
let's
Minister
stay with
Mamata
Tracy for a moment, guys. Let's stay with Tracy. Keep going, Tracy.
Well, the security here has been tightened, which indicates that the Chief Minister might be coming out. Just a short while ago, Shubhendu Adhikari had come into this particular area with central security. He has left now, and CM security is in their positions. Probably she is going to be coming out and speaking to us. We will try and get in a word from her, and you can see the kind of media jostling there to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister in case she speaks. Of course, she's watching and keeping a very strong eye on this. Mamata Banerjee, her political acumen is so strong, it is very difficult to defeat that political acumen. She has been sitting here. She was sitting under this shamiana for a while. It's also drizzling here in Kolkata, a big relief from the scorching heat in which we were covering elections. But the Chief Minister is likely to come out. She has come out now, and she is... Let's see where she goes. If she goes to her vehicle, that means she will go and see some more booths, or she goes towards the party office. All right, she is going towards the party office, and she is likely to again sit there like she was this morning. She took a short break and went inside the apartment, and at that moment, it's Shubhendu Adhikari who came here. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee now sitting outside her Chokroberia party office here in Bhabanipur. She was sitting here a short while ago, and now she's returned to that position again. This is, if I can tell my camera person to just show this area once. These are high-rise areas. Just look at the balcony view.
Closer to where Mamata is sitting, Tracy. Let's get a look at Mamata, the Chief Minister, if possible.
Get in a word from...
Her party member's home. She's sitting right outside. Very likely that she'll make a statement now. Shubhendu Adhikari, her man seen as her arch rival, the man who defeated her in Nandigram in the last election, who goes head-to-head against her in Bhabanipur right now, has just cast his vote. He's fired a shot at her and then left from Bhabanipur. That's him on the right just before he cast his vote. Mamata Banerjee is out now. She's in front of the cameras. And any moment now, expect a comment or a remark from her. She'll be casting her vote at about 4 p.m. According to our team on the ground. Let's get some sound in from there and await Mamata Banerjee's latest comment.
Well, Chief Minister Minister Mamata Banerjee there sitting outside the party office in Chokroberia. This is under Ward 70. Of course, she is completely thronged by the media to get in a word right after Shubhendu Adhikari left from this particular place. The Chief Minister sitting at the... So the Chief Minister, they're getting up once again. Let's see where she is heading.
Stay safe in that crowd. I'm going to come to you in just a moment once you're able to find your position. We'll cut to you as soon as we can hear you. I understand it's a huge crowd and not surprising whatsoever. Massive, massive interest around the Chief Minister. What's on her mind right now? I want to bring Ajit Jha in on this. Ajit Jha is with me, my senior colleague who's been crisscrossing Bengal as well. Ajit, just bear with me as I... Okay, let me just try... Yeah.
Please. Didi, বিরোধী দলনেতা আসেন। এই বুম ভেতরে দিও না বুম। দিদি বিরোধী দলনেতা আসেন ডিপার্টমেন্টে ডাকে সিআরপিএফ এসে বুম দিও না বুম লেগে যাবে। এটা কমপ্লেইন হয়েছে আপনারা যেটা দেখছেন আপনি কমপ্লেইন করেছেন আপনি কমপ্লেইন লয়ার টিম আছে। এইভাবে সিআরপিএফ কে নিয়ে আসছে। ঠিক আছে সিআরপিএফ কে নিয়ে এসে এইভাবে লাঠি করেছে। ও মাই কয়েক জায়গায় ঢোকার জন্য পেটানো হয়েছে বালিতে
Lost there with that media scrum for Mamata Banerjee as she makes her way presumably towards some other booths at this moment. She hasn't made much of a comment. We'll try and get Shreyasi to decode what Mamata Banerjee may have said before she went off.
Sorry, one sec.
Yeah, Shreyasi, what did Mamata Banerjee say? Were you able to hear?
Well, we asked the Chief Minister how the leader of the opposition came in with the CRPF over here, cleared the road, went inside this area. So she has said that the party has complained to the Election Commission of India how the leader of the opposition is roaming around with an entire battalion of CRPF Jawans with him. And of course, we'll wait for that official confirmation from the Election Commission whether they have taken note of that complaint or not. But Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has left from Chokroberia. She's going to another location from here because her voting is at 4 p.m. So she's likely to go and visit more booths now or other party offices. But security here in Bhabanipur has been tightened, keeping in mind that both the leader of the opposition as well as the Chief Minister are on the road visiting area to area under the constituency, something that we haven't seen previously here in Bhabanipur. And that's why no one wants to take any chance. But of course, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she seems confident so far, but she has said that a complaint has been made to the Election Commission of India against Shubhendu Adhikari and the way he's roaming around in Bhabanipur. And of course, you can see the people over here in the locality coming out on the balconies to see what is exactly happening. And the kind of media, of course, this is a battle of battles, so we are expecting a whole lot of media when we go out to her and try and get in a word. But right now, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee going around her constituency, meeting her party workers, booth workers, and ensuring that the Trinamool Congress holds on to this seat. On the other hand, leader of this opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, challenging her in her own bastion while also going around from booth to booth. Back to you, Shiv.
Okay, Shreyasi, I'm going to let you catch your breath for a moment after that media scrum, and I'll get back to you in just a few minutes from now. Ajit Jha, I want to bring you in on this. You know, in an already ill-tempered election, Bhabanipur is like the epicenter of this political anger between the BJP and the Trinamool. So these images, of course, are not surprising whatsoever. But I want you to characterize for us, what this fight is really about. What are the stakes riding on Bhabanipur? Does the BJP, do Shubhendu really see this as as something that is doable, or is it, is it one of those giant killer PR exercises?
Well, let me first point out, Shiv, that this is a real clash of titans. Yeah. And number two, that the turnout, the way it seems from what we have been watching, will probably again cross about 90% that happened.
18.7% till 9 a.m.
Exactly. Yeah. So, what they call in Hindi, Prachand Bahumat, massive turnout we are going to see at the end of the day. Number three, look at the kind of pressure on both sides. Mamata clearly on the defensive, Shubhendu on the offensive, although Mamata was born here and brought up here. This is the constituency at one time produced leaders like Siddharth Sankar Ray. Congress used to dominate this constituency. The CPM perhaps just won once. And since Mamata came, Trinamool has been winning this constituency, and she has been the star campaigner in the constituency, and she has been winning it successively. But the challenge is serious. Why? Because I think it's the genius of Amit Shah putting Mamata Banerjee versus Shubhendu in her home turf. It sort of, in a way, limits her campaigning. She goes around trying to ensure that she doesn't lose.
But she can't take her eye off the constituency, basically.
That's right. That's right. And number two, Bhabanipur is a real elite constituency, very cosmopolitan. You know, non-Bengali population here is more than 1/3, largely led by Gujarati and Marwari businessmen, Punjabi businessmen, and lots of outsiders. So the Hindu vote is a major share, almost 3/4. Muslims are only about 25% or less. So therefore you hear Shubhendu Adhikari always talking about all the Hindus will vote for me. And that's the attempt of the BJP. If you look at, Bhabanipur is a metaphor of Bengal. If you look at the entire Bengal, almost, let's say 1/3 of voters or 30% of voters are Muslim. 70% is the Hindu voters. Now, it's important for the BJP to get at least 65 to 70% of that Hindu vote to win South Bengal as well as the entire of Bengal. That means they need to win at least 70 to 80 seats out of 142. Now, that is a tall order. It is, in a way, an uphill battle. But the way the BJP has planned it, you can see the precise numbers that Shubhendu Adhikari pointed out. We will beat Mamata by 30,000 votes. So they have done their homework. Now, obviously, if the turnout is high, and as we heard some voters talking about Parivartan, the women voters talking about security as the main issue, women's security, and the BJP has made that the main campaign issue. This is the toughest challenge Mamata Banerjee has ever faced, both in Bhabanipur as well as in Bengal, Shiv.
Very, very interesting, you know, and I like the specific numbers that are being thrown. 58,000 is the margin by which Mamata Banerjee won Bhabanipur last time. Now you've got Shubhendu saying that we will defeat her by 30,000 votes. The clash that's unfolding right now in Bhabanipur will probably escalate towards 4 p.m. when the Chief Minister returns to cast her ballot. At that time, NDTV's team remains there on the ground. And if you look at the NDTV screen right now, everything that our guests and experts and analysts are saying, we've distilled all of that into this amazing set of graphics that gives you election intelligence as the pictures roll in. So keep your eye on the NDTV screen and you will be completely appraised of what is going on. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay continues to be with us on our expert panel as well. Nilanjan, welcome. I'm going to come to you in just a moment. Before that, the reactions have been coming in from the ground. Phase 2 polling in full swing, as Ajit just said, 18.7% by 9 a.m. seems a run rate that could once again deliver some kind of a Prachand Bahumat in terms of turnout. 93.7% in phase 1. What's it going to be this time? We don't know. We don't want to second guess that. But this is a high stakes battle grabbing national attention. There is a disproportionate sense of not just an assembly election when it comes to Bengal. And as of 9 a.m., like I said, the voter turnout is 18.39% to be precise. And speaking on the polls, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has alleged that central forces are working at the BJP's behest. It's not the first time that she has said it, but that's become a big central running theme of what she said. Listen in to these big voices and reactions from the ground this morning.
আমরা কন্টেম্প্ট অফ ভোটের নোটিশ দিয়েছি, তা সত্ত্বেও কতগুলো অবজারভার এসেছে বাইরে থেকে, বিজেপি যা বলছে তাই করছে। তুমি চক্র বেরিয়ে গিয়ে দেখেছো আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে। সব এইভাবে ভোট হয়, ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে, পুলিশ দেবে না, সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না। আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে, তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে, টেররিজম করছে এলাকায়, এরপরে তো চলে যাবে। देखिए कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पिटाया रात में, ऑफिसर Who's in charge? Vijayganj police station, Bhangor. एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
ज्यादा वोटिंग करने का गुंजाइश कर रहा हूँ।
तो ममता बनर्जी भी निकली है बाहर,
वो प्रत्याशी निकलेगा ना, क्या निकलना चाहिए।
इस बार भवानीपुर में परिवर्तन हो जाएगा दादा।
पूरा भाजपा सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है, सब हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है। एकदम तांता लग गया, हिंदू बीजेपी को वोट कर रहा है।
We should wait for another couple of hours before jumping to any conclusion. The mock polls in different booths have just concluded. But the way which observers have been behaving, the Constitution or the CRPC or the DNSS or any election commission's guideline doesn't give them the mandate or empower them to conduct raids. And despite High Court orders, they are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the High Court of the Honorable Supreme Court. They are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the Election Commission's own set of guidelines in the Electoral Observers Handbook and trying to exceed their brief and mandate. And acting as a subservient of their political master sitting in Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. However, none of these tricks will work. When the ballots open and the results are out, you will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Sir, many
এখানে মেশিনটা মনে হলো আমার অনেক দেরিতে সাউন্ডটা হচ্ছে।
কি মনে হচ্ছে?
সাউন্ডটা মেশিনটা মনে হচ্ছে ডিস্টার্ব আছে। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ডটা অনেক দেরিতে আসছে। এটা কেন হচ্ছে?
জানিস অফিসার জানিস?
আচ্ছা, জানিয়েলাম। বলবো যে মেশিনটা কি সত্যিই ডিস্টার্ব নাকি একটু দেরি করে মানে অনেকক্ষণ দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে হচ্ছে।
इस बार कितना भरोसा है? सुबह सुबह आके बाकी लोगों की आप इतनी मुलाकात की है, मुद्दे आपके लग रहा है कि SIR बड़ा मुद्दा है कि परिवर्तन?
स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड परिवर्तन।
राजबिहारी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सीट रही है, इस बार सेंध लगा दी है बीजेपी ने।
देखिए परिणाम जब आएगा तभी देखेंगे। एंड यू नो, यू कांट ट्रीट अ कंस्टिट्यूएंसी और एरिया लाइक अ जमींदारी, व्हिच आई थिंक हैज बीन द केस।
What is your message to the people today of your constituency as well as the state?
My message is very simple. You vote for a Bengal election, vote for a government in Bengal which is worth something.
नरेंद्र, आपने अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294 सीट्स पर आप ही कैंडिडेट है। बड़ी बड़ी बात छोड़िए, ये चैलेंज स्वीकार कीजिए। 4 मई को जब ममता बनर्जी और TMC बंगाल जीतेंगे, प्रधानमंत्री पद से रेजिग्नेशन दीजिए। है दम?
बीजेपी के लिए कोई डू अड्डा नहीं। हम 70-75 साल से राजनीति कर रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे हम लोग आगे बढ़े हैं। आज 21 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार है। माननीय मोदी जी को 3 बार लोगों ने चुना प्राइम मिनिस्टर। तो हमारी लड़ाई चलता रहता है। हमारी लड़ाई किसी एक चुनाव के लिए नहीं है, समाज परिवर्तन के लिए हम आए हैं। लोगों की ज़िंदगी में परिवर्तन हो, लोगों की और सामने परिवर्तन दिखे, विकास दिखे, इस प्रकार लड़ाई हम लड़ रहे हैं। एक प्रक्रिया है, यात्रा है हमारे लिए, वो हम लड़ते रहेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। लोग एकदम तैयार है वोटिंग करने के लिए, अपना अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए। इस बार देखिए, जहाँ 60% उसके नीचे वोटिंग होता था, 65% होता था कोलकाता आसपास में, वहाँ भी 85-90% तक पोलिंग पहुँच जाएगा।
अरे यही तो हमारा सबसे बड़ा विजय है। मुख्यमंत्री को हम लोग रास्ते पे लाकर खड़ा कर दिया। मुख्यमंत्री को पिछले बार सब्जी खरीदना पड़ा, घर घर जाना पड़ा और इस बार बूथ पे आकर बैठना पड़ा, लेकिन कुछ फायदा नहीं है। जो होना है वो होके रहेगा।
And I want to go across now to North 24 Parganas, where my colleague Prabhakar is live with me. Prabhakar, North 24 Parganas is one of the most crucial areas that is going into polling, today in this phase 2. It's a place that has seen some of the most intense booth-level violence across different constituencies and booths. This morning we've heard of clashes taking place in places like Nimtala and Bangar. On the ground right now, as you are witnessing it, and you've covered many elections, Prabhakar, are you witnessing the tension yourself outside multiple booths as you are reporting?
See, we were just recently talking about the force deployment out here. So there's an increased number of force deployment all across Bengal. But talk of 24 North Pargana, it's massive, it's huge. I mean, unprecedented. I have covered so many state elections, the national elections. I have never seen a force deployment of this massive scale. The reason being that this entire region has a history of poll violence. Day before yesterday, we saw bombs being hurled at the BJP MLAs, the residents, and also the shots being fired, one of the CISF Jawans sustaining bullet injuries. So that's the reason why the Election Commission has actually pumped in as many Jawans as they could have. The CRPF, the paramilitary, central paramilitary forces, they're all here marching on the streets. Every booth has a massive deployment of paramilitary forces. But the good news which is coming from here is this long queue of women voters. Shiv, if I could just show you around. Since morning, we are seeing this long queue of women voters. These are the voters actually who are the epicenter of both the political parties, be it TMC or BJP, and they're trying to woo these women voters. They are the deciding factors in this particular election. As the people talk about the equation out here, the political equation, it's M plus M is equal to M. That is Muslim plus Mahila is Mamata in Bengal. So Mamata Banerjee has schemes for them. She has tried to woo them for so many years, and BJP made huge promises to them. Now, as far as this particular region is concerned, this is the industrial belt of Calcutta. So apart from the main traditional issues of the freebies or the other government schemes, it's the unemployment, it's the migration, it's the closing of the factories which the BJP has been raising time and again is the main issue out here. We are right now standing in one of the jute mills out here. Though this is a running jute mill, but if you see, if you tour this entire region, there are as many jute mills which are running, and more than that, the jute mills which have been shut down, the factories which have been shut down. So this is the main issue in this particular region. Talk about the North 24 Pargana, or for that matter, the South 24 Pargana.
It's an important, it's an important area because the North 24 Parganas is Trinamool's single biggest vote bank in the entire state, and also the one that has seen the most eruptions of violence. There is a sitting minister contesting from there, a large minority vote in the North 24 Parganas as well. So this is an area that the Trinamool considers part of its emotional heartland as well. We're taking a very quick break. As you can see, viewer, on NDTV, we're non-stop. We're on the ground. I may be in the studio, but the real action is happening on the ground, and that's where I will be trained and focused right through this unfolding coverage. It's only 10:37 a.m. Come back in a couple of minutes. We're going to take you to the big constituencies where it's happening and where Mamata Banerjee is visiting as well. Come right back to NDTV's coverage.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
And thank you for staying with NDTV's rolling coverage of what is turning out to be the most crucial part of this entire election season. Phase 2 in Bengal is rolled out. Expectedly, it's already had a violent start in at least 2 places. NDTV has the biggest team on the ground. We've got the best experts. Ajit Jha joins me on what's going to be the next 2 hours of polling in Bengal. I'm Shiv Arur. Great to have you. Let's go straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal, claims Trinamool workers being targeted, calls it terrorism. BJP hits out, says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violent start to phase 2 voting in the state. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool. BJP agent injured on the head in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge in some areas. 2 detained. Poll disruption triggers chaos. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He's at the Kashi Vishwanath temple as we speak. Begins the day with a puja. Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Prime Minister to open the Ganga Expressway in UP Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot for UP's growth story. It's the 3rd UP road that can also be an aviation runway. And 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the big exit poll broadcast that begins 5 p.m. tonight. It's the biggest night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Of course, the data comes in only by around 6:30. By our broadcast begins at 5 p.m. It's the election team that India will be tuning into the widest, sharpest exit polls data on NDTV 24/7. That broadcast begins at And you're back on the 3rd hour of Phase 2 polling in Bengal. Things are heating up in a big way. We're about to get you some reactions from at least 5 areas where things have erupted significantly. Let's get you straight first to the top stories we're tracking at this time. Violence has erupted in different parts of Bengal. At last count, 5 areas where tension has gripped different booths. Clashes have taken place. People have been detained. Lathi charges happened from central forces as well. Violence was always expected, remember, viewer, in Bengal. But this time, things are especially on tenterhooks because the stakes in this Bengal election are exponentially higher than any other. The BJP is on the front foot. Mamata Banerjee at least appears to be on the defensive, but this is a fight that is seen to be one of the most ill-tempered so far. And that's the reason why you're seeing blood-stained shirts, injuries, lathi charge, people being pulled away from polling booths as well. Mamata Banerjee has alleged that the BJP wants to rig the election. Hooliganism is going on during the polls, she says. Chaos has broken out in the Bali Assembly constituency after an EVM glitch, a malfunction, disrupted voting at a polling booth. And all it takes is a malfunction to trigger suspicion and violence. And that's what's taken place in Bali. Central security forces have been deployed at the booth. They've detained 2 individuals. A scuffle broke out between Abbas Siddiqui's ISF, part of the left front, and the Trinamool supporters in Hooghly, right in front of the booth. NDTV's cameras actually had captured that earlier. According to the ISF, their polling form was forged and a Trinamool agent was illegally placed in the booth. Also, tension has flared in Nadia district's Chapra Assembly constituency, where an alleged attack has left a BJP polling agent injured. Those are the pictures you see on your screen right now. The BJP has accused workers of the ruling Trinamool of carrying out this assault.
আমি অ্যাজ এ চেয়ারম্যান অফ অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস বলছি, আমরা চাই ভোটটা শান্তিতে হোক, মানুষের অধিকার প্রয়োগ করতে দেয়া হোক। কিন্তু বিশেষ করে কতগুলো অবজারভার নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে এবং অনেক পুলিশ অফিসার নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে শুধু আমাদের পার্টিকে টার্গেট করে যে সব তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের এজেন্টকে গ্রেফতার করো। ব্লক প্রেসিডেন্ট, আমার ইউথের ব্লক প্রেসিডেন্টকে সকালেও
क्या हुआ था हादसा?
आज सुबह में बूथ में जाएगा एजेंट है, बीजेपी एजेंट भाई। এবার আমরা যখন এজেন্ট দিতে যাচ্ছি তখন তৃণমূলের দলবল, তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা বাহিনী মফিদুলের নেতৃত্বে ওরা আমাদের অ্যাটাক করে। হাতে পিস্তল, বোম, গুলি নিয়ে আমাদের ছোটে, হাতে রডের বাড়ি মারে আমাকে, হাতে লাঠি ছিল। আমরা 5 জন যাচ্ছিলাম, আমি বিজেপির এজেন্ট এবং আরও 4 জন আইএসএফের এজেন্ট ছিল। আমরা আবার ভোটের পর দেখে নেবো, মেরে ফেলবো, গ্রাম ছাড়া করবো, হ্যাঁ এলাকা ছাড়া করবো, এরকম হুমকি।
Our expert panel continues to be with us to help us understand and analyze every little thing emanating from the battlefield and the battleground of Bengal, and it certainly has a very violent layer to it, as expected. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, Ajit Jha are with me. Nilanjan, coming to you first, the metaphor of violence, not something surprising at all. This was something that, we saw in phase 1 as well. It became one of the defining features of the election as well. This time, 6 to 7 places where tension has happened, injuries, allegations of poll rigging, lathi charge has also taken place. How crucial is this to Nilanjan? My question is to Nilanjan. Okay. Nilanjan is on a break right now. I'm sorry about that. Ajit, if I could put that question to you. The violence this time in Bengal, what are you making of it? Because the stakes in phase 2 are exponentially higher.
First point, Shiv, violence is reprehensible.
Yeah.
Any form of violence. And especially we find, because Bengal has a dominant party for the last 15 years, the allegations are always on the TMC. In fact, it's either the BJP getting beaten up or smaller parties, Indian Secular Front. Earlier in the first phase, we saw Humayun Kabir, attacks on Humayun Kabir, on Agnimitra Paul. So this is reprehensible. But having said that, if you compare the elections in 2026 to elections in the past, including local elections, panchayat elections, the violence has been sine qua non of Bengal politics. So compared to that, the fact that we have massive central forces, despite a little bit of violence here and there, look at the turnout rates. In fact, I think there is a direct correlation between the deployment of central forces, massive security, perhaps unprecedented, and as a result, unprecedented turnout. And let me also point out, there is a trend all over India. Whenever turnout is very high, BJP ends up doing very well. Now, this phase, of course, the second phase, 142 seats, is supposed to be, in a way, the territory of Mamata Banerjee.
Yeah.
If the BJP manages in this particular phase to penetrate the TMC vote banks and get even some amount of, switches from here to there, and as Shubhendu Adhikari said, all Hindus are voting for the BJP, then we have a cakewalk for the BJP. But right now, let me point out that given the fact that there is a massive gap between the BJP and the TMC in this southern bastion of the TMC, it looks like an arduous uphill task, but the BJP seems prepared, aggressive, precise planning, and the Trinamool, ironically, even in Bhabanipur, I mean, this is Mamata's constituency. She was born and brought up here. She's won all the elections that she contested from Bhabanipur, but she looks defensive, nervous.
Yeah.
That kind of worries us, that what is going on the ground. I think she's really nervous because of this massive turnout. The 30% Muslim turnout used to be always high in the past. But if the Hindu turnout is high, of course, part of it is because of the SIR. But if the Hindu turnout is high, as the BJP is targeting Hindu voters, that means the mobilization will be favorable to the BJP with this very high turnout. So this looks like what political scientists, election analysts call a critical election. Critical election in 2011 brought Mamata Banerjee to power. In 1977 brought CPM to power. Will 2026 be the critical election where the ruling party will be challenged and a total turnover, 180 degrees turn with the BJP coming to power? That's what we got to see today.
Okay, very important. Now I want to go across now to Bangar in North 24 Parganas. Again, a crucial part of this election. This is the heartland of the Trinamool, as Ajit Jha was mentioning. This is the, the bastion of the Trinamool that the BJP is trying so desperately to penetrate and shake in order to get a path towards success. But Shreya Ghosh is live with me. Ritik Mondal is also live with me from this location in North 24 Parganas. I think they're both in... Okay, Shreya Ghosh is live with us from Kolkata, I think. Ritik Mondal is live with us from Bangar in Ritik, what's happening there? Bhangar is a place that has in the past been defined by some violence. There have been some stray reports of some tensions happening there as well. What are things like there right now?
Well, let me break it down. Why, Bhangar makes this election very, very interesting, because it's a you can say it's a lone, this constituency of the South 24 districts where the lone candidate of the ISF is fighting. Now, this all political, fights now over here in Bhangar is between Trinamool Congress Party and ISF. ISF candidate Nausa Siddiqui, who is contesting from this Bhangar seat for the second time, and TMC has fielded Shaukat Mullah, strong man of Canning, and who precisely who hails from South 24 districts Canning, but he has been shifted against Nausa Siddiqui. And let me tell you that in this particular Bhangar, both Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee rallied and did several political meetings, because just a short while from now I spoke to Nausa Siddiqui, who is leading the party, and he went on record, said that this time around ISF would get at least cross double-digit figure, and they are hopeful that CPM, both the parties are fighting this election hand in hand, so they are expecting to get a sizable number of seats, and they would form the government. He also said that the way Mamata Banerjee is out on the street since early in the morning in Bhabanipur, it shows that Mamata Banerjee is losing confidence. I would request our producer team to play out that interview with Nausa Siddiqui, in which he had gone on record that said that they are pretty much confident that the TMC is losing this their field. But the sporadic incidents of violence have been reported in both the parts, in Canning Purbo, which is the neighboring constituency, and Bhangar. After
TV's Tanushka Datta, I want to just play that out for our viewers. Let's play that out.
Opposition Showdown Adhikari, sir, how are you seeing the polling happening, especially considering that it is unprecedented that a sitting chief minister has been at polling booth? What would you have to say about that? A sitting chief minister.
No, CG interfering. It's not good.
How do you see this as interference?
Should take appropriate action against her.
Have you filed any complaints?
I already filed a complaint.
And how do you see the voting happening?
She has every right to visit every booth with her security personnel and election agent. But she is accompanied with Dalyana.
Is this any sort of voter intimidation?
Obviously, it's not permissible.
And what are the kind of...
Today she is a only candidate, simple candidate. Her status is as well as other candidate.
In Bhabanipur constituency, the Trinamool says that they have a stronghold.
Okay. 4th May, we'll see.
What is the margin, do you believe?
Certainly, I will ahead in 7 ward out of 8. And 1 Muslim dominant ward, TMC will ahead.
All right, sir. And what are the issues that you're looking at this point that Mamata Banerjee has promised over the years? Welfare is something that she goes on about.
She destroys the state.
And how do you...
people, the sisters, the senior citizen, the government employee, they are not happy.
And how will Showdown Adhikari bring the state back from destruction?
Under the great leadership of Narendra Modi, we must implement our manifesto declared by the Honorable Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shahji.
All right. So that was the leader of opposition, Showdown Adhikari, speaking to NDTV and telling us on poll day, this is, remember, phase 2 West Bengal elections, Bhabanipur constituency seat, a hot seat where it is Mamata Banerjee versus Showdown Adhikari, telling us that he expects that he's ahead by a margin of 30,000 votes, ahead in 7 wards as well, only except, and he also mentions that the sitting chief minister being at this point at a polling booth indicates to voter intimidation. With camera person Gopal, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Okay, that's Tanushka on the on the trail with Showdown Adhikari. We've got Shreyasi, who's chasing Mamata Banerjee, the arch rival, the sitting chief minister, and we've got other reporters chasing Abhishek as well. So all of the big voices in this election will be first, I guarantee it, here on NDTV. We're taking a very, very quick break. We're back in just a moment. Come right back because Mamata Banerjee has just arrived at another booth and we're going to try and catch her there. Come right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे चोली डिस्की फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
And thank you for staying with NDTV's rolling coverage of what is turning out to be the most crucial part of this entire election season. Phase 2 in Bengal is rolled out. Expectedly, it's already had a violent start in at least 2 places. NDTV has the biggest team on the ground. We've got the best experts. Ajit Jha joins me on what's going to be the next 2 hours of polling in Bengal. I'm Shiv Arur. Great to have you. Let's go straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal. Claims Trinamool workers being targeted. Calls it terrorism. BJP hits out. Says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violent start to phase 2 voting in the state. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool. BJP agent injured on the head in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge in some areas. 2 detained. Poll disruption triggers chaos. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He's at the Kashi Vishwanath temple as we speak. Begins the day with a puja. Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Prime Minister to open the Ganga Expressway in UP Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot for UP's growth story. It's the 3rd UP road that can also be an aviation runway. And 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the big exit poll broadcast that begins 5 p.m. tonight. It's the biggest night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Of course, the data comes in only by around 6:30. By our broadcast begins at 5 p.m. It's the election team that India will be tuning into the widest, sharpest exit polls data on NDTV 24/7. That broadcast begins at 5 p.m. And we're starting with some breaking news, making this the 3rd incident of violence so far this morning in phase 2 polling in West Bengal. This is the Assembly Khanakul booth number 147. This is in Hooghly, where tension has just erupted over alleged And good to have you back here on NDTV's rolling live coverage from Phase 2 in West Bengal. It's the big phase, it's the crucial phase, it's also the most ill-tempered phase as it turns out. The biggest voices, the fastest updates, the most authentic data, and the turnout information that nobody is really looking at very closely. I'm Shiv. Thanks as always for being with NDTV's turbocharged election coverage. Let's get you straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal. Clashes reported in several areas. TMC says it is being targeted by the BJP. The BJP hits out, says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violence mars Phase 2 polling in the battlefield of Bengal. Clashes reported as polling turns tense across multiple booths. NDTV captures much of it on camera. BJP agent claims attack by Trinamool in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bali. ISF and TMC workers also clash in Hooghly. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He was at the Kashi Vishwanath temple a short while ago. Began the day with puja. It's a Nari Shakti pitch amidst project inaugurations in his Lok Sabha constituency. The Ganga Expressway is the centerpiece of what the Prime Minister will be opening today in the UP Meerut Prayagraj area in 6 hours. It's a big expressway, booster shot to UP's growth story. It's the third UP road that can also turn into a runway for aircraft. And the big countdown is on to the only exit poll broadcast that the nation will be watching. 5 election battlegrounds. Please stay tuned for the only exit poll with authentic data and the widest and sharpest data in the post-poll scenario. New details have emerged in the Meera Bhayandar case in Maharashtra. Accused Zaib Zubair Ansari's family, now based in the US, had been supporting him financially. Police say his phone was formatted and forensic teams will attempt data recovery. Probe underway to establish radical influence link in the case. This is a day after he stabbed 2 guards. And we've got more breaking news coming in at this point of time. Another incident of violence has been reported in West Bengal. It's the 7th this morning. The ruling Trinamool has been accused of vandalizing BJP candidate Bikash Sardar's vehicle in Basanti in South 24 Parganas. That's the latest piece of breaking news that we're getting you. Pictures coming in from the Basanti constituency in South 24 Parganas. You can see the shattered back windshield of the car. This is Bikash Sardar's vehicle in the Basanti constituency in South 24 Parganas. So this is an image. This is a theme that appears to be running right through the morning of Phase 2 polling in Bengal. The 7th such incident being reported. Shreyasi Dey is with us. She's been tracking all the big urban constituencies as well. Shreyasi, it looks like the morning is going to be defined by these eruptions. Another violent incident, this time in South 24 Parganas. A BJP candidate, Bikash Sardar's vehicle smashed apparently. That's what we're looking at in these images.
Well, that's right. There have been sporadic instances of violence that is being reported, but Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is on her toes. The Election Commission, of course, keeping an eye on those violence reports that have been coming out, especially from North 24 Parganas in Nadia and also part of South 24 Parganas. You can see even Chief Minister's cavalcade here canvassing parts of Bhabanipur here in
Okay, I think Shreyasi is sensing some movement where she is right now. Shreyasi, go ahead if you can hear me.
For the Chief Minister, yes. Well, the Chief Minister is travelling across Bhabanipur And this is something that we haven't seen here in Kolkata, where she comes out only to cast her ballot around 4 p.m. But this time she is going, meeting her party workers, especially her booth workers. She's going from place to place. She started from Chokroberia, then she went to Rafi Ahmed Kidwai, and now she is in Park Street here in Kolkata, which also comes under the Bhabanipur constituency. She is traveling, her security is traveling with her, and we are tracking and getting you all this from Kolkata. This is the high-profile battle of Bhabanipur, where she has been challenged by her former prodigy, Shubhendu Adhikari.
Okay, Shreyasi is on the trail for Mamata Banerjee. I'm going to come back to you, Shreyasi. I think you're after Mamata Banerjee's convoy at this point of time. We're going to try and catch up with the Chief Minister and get her huge. You can imagine, viewer, how many media teams are chasing the Chief Minister right now. The pictures that Shreyasi sent us earlier were only indicative. Believe me, it's 10x that number, the number of cameras that are there. It's absolute chaos and confusion trying to get a word in from the Chief Minister. But I promise you that NDTV will reach her and try and get a few sound bites out of her, because she's crisscrossing Bhabanipur, visiting different booths at this point of time. And like I said, she's already leveled that allegation of central forces interfering. Jinto Joy, perhaps the most experienced journalist and observer and commentator on politics, is with me live. We have our other guest joining us in just a moment as well. Jinto, welcome. Always good to have someone like you who's knows all the nooks and crannies of not just Bhabanipur but Bengal at large. What is your reading so far of what you have seen this morning? Nothing out of the ordinary, sporadic incidents of violences, etc. Jinto, are only to be expected. It should be condemned, of course, but only to be expected. But how are you seeing things so far? 18.97% turnout till 9 a.m. We're expecting the latest turnout figures very shortly.
Number one, this is a historical election. 43 years I am in journalism. I have not seen this sort of election in Bengal. Number one, violence is less actually in comparison to the other elections, earlier elections. In North Bengal, it was more peaceful, and now there are sporadic incidents, but still it is less than the earlier elections. And number two, turnout, I think first phase turnout was more. In average, if you study, then maybe it is 2% less till this time. I don't know what will happen, what will be the exact figure, that we have to wait for that. But this percentage is also more than 90%, is also very interesting for West Bengal. And number three, this election after SIR, after a huge deletion of voters, and what will be the character of the deletion, nobody knows actually exactly. That how many Muslims, this breakup, how these Hindus also, there are different sects of Hindus. There are Rajbangshis, Motua, OBC. So I don't know exactly, but one thing is very clear, that there is a very strong anti-incumbency mood after 15 years. You can say that it's a law of nature.
To be expected,
Law of nature, but that is very important. And lastly, BJP has changed the strategy. In 2021, it was the Jai Sri Ram. That was the main focus. That was the main Hindutva. But this time, Parivartan. So the change of West Bengal governance and the change of industrialization, we will.
This time the thrust is changed.
That is only one thing. I cannot forget that Amit Shah is saying, the Honorable Home Minister, that I am not saying Mamata Banerjee ko change karo. That is not the issue. Incidentally, she is Chief Minister. But Bengal ko parivartan karna hai. We have to change Bengal.
It's very carefully
and
crafted,
not
that
BJP.
message.
You will change that through vote. People of Bengal. So this is very interesting. I studied that actually central leadership understood that you have to reach to the Bengali people for new renaissance, new chapter of Bengal.
No, but that also means, being careful not to, walk into any landmines when it comes to Mamata Banerjee's personal persona.
Yeah, last time it was.
It's not about moving out Mamata, but about Paribartan in general.
General, and last time it was more anti-Mamata campaign was there.
Yeah.
This time, Nirmamta Sarkar. Prime Minister also said, Prime Minister didn't take the name.
Yeah, very interesting
So
words.
these are the because BJP, what they have done this time, it's a bouquet.
Yeah.
It's a rather, you can say that several factors, not only SIR, not only Hindutva, not only, several multiple reasons. Only one thing Mamata is combative, that is the Bengali identity. They are outsiders, we are insiders. I don't know how much it will work this time. So this Parivartan versus Bengali DNA.
Yeah, no, on the defensive, there is no doubt about the defensive posture of the Trinamool. And like you said, it's the law of nature, Jayanta Da, as far as 15 years of anti-incumbency is a long time. But, the election isn't over. We'll only know on May the 4th what happens. But remember, just a quick programming reminder, 5 p.m. today is when our exit poll broadcast begins. But I want to be very careful to tell you that it's only at 6:30 p.m. as per Election Commission of India guidelines that exit poll data can be released. NDTV is a stickler for protocol. We will always follow all guidelines. We know there are many networks that tease all kinds of rubbish saying we'll give you results ahead of all others. That's utter nonsense. Nobody has access to any such information. 6:30 p.m. is when it will happen, but the broadcast begins at 5 p.m. Listen to these voices from the ground, welcoming Gargi Nandi Roy also to our expert panel. I'm also going to be giving you some leaderboard data, which will lay the groundwork for your understanding of what's going to come beyond noon in phase 2 voting. Listen into these voices that have come in.
देखिए कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पिटाया रात में ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भांगोर एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। इंटेंशन इज वेरी क्लियर that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place. দেখো কোর্টের একটা অর্ডার আছে, ওই যে কোর্টের অর্ডার মানবো না। আমরা কন্টেম্পট অফ কোর্টের নোটিশ দিয়েছি, তা সত্ত্বেও কতগুলো অবজারভার এসেছে বাইরে থেকে, বিজেপি যা বলছে তাই করছে। তুমি চক্রবিড়িয়ে গিয়ে দেখেছো আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে, সব এইভাবে ভোট হয়। ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে, পুলিশ দেবে না, সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না। আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে, তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে, টেরোরিজম করছে এলাকায়, এরপরে তো চলে যাবে।
Joining me right now is Leader of Opposition Showdown Adhikari. Sir, how are you seeing the polling happening, especially considering that it is unprecedented that a sitting Chief Minister has been at
It's a hopeful.
polling booth? What would you have to say about that? A sitting Chief Minister.
No,
at polling booth.
she is interfering. It's not good.
How do you see this as interference?
Should take appropriate action against her.
Have you filed any complaints?
I already filed a complaint.
And how do you see the voting happening?
She has every right to visit every booth with her security personnel and election agent. But she is accompanied with Daldiana.
Is this any sort of voter intimidation?
Obviously, it's not permissible.
And what are the kind of...
Today she is a only candidate, simple candidate. Her status is as well as other candidate.
In Bhabanipur constituency, the Trinamool says that they have a stronghold.
Okay. 4th May, we'll see.
What is the margin, do you believe?
Certainly, I will ahead in 7 ward out of 8. And 1 Muslim-dominant ward, TMC will ahead.
All right, sir. And what are the issues that you're looking at this point that Mamata Banerjee has promised over the years? Welfare is something that she goes on about.
She destroyed the state.
And how do you...
Young people, the sisters, the senior citizen, the government employee, They are not happy.
And how will Shovendu Adhikari bring the state back from destruction?
Under the great leadership of Narendra Modi, we must implement our manifesto declared by the Honorable Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah ji.
Voting has just started. We should wait for another couple of hours before jumping to any conclusion. The mock polls in different booths have just concluded. But the way which observers have been behaving, the Constitution or the CRPC or the DNSS or any election commission's guideline doesn't give them the mandate or empower them to conduct raids. And despite High Court orders, they are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the High Court of the Honorable Supreme Court. They are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the Election Commission's own set of guidelines in the Electoral Observers Handbook and trying to exceed their brief and mandate. And acting as a subservient of their political master sitting in Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. However, none of these tricks will work. When the ballots open and the results are out, you will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Okay, we've got breaking news coming in now. Another big claim, this time by the BJP in Diamond Harbour, in the Falta seat, where the BJP alleges that its party symbol has been obstructed from being used. The BJP has alleged that the party symbol on the EVMs has been taped in Falta in Diamond Harbour. And the charge being leveled by the BJP is that voters are being prevented from pressing the BJP button, prevented from choosing the BJP, and has demanded a repoll in this Diamond Harbour seat. The BJP's Amit Malviya, who's a Saprabhari of Bengal, has just put out a statement on social media saying this is what Mamata Banerjee was defending when she spoke up for Jahangir Khan, a criminal contesting on a TMC ticket from Falta in Diamond Harbour. In several polling booths, he says the option to vote for the BJP has been blocked using a tape, effectively preventing voters from exercising their choice. It's a grave charge that's being levelled. I want to go across to Saurabh Gupta, who's en route to Falta in Diamond Harbour as we speak. It's a big charge to make. Rigging allegations are flying from both sides. Interestingly, Saurabh, the BJP now saying that the BJP button has been taped, obstructing voters from choosing the BJP in Falta. What are you hearing?
Well, yeah, this is an allegation that's coming from the BJP, and this apparently what we're being given to understand was made by, it was informed to the party polling agent there in that booth, and that's how this complaint surfaced. Now, this is not the first time such an allegation has been made. In the past also, the BJP has alleged that such incidents have happened. What happens is, of course, the presiding officer's call. The presiding officer is the one who's running the voting inside the polling station. And that's something that, of course, now the BJP will officially have to demand what it wants, as it says it wants a repoll. But then that decision rests with the Election Commission. Now, this time around, given these allegations, the Election Commission had said that they would have, these CCTV cameras in every booth.
Stay with me, Saurabh. The BJP spokesperson, Pradeep Bhandari, is with me for a quick reaction on this allegation. Pradeep, your party alleging that the BJP button has been taped in Falta and different other places. What are you doing about this? Is a complaint being filed? What's happening?
Well, we'll take it up appropriately, and the party is mulling the appropriate action. But the larger point, Shiv, here is that when Abhishek Banerjee was opposing installation of police observers, particularly in his areas, who ensured that like the goons likes of Jahangir Khan, who attempt to prevent free and fair polling, this is out. The model of Trinamool Congress, which is scientific rigging, attempt to scientific rigging, has been caught, and we'll oppose it, and we'll take all necessary actions which have to be taken in order to prevent this in the certain booths where reports have come, which have been tweeted by our co-in-charge, Mr. Amit Malviya, and we will ensure that whatever appropriate action has to be taken, we'll do it.
The Trinamool is accusing you of the same thing, Pradeep. How is the BJP responding to that? Mamata Banerjee has alleged poll rigging by the BJP as well.
Well, if you recall, Shiv, that she attempted to do the similar thing when she lost Nandigram in 2021. Her same modus operandi was similar, but she did not have any allegations. She did not have facts to prove her allegations. Mamata knows she's losing. Trinamool knows that they're not able to intimidate beyond the point, and this is why every Trinamool goon is out on the street. Senior TMC leaders are out on the street, but this time people of Bengal are standing up against the Trinamool Congress, and you will see that in the final voting percentage in phase 2.
Okay, Pradeep, thanks very much for joining us. Pradeep Bhandari of the BJP there on this fresh piece of breaking news coming in from Falta in Diamond Harbour, a place that has already been tensed with these rigging allegations. This time the BJP alleging that its button has been taped and therefore nobody is able to vote for the BJP. Now, as promised, I want to go across to the NDTV leaderboard to just to reset for a moment now and give you a sense, give all of our viewers who may be tuning in right now, a sense of why phase 2 is so important. And I'm going to show you some figures now that will lay the groundwork for that. Now, first, let's show you the phases. Let me show you phase 1 that happened a few days ago first. This is 2021 polls, remember, okay? This is what happened in phase 1. The Trinamool won 92 seats, the BJP won 59 seats. If you look at the map, this is 2021, reminder, this is what the BJP's performance was there in that. Now, phase 2, which is the phase that is being that's active right now today, this is what happened in 2021. As you can see, 18 is what the BJP won. So the BJP is far weaker in phase 2 if you look at the last election, and that's the reason why this particular phase is so crucial for the BJP. The Trinamool is overwhelmingly strong in this. Of the 142 seats last time, 123 went to the Trinamool. So the Trinamool is definitely the big kahuna as far as phase 2 is concerned. But if you look at if you look at the state overall in 2021, these are what the figures were finally. But I want to go across to our reporters for just a moment before I bring you back to some data, because Shreyasi is live with me from Bhabanipur. She is on the she's on the trail of. Okay, we've got more breaking news coming in on the Diamond Harbour, on the Diamond Harbour breaking news that's just coming. Riju Datta is live with me from the Trinamool. Riju, the BJP is alleging that its button has been taped in the Falta constituency of Diamond Harbour. The BJP says it's going to be taken up at an appropriate forum. How does the Trinamool respond to this? They're saying point proven.
So my question is that for the last few days, this chewing gum officer, Ajay Pal Sharma, is roaming around terrorizing people in Falta, terrorizing my candidate, his family members. The CRPF DG, Mr. Singh, is right now in Diamond Harbour. And the entire thing is under the purview of the Election Commission. What are they doing? Then Amit Malviya, rather than tweeting, should complain to his bosses to immediately sack Ganesh Kumar. Ajay Pal Sharma should be placed on suspension because they have not been able to deliver what BJP wanted. What are we supposed to do if there is EVM tampering? It is not under our purview. We are not doing it. What is the EC doing it?
Your party is also alleging poll rigging by the BJP. We heard the Chief Minister also say that a short while ago, Riju.
So we are complaining to the appropriate authority. They should do the same thing.
Okay.
But the free and fair election, and that is what is happening. But now if BJP means after deploying this Ajay Pal Sharma, everything, their entire might, they are not succeeding. These people are voting and now they are crying foul, crying wolf because they have nothing on their plate. They know after throwing their entire might at Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress in Bengal, still they are losing and losing miserably.
Okay, Riju Datta of the Trinamool. It's very clear that poll rigging allegations are flying from both sides right now, with specific areas being mentioned by both the Trinamool and the BJP with a finger pointing at both sides. Okay. I want to go across now to our reporters who are live with us on this big breaking story. Shreyasi is live with us from Bhabanipur. Mamata Banerjee will be reaching there at 4 o'clock to cast her ballot. Shreya Ghosh is live with us from Toliganj. And Ritik Mondal from Bhangar in South 24 Parganas. Shreyasi, I want to quickly come to you first on this. I want to get your word first in from the a news break that's just come in from Falta, Diamond Harbour, what the BJP has just said. What happens next?
Well, the Election Commission sources are saying that in case there is any allegations against the EVM where the button is missing or while casting ballot, the vote is going to someone else as being alleged, then there will be a repolling. Shiv, in the first phase, there was absolutely zero repolling, which is unheard of here in West Bengal. But the second phase, as we have been reporting since morning, there have been sporadic instances of violence that have been especially reported from North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, Nadia, as well as Howrah. The Election Commission, of course, is getting all the webcasts directly to New Delhi. They are also keeping a watch, so as is the CEO of West Bengal. He himself is on ground as well. And we are right now in Bhabanipur, but the Election Commission, taking no chances, has said that there will be repolling in case there are any serious allegations that come to the forefront after a report is sorted from the returning officer of that particular polling booth.
Yeah.
Of course, both the parties are taking note of the EVM malfunctioning and reporting it to the Election Commission of India as well. In certain cases, of course, we do know that a standby EVM is always kept in case a EVM malfunctions, then it is replaced. But of course, so far, the ECI sources have confirmed in case there are allegations of EVM malfunctions and that are not being, fixed properly, then there will be repolling in those cases, especially the case of Falta.
Okay, there's a soundbite coming in from a poll commissioner in Falta, which we're going to play out for you as soon as I have. Okay, let's play that out. We've got that.
कौन बोल रहा है, कहाँ बोल रहा है, आपको बोलना पड़ेगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट कहाँ है. साउथ बंडुआ पटना इतना बड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, 31 वहाँ पे सीट है, असेंबली सीट है. कितना बड़ा एरिया है, कितने वोटर है वहाँ पे, 80 लाख से ज्यादा वोटर है. तो आपके साउथ बंडुआ पटना में कहाँ हो रही है प्रॉब्लम? एक आध जगह चुटकुल प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, तो जहाँ भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमको अपने सीसीटीवी कैमरा से आप भी देख सकते हैं, 2 सेकंड के अंदर मालूम पड़ रहा है कि कहाँ का प्रॉब्लम है. और जैसी प्रॉब्लम है वैसा सोल्यूशन हो रहा है. जहाँ प्रेसिडेंटिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करना है वहाँ फोन हो रहा है, जहाँ क्यूआरटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है, जहाँ आपको एफएसटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है, जहाँ आरओ की जरूरत है वहाँ हो रहा है. एकदम इमीडिएट एक्शन हो रहा है. देखिए बेला कौन बोल रहा है, कहाँ बोल रहा है, आपको बोलना पड़ेगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट कहाँ है. साउथ बंडुआ पटना इतना बड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, 31 वहाँ पे सीट है, असेंबली सीट है. कितना बड़ा एरिया है, कितने वोटर है वहाँ पे, 80 लाख से ज्यादा वोटर है. तो आपके साउथ बंडुआ पटना में कहाँ हो रही है प्रॉब्लम? एक आध जगह चुटकुल प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, तो जहाँ भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमको अपने सीसीटीवी कैमरा से आप भी देख सकते हैं, 2 सेकंड के अंदर मालूम पड़ रहा है कि कहाँ का प्रॉब्लम है. और जैसी प्रॉब्लम है वैसा सोल्यूशन हो रहा है. जहाँ प्रेसिडेंटिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करना है वहाँ फोन हो रहा है, जहाँ क्यूआरटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है, जहाँ आपको एफएसटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है, जहाँ आरओ.
Okay, so this is a very big deal because in phase 1 there were no calls for repolling anywhere. This is the first constituency in phase 2 where a repolling demand has been made, and it is by the BJP in Falta in Diamond Harbour. I want to go back to NDTV's reporter Shreya Ghosh is in Tollygunge in South Kolkata. Shreya, my first question to you is, we've got turnout figures till 9 a.m. When are the next turnout figures expected, and give us a sense of what's happening? South Kolkata, South Bengal, big challenge for the BJP. What have you been seeing today? But first about the turnout.
Well, of course, Shiv, we are seeing a thunderous second phase of polling in Bengal. 18% polling, the turnout, voter turnout percentage at 9 a.m. that we saw. And next we will be seeing at around 12 p.m. And we can only expect the voter turnout to be massive this time around because of the security measures that have been amped up, that has instilled a lot of confidence in the voters' minds and hearts. And that is why here in Tollygunge, in South Bengal, you can see a large number of people who have come here to cast their vote. We saw a fresh spell of rain early this morning alongside a fresh spell of violence. Although these are isolated cases of violence that we saw, no major cases, but we will have to wait and watch the final fate of South Bengal. I'm currently joined by someone who is a resident of Tollygunge for very many years now. Sir, this is a Bhadralok community living here in Tollygunge. It's a relatively developed areas. What are the issues that you are looking at before casting your vote? Do you think BJP will finally be able to make a breakthrough here in South Bengal? A TMC storm?
That is not the question. Nobody can predict that who will be coming in power.
But the general, the voters, they will be expecting that proper security arrangement and the proper systematic way, everything should be in place. And that has been seen this time. Even today is the final voting. But we have experienced in last 1 month or so, the election commission, the measures they have taken is very professional and perfect, which is supposed to be taken in the state and specifically in all these areas. And also you have seen the presence of the paramilitary forces, which is very effective and efficiently they have dominated the areas. And even today also you can see that everywhere, wherever you feel that there should be a security personnel, it is there. This booth is basically manned by the CRPF lady constables and the inspectors. But the QRT team is taking round and ensuring that every time there is a proper procedure being followed and the security is in place.
That's right, absolutely. We are seeing cases in Diamond Harbour, in Falta, where these kind of allegations are coming from the BJP that the BJP button to cast one's vote for BJP, that has been taped apparently. Now the TMC is of course saying that you can go and complain it to the election commission and necessary action will be taken and repolling will take place, and that is going to be historic. But we understand, as you asked rightly, that the historic voter turnout is happening because of two reasons. One, people want change. There is a strong anti-incumbency wave, and rightfully so, because 15 years of TMC governance. And the second reason being that people are scared that their identity could be at threat, especially after the special intensive revision role that reduced.
Yeah, we'll come back to you in a moment as we're awaiting those turnout figures. And it's 11:30 right now. We were expecting those turnout figures by around 11. They should be incoming any moment now. But I just want to quickly, before I go back to South 24 Parganas, where Ritik is standing by, I want to give you another layer of data from the NDTV leaderboard that will help you understand and appreciate the challenge that stands before the BJP. I call it the strength scanner. First, let's look at the TMC. Goes without saying that these are 2021 figures because we obviously don't have the results of this election just yet. But this is a strength scanner that shows you where each party stands as far as its performance is concerned. Take a look at where the TMC is very strong. Very strong means it has won 3 out of the last 3 elections in those seats. 119 seats where it has won the last 3 elections on a trot. It is strong in 95, moderate in 63, which is 1 out of 3, and weak in only 16. So it's very strong in 119 and weak in only 16. Tally that with the BJP, understandable for different reasons, but it gives you a sense of the scale. It's very strong in 0, strong in only 2, moderate in 76, and weak in 216. Compare 0 to 119 of the Trinamool, and that gives you a sense of where this battle actually lies. And remember, like I showed you between phase 1 and phase 2, the real battle, where all those numbers really are, come into phase 2. And that's why I want to go across to Ritik Mondal, who's in South 24 Parganas in Bhangar. Tension has happened over there. This is the Trinamool's heartland, Ritik. This is where the BJP needs to make some kind of a footprint, some kind of a headway if it wants to make the strength scanner look different the next time.
Well, Shiv, let me tell you that this is perhaps for the first time we are seeing a relatively less violence in this part of the Bengal, be it in Bhangar or in Purb Canning or in Diamond Harbour. There are instances of sporadic violence that comes up at this point in time. But in comparison to previous election, what we can say that they are less in number. But now we need to understand the political geography of this zone. As per the BJP's top leader are concerned, we are given to understand this time in South 24 Pargana, which is a heavy bastion for the ruling dispensation, which is a gur of Abhishek Banerjee, but they are eyeing to get at least 7 to 8 seats. And they said there are in these seats, be it in seats like Shonarpur Dokhin, in Goshaba or in Raidigi, the fight is neck to neck. And on the contrary, where we are bringing this live broadcast in Bhangar, which belongs to the lone ISF candidate candidate Nausad Siddiqui, who is contesting for the second time with the ISF, with the hand in hand with left. And TMC has fielded Shaukat Mullah, very strong man, again from the South Chobbish Pargana district, making this fight very, very tricky because this time ISF is eyeing to get at least 3 seats. One in Purbo Canning, which is the neighboring constituency of Bhangur, and on the contrary, the Degonga seats, which comes under North Chobbish Pargana district. Now, Chobbish Parganas is a very key factors. If BJP really went to the election, we need to understand, Shiv, that BJP need to bag more seats from North Chobbish Pargana and South Chobbish Pargana. If I come to the North Chobbish Pargana, we are being told from the top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party that they are hoping to get at least 14 seats from North Chobbish Pargana, which is far from the reality. We know North Chobbish Pargana belongs to Trinamool Congress. Gar is the fortress of Trinamool Congress Party, but they said that they are fighting at least on 14 seats in North Chobbish Pargana, and the tally shows that if really they have managed to bag a sizable number of seats from the first phase of election, and if they want to continue this momentum and to propel their party into the power in Bengal for the first time, they need to get a very large scale of seats from this two Parganas, because these are the districts which have higher number of constituency. So which is why possibly since this morning relatively less violence though it is happening, but we are getting informations of such sporadic instances where both the arch rival, be it Trinamool Congress or BJP, and over here in Purbo Canning or in Bhangur, the arch rivals, the main contender of these elections, the ISF and Trinamool Congress, they are they're fighting. Their supporters are engaging in clashes, which is why possibly this thing is turning around. But once again, this as the day proceeds, we do understand that at the conclusion of this election, this is going to be a very historic election, because people of Bengal, and as a voter of Bengal, Shiv, let me tell you, and let me show you my voters that I am also inked. I have casted my vote early in the morning, which is in the North Chobbish Pargana districts. But really, people of Bengal, after a long time, they are happily casting their vote. They are really enjoying this festivity of democracy. Back to you.
We've already seen a higher voter turnout than usual up until 9 a.m. We're expecting a latest update on that figure in a bit. Saurabh, Shreyasi and Rithik, for the moment, catch your breaths. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Right now, our reporters are on the move. They're not static. They're moving between booths and constituencies to give us the widest possible perspective of what's unfolding in. And I agree with Rithik. This is turning out to be a really, really historic election. Thanks very much, guys. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Speaking of turnout, I want to show you what turnout has looked like so far. Okay. Here, okay, we've got some breaking news coming in now. 39.97% voter turnout till 11 a.m. That is big. 40% voter turnout till 11 a.m. is the latest figure that we have for you. That is, we'll get you a comparison of what it was until 11 a.m. in phase 2 in 2021. As in a moment, you'll see it on the bottom half of our screen in just a moment to give you a sense of comparison. Just for perspective, up until 9 a.m. it was 18.7% compared to about 15% in the earlier election. 40% voter turnout till 11 a.m. is huge. This could very well be on its way to another 90+% mark in phase 2 as well. That's what most analysts and observers are expecting as well. Okay, I want to bring in our analysts right now. Jinto Joy, Gargi Nandi Roy are both with us. Jinto, to you first. 40% till 11 a.m. is definitely higher than the last time as well. What are you making of this? How do you decode turnout this time, and this one's particularly till 11 a.m.?
This is very good. I think in the second phase also, more than 90% easily turnout will be. So this is this is first time in West Bengal, more than 90% turnout. And this turnout, why this turnout? There are several analyses But it is clear that anti-incumbency is also a very important factor. SIR also can be a factor that we have discussed a lot, that the base has become narrow and the turnout has become more. It's a basic statistical fact. But you know, the consciousness of the voter also this time, I think, after SIR, there is a consciousness, you can say a lot of people are scared also, that we have to vote. We cannot be lazy. In Calcutta, I found middle class especially, a lot of people are not very crazy to give vote. I mean, alsi. But this time, somehow there is a consciousness.
They're coming out.
And why this consciousness? BJP is saying this is for change. And TMC is saying that scared people are giving more vote, that next time, if I don't vote next time, I not remain as a voter.
Correct.
So several reasons are there. But you know, this election, not only this turnout, but the campaign, Prime Minister and Home Minister, how much time they have given. One thing is very important, that anti-incumbency, it is a statistical truth, that if 35%, NDTV's analysis also I was watching, that if 35% anti-incumbency, there is a pro-ruling regime also, there is a percentage of vote. But between these two, I mean, apart from these two, you have a 30% approx.
Yeah,
I'm
just going to,
which is, I mean,
I'm going to come to that anti.
Waiting very.
Gargi, I'm going to come to you. I'm coming to you in 30 seconds because Jayanta just mentioned that, you know, the phase one turnout, you know, crossing 90 is historic. I just want a very quick look at a bit of data of turnout so far, which shows you why that crossing the 90 figure is actually so historic. This is what turnout has been like since 1991 up until the last election in 2021. It had a high of 84.3 and 81.6 was the last election. We do know that in phase one it was 93.7 and so far till 11 a.m. it's 40%. So let's go across now. Gargi Nandi Roy, apologies for keeping you waiting for so long. But we had a whole bunch of breaking news here, as you can imagine, in your great state. But what are you making, Gargi Nandi Roy, your first word on this turnout, 40% till 11 a.m.? Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Shiv. Shiv, obviously, SIR is a factor because dead voters, shifted voters gone. Secondly, the thing is, people who have their names, you know, they are really scared because there has been a very strong rumor, if you don't cast your vote, you will not be a citizen. So those factors are there. And people are coming out without fear to a great extent, okay, because there's a lot of intimidation and all. But having said that, Shiv, in this election, I'll tell you, there are 4 basic points that I feel categorically I'll state. The first is, Shiv, obviously the Hindu vote consolidation. So how much that will turn out, that has to be seen. But of the 182 seats, which are dominated by Hindu, last time BJP only got 72 and TMC 109. Surely the number is going to increase for BJP. I'll not give a number, but maybe more than 100. Secondly, Shiv, the anti-establishment, and everybody has that because of the corruption, 26,000 teachers losing their jobs since 2022, if you have seen. That how Partho Chatterjee, the Jyoti Priyo, all are going to jail. Entire education department went to jail. So health, education, people as a young educated are migrating. So all those factors is obviously a big factor. And for Muslims also, but that vote can get little split, the Muslim vote. The third factor, which not many people are talking about, are the migrant voters, the migrant workers who have been staying outside Bengal. Yes, they have also gone back. I'm not saying they'll all vote for BJP, they'll vote for some TMC and CPM also. But Shiv, in this last 1 year, which I have witnessed in 21 BJP ruled states, the RSS has done micromanagement, reaching out to Bengali Hindu voters.
And they have been convinced that how Mamata Banerjee is anti-India, what will happen in the bordering districts, how maybe the Hindu Bengalis have to leave their state. So this kind of thing, the micromanagement, you will not get train tickets from Delhi and Mumbai to Bengal because so many migrant workers went to cast their vote. So that is a big thing nobody is talking about. I've seen that micromanagement. And fourth reason is the less of chappa voting. Obviously, you know, there were almost 30 lakh dead voters, 27, 28 lakh. And Shiv, in Bengal, historically, after 12 o'clock, all dead voters, most dead voters at least, used to vote for TMC. Like the ghosts will come and vote for TMC. If you're aware, Brakto was the education minister. His father died in 2010. Till 2025, his name was there. So all dead voters were TMC voters. So that way, the dead voters are gone, shifted voters are gone, and election commission, yes, this time also the rigging is happening. Maybe little percentage, because what you called about rigging, you know, the scientific rigging started by the left. It has been taken to a PhD level by TMC. So, and about the take of the EVM, it happened in 2024 also. 2024, they call it Diamond Harbour model Shiv. That's why Abhishek Banerjee won it by 7-8 lakh. All the BJP symbols were taped in 2024. And in 2021, the booths in Diamond Harbour, Falta, where BJP got lead. You know what this Jahangir Khan had done, Jahangir Khan and his clan? Do you know there is a bike gang? They put JK is Jahangir Khan. And people are scared by them. And last time, the booths where BJP got leads, those houses, their electricity and water connection were cut. This time also, I'll give you booth number 238, 239 of Falta. People of those booths, their Aadhaar card and PAN card were snatched away. I came to know about this 2-3 days back. 2 days back I came to. This time also it has happened. That's why you saw.
That's where the BJP that's where the BJP this time is also alleging that, you know, some button has been taped and people are not being allowed to cast.
Yeah, it can happen because it has happened last time, 2024 for sure. Whether this is happening, it is happening. There should be a repoll. They must complain to Election Commission and election. This is obviously some negligence on the part of Election Commission also, because Election Commission knows that it's a very
so the BJP has just spoken to us, Gargi. I am sure you heard that. Pradeep has said that they are taking it up and they have their own control room and they're figuring it out. But the important point you've made, I just want to point out another metric, and I'll bring Jayantada in on this. 40% up until 11 a.m. Now, Jayantada. 2021, similar turnout was about 37.4. Not vastly different. But what do you read in this? You're saying this is a big turnout and it is indicative of something.
Sure, because this is historical.
Yeah.
In West Bengal, actually, we were very proud that the literacy rate is very high in Bengal and always we have a good turnout. But now, after seeing that it is crossing more than 90%, 92%, it is astonishing. And I think that anti-incumbency is very strong. That is the mood, because I was in several districts, I visited several districts. There is a very strong anti-incumbency. You have to accept this fact. And civic issues.
Including the constituencies in phase 2.
Yeah, phase 2. Phase 2, if you allow me, I am give quick anecdote.
Because of 142 seats,
today
123 went to the TMC last time, as we just showed. So this is
very difficult for BJP.
BJP needs to break.
Yeah, as you explained, that why it is very difficult for BJP. So anti-incumbency is there, TMC stronghold and TMC's influence is there. But there is a huge floating voters, approximately 30%. This second phase, BJP leadership, they know that there are the fault lines. And that's why Prime Minister, Home Minister and carpet bombing of leaders, Prime Minister visited Thantani Kalibari, Belur Mott, reach out, connecting people. Why? Why they have done? Because this consolidation of the Hindu vote is very much needed. You will not get the Muslim vote. So what Gargi is also saying, that the Hindu vote consolidation, if it happens, And if there is a 2-3% swing on that floating votes, and this anti-incumbency is not only, I mean, Hindutva is a one factor among the multiple factors. But I am telling you, like Howrah, this is a very important district, and today Howrah is going to the polls. In Howrah, 7-8 years, there was no election in the Howrah Corporation. And the drainage system, garbage, it's a coolie town, British used to say. But you know, Mamata Banerjee was in Howrah, and she said that just after this election, we will look after the underground drainage system. So this is a very strong
the anti-incumbency theme is a crucial one. I'm going to pick back up on that in just a moment. We've got some more updates coming in on what's happened in Falta in Diamond Harbour. Showdown Adhikari of the BJP has just reacted. He's demanded repolling in Diamond Harbour in the Falta seat, where the BJP has formally alleged now that a tape has been used to block voters from choosing the BJP. Showdown Adhikari, leader of the opposition, candidate from Bhabanipur, going against Mamata Banerjee, the big leader of this election from the BJP side, has put this allegation over paper, after allegation over paper put on the EVM, is what he has alleged. Here's what Showdown Adhikari has just told NDTV.
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहां रिपोल होना चाहिए ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहां रिपोल होना चाहिए
Okay, Showdown Adhikari saying this is an old habit, and he's formally demanded repolling in Falta in Diamond Harbour. We'll be hearing from the BJP in greater detail. It's just a tiny comment from him saying it's an old habit. So tempers flying in Bengal, even though it has to be said, we must keep our coverage in perspective, that the violence is nowhere as much as it usually is. It is highly contained. There are sporadic incidents. There are some social media handles and some networks making it seem like it's apocalypse in Bengal. It is not. Please be assured that things are mostly peaceful during polling on phase 2. Showdown Adhikari of the BJP has demanded repolling in Diamond Harbour. The Falta seat is where the BJP has alleged that tape has been used to cover the BJP button, to block people from choosing the BJP there, and they've demanded it. They've pointed a direct finger at Abhishek Banerjee of the Trinamool as well for his words about Jahangir Khan, who is the candidate from there. Listen in once again to Showdown Adhikari. It's a very small, short comment.
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहां रिपोल होना चाहिए 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 ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस
Gargi Nandi Roy, you were talking to us about precisely this. You're saying that in Diamond Harbour, your observation is that this is an old practice. It's been happening. Showdown Adhikari has just said the same thing, Gargi.
Yes, we know that, Shiv, that I told you that last time also 2024 they taped the BJP symbol. So that's why 7 lakh, 8 lakhs vote, Bhaipo had won that election, So they never allowed people to come out and vote. So you see Ajay Pal Sharma going and threatening his family. Not threatening. See, the threat culture in Bengal, the threat culture has been the monopoly of TMC. The threat culture, rigging. Now they are getting retaliation. So that's why Didi is nervous. Didi is responding like that. Because they know, because in 2021, it was state-sponsored terrorism. They had ushered in a reign of terror. BJP booth agents were raped. Rape was used as a tool, political weapon against women. In which state, chiefs tell me that you can have opposition candidates. In all the entire country vote. But have you ever heard killing and raping in the name of election? Only in Bengal. It used to happen in CPM era also, but they used to kill. Now, TMC has taken a step ahead. They also do the rape and all. So, we have always seen, as a woman, I will tell, in all conflict, women suffer the most. But usually that is in war and riot. But Bengal is a state where during election also women suffer. So it's very scary situation. So as a Bengali, I want a change, but I don't know. And I'll tell you, the Hawa for Parivartan, which was there in 2011, is still there. It is again there. But the only difference this time is that time the Muslim vote transferred to TMC. In this time, so many Muslim vote is obviously not transferring. So that is one disadvantage for BJP. But Muslim vote this time, I feel will little get split. It will split a little bit, if not to a great extent. So that's why maybe Congress, ISF they will gain few seats.
I just have
indirectly can.
I have an important update coming in from Diamond Harbour before I take a break. Quickly bringing you that breaking information. CRPF Director General GP Singh and police observer Ajay Pal Sharma, who's at the center of a big controversy and clash between the Trinamool and BJP, have been moved from Diamond Harbour to inspect polling booths during the ongoing second phase of voting. So they've been moved. Ajay Pal Sharma have been moved from Diamond Harbour and they're inspecting other polling booths in Bengal at this point of time. Ajay Pal Sharma is the Uttar Pradesh cadre IPS officer who was there as a police observer in the middle of a viral confrontation with the Trinamool, a video that has spread far and wide and has become a hot potato in this election. We're going to take a very quick break. Reactions on that breaking story will be up right after this with Vedika and Vishnu. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
And thank you for staying with NDTV's rolling coverage of what is turning out to be the most crucial part of this entire election season. Phase 2 in Bengal is rolled out. Expectedly, it's already had a violent start in at least 2 places. NDTV has the biggest team on the ground. We've got the best experts. Ajit Jha joins me on what's going to be the next 2 hours of polling in Bengal. I'm Shiv Arur. Great to have you. Let's go straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal, claims Trinamool workers being targeted, calls it terrorism. BJP hits out, says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violent start to phase 2 voting in the state. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool. BJP agent injured on the head in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge in some areas. 2 detained. Poll disruption triggers chaos. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He's at the Kashi Vishwanath temple as we speak. Begins the day with a puja. Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Prime Minister to open the Ganga Expressway in UP Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot for UP's growth story. It's the third UP road that can also be an aviation runway. And 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the big exit poll broadcast that begins 5 p.m. tonight. It's the biggest night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Of course, the data comes in only by around 6:30. By our broadcast begins at 5 p.m. It's the election team that India will be tuning into, the widest, sharpest exit polls data on NDTV 24/7. That broadcast begins at 5 p.m. And we're starting with some breaking news, making this the third incident of violence so far this morning in phase 2 polling in West Bengal. This is the Assembly Khanakul booth number 147. This is in Hooghly, where tension has just erupted over alleged fake polling agents. These are allegations that are being leveled there right now. Images coming in on NDTV's camera from the ground in Hooghly, where this is taking place, where the ISF and TMC have clashed. This is tension erupting in booth number 147. Very specific information coming in Ramachandrapur under the Rajhati 1 Panchayat in Khanakul in Hooghly over allegations of appointing fake polling agents. Familiar allegations. They have come up in 2 areas before this, in one part of in Bali, in Howrah, and Nadia. Tension has gripped both those places with clashes being reported, lathi charge in some other areas, and now in Hooghly, where you can see tension between TMC and ISF workers. A scuffle has broken out between ISF and Trinamool supporters right in front of the booth. According to the ISF, their polling agents, the form was forged and a Trinamool agent was illegally placed inside the booth. They've also alleged that their actual agent was threatened overnight and prevented from reaching the booth. This is a developing story. It's happening live as we are reporting, and we're awaiting more details upon this. Upon receiving the news, the ISF candidate, this is what NDTV's team on the ground is telling us, the ISF candidate from Khanakul rushed to the booth and removed the alleged fake agent, triggering the fisticuffs that you're seeing happen there right now. Manogya is on the ground and she joins us live. Manogya, Khanakul in Hooghly, where this fresh eruption of fisticuffs is taking place. NDTV has it on camera as well. It's the third or the fourth incident of eruption so far this morning. Manogya, welcome.
Well, I'll tell you, there are many more incidents that are now.
कोई डुएट है 70-75
The ballots open and the results are out. You will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
You're watching this special edition of Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood, and with me in the studio is Vishnu Shom. West Bengal's high-stakes political battle enters a decisive second round today, and the contest is only getting sharper and louder. A massive 142 seats are up for grabs across South Bengal, including 11 crucial seats in Kolkata, the political nerve center of the state.
It's not just another phase 1 or phase 2 rather. This is the high-wire election where every vote could tilt the balance. On one side, Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool are doubling down on continuity, pitching welfare schemes, regional pride and Bengali identity. On the other, the BJP is going all out with the promise of change, focusing on jobs, governance and what it calls identity security. 2 sharply defined narratives and 2 clearly contrasting visions, and a battle that's now reaching its most intense stretch. It'll all be over in the next couple of hours. A big reminder, 6 p.m. onward, when we have our exit poll. And for what it's worth, you've got, for the moment, 2 anchors from Calcutta as well, both Vedika and me.
Let's start with the headlines at this hour. Bengal phase 2 voting hit by rigging charge in Diamond Harbour. BJP claims Lotus option blocked with tape in booths in Abhishek Banerjee's bastion. Showdown Adhikari demands repolling.
Mamata Banerjee's big claim, she says that central forces are working at the behest of the BJP. She claims that the Trinamool Congress's workers are targeted She's called it terrorism. The BJP is hit out and says that the Saffron Party is going to win Bengal.
Violence in phase 2 polling in Battleground Bengal clash is reported as polling turns tense across multiple booths. BJP agent claims attack by TMC goons in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bali. ISF and TMC workers also clash in Hooghly.
It's day 2 of the Prime Minister's Kashi visit. He visits the Kashi Vishwanath temple. He begins his day with puja. The Prime Minister is also put out a Nari Shakti pitch in Kashi.
And the Prime Minister will also open the Ganga Expressway in Uttar Pradesh, Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot to UP's growth story. Third UP road that can also turn into an emergency runway.
Well, here's a big programming note. 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the exit poll night tonight. The big exit poll of the year with India's most tracked election team. The widest, sharpest exit poll data on NDTV 24/7. We begin our programming 5 p.m. onwards. 6 p.m. onwards is when the numbers should start coming in.
All right, BJP has made a big claim against the Trinamool Congress. BJP alleges EVM tampering in Jahangir Khan's constituency, Falta. BJP's Amit Malviya has shared a video of EVM and alleged that voting options were blocked with tape at multiple booths.
The BJP is now demanding repolling in this constituency. Meanwhile, according to sources, the Election Commission has taken cognizance of the matter and they've said that if reports of taping of any button comes in, they should be verified. The essential claim by the BJP is that the symbol of the BJP has been taped up, which doesn't give voters the option that they were looking for. The EC says that if there are any reports of taping of any button that comes in, this needs to be verified. If true, these booths will go for a repoll. That's significant.
More reactions coming in on that story. Let's just listen in.
हमको अपने सीसीटीवी कैमरा से आप देख सकते हैं 2 सेकंड के अंदर मालूम पड़ रहा है कि कहाँ क्या प्रॉब्लम है और जैसी प्रॉब्लम है वैसा सोल्यूशन हो रहा है जहाँ प्रेसिडेंटिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करता है वहाँ फोन हो रहा है जहाँ क्यूआरटी को फोन करता है वहाँ हो रहा है जहाँ आपको एफएसटी को फोन करता है वहाँ हो रहा है जहाँ आरओ की जरूरत है वहाँ हो रहा है एकदम इमीडिएट एक्शन हो रहा है
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए.
Saurabh now joins us live. I believe he is in Diamond Harbour in Falta. Saurabh, just take us through the allegation. What are people around you saying at this point? It's very rare that you see an allegation of such nature really coming out where inside a polling booth, you're talking about an EVM machine that's taped up.
Well, these allegations have been made in the past as well, and this is not new in Bengal. Unlike, some of the other places, this kind of allegations have always been floating around. This one's come in from the BJP in, Falta, where, of course, there's that massive sort of showdown between the IPS officer and, of course, Jahangir Khan of the Trinamool Congress. And I am currently in the Diamond Harbour constituency. I'm not in Falta, on my way there, but the lines since the morning have really been impressive. And the Trinamool Congress is, of course, betting on a higher turnout for a better percentage. So does the BJP claims that a higher turnout is to its advantage. However, you can see people are coming in to vote. A lot of people are arriving at the polling stations. Long queues since the morning. And that's interesting. I also cast my vote this morning, and of course, in some places there have been reports of EVM glitches, including the polling station where I cast my vote, so I had to wait till about 8:45 before the first voting began. In that particular booth in Hooghly district, there have been reports of sporadic violence, but overall, for those of us who've covered elections in Bengal, we know that this is, of course, relatively, I use the word relatively, much better than what it would have been in previous years. In fact, central forces, not just outside polling stations like you see now managing the crowd, but I've seen them in nooks and corners of other places where people may be intimidated, etc. So the deployment is huge, and of course the Trinamool Congress is saying that they are intimidating Trinamool voters. The BJP, of course, says central forces are absolutely necessary to hold peaceful, free and fair elections in West Bengal. But the lines outside polling stations, any polling station in any constituency today, are definitely encouraging higher turnout, no matter to whose advantage or what political parties are claiming, is always welcome in an election. And West Bengal clearly showing that.
Of course, to Shreyasi as well. She's at Mamata Banerjee's or outside Mamata Banerjee's residence in Bhabanipur. Thanks very much for being with us. The voter turnout so far till about 12 p.m. has been close to 40%. That's fairly significant. It's higher than last time around. Could you reflect on that and tell us what's happening around you with Mamata Banerjee and all of these allegations being made this morning?
Well, we have been covering elections in the past as well, but Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee never has canvassed Bhabanipur like she did this morning. She left her residence a little past 8:30 and she went into the narrow lanes and by-lanes of Bhabanipur, going to her party office, meeting her booth workers, and of course keeping us on our toes in the morning when it was raining. But now the sun is out. She has returned home. She will be coming out to vote around 4 p.m. and also Abhishek Banerjee has cast his ballot at around 8:30 at the same booth where Chief Minister will be going later on. And he has moved to Diamond Harbour where he is a sitting MP, and he will be monitoring the Trinamool Congress's voting patterns from the war room in his office in Amtola. This is very significant because as we have been reporting, that Diamond Harbour has gathered momentum after that viral video of the IPS officer. But poll of polls, the battle here in Bhabanipur is electrifying. At one point, both Shubhendu Adhikari and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee were in the same place. We saw the heightened security and we saw how, as media, we were trying to get in a word from both the leaders. Here now, of course, the police have tightened security. You can see the kind of Trinamool flags, the fanfare for Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, because this is not just a legislative challenge for her, but also a symbolic fight, because this is her bastion. This is a home turf. She just stays down the road. Her entire family, her extended family stays down this road. Trinamool Congress MP Kalyan Banerjee stays on this road. In the next lane, it's Abhishek Banerjee's residence. So this is essentially the Banerjee family's citadel. This is the Trinamool Congress's registered party office, which is the Horish Chatterjee Street, where Chief Minister stays. So Bhabanipur in West Bengal politics is one of the primary characters and a very, very crucial one at it. And of course, this time, as we have been saying, that South Bengal holds the key. Whichever party manages to either hold on or make inroads will rule West Bengal. So in South Bengal, essentially we see this presidency range, which includes Kolkata, and where Bhabanipur comes under. There are 11 seats, and none of these 11 seats have a sitting BJP MLA. All these 11 seats have sitting Trinamool Congress MLAs. So BJP, in order to increase its seat tally, will have to make inroads in Kolkata, and that remains a very big question, whether the BJP will come into full force here in Kolkata. And of course, we will be bringing all the details from Bhabanipur, which is unfolding, where challenger Shubhendu Adhikari has brought the fight to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's doorstep. We had seen one in 2021 in Nandigram, and now this seems to be round two, but a very, very crucial one, because probably the one who has everything on stake this election is no one else but Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
There is news also coming in, and we just want to put that up for our viewers once again. There's 40% voter turnout till about 11 o'clock, and this is the highest voting in some areas as well till this point. Vishnu, if you could just take us through the previous years as well when it comes to the voting percentages.
So this is a fairly encouraging number at 40% overall voter turnout till 11 a.m. this morning. So that's very encouraging. But what we can actually do right now is take a look at what voter turnout has been in Bengal in the past. So if we just go across and take a look at what it's been in the past, and if you take a look at the overall numbers, then this is what it's been. And we've got, from 1991 up till 2021, Bengal has voted quite heavily. Let's take a look 2021 was 81.6%. But we're going to come back to this. Let's quickly move on. Some breaking news coming in now of the Prime Minister. He's been in Kashi earlier on today, and he is inaugurating a major highway project as well. So we'll come back to those numbers. But let's cut across to the Prime Minister at this stage. A huge expressway which is meant to cut down travel time across two key centres in Uttar Pradesh down to just about 6 to 7 hours or so. So that's a big difference in UP. We'll bring you details of that in just a moment.
All right, there's Prime Minister Modi. You can see the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, also there. They are going to inaugurate the almost 600-kilometer Ganga Expressway. Now, like I said, you have both the Chief Minister as well as the Prime Minister there for this big event. It was built at an estimated cost about 36,000 crore rupees. Why is this important? Because like Vishnu just pointed out, it really does strengthen connectivity between cities. Now, this is going to be the longest expressway in Uttar Pradesh, and one of the biggest greenfield road projects as well is what we believe. The 6-lane access controlled corridor, expandable to 8 lanes, links Meerut to Prayagraj across 12 districts. It also comes with a much larger ambition to function not just as a road, but as an industrial logistics and development corridor. Prime Minister Modi has been in Varanasi since yesterday. Today, that big project is being inaugurated. Let's just dip in to see what's happening there, and then we'll cut across to our reporters as well.
Uttar Pradesh, linking Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours from now. It's part of several road projects in Uttar Pradesh which have really redefined transport across the state. This is the latest one, opening the Ganga Expressway as it's known, a key connectivity project. All across Uttar Pradesh, we see several of these highways making a key difference in the lives of people. This comes on a day when, of course, there is counting taking place, voting taking place in phase 2 of the elections in Bengal. But the Prime Minister today has had a busy day. He's been over here inaugurating this road project, but earlier he was at Kashi. He was at the Kashi at the Mandir as well. Let's just try and see if he says anything. He's expected to in a little while from now, and we'll return to the very latest on these elections. I'm joined now by my colleague Ranveer, who is there at the Ganga Expressway for this project. Give us a sense of the significance of this road project.
Minister Modi is in Hardoi to inaugurate Ganga Expressway, and if we talk about the specialities of Ganga Expressway, then it's a 594-kilometer long green field expressway, and it will be starting from today. So this Ganga Expressway is the longest greenfield expressway in the country, and if we talk about UP, this is the longest expressway. So the foundation stone was laid in November 2022, and now in a span of 3.5 years, this expressway is complete, and now Prime Minister Modi is in Hardoi to inaugurate this Ganga Expressway. So Ganga Expressway, the 3/4 of the expressway is being made by Adani Group, and this will start from Meerut, and it will be connecting Prayagraj, and the distance between these two cities, Meerut to Prayagraj, was initially about 10 to 12 hours, but now it will be deducted to 5 to 6 hours, and the comfort will be doubled. So the time duration from Meerut to Prayagraj will be half, but the comfort will be doubled due to this expressway. And in future, the project may be expanded to Haridwar. So it will start from Haridwar and ends to Prayagraj. So two major holy cities connecting with Ganga will be joined with this expressway in future. So this is a very big achievement for Uttar Pradesh, obviously, because now after Noida-Agra, after Agra-Lucknow, after Purvanchal and Bundelkhand Expressway, this is Ganga Expressway, which is longest in Uttar Pradesh and the longest greenfield expressway in the nation.
And also, Ranveer, the messaging going out through this is also, of course, the timing of the launch mattering as well. The project comes as Uttar Pradesh is pushing itself and positioning itself as an infrastructure-led growth engine.
Obviously, if we talk about Uttar Pradesh, few years back, Uttar Pradesh was known as a Bimaru state of the nation, where economy was bad, where road conditions were bad. But now UP is known as a growth engine of the nation because it is the second biggest economy in India. And if we talk about road network, then UP is the state which has the maximum number of expressways. And today, this series is inching up because Ganga Expressway is all set, and Prime Minister Modi will be inaugurating this Ganga Expressway in couple of minutes. So a big achievement. And if
Ganga Expressway inauguration marks one of India's biggest infrastructure launches. To tell us a little bit more about that, we're joined live by our colleague Tejshri. Tejshri, this is an expressway which connects, 12 important districts. Could you tell us a little bit more about the significance of this project? All right, as we wait for Tejshri, I can tell you the districts. Tejshri, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yes, absolutely. The districts that it will be connecting are districts like Meerut, Hapur, Bulandshahr, Amroha, Sambhal, Badaयूं, Shahjahanpur, Hardoi, Unnao, Raebareli, Pratapgarh and Prayagraj. And in fact, not just that, but in fact, the most important thing is the travel time, which you take 10 to 12 hours earlier, is now just cut into 6 hours. And in fact, number of infrastructure projects have been, inaugurated by Prime Minister.
आज आपके कर कमलों से आपकी विराट सोच के अनुरूप देश के एक बड़े एक्सप्रेसवे में से एक गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का उद्घाटन का एक कार्यक्रम संपन्न होने जा रहा है। देवी सुरसरी भगवती गंगे त्रिभुवन तारिणी तरल तरंगे, मां गंगा के पैरेलल समानांतर उस विराट को छूने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश के आर्थिक विस्तार को एक नई उड़ान देने के लिए जिस एक्सप्रेसवे का शिलान्यास आपने दिसंबर 2021 में किया था, आज आपके कर कमलों से उसका ये भव्य लोकार्पण का कार्यक्रम होने जा रहा है। मैं इस अवसर पर गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे जो उत्तर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनने जा रही है, आपके विजन को इस जमीनी धरातल पर उतारकर आज उद्घाटन के इस भव्य कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मैं आपका भक्त प्रहलाद और नरसिंह भगवान के अवतरण की इस पावन धरा पे हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। हरदोई श्री हरि विष्णु के परम भक्त प्रहलाद के उद्धार की भूमि, 52 अवतार और नरसिंह अवतार की पावन धरा हरदोई में आज यह अवसर हम सबको प्राप्त हो रहा है। इस अवसर पर मंच पर उपस्थित प्रदेश की माननीय राज्यपाल आदरणीय श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल जी, केंद्रीय वित्त राज्य मंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष श्री पंकज चौधरी जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री जितेंद्र प्रसाद जी, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, ब्रजेश पाठक जी, सुरेश कुमार खन्ना जी, नंद गोपाल गुप्ता नंदी जी, नितिन अग्रवाल जी, असीम अरुण जी, श्रीमती रजनी तिवारी जी, सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधिगण और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हरदोई, शाहजहांपुर, उन्नाव, कन्नौज और फर्रुखाबाद से जुड़े हुए सभी उपस्थित बहन और भाइयों, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं आज गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के इस उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद से अब सिंचित इस पावन धरा पर हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहनों और भाइयों, दिसंबर 2021 में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस एक्सप्रेसवे का आधारशिला रखी थी। वैश्विक महामारी कोरोना के उस कालखंड के दौरान इसके जमीन अधिग्रहण की कार्रवाई करने के साथ ही इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने और एक समय सीमा के अंदर इसे पूरा करने का विजन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उत्तर प्रदेश को दिया और पूरे देश के अंदर आज जब हम नए भारत का दर्शन कर रहे हैं तो उस नए भारत के नए उत्तर प्रदेश में यह आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो हमारे आवागमन को तो सरल बना ही रहा है, बल्कि हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को भी एक नई ऊंचाई प्रदान कर रहा है। और ये तब हो पाया है जब प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को उनके मार्गदर्शन पर चलते हुए स्पष्ट नीति और साफ नियत के अंतर साफ नियत से उसे प्रभावी ढंग से जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने का कार्य हुआ। बहनों और भाइयों, 2017 के पहले का उत्तर प्रदेश परिवारवाद और जातिवाद के जकड़न में, दंगों में, अराजकता में, कर्फ्यू में, माफिया की समानांतर चलने वाले उस अराजकता भरे माहौल में विकास की, रोजगार की, नए निवेश की कोई कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता था। और आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि पिछले 9 वर्ष के अंदर डबल इंजन सरकार का परिणाम आज उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर एक्सप्रेसवे का एक नेटवर्क, हाईवे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वे और ग्रामीण सड़कों का 4 लाख किलोमीटर का एक बेहतरीन नेटवर्क हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। इंटर स्टेट कनेक्टिविटी 4 लेन के साथ, हर जिला मुख्यालय 4 लेन के साथ, हर ब्लॉक और तहसील मुख्यालयों को 4 लेन और 2 लेन की सड़कों के साथ जोड़ करके 7 सिटी में मेट्रो और देश की पहली रैपिड रेल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले दिनों दिल्ली मेरठ के बीच में इस पूरे कॉरिडोर का उद्घाटन करके उन दूरियों को समेटने के साथ ही उत्तर प्रदेश की इस अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो कार्य किया है, आज वह जमीनी धरातल पर डबल इंजन सरकार की ताकत के रूप में, एक्सप्रेसवे के रूप में, रैपिड रेल के रूप में, इनलैंड वाटरवे के रूप में, मेट्रो के रूप में, रेलवे के डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर के रूप में हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर केवल यह एक्सप्रेसवे हमारी दूरी को ही कम नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि इन सभी पे डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यूपी के लिए स्वीकृत किया था वह भी है। और साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इन एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से अन्नदाताओं किसानों की उन्नति के ये एक्सप्रेसवे बने हैं, युवाओं के रोजगार के एक्सप्रेसवे बने हैं, आस्था और संस्कृति के एक्सप्रेसवे हैं और प्रदेश की समृद्धि के एक्सप्रेसवे बन रहे हैं। ये एक्सप्रेसवे 27 स्थानों पर इंटीग्रेटेड इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर एंड लॉजिस्टिक हब डेवलप करने की कार्रवाई भी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ी है। अगर हम केवल गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर देखेंगे, 594 किलोमीटर का यह लंबा एक्सप्रेसवे, जिस पे केवल एक्सप्रेसवे पर ही हम लोगों ने 18,000 एकड़ लैंड अन्नदाता किसानों से लिया है और इस पर बनने वाले जो इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर और लॉजिस्टिक हब हैं, इनमें भी लगभग 7,000 एकड़ लैंड अलग अलग स्थानों पर लेकर के नए निवेश और उसके माध्यम से नौजवानों के लिए नए रोजगार की संभावनाओं को भी आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है। आज जिन 12 जनपदों में मेरठ से लेकर प्रयागराज तक विस्तृत इस एक्सप्रेसवे पर 12 जनपदों के जिन 1 लाख से अधिक किसानों ने लैंड उपलब्ध करवाने में अपना योगदान दिया है, मैं उन सभी अन्नदाता किसानों के प्रति भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने जो भी लैंड एक्विजिशन की पॉलिसी है उसके अंतर्गत इस पूरे अभियान को विकास हो, उत्तर प्रदेश के अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल को प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित भारत की संकल्पना को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश के निर्माण में हम भी योगदान दे सकें, उस विजन में उन्होंने भी अपना भरपूर योगदान दिया। आज उसी का परिणाम है कि एक्सप्रेसवे बन करके तैयार हुआ है और आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा जिसका शिलान्यास किया गया था, ये बीजेपी की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो बार बार कहा है कि जिसका शिलान्यास करेंगे उसका उद्घाटन भी करेंगे, आज उसका उद्घाटन भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से हो रहा है। मैं इस अवसर पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बार फिर से उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का। देवी सज्जनों, अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से वे अपने कर कमलों से रिमोट का बटन दबाकर गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का लोकार्पण करने की कृपा करें। हम सब साक्षी बने इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण का।
बेहतर रास्ते सिर्फ दूरी नहीं, सपनों को भी करीब लाते हैं। सुपर फास्ट सड़कें केवल यात्रा को आसान नहीं बनाती, बल्कि गांवों और शहरों को जोड़कर रोजगार, व्यापार और औद्योगिक प्रगति को बढ़ावा भी देती हैं। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इसी विजन के अनुरूप रिकॉर्ड समय में बनाया गया है नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का पर्याय, नए उत्तर प्रदेश का सबसे लंबा गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे।
21वीं सदी में किसी भी देश की प्रगति के लिए, किसी भी प्रदेश की प्रगति के लिए हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी के विकास को गति भी देगा और यूपी को शक्ति भी देगा।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के परिवर्तनकारी नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश में एक्सप्रेसवे कनेक्टिविटी के फ्लैगशिप प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होने से कभी जो सफर घंटों में तय होता था, अब वो मिनटों में हो रहा है पूरा। डबल इंजन सरकार ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है एक्सप्रेस वे स्टेट। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से आज माननीय राज्यपाल श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल जी और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया जा रहा है गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे। अब देश के कुल एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क में उत्तर प्रदेश की सर्वाधिक हिस्सेदारी हो गई है। मेरठ के गांव बिजौली से प्रारंभ हापुड़, बुलंदशहर, अमरोहा, संभल, बदायूं, शाहजहांपुर, हरदोई, उन्नाव, रायबरेली, प्रतापगढ़ से होकर प्रयागराज के ग्राम जूडापुर दांदू में समाप्त होने वाले गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से आच्छादित हैं 12 जनपद और 518 ग्राम।
मेरठ को प्रयागराज से जोड़ने का लगभग 600 किलोमीटर का यह एक्सप्रेसवे न केवल एक्सप्रेसवे यातायात की दृष्टि से होगा, बल्कि इस क्षेत्र में औद्योगिक गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ाने, रोजगार के सृजन को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का एक बड़ा अभियान होगा।
120 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा की स्पीड से डिजाइन किए गए गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर 14 दीर्घ सेतु, 165 लघु सेतु, 7 आरओबी, 32 फ्लाईओवर, 453 अंडरपास, 795 बॉक्स कलवर्ट के साथ ही महत्वपूर्ण मार्गों से 21 स्थानों पर इंटरचेंज, यात्रियों की सुविधा के लिए 9 स्थानों पर जन सुविधा परिसर का कराया गया है निर्माण। स्थानीय जनमानस के सुविधाजनक आवागमन के लिए गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के दोनों ओर कराया गया है 737 किलोमीटर सर्विस रोड का निर्माण। सुरक्षित और सुव्यवस्थित यात्रा के लिए हर एक किलोमीटर पर लगाए गए हैं सोलर ऊर्जा से संचालित हाईटेक स्मार्ट कैमरे। आपातकालीन परिस्थितियों में भारतीय वायुसेना के फाइटर प्लेन की लैंडिंग व टेक ऑफ के लिए बनाई गई है एयर स्ट्रिप। देश में एक्सप्रेसवे पर सबसे अधिक एयर स्ट्रिप के मामले में भी उत्तर प्रदेश बन गया है नंबर 1। औद्योगिक गलियारा परियोजना के अंतर्गत गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के सन्निकट 12 जनपदों में स्थापित किए जा रहे हैं इंटीग्रेटेड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स क्लस्टर्स। सामाजिक समृद्धि, सामरिक सुरक्षा और औद्योगिक उन्नति का पर्याय गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे समग्र विकास की वो नई सुबह है जिसके हर मोड़ पर तरक्की कर रही है आपका इंतजार। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
हार्दिक बधाई आप सभी को गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के लोकार्पण की। देवी सज्जनों, आइए आप सबके सम्मान और कृतज्ञता से भरी करतल ध्वनि के साथ निवेदन करें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से उनके संबोधन के लिए, इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर उनके शुभ संदेश के लिए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय।
भारत माता की, गंगा मैया की, गंगा मैया की। उत्तर प्रदेश की राज्यपाल आनंदीबेन पटेल, यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य, ब्रजेश जी पाठक, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी जितिन प्रसाद जी, पंकज चौधरी जी, यूपी सरकार के मंत्रीगण, सांसद और विधायकगण, अन्य जनप्रतिनिधि और विशाल संख्या में पधारे हुए मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, सर्वप्रथम मैं भगवान नरसिंह की इस पुण्य भूमि को प्रणाम करता हूं। यहां से कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पर मां गंगा कृपा बहाती हुई गुजरती है, इसलिए ये पूरा क्षेत्र ही तीर्थ से कम नहीं है और मैं मानता हूं यूपी को एक्सप्रेस वे का यह वरदान ये भी मां गंगा का ही आशीर्वाद है। अब आप कुछ ही घंटों में संगम भी पहुंच सकते हैं और काशी में बाबा के दर्शन करके भी वापस आ सकते हैं। साथियों, जैसे मां गंगा हजारों वर्षों से यूपी की और इस देश की जीवन रेखा रही है, वैसे ही आधुनिक प्रगति के इस दौर में उनके समीप से गुजरता ये एक्सप्रेसवे ये यूपी के विकास की नई लाइफलाइन बनेगा। ये भी अद्भुत संयोग है कि पिछले 4-5 दिनों में मैं मां गंगा के सानिध्य में ही रहा हूं। 24 अप्रैल को मैं जब बंगाल में था तो मां गंगा के दर्शन किए थे और फिर कल तो मैं काशी में था। आज सुबह ही फिर बाबा विश्वनाथ, मां अन्नपूर्णा और मां गंगा के दर्शन करने का सौभाग्य मिला और अब मां गंगा के नाम पर बने इस एक्सप्रेस वे के लोकार्पण का अवसर मिला है। मुझे खुशी है कि यूपी सरकार ने इस एक्सप्रेस वे का नाम मां गंगा के नाम पर रखा है। इसमें विकास का हमारा विजन भी झलकता है और हमारी विरासत के भी दर्शन होते हैं। मैं यूपी के करोड़ों लोगों को गंगा एक्सप्रेस वे की बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। पहले चरण की तरह ही जनता वोट देने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में घरों से निकल रही है। लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है। मैं बंगाल की महान जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि वो अपने अधिकार के प्रति इतनी सजग है, बड़ी संख्या में वोटिंग कर रही है। अभी वोटिंग खत्म होने में कई घंटे बाकी है। मैं बंगाल की जनता से आग्रह करूंगा कि लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व में ऐसे ही उत्साह से भाग लें। साथियों, कुछ समय पहले जब बिहार में चुनाव हुए तो बीजेपी एनडीए ने प्रचंड जीत दर्ज की थी, एक इतिहास रच दिया था। अभी अभी कल ही गुजरात में महानगरपालिका, नगरपालिका, जिला पंचायतें, नगर पंचायतें, तहसील पंचायत, इन सब के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं। और आप मेरे उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों को खुशी होगी, 80 से 85% नगर पालिका और पंचायतों भाजपा ने जीत ली है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि इन 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में भी भाजपा ऐतिहासिक जीत की हैट्रिक लगाने जा रही है। चार मई के नतीजे विकसित भारत के संकल्प को मजबूत करेंगे, देश के विकास की गति को नई ऊर्जा से भरेंगे। साथियों, देश के तेज विकास के लिए हमें तेजी से आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का भी निर्माण करना है। दिसंबर 2021 में गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का शिलान्यास करने मैं शाहजहांपुर आया था। अभी 5 साल से भी कम समय हुआ है और आप देखिए, देश के सबसे बड़े एक्सप्रेसवेज में शुमार यूपी का सबसे लंबा ग्रीन कॉरिडोर एक्सप्रेसवे ये 5 साल के भीतर बनकर तैयार हो गया है। आज हरदोई से इसका लोकार्पण भी हो रहा है। यही नहीं, एक और गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का निर्माण पूरा हुआ है, तो साथ ही इसके विस्तार की योजना पर भी काम शुरू हो गया है। जल्द ही गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे मेरठ से आगे बढ़कर हरिद्वार तक पहुंचेगा। इसके और बेहतर उपयोग के लिए फर्रुखाबाद लिंक एक्सप्रेसवे का निर्माण कर इसे अन्य एक्सप्रेसवे से भी जोड़ा जाएगा। ये है डबल इंजन सरकार का विजन। ये है भाजपा सरकार के काम करने की स्पीड। ये है भाजपा सरकार के काम का तरीका। भाइयों बहनों, कुछ ही दिन पहले मुझे दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे के लोकार्पण का अवसर मिला था। तब मैंने कहा था कि ये नए बनते एक्सप्रेसवे विकसित होते भारत की हस्तरेखाएं हैं और ये आधुनिक हस्तरेखाएं आज भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का जयघोष कर रही है। साथियों, अब वो दौर चला गया जब एक सड़क के लिए दशकों तक इंतजार करना पड़ता था। एक बार घोषणा हो गई तो वर्षों तक फाइलें चलती थी। चुनाव के लिए पत्थर लग जाता था, उसके बाद सरकारें आती रहती थी, जाती रहती थी, लेकिन काम का कुछ अता पता नहीं लगता था। कभी कभी तो पुराने फाइलें ढूंढने के लिए बड़े बड़े अफसरों को 2-2 साल तक मेहनत करनी पड़ती थी। डबल इंजन सरकार में शिलान्यास भी होता है और तय समय में लोकार्पण भी हो करके रहता है। इसलिए ही आज यूपी के एक्सप्रेसवे से भी ज्यादा रफ्तार अगर कहीं है तो वो यूपी के विकास की रफ्तार ही है। साथियों, वो एक्सप्रेसवे केवल एक हाई स्पीड सड़क नहीं है, ये नई संभावनाओं का, नए सपनों का, नए अवसरों का गेटवे है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे करीब 600 किलोमीटर लंबा है। पश्चिमी यूपी में मेरठ, बुलंदशहर, हापुड़, अमरोहा, संभल और बदायूं, मध्य यूपी में शाहजहांपुर, हरदोई, उन्नाव, रायबरेली, पूर्वी यूपी में प्रतापगढ़ और प्रयागराज, इनके आसपास के दूसरे जिले। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे, इससे इन इलाकों के करोड़ों लोगों का जीवन बदलेगा। साथियों, इन क्षेत्रों को गंगा जी और उनकी सहायक नदियों की उपजाऊ मिट्टी का वरदान मिला है, लेकिन पहले की सरकारों ने जिस तरह किसानों की उपेक्षा की, उसके कारण किसान परेशानियों के में ही घिर करके रह गए। यहां के किसानों की फसलें बड़े बाजारों तक नहीं पहुंच पाती थी, कोल्ड स्टोरेज की कमी थी, लॉजिस्टिक का अभाव था, किसानों को उनकी मेहनत का सही मूल्य नहीं मिलता था। अब उन कठिनाइयों का समाधान भी तेजी से होगा। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से कम समय में बड़े बाजारों तक पहुंच मिलेगी। यहां खेती के लिए जरूरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास होगा, इससे हमारे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी। साथियों, गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी के एक छोर को दूसरे छोर से तो जोड़ता ही है, ये एनसीआर के असीम संभावनाओं को भी करीब लाएगा। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर गाड़ियां तो दौड़ेगी ही, इसके किनारे नए औद्योगिक अवसर विकसित होंगे। इसके लिए हरदोई जैसे दूसरे जिलों में इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। इससे हरदोई, शाहजहांपुर, उन्नाव समेत सभी 12 जनपदों में नए उद्योग आएंगे। अलग अलग सेक्टर्स जैसे फार्मा, टेक्सटाइल आदि के क्लस्टर्स विकसित होंगे। युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर भी तैयार होंगे। साथियों, हमारे ये युवा मुद्रा योजना और ओडीओपी जैसी योजनाओं को उसकी ताकत से खुद भी नए नए कीर्तिमान गढ़ रहे हैं। यहां छोटे उद्योग, एमएसएमई को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी की सुविधा से उनके लिए भी नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। मेरठ की स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री, संभल का हैंडीक्राफ्ट, बुलंदशहर के सिरेमिक, हरदोई का हैंडलूम, उन्नाव का लेदर, प्रतापगढ़ के आंवला प्रोडक्ट्स, ये सब बड़े स्केल में देश दुनिया के मार्केट में पहुंचेंगे। लाखों परिवारों की इससे आमदनी बढ़ेगी। आप मुझे बताइए, क्या पुरानी सरकार में हरदोई, उन्नाव जैसे जिलों में इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनाने की कल्पना तक हो सकती थी क्या? हमारे हरदोई से भी एक्सप्रेसवे गुजरेगा, ये कोई सोच सकता था क्या कभी? ये काम केवल भाजपा सरकार में ही संभव है। साथियों, पहले यूपी को पिछड़ा और बीमारू प्रदेश कहा जाता था, वही उत्तर प्रदेश आज $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा लक्ष्य है, लेकिन इसके पीछे उतनी ही बड़ी तैयारी भी है, क्योंकि यूपी के पास इतनी असीम क्षमता है। देश की इतनी बड़ी युवा आबादी का पोटेंशियल यूपी के पास है। इस ताकत का इस्तेमाल हम यूपी को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाने के लिए कर रहे हैं। यूपी में नए उद्योग और कारखाने लगेंगे। यहां जब बड़ी मात्रा में निवेश आएगा, तभी यहां आर्थिक प्रगति के दरवाजे खुलेंगे, युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर पैदा होंगे। भाइयों बहनों, इसी विजन को केंद्र में रखकर बीते वर्षों में लगातार काम हुआ है। आप सब खुद भी महसूस कर रहे हैं, जिस यूपी की पहचान पहले पलायन से होती थी, आज उसे इन्वेस्टर समिट और इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के लिए जाना जा रहा है। यूपी की इन्वेस्टर समिट में देश और दुनिया से कंपनियां आती हैं। यूपी में हजारों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश हो रहा है। आज अगर भारत दुनिया में दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल निर्माता है, तो उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान यूपी का है। आज भारत जितने मोबाइल बना रहा है, उसमें आधे मोबाइल हमारे यूपी में बन रहे हैं। अभी कुछ ही हफ्ते पहले मैंने नोएडा में सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट का शिलान्यास भी किया है। साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं, एआई के इस दौर में सेमीकंडक्टर कितनी बड़ी फील्ड बनाती जा रही है। यूपी उसमें भी लीड लेने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। भविष्य में असीम अवसरों वाला बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र यूपी के लोगों के लिए खुल रहा है। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश का औद्योगिक विकास आज भारत की सामरिक ताकत भी बन रहा है। आज देश के 2 डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में से एक यूपी में है। बड़ी बड़ी डिफेंस कंपनियां यहां अपनी फैक्ट्री लगा रही है। ब्रह्मोस जैसी मिसाइलें, जिनका लोहा दुनिया मानती है, आज वो यूपी में बन रही है। रक्षा उपकरणों के निर्माण में जो छोटे छोटे पार्ट चाहिए होते हैं, उनकी सप्लाई के लिए एमएसएमई को काम मिलता है। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ उत्तर प्रदेश के एमएसएमई सेक्टर को हो रहा है। छोटे छोटे जिलों में भी अब युवा बड़े बड़े उद्योगों से जुड़ने का सपना देख सकते हैं। साथियों, आज उत्तर प्रदेश इतनी तेज गति से विकास कर रहा है क्योंकि यूपी ने पुरानी सियासत को भी बदला है और नई पहचान भी बनाई है। आप याद करिए, एक समय यूपी की पहचान गड्ढों से होती थी। आज वही यूपी देश में सबसे ज्यादा एक्सप्रेस वेज वाला प्रदेश बन चुका है। पहले यहां पड़ोस के जिले तक जाना भी बड़ा मुश्किल होता था, लेकिन आज उत्तर प्रदेश में 21 एयरपोर्ट है, 5 इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है। अब तो नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन भी हो चुका है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट कुछ ही घंटों की दूरी पर है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश भगवान राम और भगवान कृष्ण की धरती है, लेकिन पिछली सरकारों ने अपनी करतूतों के कारण अपराध और जंगल राज को यूपी की पहचान बना दिया था। यूपी के माफियाओं पर फिल्में बनती थी, लेकिन अब यूपी की कानून व्यवस्था का देश भर में उदाहरण दिया जाता है। भाइयों बहनों, संसाधनों का बंदरबाट करने वाले जिन सपाइयों के हाथ से सत्ता गई है, उन्हें यूपी की ये प्रगति पसंद नहीं आ रही है। वो एक बार फिर यूपी को पुराने दौर में धकेलना चाहते हैं। वो एक बार फिर समाज को बांटना और तोड़ना चाहते हैं। साथियों, समाजवादी पार्टी विकास विरोधी भी है और नारी विरोधी भी है। अभी बीते दिनों देश ने एक बार फिर सपा और कांग्रेस जैसी पार्टियों का असली चेहरा देखा है। केंद्र की एनडीए सरकार संसद में नारी शक्ति वंदन संशोधन लेकर आई थी। अगर ये संशोधन पास हो जाता तो साल 2029 के चुनाव से ही महिलाओं को विधानसभा और लोकसभा में आरक्षण मिल जा। बड़ी संख्या में हमारी माताएं बहनें सांसद विधायक बनकर दिल्ली लखनऊ पहुंचती, वो भी किसी और वर्ग की सीटें कम हुए बिना। लेकिन सपा ने इस संशोधन बिल के खिलाफ वोट किया। साथियों, इस बिल से सभी राज्यों की सीटें भी बढ़ती है। हमने संसद में साफ साफ कहा था सभी राज्यों की सीटें एक ही अनुपात में बढ़ेगी। लेकिन यूपी को गाली देकर पॉलिटिक्स करने वाली डीएमके जैसी पार्टियां, उन्हें इस बात पर आपत्ति थी कि यूपी की सीटें क्यों बढ़ेगी। आप देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी संसद में उन्हीं के सुर में सुर मिला रही थी। ये सपा वाले यहां से आपके वोट लेकर संसद जाते हैं और संसद में यूपी के लोगों को गाली देने वालों के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं। इसलिए यूपी के लोग कहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी कभी सुधर नहीं सकती है। ये लोग हमेशा महिला विरोधी राजनीति ही करेंगे। ये हमेशा तुष्टिकरण और अपराधियों के साथ खड़े रहेंगे। सपा कभी भी परिवारवाद और जातिवाद से ऊपर उठ नहीं सकती। ये लोग हमेशा विकास विरोधी राजनीति करेंगे। यूपी को सपा और उसके सहयोगियों से सावधान रहना है। साथियों, आज देश एक ही संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है, विकसित भारत का संकल्प। इस संकल्प को पूरा करने में उत्तर प्रदेश की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सब देख रहे हैं आज पूरी दुनिया कैसे युद्ध, अशांति और अस्थिरता में फंसी हुई है। दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देशों में हालत खराब है, लेकिन भारत विकास के रास्ते पर उसी रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है। बाहर के दुश्मनों को ये पसंद नहीं आ रहा। भीतर बैठे कुछ लोग भी सत्ता की भूख में भारत को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश में लगे हैं। फिर भी हम न केवल सुरक्षित है, बल्कि विकास के नए नए कीर्तिमान भी गढ़ रहे हैं। हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत का अभियान को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हम आधुनिक से आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे इसी दिशा में एक और मजबूत कदम है। मुझे विश्वास है गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे जिन संभावनाओं को हमारे दरवाजे तक लेकर आएगा, यूपी के लोग अपने परिश्रम और अपनी प्रतिभा से उन्हें साकार करके रहेंगे। इसी संकल्प के साथ आप सभी को एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just inaugurated the 594-kilometer Ganga Expressway in Uttar Pradesh, along with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who was also present at the occasion. Built at an estimated cost of about 36,230 crore rupees, the Ganga Expressway is Uttar Pradesh's longest expressway and one of India's biggest greenfield road projects.
I think what's significant over here is that the Prime Minister, while in Uttar Pradesh, spoke about the elections which are going on at this stage in Bengal. He lauded the large voter turnout. He said that people are voting without fear. He said that Bengal is voting for change and that that the BJP will see a historic win in these polls. Now, these are significant remarks. They come from outside. They come outside the state of Bengal, but certainly curious that he would choose to do so at a time when people are voting in the state.
Absolutely. And this expressway is a 6-lane access control corridor, expandable, I believe, to 8 lanes, Vishnu. And it is going to link Meerut to Prayagraj across 12 districts. So even in terms of industrialization, this is going to be a big leap in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Ganga Expressway inauguration marks one of India's biggest infrastructure launches connecting Meerut to Prayagraj. And this expressway is more than just a highway, it is a full economic corridor.
Let's take a look at this report.
West meets east in Uttar Pradesh. Meerut and Prayagraj just got closer. Yogi government's latest gift to Uttar Pradesh, the Ganga Expressway, set to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. This 6-lane high-speed corridor connects Meerut to Prayagraj, halving the travel time to about 6 hours. The Ganga Expressway runs through 12 districts, enhancing connectivity across Uttar Pradesh. India's largest greenfield expressway, 80% of it has been built by Adani Road Transport Limited, a subsidiary of Adani Enterprises Limited. The Ganga Expressway is a 594 kilometers long, 6-lane expressway that is expandable to 8 lanes. It will connect 12 districts, 519 villages, and 8 crore people. Adani Roads Limited has developed 80%, that is 464 kilometers, while IRB Infrastructure Limited has developed 130 kilometers. The total cost of the project is about 36,000 crores, and it has been completed in a record time of 3 years and 3 months. Named after the river that has sustained one of the world's most fertile and populous agrarian regions, the Ganga Expressway will be a booster shot to the region's economy by improving connectivity and productivity. The Ganga Expressway is expected to generate roughly 3 lakh direct and indirect employment opportunities. The Yogi government is establishing 11 industrial corridors across all 12 districts on the route. Meerut, Hapur, Bulandshahr, Amroha, Sambhal, Badaयूं, Shahjahanpur, Hardoi, Unnao, Raebareli, Pratapgarh, Prayagraj, which will create millions of jobs over time. The expressway will also be a multiplier for the state's spiritual tourism economy, as it connects 7 major tourist destinations: Garmukteshwar, Kalki Dham, Bela Devi, Chandrika, and Triveni Sangam.
Ganga Expressway starts from Meerut and ends to Prayagraj, and the distance between these two cities by car takes around 10 to 11 hours. But after the inauguration of this Ganga Expressway, the time from Meerut to Prayagraj will be reduced to around 5 to 6 hours. That means the time from Meerut to Prayagraj will be half, but the comfort will be doubled. And if we talk about Ganga Expressway, this is 594 kilometers long expressway, which is made by Adani Group. The 3/4 section of this Ganga Expressway is being made by Adani Group. And if we talk about the facilities, then there are total 9 facility centers, which will include petrol and diesel pumps, and also CNG, EV charging point, cafeteria, food court, dhaba, as well as motel. And there are so many other facilities which will be provided to the car users and the truck drivers on this expressway.
The state-of-the-art expressway has 437 underpasses, 21 flyovers, 76 minor bridges, 20-plus EV charging stations, world-class amenities such as food courts, fuel stations, motels, cafeterias, shopping plaza, vehicle service centers along the way. The expressway will also have 24/7 CCTV surveillance and trauma centers. There is dark fiber for even faster internet. The Ganga Expressway is a shining example of the Adani Group's commitment to the UP growth story. The group has invested in UP across transport, energy, airports, gas distribution, digital infrastructure, cement, and renewable energy. Bureau Report, NDTV.
And NDTV's auto editor Siddharth Sharma had the opportunity to drive on the brand new Ganga Expressway from Meerut to Prayagraj before its official inauguration. We have the story.
This is an NDTV Automate exclusive. We've got unfiltered access to the latest Ganga Expressway. 594 kilometers of this expressway claims that you can reach from Meerut all the way to Prayagraj in under 6 hours. We're putting that claim to the test, and joining me is the Audi RS Q8 and the Q8 to test it out. It's 8:30 a.m. in the morning, so come, join me on this journey. The Ganga Expressway is one of the most significant highways built in modern India. Stretching 594 kilometers from Meerut to Prayagraj, it is India's largest greenfield expressway and a new backbone for western and central Uttar Pradesh. It has been designed to boost regional economic productivity through faster, safer connectivity. This is a 6-lane expressway expandable to 8 lanes, built as a core infrastructure backbone for western and central Uttar Pradesh. With elevated construction above flood levels, regular crossing structures, advanced safety features and digital connectivity running across its length, this is infrastructure built for the future. At 594 kilometers, this is scale on a national level. The Ganga Expressway has been built on a built-operate-transfer model with a 30-year concession period. It is described as India's largest BOT road project, with the traffic risk borne entirely by the developer. The project has been delivered in just over 3 years at a cost of more than 36,000 crore rupees. Adani Road Transport Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Adani Enterprises, has developed the majority of this expressway as a part of its integrated logistics vision. The speed limit here is 120 kilometers an hour, and that's exactly what we followed. The Ganga Expressway also introduces intelligent monitoring into India's highway network. AI-enabled systems track movement across the expressway, helping monitor traffic flow, incidents, and safety in real time. Clear signage, mile markers, and digital surveillance work together to guide drivers and improve response times. Take a moment, look at the landscape around you, look at the road quality that this has to offer, and also, mind you, this is built in a record time. And you'll realize the progress or the speed at which India is progressing and Indian highway infrastructure is progressing in 2026. Right now, toll prices have not been notified. Rest stops are still under construction. Fuel stations and EV charging points will be operational later. This drive test was done before inauguration under controlled conditions. There is one section of the Ganga Expressway that sets it apart from anything else in the country: an airstrip. This is where Indian Air Force fighter jets have landed during testing. Now, we started from Meerut at 8:30 a.m. and after 5 hours of continuous driving, we averaged between 115 to 120 kilometers an hour. And here we are at 1:30 at the exit of Prayagraj in Varanasi, which is just 500 meters from here. 5 hours, non-stop, within speed limits. The claim holds up. This run is possible.
In news just coming in from West Bengal, where the second phase of polling is underway, BJP Suvendu Adhikari has briefed the Home Minister Amit Shah on the Falta incident in Diamond Harbour. Slamming the TMC, Adhikari says, and I'm going to quote him here, "This is TMC's technique taking action. The Trinamool has been accused of tampering with voting machines in the stronghold of Lok Sabha MP Abhishek Banerjee, the nephew of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, as West Bengal polls in the second phase of the crucial assembly elections."
The BJP has alleged that its button on the electronic voting machine in Falta in the Diamond Harbour area was taped over in several polling booths. This is in the South 24 Parganas' Diamond Harbour area, and therefore they've lodged a complaint, and therefore the Election Commission says that If there is evidence of this, then they're going to take action and possibly order a repoll. That's significant. Let's listen in to a couple of reactions.
Few minutes back, Honorable Home Minister, my leader Amit Shah ji called me. फालता का इंसिडेंट मैं उनको भी कन्वे कर दिया। ओ हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। वेट अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ है। 35% वोट पोलिंग हुआ है। अभी बहुत देखना बाकी है।
Saurabh, this is quite serious now with the Election Commission taking notice of this. If this is true, then it could result in repolling as well. Could you tell us a little bit about what exactly the situation in Falta is? Saurabh, you're on air. Go ahead.
Well, in Falta, actually, what we know is that this was an allegation that in one of the polling stations, what happened was that there was some sort of a tape that was glued over the BJP symbol. This was brought to light by one of the agents in the polling station, and of course, the BJP has now commented that it will take it up at the appropriate level. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has been briefed by Shubhendu Adhikari about this. Now, Falta is where Jahangir Khan's constituency is. He's, of course, the Trinamool, sort of local leader there, and he's, of course, also a candidate there. And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajay Pal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer. But this showdown has continued well into voting day as well. Voting day seeing this allegation from the BJP. In fact, I'm at the Diamond Tower office of the Trinamool National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, and there, of course, he's of course monitoring all the developments on behalf of the Trinamool Congress from this office. But there has been reports of some amount of sporadic violence from different parts of the district as well, including places like Bhoj, etc. as well.
All right, Saurabh, do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. This is from Bhabanipur, where high drama was witnessed in that constituency. TMC workers heckled Shubhendu Adhikari is what we're hearing. TMC workers were chanting, and I'm going to quote that chant here, "We want Didi." There was lathi charge in the high-stakes Bhabanipur area. This is where Mamata Banerjee is pitted against Shubhendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Well, this is a matter of huge concern because there have always been concerns about violence in this phase of the elections. Violence has been almost synonymous, tragically, with elections in the past in Bengal. It's not out of control, but this is new breaking news coming in now in Bhabanipur, which is very much the focus of everybody in these elections. Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP boss in Bengal, versus Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. Let's listen in to what's been said.
शुभेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं, पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते हुए?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शुभेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं, क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है।
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फॉल्टा में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
फॉल्टा में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं, इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन, मैं 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शुभेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फॉल्टा में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
Tanushka is joining us live now from Bhabanipur. This is a hot seat when it comes to phase 2 of the Bengal elections. Tanushka, heckling that was witnessed, just take us through what you've witnessed on the ground.
Right, Vedika, I was right there when this sort of a clash between Trinamool Congress supporters and BJP supporters broke out. This is when leader of opposition, Showdown Adhikari, went by the Jai Hind Bhavan inside to take a round of the booths as he's been doing since morning. And he went to this particular booth with some information of fake voters and fake voting happening. And when he went inside and came outside the booth is when he was heckled or gherawed by the Trinamool Congress supporters, wherein sloganeering of Joy Bangla and We Want Didi started, stringing out in loud choruses. Showdown Adhikari was stuck for a good while in between these supporters. This is when BJP supporters also came in with sloganeerings of Jai Shri Ram and Poltanor Dorkar, which means change is needed. And this is what was happening. There was an intense scene that broke out between the TMC and the BJP supporters, with Showdown Adhikari stuck right in the middle, unable to make his way to his convoy. And this is when the CRPF calls for a lathi charge. So a lathi charge was struck out onto the people out there. The environment completely rose in terms of not just temperature but even hostility. People were, of course, this was being done to get people into accordance and get the road clear as well. The police forces are still present here, and of course CRPF forces as well. And in the midst of all of this is what Showdown Adhikari says is that this is an attempt of the Trinamool Congress to disrupt the elections, to disrupt the election process. However, what the voters there said is that they have always, seen Didi's welfare schemes, and that they want Didi to be back here, and that they want Didi to continue here. Of course, both sides of voters coming out with their sentiments and angst at this point, with Showdown Adhikari right in the midst of it. He made certain calls, and he's also told us that he's in touch with the Home Minister as well as Bhupendra Yadav.
Tanushka, do stay with me. We also have Jinto joining us here in the studio. Jinto, I just want to ask you about this hot seat of Bhabanipur. Can it go down to the wire is the big question, because if you even look at the data and statistics when it comes to SIR, about 40,000 of those votes have gone away from that constituency. And if I'm not mistaken, in the by-polls, Mamata Banerjee had won by about 58,000 votes the last time. So what's at stake here in terms of the TMC and Mamata Banerjee?
This is very difficult to predict. I visited the constituency just recently, and it is true what you are saying, that the margin of the last election was less. But this time, after SIR and Mamata's intensive campaign door to door, which is not usual in this Bhabanipur constituency, and even the housing, she went and to each and every house. So she tried a level base to penetrate to the voters. Even when Mahua Maitro said something on Gujaratis, the controversial statement, Mamata was angry, because Gujaratis are very important component in Bhabanipur constituency.
Bhabanipur, of course, yes.
So Mamata was upset, and Mamata told us, I mean the media, that it is not the issue of Bengali and non-Bengali. In my constituency, it is a cosmopolitan constituency. It is the issue of outsider aggression, Delhi's aggression. So the Gujaratis, Marathis, Punjabis in Bhabanipur, they are with us. They are with me. So they are not Bengali, non-Bengali issue. It doesn't work in Bhabanipur. So this is a very difficult constituency, and very prestigious. Right. Urban middle class Bhadralok constituency. And urban middle class are this time disillusionment is more.
And they're asking for Porivartan, at least on the ground.
So this is not a rural seat.
Yes, but Vishnu is by the leaderboard. Vishnu, over to you.
Thanks very much, Vedika. I thought what would be interesting is just to tell our viewers a little bit about the turnout so far. Till 11 a.m. this morning, it was approximately 40% in phase 2 of these polls in Bengal. That is significant because it's more significant than what it's been in the past till 11 a.m. in the morning. But let's take a look at what it was earlier on and what Bengal has typically voted in the past. This is from 1991 up till 2021. The voting percentage, other than in 2001, has been quite significant, right? And this is across both phases. So 84.3 in the 2016 was 82.7. and in 2021, it was marginally lower than that. If you take a look at gender, because remember in elections across the country, and certainly in Bengal, the woman voter is absolutely critical. So therefore, if you take a look at the last couple of elections, then if you take a look, for example, in 2021, the gap between men and women is marginal. So women and men both turn out in significant numbers. It's been the case in 2016 as well. In 2011, the difference just 0.3. One other point, and as we get into the minutiae and all of the energy and what is happening, the controversy with voting taking place today, and the violence, of course, I think it is important to take a look at the overall sort of situation and compare 2016 versus 2021 and tell you the context of what these elections are being fought. Now, this is very important because it's a sweep for the Trinamool Congress in 2016 and 2021. In fact, in 2021, the Trinamool actually went up. And the reason we are showing you this is because for the BJP to jump ahead, remember, the magic mark is 148, 294 seats are being contested. For the BJP to get from 77 to 148 is going to be a huge jump indeed, right? And therefore, the Trinamool Congress believes it is too big a player in Bengal for a quote-unquote outsider party to make a mark. But just one more point before I go back to Vedika. If you take a look at 2016 and where the Congress was, 44 seats is what they had in 2016. That went down to 0. The left, which used to be the dominant player for decades in Bengal politics, down to 1. In fact, not the left, it's the left alliance, as it were. Everything over here, the Congress from 44 went to 0, possibly went to the BJP. So it's the Trinamool versus BJP. It's a clash of two parties, essentially. Where is it all going to go this time around? Vedika, back to you.
Vishnu, on the phase 2 of the West Bengal election. But we're going to go back to our top headline, which is that the BJP has made a big claim against TMC. BJP alleges EVM tampering in Jahangir Khan's constituency, Falta. BJP's Amit Malviya has shared a video of EVM and alleged that voting options were blocked with tape at multiple booths. The BJP has now demanded repolling in this constituency. Meanwhile, as per sources, Election Commission of India has taken cognizance of the matter and has said if reports of taping, if any button comes in, that should be verified and noted. If true, those booths will go for repoll. Meanwhile, violence erupted in the constituency after central forces resorted to lathi charge at booth number 186 in Belsinga. According to reports, a crowd had gathered within 100 meters of the polling booth. Central forces resorted to lathi charge to maintain security and disperse the crowd.
जहाँ भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमको अपने सीसीटीवी कैमरा से आप लोग देख सकते हैं 2 सेकंड के अंदर मालूम पड़ रहा है कि कहाँ क्या प्रॉब्लम है और जैसी प्रॉब्लम है वैसा सोल्यूशन हो रहा है जहाँ प्रेसिडेंटिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करना है वहाँ फोन हो रहा है जहाँ क्यूआरटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है जहाँ आपको एफएसटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है जहाँ आरओ की जरूरत है वहाँ हो रहा है एकदम इमीडिएट एक्शन हो रहा है
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए
Joins us now, has been waiting for a while. Thank you very much for being with us. I found it interesting that the Prime Minister would speak in Uttar Pradesh today on Ganga Expressway. And that speech also contained a lot of political messaging on Bengal at a time when Bengal is voting in phase 2. Do you find that unusual, very deliberate? What does that signify?
Next question.
Narendra?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was listening to the speech of Mr. Modi with great interest. Not only was he sending out signals to the voters in Bengal to the points which you mentioned now, and even at the head of the hour after the speech was over when you were presenting, but importantly, what was extremely important to be noted is that he was also sending a message to the voters of Uttar Pradesh. He was talking about development in Uttar Pradesh. We know that in 2027, elections will be due in Uttar Pradesh. So he's already beginning to prepare for that. Within a year, UP will be in the middle of the election season. So development, the opposition parties being anti-woman, not given their stance on the women's reservation bill. And, there was a strong message and specific lines about the attack on the Samajwadi Party. Mind you, in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the Samajwadi Party and the Congress alliance did exceptionally well. And in fact, that was one of the biggest reasons for the BJP to slip down below the majority mark. So what is to be noted is that the BJP is constantly in election mode. This was just a formal occasion of inaugurating a highway. Come to think of it, this is not something very unique that needs to be played up, but every event is used for political purposes. There is also one more point, which we have been talking since morning, which I felt if we have the time, I just wanted to add. Everything is in Bengal elections, we are having two different facets of the same thing. We are talking about fear. So the fear from the perspective of the BJP is a fear against the Trinamool Congress. At the level of the Trinamool Congress, it is a fear from the SIR and the names being struck off from electoral rolls in future if people do not go out to vote. There's also this entire issue of identity, which has been played out. Since morning, we have repeatedly been hearing Shovendu Adhikari saying at various places that Hindus are all united behind the BJP. He's not talking about non-Hindus at all, which is very stark. It must be noted and discussed. So what we are actually seeing that on Mamata Banerjee has been talking about the Bengali identity. Bengali Asmita was a major issue in this entire elections. So, given the fact that we are in 2025-26, where the RSS centenary has also been celebrated, we have over the past century plus been seeing two divergent ways about, forging the national identity. The same thing has come about here. One is a slightly more, taking others also along with being Hindu, whereas the BJP or the Sangh Parivar essentially talking about a Hindu identity, which is once again visible here. It's to be noted within the overall framework of the national political debate which is going on.
Jinto, if you could just hold that thought, we have some breaking news coming in from West Bengal, from Ketugram. During the second phase of polling in Ketugram, what we're hearing is in that assembly constituency in Purba Bardhaman district, a bag containing fresh bombs was recovered near a primary school polling booth. Central forces secured the explosives and the bomb squad is set to defuse them, is what we're hearing.
All right, I'm joined by Manogya Loyawal. She's been tracking every aspect of these elections. But Manogya, this is the worst of Bengal elections when it gets to these homemade bombs. Fortunately, we haven't seen too many incidents this time around, but with just a couple of hours left for voting this news out of the Ketugram Assembly constituency in Purba Bardhaman, could you tell us what details are coming in?
Well, these were live bombs that have been seized by the central forces around Ketugram area. Remember, Ketugram has had a past of such incidents in the past also, where candidates have been beaten up, where there have been bomb blasts that were done around election, even during campaigning and especially during the voting day, in order to keep the voters away and then get onto the rigging process in the voting booths by different political parties over the past few years. But we also given to understand that these bombs have now been seized and handed over to the CID, which will be taking care of it with the bomb disposal squad that has reached there to defuse these bombs. There are more incidents coming in from even Nadia, where a Congress candidate was seen fighting with a cop on the allegations that the cop was requesting, in uniform, was requesting people to vote for Trinamool Congress, and she confronted him, vehemently stating that it was not his job, and also asking for more details on why was he doing and at whose interest or whose behest was he operating like this. The fact that these are incidents where there have been also reports of a Falta area where we've seen the highest possible dramatized action of this election with Ajay Pal Sharma, where one of the cops from Uttar Pradesh, one of the encounter specialists, has been camping as on deployment with the Election Commission of India, and also claiming to have taken action against Jahangir, who is a TMC candidate in Falta. But there have been allegations that there were EVMs which had tape stuck on the booths where BJP's
button was there on the EVM. So these are allegations, even BJP making allegations. On the contrary, Trinamool Congress blaming that there are processes that are being hindered with slow EVM, or rather slow voting process in different parts of the South Bengal that goes for vote today. So interesting development that we've been seeing, from bombs being seized to being action on ground. Even Priyanka Tibrewal, the entirely BJP candidate, was seen in a heated altercation in her area in entirely with the people, and also Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee visiting booths in her own constituency in Bhabanipur, and Shubhendu Adhikari visiting the war room as well as different booths. So this, of course, is a clash of titans. This is one of the most heated election in 42 degrees Celsius and 95% humidity. But I have to tell you that yet it is one of the most peaceful election I have seen in more than 2.5 decades of West Bengal elections.
About that, Manogya, just for a moment, I want to bring some figures also to our viewer and to you. We're talking about more than 2,000 companies of CAPF deployed this time. You've covered so many elections in the state. I want to understand from you, have you ever seen such massive deployment when it comes to state election? I also wanted to talk to us about the fear factor. Is it still palpable in the state while people go out to vote today?
See, there are three factors that are working on ground. Number one is SIR. There are 3 briefings that have gone on via SIR. That is how many people feel that if they don't vote this time, their names might get deleted. So they are voting under the fear of deletion of their name in the post process of SIR. The second are those who want to vote out of fear and are voting this time, ensuring that they are able to come back and vote. And the third are the ones that who have always voted and are ensuring that they vote this time once again. So there's a very beautiful phrase that was written by a poem that was written by Kavi Guru Rabindranath Tagore, Chitta Jekhane Bhoy Shunno. That means when the mind is without fear and the head is held high. We've heard about the English version, but the Bangla version is absolutely bang on when it comes to the political scenario and the elections of West Bengal in the present scenario. If you imagine, there are more than 2,400 companies that have been deployed on ground, and still there is so much of violence. Imagine had the number of companies been lesser on ground, what would have been the condition and what would have been the mental state of the people. There is no denying that the deployment of forces on ground has given a lot of momentum and strength to the voters of the state of West Bengal, because there has always been an allegation on the incumbent government or on the earlier governments that there has been scientific rigging and allegations of the same. The fact that people on ground have voted, and the margin, I would say, rather the voting percentage is expected to cross 90 to 95% even today and make and set another record in the state of West Bengal.
Elections with you very, very closely in Bengal, but 95% humidity and 42 degrees centigrade temperature.
And in the heat and dust.
And yet you can stay as cool as you are, Manogya. Thank you very much for that report. It's a long day ahead for you. Meanwhile, let's just bring our viewers a little bit more about what Manogya was talking about, violence erupting in Bengal as voting is underway for the second phase on the 142 seats today. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has alleged that the BJP wants to rig elections and hooliganism is going on during the polls, and I can assure you that the BJP is alleging the same with regard to the Trinamool Congress. There has been chaos in the Bali Assembly constituency after an electronic voting machine malfunctioned. That disrupted voting at a polling booth. Central security forces deployed at the booth detained 2 people.
And also BJP accuses TMC of vandalizing a BJP candidate, Bikash Shardar's vehicle in Basanti in South 24 Parganas. A scuffle broke out between ISF and Trinamool supporters in Hooghly right in front of a booth. According to ISF, their polling form was forged and a Trinamool agent was illegally placed, is their claim, in that booth. Also, tension flared in Nadia district's Chapra Assembly constituency, where an alleged attack has left a BJP polling agent injured. The BJP has accused workers of the TMC again of carrying out the assault.
देखिए कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पिटा है रात में। ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भांगोर। एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है, ऐसे से कभी वोट नहीं होता है. Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
क्या हुआ था हादसा?
आज सुबह में बूथ में जाएगा एजेंट है बीजेपি एजेंट भाई এবার আমরা যখন এজেন্ট দিতে যাচ্ছি তখন তৃণমূলের দলবল তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা বাহিনী মফিদুলের নেতৃত্বে ওরা আমাদের অ্যাটাক করে হাতে পিস্তল বোম গুলি নিয়ে আমাদের ছোটে হাতে রডের বাড়ি মারে আমাকে হাতে লাঠি ছিল আমরা 5 জন যাচ্ছিলাম আমি বিজেপির এজেন্ট এবং আরও 4 জন আইএসএফের এজেন্ট ছিল আমরা আবার ভোটের পর দেখে নেবো মেরে ফেলবো গ্রাম ছাড়া করবো হ্যাঁ এলাকা ছাড়া করবো এরকম হুমকি
এই হাইনা দলকে উচিত শিক্ষা দিন আমি বিকাশ আমাকে আজকে মেরেছে আজকে মেরে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে 4 তারিখে প্রত্যেকটি মানুষকে বলবো এই হাইনা দল এই রাজাগাজী তার টিম আজকে আমাকে মেরে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে বুথ কেন্দ্রের মধ্যে আজকে আমার ভাঙচুর করেছে গাড়ি
কারা ভাঙচুর করলো
রাজাগাজীর নেতৃত্বে 200 থেকে 250 জন একটা মব 200 থেকে 250 একটা মব ভিডিও দিয়েছি কি ভয়ঙ্কর খেলা
ऐसे कुछ नहीं है बस ये तो छोटा बात है दूसरा कोई पार्टी का बंदा आ गया बोल के ये लोग थोड़ा सा दौड़ भाग के थोड़ा हंगामा मचाया बाकी तो उनको डिस्पोज कर दिया बाकी कोई ना ऐसे कोई बोल रहे थे ऐसे क्या आइडेंटिटी कार्ड लेके आया फेक आइडेंटिटी कार्ड लेके आया करके उसको पकड़ लिया उसी समय हो गया वो कार्रवाई वगैरह कोई टेंशन नहीं हुआ बाकी सब ठीक है
Well, there's tension which has escalated in Bhangar as clashes have broken out. There's been an altercation with the Central Reserve Police Force. Let's go back to Manogya, who's been tracking this. Manogya, tell us a little bit about, this area and what you're hearing.
Well, the Bhangar area of South 24 Parganas has been the epicenter of almost all the clashes. Now, remember, there is a major fight in this region between ISF, the Indian Secular Front. Naushad Siddiqui hails from this area. He's a MLA from here, and he was the one who was seen screaming and shouting and also blaming the forces as well as the ruling incumbent government also. Shaukat Mullah, Trinamool Congress candidate on this seat. It is a polarized fight, but however, the polarization itself is happening with an almost 75 to 80% Muslim voters who hail from this region. South 24 Parganas, known to be a Trinamool Congress bastion with almost 31 seats, and with most of them with Trinamool Congress, more than almost 80-90% with Trinamool Congress, speaks volumes about how strong a bastion it is. One seat with the ISF in the entire state is just in Bhangar, and that is why there is so much of fight about it. On ground, this has been one of the highest fought elections on ground for ISF ever till date. Even the last time in 2021, we had seen it scarred by violence, not just once, but multiple times. And again today seems to be living up to its image of violence as well as such kind of skirmish and fight between this time the forces and the political parties itself.
Getting intense. It's also getting tense in some areas. Manogya, stay safe. We'll keep coming back to you for more. But there's more news coming in. We're now going to bring you the voter turnout till 1 p.m. this afternoon. It stands at, I believe, Vishnu, it's at about 61.
Yeah, this phase 61.1. And the first phase, it was 62.2 in till 1 p.m. in the first phase. So,
yes.
So what is the number in the second phase?
It's 61.1.
So it's almost the same.
Almost the same.
And that's extremely high.
That's extreme. And Jinto Joy, let's come to you on this before we hit a break. I want to understand from you, looking at these high numbers, this high turnout, even in phase 1 of the Bengal elections, is this a call of loyalty for Mamata Banerjee, or is this a call for change? What about it?
That's the answer to that is going to win, decide who's won the elections.
And I'm afraid that I should be truthful, that I am completely confused now.
I think as a most
because pollsters are also saying that it is difficult to understand because a lot of people
are not talking.
They're not talking.
And I think that gives you an idea of that fear factor.
Fear factor.
People, but who are they scared of? Are they scared of the BJP or are they scared of the
It can be both.
Right.
It can
so
be.
The voters are heterogeneous, mixed. But one thing, truthfully, I am saying that still I am not understanding how BJP will manage the gap of last elections, TMC-BJP.
215 was the Trinamool, 77 was the BJP. The magic mark is 148 this time around. Let's have the wall up on the screen for a moment so that we can actually tell our viewers what exactly Joyantada is talking about. Can we turn the camera to the jib, please, to the big screen?
In a moment, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, but
then
also...
it has to be storm.
But Mr. Mukhopadhyay, if we can get a word in from you as well on these numbers, the turnout obviously getting higher at this point. We've seen what happened in phase 1 of the Bengal elections. Phase 2 stands at 61.1% at about 1 p.m.
Yeah, no, so those are very large numbers. And 70.48% already in Galsi in Bengal. There's been a low turnout elsewhere, but the story is not the low turnout. The story is the extremely high turnout, 61.1% in the second phase. The first phase was 62.2. Again, this is still 1 p.m. But this is very encouraging in terms of the process of democracy, irrespective of what it is, right?
Yeah.
We're going to take a short break at this stage and come back with the very latest.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर टोली डिस्की फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान।
And thank you for staying with NDTV's rolling coverage of what is turning out to be the most crucial part of this entire election season. Phase 2 in Bengal is rolled out. Expectedly, it's already had a violent start in at least 2 places. NDTV has the biggest team on the ground. We've got the best experts. Ajit Jha joins me on what's going to be the next 2 hours of polling in Bengal. I'm Shiv Arur. Great to have you. Let's go straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal, claims Trinamool workers being targeted, calls it terrorism. BJP hits out, says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violent start to phase 2 voting in the state. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool. BJP agent injured on the head in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge in some areas. 2 detained. Poll disruption triggers chaos. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He's at the Kashi Vishwanath temple as we speak. Begins the day with a puja. Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Prime Minister to open the Ganga Expressway in UP, Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot for UP's growth story. It's the 3rd UP road that can also be an aviation runway. And 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the big exit poll broadcast that begins 5 p.m. tonight. It's the biggest night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Of course, the data comes in only by around 6:30. By our broadcast begins at 5 p.m. It's the election team that India will be tuning into, the widest, sharpest exit polls data on NDTV 24/7. That broadcast begins at 5 p.m. And we're starting with some breaking news, making this the third incident of violence so far this morning in phase 2 polling in West Bengal. This is the assembly Khanakul booth number 147. This is in Hooghly, where tension has just erupted over alleged fake polling agents. These are allegations that are being leveled there right now. Images coming in on NDTV's camera from the
Welcome back. We're moving away from the Bengal phase 2 polls for a moment and turning focus to Vijay. A day after offering prayers at the Tiruchendur Murugan temple, TVK chief Vijay has visited the Shirdi temple, intensifying his spiritual outreach ahead of Tamil Nadu's crucial election results on the 4th of next month.
विजय थलापति आज महाराष्ट्र के शिरडी में है। हम देख सकते हैं शिरडी के साईं बाबा मंदिर में टेंपल में उन्होंने अभी दर्शन लिया है। हम देखते हैं उनसे बात करके देखते हैं। विजय सर, क्या प्रार्थना की आज, क्या प्रेयर विजय सर, विजय सर 2 मिनट। अरे दादा क्या कर रहे हो आप? अरे ये देखना, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? अरे आप मेरे को पुश करके जा रहे हो ना? क्या? अरे मुझे आप देखना है, क्राउड है, होगा ही। पहली बार आया क्या भीड़ में? पहली बार आया। चल पुढे चल पुढे चल।
All right, that was Pranjal attempting to bring us a report from Shirdi while the TVK chief is there ahead of counting day in the state of Tamil Nadu. Vijay has been on a temple run after Tiruchendur Murugan temple. He is visiting Shirdi on Tuesday, just a day before the results or the exit poll results, and less than a week before counting. Vijay performed the Chatru Samhara Puja at Tiruchendur, a ritual believed to help defeat enemies, overcome obstacles and navigate legal challenges. Those are live visuals we're getting in of Vijay at the temple there in Shirdi.
Vijay, a huge factor in these elections. He's offering prayers at the Shirdi temple in Maharashtra. He's visiting the Shirdi temple right now. These are live images of one of the biggest potential stars in the election in Tamil Nadu coming in for you. So it's been a busy day for him as well. He's been traveling, he's been doing a run of temples, in fact, offering prayers first at the Tiruchendur Murugan temple, and he visited Shirdi as well. We're going to take a short break at this stage, and then we're going to continue with this huge election flavor across the country. And remember, 6:30 p.m. onwards is that big exit poll right here on NDTV. Bengal, who's going to win, who's going to lose? Perhaps we'll be one step closer to getting a clear idea of what's going to happen on the 4th of May when the results come out.
Up next, you have Vasudha and Veera joining you for our rolling coverage on the battle for Bengal.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान।
And thank you for staying with NDTV's rolling coverage of what is turning out to be the most crucial part of this entire election season. Phase 2 in Bengal is rolled out. Expectedly, it's already had a violent start in at least 2 places. NDTV has the biggest team on the ground. We've got the best experts. Ajit Jha joins me on what's going to be the next 2 hours of polling in Bengal. I'm Shiv Arur. Great to have you. Let's go straight to the headlines. Chief Minister Mamata's big claim says central forces are working at the BJP's behest in Bengal, claims Trinamool workers being targeted, calls it terrorism. BJP hits out, says Saffron Party going to win Bengal. Violent start to phase 2 voting in the state. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool. BJP agent injured on the head in Nadia. EVM glitch sparks clash in Bengal's Bali. Tension erupts over voting glitch. Central forces resort to lathi charge in some areas. 2 detained. Poll disruption triggers chaos. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Kashi visit. He's at the Kashi Vishwanath temple as we speak. Begins the day with a puja. Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in his Lok Sabha constituency. Prime Minister to open the Ganga Expressway in UP Meerut to Prayagraj in 6 hours. It's a booster shot for UP's growth story. It's the 3rd UP road that can also be an aviation runway. And 5 election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the big exit poll broadcast that begins 5 p.m. tonight. It's the biggest night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Of course, the data comes in only by around 6:30. By our broadcast begins at 5 p.m. It's the election team that India will be tuning into, the widest, sharpest exit polls data on NDTV 24/7. That broadcast begins at 5 p.m. And we're starting with some breaking news, making this the 3rd incident of violence so far this morning in phase 2 polling in West Bengal. This is the Assembly Khanakul booth number 147. This is in Hooghly, where tension has just erupted over alleged fake polling agents. These are allegations that are being leveled there right now. Images coming in on NDTV's camera from the ground in Hooghly, where this is taking place, where the ISF and TMC have clashed. This is tension erupting in booth number 147. Very specific information coming in Ramachandrapur under the Rajhati 1 Panchayat in Khanakul in Hooghly over allegations of appointing fake polling agents. Familiar allegations. They have come up in 2 areas before this. In one part of in Bali, in Howrah and Nadia, tension has gripped both those places with clashes being reported, lathi charge in some other areas, and now in Hooghly, where you can see tension between TMC and ISF workers. A scuffle has broken out between ISF and Trinamool supporters right in front of the booth. According to the ISF, their polling agents, the form was forged and a Trinamool agent was illegally placed inside the booth. They've also alleged that their actual agent was threatened overnight and prevented from reaching the booth. This is a developing story. It's happening live as we are reporting, and we're awaiting more details upon this. Upon receiving the news, the ISF candidate, this is what NDTV's team on the ground is telling us, the ISF candidate from Khanakul rushed to the booth and removed the alleged fake agent, triggering the fisticuffs that you're seeing happen there right now. Manogya is on the ground and she joins us live. Manogya, Khanakul in Hooghly, where this fresh eruption of fisticuffs is taking place. NDTV has it on camera as well. It's the third or the fourth incident of eruption so far this morning. Manogya, welcome.
Well, I'll tell you, there are many more incidents that are now taking place in different parts of the state, ranging from Nadia, where there has been an alleged attack on an ISF candidate, and then there is an attack in Khanakul also. Then comes the Bhangur area, which has been very, very violent in past 2 days, and we've seen rather literal clashes on ground also. But when we talk about the EVMs and delays across the state is concerned, there are several booths that have been complaining of slow voting, or rather the time taking of voting, where here I am at Rajbihari. The urban vote bank that you see here is also speaks volumes about the quantum and the number of voters that are queued up here early in the morning. This is not rural Bengal, where we've always seen hundreds of people queuing up in the queue in the morning.
Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election.
परिवर्तन होगा, रिफ्यूजी नहीं होगा, होना चाहता है तो वोटिंग कीजिए, नहीं तो रिफ्यूजी बन जाएगा.
Our workers and people are ready to die.
बीजेपी के लिए कोई डुएट ना जाए. हम 70-75 साल से राजनीति कर रहे हैं.
The ballots open and the results are out. You will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Intense action there in West Bengal. Vasudha, what, 4 hours to go for the last of the voters to cast their vote, and then of course it'll all be focused on the exit polls. Of course, you've been tracking this from morning, this Bengal phase 2. What's the sense you're picking up in terms of this phase and the polling?
Veera, the only big question there, Trinamool jitbe ke parivartan hobe. That's the only question that
translation supers, please, for us.
Which means, is Bengal going to see a change, or is Trinamool getting back? But remember, Mamata Banerjee has been repeatedly saying Trinamool harte parena, which means Trinamool cannot lose. But the BJP has put on its most aggressive front ever, and this phase is particularly important because remember, 142 seats in the fray, of which 123 seats were won by the TMC last time. The BJP won just 18 seats, which means that the BJP wants to win at least 53 seats this time to wrest the state from Trinamool. Before we get into what really happened, there's a lot of violence that happened today, and also, battle of words. Let's get you through the headlines.
That's right. The first one, Bengal phase 2 voting hit by rigging charges in the Diamond Harbour constituency in a booth. The BJP claims the Lotus option was blocked with a tape in the booths in Abhishek Banerjee's bastion. Suvendu Adhikari demands repolling. 61.11% turnout till 1 p.m.
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's big claim now. She says the Centre for Central Forces have been working at BJP's behest in West Bengal. She has claimed that TMC workers are being targeted. She has called it terrorism. BJP has hit out, saying that the Saffron Party is going to win the state of West Bengal.
Violence reported in phase 2 of polling in Battleground Bengal. As we just mentioned, clashes reported as the polling turns tense across multiple booths. BJP agents claim attack by TMC cadre. EVM glitch sparks a clash in Bali. ISF and TMC workers also clash in Hooghly.
Six lanes, 600 kilometers, 6 hours. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates the Ganga Expressway. This is Uttar Pradesh's longest road corridor linking Meerut to Prayagraj, 16 districts of Uttar Pradesh.
And call this Vijay's temple run in South India. TVK Chief Vijay visits the Shirdi temple in Maharashtra, offers prayers ahead of the 4th of May results. His second temple visit after Tiruchendur yesterday. What does that mean? Is there politics in those temple visits? Who knows?
5 election battlegrounds, Assam, Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Stay tuned for the exit poll night of the year with India's most tracked election team. It's the widest, most expansive, sharpest exit poll data on NDTV 24/7, 5 p.m. onwards. Well, a voter turnout of 61.11% has been recorded from various districts of West Bengal. This is the second phase of polling that's happening in 142 constituencies across South Bengal, and 61% voting has been recorded from these districts. Remember, this is a phase that's extremely crucial, not just for the TMC but also for the BJP. This is the TMC's strongest bastion. It's where its social base comes from. South 24 Parganas, North 24 Parganas, the seats of Kolkata presidency, more importantly, the border districts of Nadia and also the Mathua community. This is the BJP's most challenging battle in the state of West Bengal.
That's right. You put all those numbers out, Vasudha, and I believe highest voting so far has been reported from the Galsi Assembly constituency, which is from the Purba Bardhaman or Bardhaman Durgapur Lok Sabha constituency, and of course lowest voting from Maheshtala, which is 52.05%. We will try and make sense of the voter turnout and percentages, Vasudha. It's very difficult to pick up clear indications at this stage in terms of voter turnouts because, remember, you still have 4 hours left for polling to go. And as we just mentioned, till now, till 1 p.m. in the first phase, it was 62.2%. In the second phase, it's 61.11%. But give us a sense, Vasudha. You are hearing, you had Tamil Nadu go to vote. You didn't hear of skirmishes, you didn't hear of violence, you didn't hear of issues of that nature. West Bengal goes to vote, and it's a highly contested battle, perhaps as contested as any other state. And it's a do-or-die battle for both the TMC and the BJP. In comparison, what's the sense you're picking up? Are these just media headlines that's playing out? Is it by and large been a calm way of polling and a peaceful phase 2 as far as West Bengal is concerned?
Small mercies, Veera, lives have not been lost, and that's the sad part, that we actually think that this has been a better phase of polling for West Bengal. Even in first phase, we did see those sporadic instances of violence in Murshidabad, and today we did see what happened in Bhangur, and of course there was that occasional flare-up in Bhabanipur as well. Nadia also saw certain instances, but as of now what we understand is that peaceful voting has been going on, and the 62% polling percentage is specifically important because remember that there has been at least 93% voting that was recorded in the first phase. This is a state that has undergone SIR, which means that the denominator is low, which means that this could be a healthy voting trend.
So you would at the moment see this as sporadic instances of violence and issues being reported. Tanushka, our colleague from Bhabanipur, joins us live. So does Shreyasi from Bhabanipur as well. Tanushka and Shreyasi, Tanushka, first to you. What's that you're picking up on the ground there? Could this just be described as sporadic instances, and by and large it's been a fair day at the poll booths?
The polling has been peaceful all throughout in terms of how it's been going on in phase 2 round of the elections, the 142 seats that have gone to polls. However, you know, the sporadic instances that we're talking about at this point, there was a flashpoint at one such polling booth between Showdown Adhikari where he was kind of heckled by TMC supporters at this booth. This was in Jai Hind Bhavan, from where, you know, the ward is Kajori Banerjee is the sister-in-law of Trinamool Congress leaders, the Supremo Mamata Banerjee, sister-in-law at this point. Now, at this particular booth, we did see clashes. There were, on one hand, Joy Bangla slogans from the side of Trinamool Congress supporters, and from the other hand, there were Poltano Dorkar slogans from BJP supporters. So, between these two sloganeering and these two, parties of people got stuck Showdown Adhikari when he was in his poll booth rounds. And this is when he had gone alleging that there is fake voters and fake voting happening at this particular booth, which he said he'd gone to, take a stock of the situation of, and therein he was heckled and kind of gherawed by these TMC supporters, after which lathi charge happened onto the supporters there by the CRPF forces because Showdown Adhikari was stuck in between and was unable to get back to his convoy. So high drama, of course, in the Bhabanipur constituency assembly seat, which is the main battle between Mamata Banerjee and Showdown Adhikari. We did see a face-off between the Chief Minister and Showdown Adhikari earlier in the day as well at one such polling booth where Mamata Banerjee was present. Now, this is also something that's not been seen earlier. The Chief Minister herself being present at booths is also something new this time for the elections.
Exactly the same thing in 2021 in Nandigram. It's just that, she started this at 8:45 in the morning, which was very surprising for all of us. Shreyasi would also understand this because in 2021 we're covering the elections together. Shreyasi, stay with us. There have also been allegations of electoral manipulations that have been made by both parties today, BJP and TMC. BJP has made this big claim against TMC, alleging that EVM tampering took place in Jahangir Khan's constituency, Falta, in South 24 Parganas. This claim has been made by BJP's Amit Malviya, who's also West Bengal's co-in-charge for the party, and he has shared a video of EVM and he has alleged that voting options, especially the Lotus button, is being taped and people are stopped from voting for the BJP.
Well, the BJP now demands for repolling in this constituency. Meanwhile, as per sources, Election Commission of India has taken cognizance of the matter and said that if reports of taping, if any button of any of the buttons come in and should be verified and noted, if true, they will
go for
they will go for a repoll in that perhaps booth. But of course, verification process will be playing out at the moment in terms of these kind of allegations that have been coming up.
Absolutely, Veera. In fact, TMC has also made counter allegations. While TMC is saying that it's the central forces that are acting like BJP agents there, and there have also been instances of lathi charge that happened in certain constituencies of West Bengal. Shreyasi, help us understand when Mamata Banerjee goes out and says that, ward councillors are not being allowed to step out of their houses. In fact, central forces are going and visiting them, and that there's a lot of intimidation and pressure on TMC agents. What does she mean? And before you answer that question, let's also take a look at reactions that have come by for the story.
जहाँ भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमको अपने सीसीटीवी कैमरा से आपको दे सकते हैं 2 सेकंड के अंदर मालूम पड़ रहा है कि कहाँ क्या प्रॉब्लम है और जैसी प्रॉब्लम है वैसा सोल्यूशन हो रहा है जहाँ प्रेसिडेंटिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करना है वहाँ फोन हो रहा है जहाँ क्यूआरटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है जहाँ आपको एफएसटी को फोन करना है वहाँ हो रहा है जहाँ आरओ की जरूरत है वहाँ हो रहा है एकदम इमीडिएट एक्शन हो रहा है
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए 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 ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए.
Well, let's go across to our reporters Saurabh Gupta as well as Shreyasi, who are there reporting from the ground. And Shreyasi and Saurabh, first to you. We've dropped the line for Saurabh. Shreyasi, what's the sense? These allegations, are this to make pressure and create a kind of a situation where, any side that's indulging in malpractice does not have a clean hand? Or are they really being seen as serious issues at the grassroots? What are you picking up?
Well, of course, the Election Commission is keeping a very close watch. There's webcasting in every polling booth. This time, there are QRT vans with CCTV cameras attached on the roof of these cars, circling all these constituencies across West Bengal, which are polling today. Of course, we have been reporting how central paramilitary forces have been deployed in record number this time here in West Bengal. As for the rigging allegations, there is a deep political history in West Bengal, what we call the chappa voting, where rigging has been a part of the electoral system here in the state of West Bengal. And only till the last, day of polling, that is on the 23rd of April, when the first phase of elections were conducted here in West Bengal, we did not come across any rigging in any of the booths, nor was there repolling ordered either. And we saw a peaceful vote, except for instances that were reported from Murshidabad, where Humayun Kabir was. As far as the allegations that are being made today by the BJP BJP or, for example, the Trinamool Congress. All these allegations have been forwarded to the Election Commission of India. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, while speaking to NDTV earlier today, said that she has filed a complaint with the Election Commission regarding her opponent here in Bhabanipur, who has been encircling these booths with his party men. And a same complaint has been filed by Shubhendu Adhikari as well against the Trinamool Congress of intimidating voters around booths here in Bhabanipur. Now, the Election Commission will then take a report from the sector officer as well as the returning officer of that particular area and then decide whether there will be a repolling or not. The entire machinery of the Election Commission of India is being monitored, not just in New Delhi, but also here in the war room that has been set up by the CEO office in Kolkata. He himself has said that he will be going and visiting booths, but more or less I can say that election so far has been peaceful. We haven't seen any crude bombs being hurled, we haven't seen any bullets being fired, which is absolutely unprecedented in West Bengal poll coverage. As reporters, we've seen the kind of bloodshed not only on polling day, also post-poll, but this time, except for these sporadic instances that we are bringing to you from areas like Howrah and Falta and Bhangor, there hasn't been any major incidents so far.
Isn't it, Vasudha? You have multiple states, and perhaps that's the story of India. The same instances in perhaps another state would be seen as you know, a day marred by violence in terms of polling. And here we're saying, look, while these instances are there, it's not by and large as bad as it has been in the past. So the precedent...
Because, Veera, we've all seen 2018 Panchayat polls, and Tracy would remember the kind of violence that took place. The benchmark for tolerance of violence in West Bengal is really high, and it's actually a sad thing. But today's polling seems like a small mercy, that no lives have been lost yet.
That's right. And of course, that big face-off, Vasudha, in phase 2 is what? The seat of Bhabanipur, which is seeing the face-off between perhaps the toughest and the most watched battle in these elections. Mamata Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari.
That's right. Mamata Banerjee faces her old associate, now rival, Shubhendu Adhikari. Shubhendu Adhikari comes from Nandigram. He defeated Mamata Banerjee by just 1,500 votes last time in 2021 in Nandigram, and this time he's challenging her in her home turf of Bhabanipur. Bhabanipur is interesting as a constituency, Veera, because this also has a large portion of Hindu non-Bengalis, which means Gujaratis and Marwadis, just seen as loyal voters, committed voters of the BJP. So Mamata Banerjee also faces a challenge of a certain kind. But remember, this is a constituency that she has represented since 2011.
This is in Kolkata.
This is in Kolkata, Bhabanipur, and at one point it used to be represented by Siddharth Shankar Ray, the last chief minister of the Congress in West Bengal. So it has a lot of history attached to it. And if you go through that constituency, it has the house of Subhash Chandra Bose. It has the house of, lots of actors of, Tollywood. And more importantly, it is a constituency that has also undergone the SR exercise and has faced 50,000 deletions, which means that that could also be impacting the, overall outcome. But yes, today what we saw was Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari going to different booths, and in fact there was also a war of words between both of them. Mamata Banerjee has accused central forces of acting like BJP agents. She has also accused the BJP of stalling certain ward councillors from getting out of their houses. She said that electoral processes are being stalled by the BJP.
That's right. Interesting allegations from both sides. It's a contest of personalities in a state which is extremely crucial both for the regional party and the national party in terms of these elections. Let's listen into the reactions before we go further.
आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं, पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शुभेंदु साहब, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं, क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है।
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फॉल्टा में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
फॉल्टा में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं, इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन, मैं 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शुभेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए, कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फौलता में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जाए। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
It's very interesting that Shubhendu Adhikari has already voted in Nandigram. He's a voter in Nandigram. He's fighting from 2 seats, Nandigram and Bhabanipur. Mamata Banerjee is yet to vote. She's going to vote at 4 p.m. is what we understand. But Abhishek Banerjee, her nephew and General Secretary of the TMC, actually came out and voted in the morning.
Tell me something. Is there a logic? Because usually politicians like to vote first, send the image of them having voted and sending out a message of confidence. Is this traditional, Mamata Banerjee voting at 4 p.m.? I mean, in case, is there a reason behind it?
Well, in 2021, what I remember is that Mamata Banerjee was going through different booths in Nandigram, and she made it a point to make it very clear that this is a battle, this is the most important battle for her. This time, Bhabanipur is the psychological battlefield for the BJP, and it is the chosen battleground for Mamata Banerjee. You know, if Mamata Banerjee was given a choice, she probably would have chosen some other constituency which would have been safer for a TMC worker or a TMC leader. This constituency, Bhabanipur Veera, especially after SIR, is not as comfortable as, warm TMC leader. But yes, this is a constituency that she has sort of represented for many years. So this is a prestige battle. It's also a psychological war between the TMC and the BJP.
It would send the wrong optics at election time if you were to shift out of a constituency which you thought was strong as the leader taking the battle on, taking the bull by its horns. If we have Saurabh or Shreyasi as well with us on the show. Shreyasi and Saurabh, if you can give us a sense of what's happening in the TMC in terms of Mamata Banerjee going to vote at the end of polling and not at the beginning of the day. Is this normal? I mean, for somebody who's not followed West Bengal, what's the sense you're picking up from the TMC overall?
Shreyasi, does Mamata Banerjee not vote in the mornings? That's a great question that Veera has asked. When does she usually vote as a voter from Bengal?
Well, in Bhabanipur, since 2011, she has voted in the second half, usually between 3 and 4. Today, we asked her as well what time she would be casting her ballot, and she said 4 p.m. And interestingly, when she comes at 4 p.m., she comes with the women brigade of her house. She stays in a joint family. She stays alone in the house which she used to live with her mum. And after she passed away, she stays alone in that. And the adjoining buildings have her brother and sister-in-laws staying in that. And when they come from they come walking through the lane, and they come as a family, the women together, cast their ballot. What is the logic? Sometimes post-lunch, there could be a drop in the voter turnout because, as you know, Bengalis have this thing called bhat ghum, or something that we do after having our lunch is take a power nap.
Not just Bengalis.
To keep the voters energized, to ensure that...
Not just Bengalis, even we like a sapad and we go to sleep.
On us, just like... Glad to know. Glad to know that, but it's just to keep the the voters energized to come out, because between 4 and 6 is the last leg of the elections. At 6 o'clock, the polling booths close, and the final voter turnout is given by the Election Commission. So she ensures that she comes right at the end, she votes here, she addresses the media. Today, of course, we didn't expect her to go from party office to party office, going through polling booths along with her party workers. That's something we haven't seen her do here in Bhabanipur, which is an urban constituency in South Kolkata, in the heart of the city. But what is interesting is, of course, the mix of the population. There is the Bangali Bhodro Log, there are Gujaratis, there are Marwadis, there are migrants, and there's about 20% of Muslim population in this area. It's a densely populated area, and no one else would know it better than us, because we walked kilometers and kilometers with the Chief Minister this poll season, covering those padyatras with her in the narrowest of bylanes in Bhabanipur. It was a task because the media vans would get stuck because of overhead wiring and the narrow lanes, but we did pull through. And this is the Mitro Institute where she votes each year, and it has been a tradition for her to vote between 3 to 4 p.m. But I'll definitely try and get out more details why exactly she votes between that hour, because I know that There is some superstition also that the Trinamool Congress believes in, but I would not want to stick my neck out for that and get them on record to say it. But this has been a tradition of the Chief Minister to vote in the second half of the voting day.
These are some of the questions that Google or ChatGPT can't answer. You need to be a reporter to answer that, and I guess we need to for the quest for it, right? So I know you've not had your afternoon nap after your what do you call it? What did you say it was?
Bhat Ghoom.
Bhat Ghoom.
But it's been 3 months since I've not had that, I think, because of the camp.
Bhat Ghoom. It's called Bhat Ghoom. This is a good learning. I mean, a good thing to remember. Sapad and sleep and Bhat Ghoom. It's the same across the board, but of course, no Bhat Ghoom for the Prime Minister as well. Vasudha, the Prime Minister, was inaugurating the Ganga Expressway and spoke about the record turnout in West Bengal Assembly polls.
That's right, and he assured people of the BJP's win. He spoke about the politics of fear, and he said that it was very reassuring in the first phase that 93% people came out to vote, and he sounded confident that the same thing is going to happen today as well.
आज लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। पहले चरण की तरह ही जनता वोट देने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में घरों से निकल रही हैं। लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है।
We also had several other MPs and MLAs speak to us. Saini Ghosh, who's a TMC MP, also spoke to NDTV. Let's listen in to what she said.
How peacefully the election process is going?
You can see how peacefully it's going. Obviously, there will be isolated incidents, but since the Election Commission is in control of things, I would like to believe that things will be taken care of. And we are in favor of free and fair election because the mandate lies with the people of Bengal and it is going to be in the favor of Mamata Banerjee.
But in Falta, ma'am, they are saying that BJP symbol has been taped right now. These are the allegations being made by BJP and EC has said that repolling will take place. In first phase, we did not see any repolling.
We have seen the BJP, the Election Commission of India going lock, stock and barrel, getting police officers to intimidate people, CRPF asking for votes. And Falta is not a it's like a hotspot since last night, what we can see. They are targeting a few places, but I don't think that it's going to garner them votes. They are just trying to intimidate people, the voters of Bengal.
Historically, I think this has been the most peaceful election so far.
We always want it to happen that way. Democracy, it's a celebration of democracy. People should come out, people should vote for Mamata Banerjee, they should vote for Mahamati Manush.
There are several allegations against the ruling regime, and of course there are hindrances in the process of the election in 142 assembly constituencies that go for poll today. I'm joined by Cabinet Minister Sukanto Majumdar. Dada, give me an idea on what are the complaints coming in, and especially in Falta where there are allegations of the taping of the button of the BJP candidate in several in booths.
First of all, I think till 10:30, the total voting percentage is almost more than 20%, and overall scenario, if we talk about the overall scenario of the state, the election is going on in peaceful mode. Few complaints we have received from different parts of the states but mostly from the South 24 Pargana. Especially you have mentioned about the Falta Assembly. It is happening because the Falta Assembly, the TMC candidate is the Jahangir Khan, who is the right hand of Abhishek Banerjee. And if you see what is the scenario of the Falta Assembly, it is mostly Hindu-dominated area. But for last several years, this man, this Jahangir Khan, has given the charge by the TMC, especially Abhishek Banerjee, to have a rule over the Hindus there. And that man actually unleashed all kind of atrocities over the Hindus of Falta. Now, this man is under the threat, under the fear, psychosis, that if Hindus come freely and if they vote for, if they could able to vote, then they will vote for in favor of BJP.
Only Hindu voters are being threatened in these areas?
Mostly the Hindu voters, because it is Hindu-dominated assembly. And that's why from the morning, TMC, even not only morning, from the last few days also, as you have seen in the, you have shown it, that the police observer there, he went to the house of the this man Jahangir Khan and threatened his family.
That is Shukanto Majumdar, MOS at the centre, also former president of the BJP, making it very clear that if any malpractice is proven, there could be an instance of repolling as well.
Right, intense politics, but we'll take a very, very short break here.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान।
And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajay Pal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer. But this showdown has continued well into voting day as well. Voting day seeing this allegation from the BJP. In fact, I'm at the Diamond Harbour office of the Trinamool National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, and there of course he's of course monitoring all the developments on behalf of the Trinamool Congress from this office. But there has been reports of some amount of sporadic violence from different parts of the district as well, including places like Boj etc. as well.
All right, Saurabh, do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. This is from Bhabanipur, where high drama was witnessed in that constituency. TMC workers heckled Suvendu Adhikari is what we're hearing. TMC workers were chanting, and I'm going to quote that chant here: "We want Didi." There was lathi charge in the high-stakes Bhabanipur area. This is where Mamata Banerjee is pitted against Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Well, this is a matter of huge concern because there have always been concerns about violence in this phase of the elections. Violence has been almost synonymous, tragically, with elections in the past in Bengal. It's not out of control, but this is new breaking news coming in now in Bhabanipur, which is very much the focus of everybody in these elections. Suvendu Adhikari, the BJP boss in Bengal, versus Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. Let's listen in to what's been said.
शुभेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं? पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते हुए?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शुभेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं? क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है?
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फौल्ता में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
शुभेंदु दा, फौल्ता में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है।
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. It's truly a pleasure to speak in front of such a distinguished audience. I don't think that this summit and its central theme could come at a more important time. With everything that we've learned in the last few weeks, it is clear that in this century, access to energy is the only thing that's going to define resilience. Today, resilience is no longer a concept that is confined to classrooms or simulated in war rooms. It is a reality of what the world faces today. We've all seen how a conflict in one region can disrupt supply chains across continents. We've all seen how shocks in energy markets can ripple through economies overnight. And in that world, the question for every economy today is not how fast you can grow, but how well can you withstand disruptions. And nowhere is that question more relevant or more consequential than in India. India today is a nation that is defined by aspiration. You see it everywhere. In young people stepping into a new economy, in farmers adapting to new realities, in entrepreneurs building with confidence. There is a deep collective belief that the future will be better than both the past and the present. But aspiration, my friends, by itself, unfortunately, does not build nations. It needs a foundation. And India's answer to all of its foundational challenges is energy and only energy. Water security needs energy for desalination, water treatment, water distribution. Food security needs energy for fertilizers, irrigation, logistics. Digital leadership needs energy for data centers, AI, compute infrastructure. So if resilience is the goal, then abundant, reliable, and affordable energy is the foundation. Let's put the scale of India's challenge into perspective. On a per capita basis, India's consumption is about 1/3 of the world average and 1/5 of China's. So if India is to become a developed country by 2047, we are not talking about incremental growth. We are talking about a structural leap. We're talking about adding nearly 2,000 gigawatts of new capacity to the India's energy grid over the next 2 decades. All this while ensuring that this energy remains affordable, accessible, and increasingly clean. That, my friends, is a scale of the opportunity, and that's India's most defining challenge. When you look globally, countries that have built resilience at scale have always done one thing exceptionally well. They've always secured their energy foundations. Most developed and prosperous countries are either energy independent or have built deep strategic energy partnerships. We don't have to look very far, as Vijayji was alluding to earlier, to find a more relevant example. China, despite being constrained in both oil and gas just like India, has systematically invested in significant energy resources domestically. They've built strategic reserves and they've strengthened and hardened supply chains. Yes, of course, it remains dependent on global energy flows, but the level of resilience it has built over the last 2 decades is very remarkable. And the outcome is not just energy security. It is industrial strength, economic stability, and global competitiveness. For India, the path forward is clear. we must electrify everything. We must reduce structural dependence on imported energy. We must build an energy backbone that is anchored in resources that are available within our country. That is India's only credible path to long-term stability. But of course, electrification at scale demands one thing above everything else, and that is a massive growth in electricity supply. And this is where we must be pragmatic. Renewables will and must scale rapidly. Storage technologies will continue to evolve, but there are real constraints, particularly both around land and intermittency. Which means that to truly close this gap, India must adopt a portfolio approach. We must leverage fully every single energy source available to us. Renewables, yes. Hydro, yes. But also efficient thermal and nuclear. Because without firm, scalable baseload power, the math simply does not work. This is not optional for India, it is inevitable. It would be very incomplete to not recognize the role that the government and the country's leadership has played in enabling this journey. Over the last decade or more, India's leadership has played an exceptional role in cutting red tape, getting rid of unnecessary and outdated regulations, revitalizing public undertakings, and encouraging private enterprises. Countless macro and micro policy initiatives by the government have resulted in an environment where businesses can grow, flourish, and prosper. India has seen a clear, consistent, and increasingly execution-oriented policy stance. From accelerating infrastructure deployment, expanding renewable capacity, strengthening transmission networks, and enabling long-term investments, there has been both clarity of intent and continuity of action. And that continuity is the most critical enabler for resilience. Coming to the role of industry and specifically the Adani Group, at our core, we see ourselves not only as infrastructure operators, but as fundamental builders of India's energy backbone over the next several decades. Our chairman, Mr. Gautam Adani, has committed over $100 billion towards energy transition, one of the largest private sector commitments globally. But more importantly, it is not a mix of isolated investments. It is an integrated strategy. We are building one of the world's largest renewable energy portfolios, investing in large-scale energy storage, expanding transmission networks, and looking to develop green hydrogen ecosystems. Beyond energy, our presence across ports, logistics, airports, and data centers is a part of the same vision. And that vision is that resilience can never be built in silos. It can only be built through integrated ecosystems. Energy powers industry, logistics enables trade, and digital infrastructure drives productivity. And when these systems work together, you don't just create growth, you create durable resilience. So if I were to leave you all with one thought, it would be this. The real question is not whether India will need more energy. That already is very clear. The real question is how fast can we build it? Because in the end, resilience can never be built through intent alone. It is only built through execution, through the ability to create infrastructure at scale, at speed, and with purpose. And if India gets this right, we can deliver, if we can deliver abundant, affordable, and clean energy at the scale that is required, we will not just secure our own future. We will not just elevate 1.4 billion people. We will help stabilize the future of the global economy. Because India does not operate in isolation. What happens in India matters everywhere in every single corner of the world. That, my friends, is both our opportunity and our collective responsibility. Thank you so much.
Come, have a seat.
let's dig into this. I certainly agree with your proposition that energy is the master resource. It is the enabler of all of the other things that society aspires to. And you make the point as well in the end that India is going to be an example for the world. The world is watching as the largest, fastest growing major economy, one that's capable of tremendous momentum when India gets going. But it seems to me there are three areas of potential challenges, and I want to get your perspective on this. Policy, technology, and finance, where you're our industrialist on stage. You're talking about execution, right? This is where the rubber hits the road. You're not the professor talking about grand strategy. So when you talk about execution, what is it that you see in policy, one that has been the most enabling of being able to scale as quickly as you've started to do, and as India is certainly moving rapidly in renewables? But what is the remaining biggest challenge on policy that you would like to see improved?
So on the policy front, Vijayji, two things. What India has done exceptionally well over the last couple of years has been, as I said, a very significant debottlenecking of approvals. Permits, approvals, clearances. India's transformed completely at a fundamental level. If you look at renewables, India last year added 55 gigawatts of new renewable energy installations on the ground. That is the historic highest for the country ever. And that's been done because the government's been so proactive with regards to enabling the infrastructure to come up on the ground. What it has already started doing a lot of is how do you look at integration between the overall national electricity plan? How much thermal is coming in? How much renewables is coming in? When? Are the evacuation bottlenecks ready to be able to capture and evacuate that power? Is that being bottlenecked? Is the timing of the capacity addition in sync with the timing of the transmission capacity being added? There's a timing mismatch. So government has already started to streamline a lot of these things, but there is a little more streamlining that is required, which the government is already working on. So the constraint that you speak of, I believe, is just that. How do you look at systemic integration of everything coming together within the timelines that they're coming together in, so that no capacity gets stranded at the country level?
So you put your finger on what the energy experts in India really see as one of the important challenges. That is the grid in India, which has some tremendous qualities, meaning you have a national grid. It's heavily invested. It's a modern grid and one that's improving. However, is not able to keep pace with the pace of additions of clean energy. So you're seeing a lot of curtailment. And so grid investment, presumably, is one area of investment. And we do see private sector investment around the world coming into transmission lines. That's one possibility. A second possibility, and I want you to refer maybe to the battery investments you're making, that gets to the technology point that I want to talk about, because one of the things that I'm a huge advocate of is energy storage on the grid. I wrote a story a couple of years ago talking about a battery revolution that's coming. And even internally at The Economist, there's a lot of skepticism. Those of you who are not in energy, you'll know, if you want to put people to sleep at a dinner party, start talking about energy. If you don't want to be invited back, start talking about energy storage for the grid. You'll never be invited back, right? But this was the #1 story on The Economist website globally for a week, even with competition of Trump in the Middle East and so on, because when one really looks at the battery revolution that's ongoing, the collapse in prices, the improvement in durability and longevity, the potential to transform clean energy from one time of day to another, if the rules are right and incentivize time shifting. So talk a little bit about that, because I know you have big plans for BESS, as it's called, battery energy storage for the grid.
Yes.
I was able to see some of this at firsthand, where you're scaling this up, but it depends crucially on the ability to monetize this, and only some places in India, as of now, have time of use pricing, for example, or other measures. So what can be done to accelerate this trend?
No, I think, first of all, your thesis is absolutely right. I think energy storage is an inevitability in India going forward, and at scales which no one would have possibly thought of or imagined. Us as a group, just us alone, we shortly, in the next couple of days, will have about 3 gigawatt hours of installed BESS capacity. That makes it one of the largest installed capacities anywhere in the world already in a single location. But that's not even the point, because our internal plan is to add between 10 to 15,000 megawatt hours, 10 to 15 gigawatt hours every year going forward.
Now, this is not free, right? Solar prices collapse. What is the business case for doing this for you?
The business case for this basically is when you have so much solar capacity being added across the country. There is a time of a day where all those capacities are generating power together.
Well, when it's hot, when it's sunny during the day.
And when it's sunny during the afternoon.
Sure.
That's not necessarily always when the grid requires power.
Right.
Which leads to a drop in terms of grid prices.
Right.
So instead of supplying that electricity directly into the grid at that point in time, you can just use that energy to store in the batteries.
So you arbitrage, you do the time difference.
Exactly.
But that only works if you get paid for it later.
Which India grid allows you to charge for. Right. So what we are doing today as a group, as our economic program is, we discharge 100% of that electricity into the grid between 6 and 10 p.m., which is evening peak hours. So the rates in the grid go somewhere between 8 to 10 rupees per unit at that time versus, let's say, 2.5 during the day.
Right.
So obviously batteries are expensive, so the economics have to work. But the evening peak that the country has available today gives us enough.
So no further reforms are needed. You're 100% satisfied.
Completely, 100%.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. I'll tell the minister when he turns up as well. No need to do anything more. These guys keep building everything that they've promised. Unlike some others.
That's why we're building on the ground what we're building, because
Okay.
we're comfortable with what the framework is.
Let's talk about finance. This is obviously enormous amounts of capital that's going to be required to build out, the green energy revolution, in tandem with continuing to keep the lights on with firm power that you talked about, the continued need to have, whether it's nuclear or thermal or whether it's the battery energy storage firming. The early parts of the round-the-clock auctions, which are meant to address this, they have not been as successful as hoped, for example. So, what is the financing model if it's not the auctions? How is this going to be paid for?
So Vijayji, we as a group always look at PPAs as just commercial instrumentalities of delivering power. What's real at the end of the day is there is a certain demand and there is a certain supply. And there is a certain price that either the DISCOM or the consumer is willing to pay for a certain kind of power, looking at the overall affordability index in India. So that's the only thing that's real. PPAs and everything is just, they're synthetic instruments, the way we see it. So what is our focus? Our focus is to make sure that we generate an electron at the cheapest possible rate in the country. Because if we are the cheapest, no matter what cost is to generate or not, no matter what cost is to store it, as long as lights are on, our power will flow. So that's how we look at economics at a fundamental level. But to be honest, yes, financing about this remains is a difficult proposition, just because of scale, because of the sheer volume of capital that is required to fund this.
But it's not just volume, right? I mean, the cost of capital in India still remains higher than it is in developed markets, for example, although it's lower than it is in Africa, let's say, where the world has a higher perceived risk in doing business in Africa. You're more developed capital markets, but accessing capital, you're paying more than an American developer in Texas would pay.
You're absolutely right, but at the same time, the cost of constructing projects is significantly lower. So if you look at put both those things put together, the delivered cost of electron into the grid, which includes the financing cost, which includes the construction cost, which includes everything. India is one of the lowest cost of electron generation places anywhere in the world.
We have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to press you on one final point, and that is something that's going to increase your costs, I would put to you. I'll challenge you. That is meeting the government objectives of supply chain domestication. I know that unlike many other players, you've been able to move upstream in the solar chain into ingots, into wafers. You're talking about polysilicon, although that's a very big step to take, where the Chinese are very cheap and effective. Doesn't this increase the cost? Even if it improves, let's say, resilience and domestic Indian manufacturing ambitions, aren't you guaranteeing that power will be more expensive as a result of these investments?
Of course, the cost of power will increase. Of course, the cost will go up because when China manufactures north of 500 gigawatts, India is at 50.
Why not say thank you to the Chinese taxpayer for subsidizing these goods and welcome these products? Why are you reinventing the wheel?
Because we go back to the same theme, Vijayji, of resilience. Because what every interdependence, what the world has taught us over the last couple of weeks is that every single interdependence is a vulnerability. And when it's times of stress, times of war, times of difficulty, times of, not a very pretty global environment, every one of these interlinkages can be used to exert strategic pressure and influence. That is something India has learned. That is something I believe all of us have learned with whatever we've seen over the last couple of weeks. And the lesson that India has learned and the leadership in India has decided for what the right way for the country is going forward is that we need to make sure that we domesticate our supply chains no matter what the cost is. Because equally as there is a proposition of taking the advantage of Chinese taxpayers subsidizing it, there is equally a prerogative for the country where if they overnight increase, for example, we have no capacity here and they know that, and if you overnight increase prices by 40-50%, what can you do as a country? You'll have to immediately halt all renewable energy additions. So in a way, the capacity addition is not so much as a cost, but also as a hedge for any other country anywhere else in the world to think twice before taking a step of this sort.
Resilience doesn't come for free, but it may be an insurance worth paying for.
Absolutely.
Okay,
that's what
we're just out of time. I see the red lights are flashing. Please join me in thanking Sagar Adani for joining us on stage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajaypal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer. But this showdown has continued well into voting day as well. Voting day seeing this allegation from the BJP. In fact, I'm at the Diamond Harbour office of the Trinamool National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, and there of course he's of course monitoring all the developments on behalf of the Trinamool Congress from this office. But there has been reports of some amount of sporadic violence from different parts of the district as well, including places like Bhoj, etc. as well.
All right, Saurabh, do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. This is from Bhabanipur, where high drama was witnessed in that constituency. TMC workers heckled Suvendu Adhikari is what we're hearing. TMC workers were chanting, and I'm going to quote that chant here: "We want Didi." There was lathi charge in the high-stakes Bhabanipur area. This is where Mamata Banerjee is pitted against Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Well, this is a matter of huge concern because there have always been concerns about violence in this phase of the elections. Violence has been almost synonymous, tragically, with elections in the past in Bengal. It's not out of control, but this is new breaking news coming in now in Bhabanipur, which is very much the focus of everybody in these elections. Suvendu Adhikari, the BJP boss in Bengal, versus Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. Let's listen in to what's been said.
सुवेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं? पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
सुवेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं? क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है।
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फौल्ता में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
फौल्ता में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं। इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन, मैं 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शुवेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फौलता में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
Tanushka is joining us live now from Bhabanipur. This is a hot seat when it comes to phase 2 of the Bengal elections. Tanushka, heckling that was witnessed, just take us through what you've witnessed on the ground.
Right, Vedika, I was right there when this sort of a clash between Trinamool Congress supporters and BJP supporters broke out. This is when leader of opposition, Shovendu Adhikari, went by the Jai Hind Bhavan inside to take a round of the booths as he's been doing since morning. And he went to this particular booth with some information of fake voters and fake voting happening. And when he went inside and came outside the booth is when he was heckled or gherawed by the Trinamool Congress supporters, wherein sloganeering of Joy Bangla and We Want Didi started, stringing out in loud choruses. Shovendu Adhikari was stuck for a good while in between these supporters. This is when BJP supporters also came in with sloganeerings of Jai Shri Ram and Poltanor Dorkar, which means change is needed. And this is what was happening. There was an intense scene that broke out between the TMC and the BJP supporters, with Shovendu Adhikari stuck right in the middle,
Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election.
परिवर्तन होगा, रिफ्यूजी नहीं होगा, होना चाहता है तो वोटिंग कीजिए, नहीं तो रिफ्यूजी बन जाएगा।
Our workers and people are ready to die.
बीजेपी के लिए कोई डुएट ना जाए, हम 70-75 साल से राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
The ballots open and the results are out. You will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Well, all the action, allegations from Battleground Bengal will be our top focus till the end of polling at 6 p.m. Vasudha.
That's right. It's been an intense day of polling, Veera. In fact, there have been trading of allegations of electoral manipulation by both BJP and TMC. This is Mamata Banerjee's toughest test. It's also the most challenging battle for BJP as it puts on a very aggressive front to wrest the state of West Bengal.
Let's take you through the headlines working this hour. Bengal phase 2 polling in the midst of allegations of rigging in the Diamond Harbour constituency. The BJP claims the Lotus option was blocked with tape in booths in Abhishek Banerjee's bass, and the TMC hits back with allegations of its own. Shovendu Adhikari briefs Home Minister Shah and demands a repolling in that booth.
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee makes a big allegation. She says that central forces are working at the behest of the BJP in West Bengal. She has claimed that her party TMC workers are being targeted by EC, and she has also called it terrorism. BJP has hit out at Mamata Banerjee, saying that it's a BJP that's going to win the state of West Bengal.
Violence bars sporadic incidents in phase 2 of polling in Bengal. Clashes reported as polling turns tense across several booths. BJP agents claim attack by Trinamool Congress workers in Nadia. TMC makes other claims. EVM glitch sparks a clash in Bali. ISF and TMC workers also clash in Hooghly.
Six lanes, 600 kilometers and 6 hours. It's a gift of an expressway by the Prime Minister today to Uttar Pradesh. Ganga Expressway inaugurated by the Prime Minister. This is Uttar Pradesh's longest road corridor linking 16 districts including Meerut and Prayagraj.
TVK Chief Vijay visits Shirdi Temple in Maharashtra a day after he went to Tiruchendur in Tamil Nadu ahead of the May 4th results. Is Vijay sending a political message from his temple visits, or is it only spiritual?
Five election battlegrounds: Assam, West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Stay tuned for the exit poll night of the year with India's most tracked election team. Widest, sharpest exit poll data on NDTV 24/7, 5 p.m. onwards. Well, as West Bengal votes today, 142 constituencies are voting as part of second phase of polling in West Bengal. 61% voter turnout has been registered till about 1 p.m. Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, has hailed the voter turnout, calling this fearless voting. Piyush Goyal has said that Mamata Banerjee's days are numbered now. Piyush Goyal has also said that West Bengal wants freedom. This is a sign that West Bengal wants freedom from the TMC.
That's right.
निश्चित रूप में ममता बनर्जी जी के दिन अब बहुत कम रह गए हैं मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर। अब पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता विकास चाहती है, पश्चिम बंगाल के लोग अराजकता से निजात चाहते हैं।
More breaking news that's coming in. Polling has been stopped, Vasudha, in all polling booths which had tapes on the names of candidates in Falta Assembly constituency. Remember, that allegation was made by the BJP.
Falta is a constituency in South 24 Parganas. It's considered the bastion of the TMC. Remember, the electoral manipulation allegation was made by the TMC today. Amit Malviya led that charge. He is the ID in charge and also the co-in charge for the state of West Bengal for the BJP. Manogya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Manogya, is there a chance that these constituency will be considered for repolling? Where has this happened? Because there is this allegation that there is a Diamond Harbour model that is being practiced.
Well, we confirm on that. We have spoken to the Election Commission sources and they have confirmed that all the booths which have had complaints of the button of BJP being taped, especially in Falta and surrounding areas, the polling has been stopped since afternoon, and since it is not feasible enough to use those EVMs again today, till the time more are replaced and many more complaints pouring in, so there will be repolling on these polling booths, which includes primarily the Falta Assembly constituency. Now, the second complaint that has been pouring in from BJP to the Election Commission is primarily of putting a fragrance on multiple EVMs where there is the symbol of BJP. So it primarily speaks that if someone has voted to BJP today, will have a certain type of fragrance on his fingertip. And that could be a reason for more violence or more attacks on people who voted to BJP. The Election Commission of India states that they are also considering those repolling on these polling booths, if at all, if it is proven the way it has been alleged. Now, there are even more allegations of violence in multiple areas in North 24 Parganas, in South 24 Parganas, even parts of Nadia, in Tehatto, and also including parts of Hooghly as well as Howrah, and of course Bhabanipur, where we've seen lathi charge being resorted to by the officials who were deployed there. But as far as repolling is concerned, primarily only these two criteria are being considered by the Election Commission of India. But also given to understand that there is massive deployment on ground till late evening today on all these polling booths to ensure that there is no untoward incident, at least post the evening or post the sunset.
Manogya, can you give us a sense of the number of polling booths where this will be affected by the Election Commission? Because that could, in a sense, denote the scale of this issue.
Well, primarily the complaints have come for more than 5 polling booths. That itself will have an impact on a magnitude of at least 5,000 voters if we consider per EVM or per polling booth 500 to 800 polling voters on these booths. But given to understand that especially in South 24 Parganas, where people are voting in maximum numbers, and also there is a certain type of population that has been there in Falta and South 24 Parganas or even Bhangur, you could expect repolling within a few days now.
You know, Falta has been in the news for the last few days, especially with Singham Ajay Pal Sharma. He is this UP cop who has been making news there. And Falta is also known for Jahangir, you know, the TMC leader, who is also seen as someone with a lot of influence. Why is Falta the epicenter of all electoral activity this time?
Well, it has had a history of checkered past of having too much of violence in that area. Remember, Bhangur has also been having a checkered past of having too much violence in the past. But there the competition is between TMC and ISF. But here the competition is between BJP and Trinamool Congress. So the fight are different in two assembly constituencies despite being in the same district. This region is known to be the Trinamool Congress bastion, having more than 30 seats, and the second when it comes to a single district. So if the entire North Bengal comprises of 54 seats on an approximate basis, the South Bengal with just two districts, North 24 and South 24, crosses almost 60 assembly constituencies. That itself speaks of the power that these two districts enjoy when it comes to the political scenario of the state. Both of them have had a major minority population. Both of them have really tough international border, and both of them are Trinamool Congress bastion. So this is a real formula for making it one of the toughest battles in the history of the state of West Bengal, with a lot of polling booths having such kind of issues. However, the kind of violence that we've seen in these is what is leading to repolling in most of them.
Absolutely. So the pressure seems to be, Veera, on the BJP, TMC, but the maximum pressure seems to be on the Election Commission of India, because I have never seen the Election Commission of India being so proactive, especially in West Bengal.
That's right. And the question, as Manogia was pointing out, if it's 5 booths, but remember, at the end of the day, it would also mean one constituency's result will have to be held back till repolling is over there. So multiple nuances there depending on the kind of allegations that's made, Vasudha. And in a close and tight election, remember, every 100 votes or every vote really matters. The BJP, remember, has been making that claim against TMC, alleging tampering in Jahangir Khan's constituency, Falta, that we were talking about. Vasudha, you just mentioned about Amit Malviya sharing a video of that EVM and alleged that voting options were being blocked with tape at multiple booths, as we were just discussing.
And BJP has now demanded for repolling in this constituency. Meanwhile, as per sources, Election Commission of India has taken cognizance of this matter, and it has said, and I quote, if reports of taping, if any button comes in, that should be verified and noted. If true, those booths will go for repoll. That's what Election Commission of India has said. Sources have also confirmed to Manogia.
That's right. That's what Manogia and we were just reporting at the moment, that some of the booths, at least 5 of the booths, will see repolling, which means the results for Falta constituency will be held back till that repolling is done.
That's right. Meanwhile, violence also erupted in the constituency after central forces resorted to lathi charge at booth number 186 in Belsinga. This is Falta that we're talking about. This is South 24 Parganas. Earlier in North 24 Parganas also we saw violence erupting in specifically Naushad Siddiqui's constituency of Bhangur. According to reports, a crowd had gathered within 100 meters of the polling booth in South 24 Parganas. Central forces then resorted to lathi charge to maintain security and disperse the crowd. Let's take a look at some reactions.
দেখুন যেখানে যেখানে টেপ পাওয়া গেছে কোথায় অ্যালিগেশন আছে ওটা আলাদা ম্যাটার আছে কিন্তু যেখান থেকে আমরা সঠিক ইনফরমেশন পেয়েছি যেখানে আমরা আমাদের এখানে দেখেছি ওয়েবকাস্টিংয়ে দেখেছি যেখানে জেলা শাসক ওয়েবকাস্টিংয়ে দেখেছেন যেখানে ফিল্ড থেকে রিপোর্ট আসছে যেখানে অবজারভার রিপোর্ট আসবে ওখানে আমাদের জিরো টলারেন্স আছে আমরা আগাম বললাম আর এখন যেটা আছে এসব জায়গা যেখানে পাওয়া গেছে যেখানে পাওয়া যাবে সব জায়গায় রিপোর্ট হবে এটা সংখ্যা আমার কাছে নেই এখন তো কনফার্মেশন চলছে জেলা শাসক কনফার্মেশন নিচ্ছেন রিপোর্ট তৈরি হচ্ছে যে বুথে আমাদের পাওয়া যাবে আতার পাওয়া যাবে কোনো মেশিন উপর যদি আমাদের ব্ল্যাক টেপ পাওয়া যাবে या হোয়াইট টেপ পাওয়া যাবে या এনি সাউন্ড অফ মেশিন সঙ্গে ছেড়ছাড় হবে তারপরে যেটা আছে আমাদের টলারেন্স জিরো আছে আমরা ওখানে রিপোল করাবো সব বুথে আর কোনো কনস্টিটিউয়েন্সিতে বুথ অনেক বেশি হয়ে যাবে তারপরে যেটা আছে এন্টায়ার কনস্টিটিউয়েন্সিতে রিপোল হতে পারে
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए
That's right. Phase 2 of polling, as we've been mentioning, has been underway in West Bengal with Bhabanipur, the constituency where Mamata Banerjee Vasudha is facing off with Shubhendu Adhikari being the point of national media focus, at least.
That's right. It's the epicenter of all election activity this time. In fact, the Chief Minister was out on the streets of Bhabanipur at 8 a.m. today morning, and she, in fact, went to a lot of polling booths. She has also alleged that central forces are acting like BJP agents, and she is, remember, facing BJP's Shubhendu Adhikari. Shubhendu Adhikari has already voted in Nandigram, which the voting took place in Nandigram in the first phase. Last time in 2021, he defeated Mamata Banerjee from Nandigram with just 1,500 votes. But this time, he's also her rival in Bhabanipur. BJP has alleged that Shubhendu Adhikari was heckled when he arrived to inspect a polling booth in Bhabanipur. Upon arrival, Adhikari was also surrounded by TMC supporters who raised slogans of Joy Bangla. Joy Bangla has become symptomatic with TMC's campaign this time, Veera, because the TMC has been focusing on Bengali Asmita vis-a-vis Hindutva that it claims is the bastion of the BJP.
Right, let's listen in to these reactions because we are waiting, Vasudha, in the next couple of hours. You've got 2.5 odd hours left for polling to complete there, and Mamata Banerjee is yet to cast her vote, so we're waiting for that as well. But let's listen to these reactions.
शुभेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं, पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते हुए?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शुभेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं, क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है?
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फॉल्टा में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
फॉल्टा में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं, इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन में 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शुभेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फॉल्टा में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
Right, more breaking news coming in, Vasudha, from Shubhendu Adhikari. He's making allegations of attacks by quote-unquote these goons. That's Shubhendu Adhikari's latest allegation in a day filled with allegations from the BJP.
That's right. In fact, he has alleged that the attack took place at booth number 217. Remember, Shubhendu Adhikari is the BJP candidate from Bhabanipur. He has already voted in Nandigram, so since morning he has been going to every single booth in the constituency. Shubhendu Adhikari has said that Mamata Banerjee's goons are not voters, and he has also said that they're all outsiders. Now, this is very similar to what Mamata Banerjee said about Nandigram last year. She said that it was last time. She said that it was all outsiders who had been brought into Nandigram to defeat her. Now, Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari is challenging, is alleging the same thing with Mamata Banerjee, saying that outsiders have been brought in to trouble him, to harass him, and they've also attacked him. That's the big allegation he has made. My colleague Tanushka joins us with more details on this. Tanushka, okay, we will be getting Tanushka in just a bit.
Vasudha, just put this in perspective for me. There has been consistent allegations been made by the BJP, consistent allegations made by the TMC that the Election Commission has been acting at the behest of the BJP, and this is going to be a serious face-off battle. These allegations, does it change the ground narrative amongst voters, or does it only harden the polarization between these two parties on the ground?
I think that's a very important question, Veera, and Bhabanipur is very central to that question, because in the assembly elections, or at least in the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP did get that confidence that at least in some of the wards of Bhabanipur, the BJP was ahead, which is why it feels that it has a good chance at giving a fight to Mamata Banerjee. Tanushka joins us with more details on this. Tanushka, Bhabanipur was being cultivated, nurtured as a psychological battlefield for the BJP. It just wanted to give out a symbolic message to Mamata Banerjee, also make a mark. But this is turning out to be a proper challenge. It's turning out to be a proper fight. What's going to happen there, and what is Suvendu Adhikari saying with regard to this alleged attack on him?
Precisely, this is a complete face-off between the sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari from the BJP. The BJP is clearly, not letting go of the Bhabanipur constituency seat easily. They are putting up a big fight. This has been a long bastion of Trinamool Congress. The South Kolkata Assembly has been known to, have a stronghold of the Trinamool Congress, which the BJP is looking forward to hit out this time round. I spoke to Suvendu Adhikari multiple times earlier through the day, and he said that he's confident of his win in 8 wards in this particular assembly constituency. He's also hit out at Mamata Banerjee several times through the day. I'm currently at the booth where Mamata Banerjee is expected to come in to cast her vote at around 4 in the evening. However, before this, there's been a showdown between Suvendu Adhikari and the CM as well, right at this booth. Suvendu Adhikari has been, doing these chukkers of these booths all through the day since morning, and he's also been in the middle of a flashpoint of some sort of a heckling by Trinamool Congress supporters as well at another booth at Kalighat Road, from where the Mamata Banerjee's sister-in-law, Kajori Banerjee, is the ward councillor. So, these sporadic events have been happening through the day, but as you were also mentioning, this is a psychological battle, and that shows in the way in which Mamata Banerjee, for the first time, the Chief Minister, has come out to the polling booth and has sat it out as well. We've never seen this happen. So that particular image is definitely a defining image happening through the day, that Mamata Banerjee is at poll booths and she's going around, also speaking and greeting voters, which is something Suvendu Adhikari has been doing throughout the Bhabanipur Assembly constituency. Remember, Bhabanipur is not a small area. This is a huge area. The demographic is also diverse. There is, on one hand, the Bengali Bhadralok, and on the other hand, there are non-Bengali speakers also living here, Gujaratis living here, Marwadis living here, trading and merchant families also living here. So definitely a deeply contrasting sort of an area that we're looking at, where both the Trinamool Congress and the BJP are expecting to make a break in. Back to you.
Right. We will wait as this builds up to Mamata Banerjee coming out to cast her vote as well, Vasudha, because that's going to be an important moment in terms of the day that's playing out, how this is going to play out. Thanks very much, Tanushka. You still have your work cut out as far as that constituency is concerned. But more breaking news that's coming in, Vasudha.
That's right, Vida. More violence reported from South Bengal. Tension during second phase of voting in Canning. Now in Canning West, voting has been halted at booth number 112. Polling has also been stopped for nearly an hour in the midst of protests over alleged assault of a Panchayat Pradhan. My colleague Manokia joins us with more details on this. Okay, Veera, Canning is also considered an important part of South 24 Parganas, and it's also considered a bastion of the TMC. In fact, I remember...
So help me understand this. We were talking about Falta, where we reported that 5 booths polling will be stopped because of that taping issue. Now you have this Canning West as well. All this coming from around the same region or different parts?
Absolutely. All of them are in South Bengal. In fact, when I traveled to Canning last time in 2021, there was this TMC local leader called Shaukat Mullah, who was extremely influential. So these are also, we are very simply said, these are places that are dependent on fish pond economy. And, these are also coastal places. And you see lovely sunflower fields in all these places. But all of them TMC strongholds and extremely important for the BJP to rest. Demonstrations here are taking place around central forces that have been deployed at the site. Remember that there's been a battle of words, war of words going on between BJP and Mamata Banerjee, because Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, has been alleging that the central forces have been indulging in overreach. They've been targeting her party workers. They've been, in fact, visiting them. They've been intimidating them. This is the allegation that she has leveled against central forces. And remember that there are many...
So you would assume that these are Trinamool Congress workers taking on the central forces, given that these are CRPF personnel who are standing there at that voting booth. Manokia is, I believe, with us. Manokia, give us the latest that you're picking up from Canning West.
Well, there has been violence reported in Canning in booth number 112. Remember, this is the same area in South 24 Parganas which has seen maximum violence in this entire election. Known to be a Trinamool Congress stronghold, known to be having one of the highest minority population in South Bengal, and also known to have the highest voting tussles in the past also. This seems to be again scarring this entire history of the political season, because North Bengal has seen a comparatively lighter note, or rather more peaceful elections compared to the South Bengal region. Booth number 112, and that is the same place where the polling has been stopped partially. I have to give you the details where even the panchayat chief, the panchayat pradhan of this in this constituency of this village has been allegedly beaten up by the forces as well as the people around him. So these are multiple allegations, and there have been protests that have now people have resorted to protest against the central forces. That itself speaks volumes about the tension, the high tension that we're seeing on ground in the West Bengal state, especially South Bengal as it goes for polls today.
This would be a TMC Pradhan who was assaulted. Who's making the allegations? Give us a bit of a context on this, Manogya, if you've been able to pick this up.
Well, I'll give you the details. It's basically tension prevailed after some people were stopped from voting. This is a TMC stronghold, and the Pradhan also is from Trinamool Congress. It is alleged that they were not allowed to vote but by the rival party. That is the allegation. Now, after the Panchayat Pradhan, who has been roughed up, there is a protest against the central forces, and these protests are against the central forces who were intervening for a smoother process of polling in this area. Remember, this is one region which is absolutely unheard of. There's no violence in any part of the country the way it happens in the state of West Bengal, and that is what it makes the entire state and the political scenario of the state so different from any other state in the country. And that is perhaps the reason for 2,400 companies that have been deployed on ground. It might sound a little different and difficult for the rest of the country, but despite the deployment of such heavy forces and deployment on ground with massive implications on ground also, there is still reports coming in of violence in different pockets, of EVMs not working, of EVMs being ruptured or affected in some way or the other. Imagine an EVM being taped itself is historical when it comes to the state of West Bengal, are absolutely unheard in this country.
Just get it right, Vasudha.
Manogya, wait 1 second. Very quickly, there is a model that the BJP alleges that the TMC uses, local strongman. Why does Sheikh Shahjahan also come from this area? Shaukat Mullah comes from this area. And, this area also reports the highest number of violence, in pre-poll chapters also. And these are 33 seats of South 24 Parganas. What is the model that the TMC uses that the BJP says is extremely problematic?
Well, what is problematic is not allowing the voters to vote or allow them to go to the booth. And perhaps that's the reason why it's not just about South 24 Parganas, but also multiplexes, multiple storied buildings in Kolkata where there are more than 500 booths, have polling booths inside the buildings and the complexes. Because last year, that is last election in 2021, there were reports pouring in that multiple buildings were locked up so that the voters could not go out and vote. And these are mostly voters who are not in tandem with the ruling regime. That's the reason why if you do not allow them to vote and tell them, Dada, apnake jete hobe na, apnar vote hoye geche. This is how it has been handled on ground also, and this is how it has been happening in the state. Be it the left front, be it the ruling regime, there have been allegations against them for such kind of scientific rigging, and that's the reason why SIR comes into play, where dead voters have to be deleted, on those who do not stay in the state and have moved out have to be deleted because they were voting despite not being in this world or not being in this state. That was the major concern for everyone, including the Election Commission. And perhaps even though there are questions being raised on the entire SIR process, we do see an implication of it and we do see an impact of it on ground with the margins in every assembly constituency changing. As far as the model is concerned, if the voters do not go out to vote and yet there is a high turnout, this is where the difference is. But there are more than 50 lakh voters, our sources tell us, who've come back to the state of West Bengal to vote this time. Some of them out of the fear on whether their name will be removed from the voting list after the SIR process in case they do not vote this time, whether they will have the voting rights. Some of them have voted for the cause and some of them have just come back to vote for whatever they've seen in the state after moving out. But as we talk today, there are multiple reasons for us to believe that this is perhaps the least affected and least violent elections that I have covered in more than 2.5 decades in the state.
Right, that's an important point, and also let's just put into perspective that the images that you're seeing on a screen are of a TMC village pradhan who has been allegedly attacked by central forces and the protests that are playing out there. So multiple dimensions to this, different allegations from different sides. Thanks very much there, Manogya, for bringing us the latest. We'll keep coming back to you for the latest that's coming from across West Bengal, from the constituencies which are voting. But moving on now, the Prime Minister, while inaugurating the Ganga Expressway, spoke about the record turnout in West Bengal Assembly polls. Of course, as always, Vasudha sending out a message on polling day from another place. It's relevant to a state.
And incidentally, Varanasi also has a prominent population of Bengali voters, and he spoke about West Bengal there while he was inaugurating the expressway Veera, and he said that he was proud of Bengali voters who came out in large numbers and voted in the first phase of elections, and he assured people of the BJP's win. Let's listen into what he said.
आज लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। पहले चरण की तरह ही जनता वोट देने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में घरों से निकल रही है। लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है।
Right, and as we've been reporting all afternoon, there have been instances of violence which are best described as sporadic, because every report on the ground does validate that this is perhaps the least violent election that Bengal has seen in recent times, Vasudha.
That's right. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has alleged that BJP wants to rig elections, and hooliganism has been going on since morning. That's what she has said. Meanwhile, clutter and chaos broke out in the Bali Assembly constituency. It's in Howrah after an EVM malfunction disrupted voting at a polling booth in this district. Central security forces deployed at the booth detained 2 individuals. BJP, meanwhile, has accused the TMC of vandalizing BJP candidate Bikash Sardar's vehicle in Basanti in South 24 Parganas.
But a scuffle also broke out between the ISF and Trinamool supporters in Hooghly, right in front of the polling booth. Those pictures that you're seeing there on that screens, on your screens of that scuffle. According to the ISF, their polling form was forged and a Trinamool agent was illegally placed in the booth. Also tension flared in Nadia district's Chapra Assembly constituency, where an alleged attack has left a BJP polling agent injured, Vasudha.
The BJP has now accused workers of the Trinamool of carrying out the assault that happened at Nadia and also in the Chapra Assembly constituency, which is, of course, also in South Bengal.
देखिए कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पिटाया रात में। ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भांगोर। एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
क्या हुआ था हादसा?
आज सुबह में बूथ में जाएगा एजेंट है बीजेपी एजेंट है हमारा যখন এজেন্ট দিতে যাচ্ছি তখন তৃণমূলের দলবল তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা বাহিনী মফিদুলের নেতৃত্বে ওরা আমাদের অ্যাটাক করে হাতে পিস্তল বোম গুলি নিয়ে আমাদের ছোটে হাতে রডের বাড়ি মারে আমাকে হাতে লাঠি ছিল আমরা 5 জন যাচ্ছিলাম আমি বিজেপির এজেন্ট এবং আরও 4 জন আইএসএফ এজেন্ট ছিল আমরা আবার ভোটের পর দেখে নেব মেরে ফেলবো গ্রাম ছাড়া করব হ্যাঁ এলাকা ছাড়া করব এরকম হুমকি
এই হাইনা দলকে উচিত শিক্ষা দিক আমি বিকাশ আমাকে আজকে মেরেছে আজকে মেরে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে 4 তারিখে প্রত্যেকটি মানুষকে বলবো এই হাইনা দল এই রাজাগাজী তার টিম আজকে আমাকে মেরে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে বুথ কেন্দ্রের মধ্যে আজকে আমার মারধর করেছে ভাঙচুর করেছে গাড়ি
কারা ভাঙচুর করলো
রাজাগাজীর নেতৃত্বে 200 থেকে 250 জন একটা মব 200 থেকে 250 একটা মব ভিডিও দিয়েছি কি ভয়ঙ্কর খেলা
ऐसे कुछ नहीं है बस ये तो छोटा बात है दूसरा कोई पार्टी का बंदा आ गया बोल के ये लोग थोड़ा सा दौड़ भाग के थोड़ा हंगामा मचाया बाकी तो उनको डिस्पोज कर दिया बाकी कोई ना ऐसे कोई बोल रहे थे ऐसे क्या आइडेंटिटी कार्ड लेके आया फेक आइडेंटिटी कार्ड लेके आया करके उसको पकड़ लिया उसी समय हो गया वो कार्रवाई वगैरह कोई टेंशन नहीं हुआ बाकी सब ठीक ठाक
Well, that's the one side of the story. The other side is, of course, perhaps the more glamorous side of election day, Vasudha. It's about celebrities coming out and voting, and Bengal's got enough and more of them. Of course, starting with the icon for Bengali cricket at the moment, former Indian cricket team captain Sourav Ganguly cast his vote earlier in the day.
We also had actor and BJP leader Mithun Chakravarti casting his vote in Belgacia constituency. Mithunda, upon arriving at the polling booth, was seen waiting in queue to cast his vote alongside other voters.
Iconic playback singer Usha Uthup was also there to cast her vote there. There you see Usha Uthup talking to Manogya, sending out her message of asking everybody to cast a vote. She said her vote was for peace and prosperity in Kolkata.
Popular Bengali cinema actor Prasenjit Chatterjee also cast his vote in a local polling booth in Kolkata. After casting his vote, he said that he was very happy about this election as it was his son's first time casting a vote.
Right, shifting focus from West Bengal to a bit of breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Vasudha, TVK leaders meet Election Commission of India CEO Archana Patnaik urging for fair counting. Well, you can hear of fair polling, but they've urged for fair counting. Vasudha, I wonder what their exact demands are.
In fact, this comes on a day when Vijay is in Shirdi and he has just visited the Shirdi Sai Baba temple just a day after he went to Tiruchendur for a darshan of the Subramaniam Swami temple. TVK has urged the CEO to ensure enhanced security arrangements for counting centres. My colleague Vijay Gopal joins us with more details on this. Vijay Gopal, the last time TVK approached the ECI was to ask for better transport facilities because they said that a large number of TVK supporters are waiting at bus stops in Tamil Nadu and that public transport had failed them. Now they're asking for proper security arrangements for the ballot boxes, for the EVMs. What really is happening there?
TVK has written 2 letters to one is to address to Archana Patnaik, another one is CEO of Election Commission of India. In the first letter, they have urged ECI to make all arrangements for counting. In a sense, they have urged ECI to give prioritize to postal votes, saying that the postal vote should be, while counting the postal votes, it should be live telecast across all constituencies. Though that will give a confidence to agents. So in a way, it is happening in a transparent way. And also they urge ECI to enhance CCTV facilities across counting booths across Tamil Nadu. So these are all the points they made by TVK. They also responded to recent TVK Chief Vijay's visit to Shirdi and also for temple, saying that it is his personal visit. There is no room for criticism towards that. And TVK also hopes that they will perform well in this election. They said DMK might do some sort of conspiracies during counting. So they are urging ECI to take all necessary or proper security arrangements ahead of counting. Vasudha.
Tomorrow, on Thursday, Vijay has called all his candidates, the TVK candidates, for a meeting. So in a sense, this also reflects that all sides are, preparing for a very, very close election. None willing to give up. Whether you speak it to the AIDMK, they say 150 plus. The DMK claims it's 150 plus. Vijay's TVK says that they're confident of a victory. So in a sense, this is also about the TVK saying that they're still very strong on the ground.
That's right. Vida, let's also bring in the latest voting numbers there. 78.68 voter turnout has been recorded in Bengal phase 2 elections as of 3 p.m. This is quite a healthy turnout. Remember that in the first phase of elections, Bengal 152 seats voted. And they recorded a voting percentage of almost 93%, and now the voter turnout is almost 78.7.
That's right, 78.68% voter turnout. This is what, as of 3 p.m., that the reports coming in. Obviously, a lot of this gets adjusted, Vasudha. Given the SIR process and the shrinking of the electoral rolls, one does expect a certain bump in terms of percentages. But I think, like in Tamil Nadu that we noticed, one has to look at the exact number of new voters or more voters who've turned up to vote in a constituency, and that tells you the tale. For instance, in other places, it may not be uniform. Saurabh, my colleague Saurabh Gupta is on the phone line. Saurabh, 78.68% as of 3 p.m. Given that this needs to be adjusted for the SIR exercise, how would it rate in terms of real performance on the ground in terms of voter turnout?
Well, I'll tell you something. The Trinamool would be worried if it's anything below 90% turnout. And that's the benchmark that the Trinamool Congress top sources have told us that they've set in terms of their own calculations when it comes to voter turnout, taking into account the deletions by SIR, taking into account the leads they have, taking into account previous election results, taking into account also the current voter turnout. So 78%, if it goes to 90%, that's a good turnout according to the Trinamool. We still have 3 hours to go, 6 p.m. In all likelihood, it's going to touch 90% because, there's always a lull in the afternoon and then the voter turnout again picks up in the evening. So that is one thing that everybody would be looking at.
Banerjee hasn't voted yet. Do you think that the voting could even go up further once she votes?
Yes, the last-minute effort and the last-minute push. And I'll tell you something, this time around, the political parties, both the parties, the BJP and the Trinamool, their own voter mobilization has seen a massive improvement and a massive push. So in the last few hours, they are going to go all out because, like we said, this is the final lap. So they will all try and accelerate to the finish line. And there will be a higher turnout once these, last few hours kick in.
Right. Saurabh, remember that, we were a country which was talking 75-80%. But after the SIR process, I believe that over a period of time, 90% would be seen as a good turnout in most places, in most states. So it'll be interesting to watch. If you're at 78.68%, many would believe that the anticipation, as you're pointing out, will be a 90% voter turnout at the end of the day because we still got about, an hour and a half, 2 hours to go.
This can be pro-incumbent wave and it can also be anti-incumbency wave.
Never take voter turnout as an indication for anything. But we'll take a very short break now. Vasudha, much more when we come back.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो उसकी स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान.
And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajaypal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer. But this showdown has continued well into voting day as well. Voting day seeing this allegation from the BJP. In fact, I am at the Diamond Harbour office of the Trinamool National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, and there of course he is of course monitoring all the developments on behalf of the Trinamool Congress from this office. But there has been reports of some amount of sporadic violence from different parts of the district as well, including places like Bhoj etc. as well.
All right, Saurabh, do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. This is from Bhabanipur, where high drama was witnessed in that constituency. TMC workers heckled Suvendu Adhikari is what we're hearing. TMC workers were chanting, and I'm going to quote that chant here: "We want Didi." There was lathi charge in the high-stakes Bhabanipur area. This is where Mamata Banerjee is pitted against Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Well, this is a matter of huge concern because there have always been concerns about violence in this phase of the elections. Violence has been almost synonymous, tragically, with elections in the past in Bengal. It's not out of control, but this is new breaking news coming in now in Bhabanipur, which is very much the focus of everybody in these elections. Suvendu Adhikari, the BJP boss in Bengal, versus Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. Let's listen in to what's been said.
शुभेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं? पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते हुए?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शुभेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं? क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है।
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फौलता में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
शुभेंदु दा, फौलता में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं, इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन आपको क्या लगता है? क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन में 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शुवेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फौलता में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
Tanushka is joining us live now from Bhabanipur. This is a hot seat when it comes to phase 2 of the Bengal elections. Tanushka, heckling that was witnessed, just take us through what you've witnessed on the ground.
Right, Vedika, I was right there when this sort of a clash between Trinamool Congress supporters and BJP supporters broke out. This is when leader of opposition, Showdown, went by the Jai Hind Bhavan inside to take a round of the booths as he's been doing since morning. And he went to this particular booth with some information of fake voters and fake voting happening. And when he went inside and came outside the booth is when he was heckled or gherawed by the Trinamool Congress supporters, wherein sloganeering of Joy Bangla and We Want Didi started, stringing out in loud choruses. Showdown was stuck.
There's a fresh video of polling chaos in Falta constituency that has emerged. Falta, remember, is in South 24 Parganas, and there have been disruptions with TMC supporters creating chaos, and they've been complaining that they're not being allowed to vote. And this is after BJP leaders allege that TMC has been stalling voting by BJP supporters by taping the lotus symbol.
That's right. Those pictures that you're seeing there on the screens between a confrontation between those people there, TMC supporters and the central forces. Remember, been reporting on multiple instances that have been reported in several parts of sporadic instances of skirmishes of this nature. But this one, of course, seems to be evolving at the moment. One is not sure exactly what the situation right now is, Vasudha. But as you said just now, it's a TMC village Pradhan who was perhaps got into a scuffle or had a confrontation with the security forces, after which this is playing out there. Saurav, give us a context in terms of what we're seeing on the screens. We're seeing a bunch of TMC workers arguing with central forces there in Falta.
Yes, this seems to have emerged from a disagreement over an agent or the positioning of an agent. And our political parties, as you know, have agents in the polling stations, but this primarily seems to be, from what I've heard of the soundbite, it seems to be over a disagreement over the placement of an agent. Now, the Trinamool, of course, has alleged that central forces have also targeted their workers, their functionaries, and this seems to be another added complaint. This seems to be from one of the polling stations in Falta itself, where they're saying that their agent was harassed by central forces. That's why this melee, this ruckus that took place near the polling center, and this, of course, is the latest in terms of what we've seen throughout the day in terms of allegations from the Trinamool Congress, which has alleged that central forces have been acting at the behest of the BJP and targeting Trinamool workers. But at this point, though, there is, of course, this considerable, ruckus that we see in these pictures that has taken place in a polling station in Falta. Falta, as you know, is, of course, a place where Jahangir Khan is contesting, and that has become a showdown between the Trinamool Congress and, of course, the cop from Uttar Pradesh, who's also,
Right. We'll get the latest from you as we go along. Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us. We'll take a very short break, Vasudha, right now. When we come back.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें
जिंदल स्टेनलेस India's leading producer of stainless steel.
And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajaypal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer. But this showdown has continued well into voting day as well. Voting day seeing this allegation from the BJP. In fact, I'm at the Diamond Harbour office of the Trinamool National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, and there, of course, he's of course monitoring all the developments on behalf of the Trinamool Congress from this office, but there has been reports of some amount of sporadic violence from different parts of the district as well, including places like Bhoj, etc. as well.
All right, Saurabh, do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. This is from Bhabanipur, where high drama was witnessed in that constituency. TMC workers heckled Showdown Adhikari is what we're hearing. TMC workers were chanting, and I'm going to quote that chant here, "We want Didi." There was lathi charge in the high-stakes Bhabanipur area. This is where Mamata Banerjee is pitted against Showdown Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Well, this is a matter of huge concern because there have always been concerns about violence in this phase of the elections. Violence has been almost synonymous, tragically, with elections in the past in Bengal. It's not out of control, but this is new breaking news coming in now in Bhabanipur, which is very much the focus of everybody in these elections. Showdown Adhikari, the BJP boss in Bengal, versus Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. Let's listen in to what's been said.
शुभेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं? पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते हुए?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शुभेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं? क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है?
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%। दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फौलता में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
फौलता में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं, इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन, आपको क्या लगता है? क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन में 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शुवेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फौलता में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
Tanushka is joining us live now from Bhabanipur. This is a hot seat when it comes to phase 2 of the Bengal elections. Tanushka, heckling that was witnessed, just take us through what you've witnessed on the ground.
Right, Vedika, I was right there when this sort of a clash between Trinamool Congress supporters and BJP supporters broke out. This is when leader of opposition, Showdown Adhikari, went by the Jai Hind Bhavan inside to take a round of the booths as he's been doing since morning. And he went to this particular booth with some information of fake voters and fake voting happening. And when he went inside and came outside the booth is when he was heckled or gherawed by the Trinamool Congress supporters, wherein sloganeering of Joy Bangla and We Want Didi started, stringing out in loud choruses. Showdown Adhikari was stuck for a good while in between these supporters. This is when BJP supporters also came in with sloganeerings of Jai Shri Ram and Poltanor Dorkar, which means change is needed. And this is what was happening. There was an intense scene that broke out between the TMC and the BJP supporters, with Showdown Adhikari stuck right in the middle, unable to make his way to his convoy. And this is when the CRPF calls for a lathi charge. So a lathi charge was struck out onto the people out there. The environment completely rose in terms of not just temperature but even hostility. People were, of course, this was being done to get people into accordance and get the road clear as well. The police forces are still present here, and of course CRPF forces as well. And in the midst of all of this is what Showdown Adhikari says is that this is an attempt of the Trinamool Congress to disrupt the elections, to disrupt the election process. However, what the voters there said is that they have always, seen Didi's welfare schemes, and that they want Didi to be back here, and that they want Didi to continue here. Of course, both sides of voters.
Welcome back. Just days ahead of results in Tamil Nadu elections, TK Chief Vijay has been on a temple run. In fact, we saw him visit the Tiruchendur Murugan Swami temple yesterday, and today he was at the Sai Baba temple in Maharashtra and Shirdi, and he has this is his second temple visit in 3 days.
That's right. In election season, faith and spirituality too will be seen from a political lens. So multiple speculations, though it's believed to be just a matter of faith according to most people who are close to Vijay and have been observing Vasudha.
That's right. He's also going to meet all his candidates in Chennai tomorrow is what we understand, Veera. It's also a sign that he's prepared for the rough and tumble of Tamil Nadu politics. He looks at his future with a lot of seriousness as the sign that he's wanting to send out.
Well, the one-time politicians pray for is after voting, before results. But we'll pray for the pollsters to get it right today. Starting 5 p.m. on. Do stay tuned for all the exit poll action right here on NDTV. Thanks very much for watching.
सवाल ये नहीं कि खबर क्या है,
सवाल ये है कि किस पर भरोसा है।
फर्क होता है खबर में और उसकी कहानी में।
हम कहानियां नहीं, सच दिखाते हैं
और वो हमें बनाता है
भारत का विश्वास।
From the heart of West Bengal, I will bring you the pulse, the mood and the stories shaping this crucial election. Join me, Gargi Nandi Roy, on NDTV 24/7.
The battle lines for the Bengal elections have been drawn. The targets have been set. Words have been spoken. The narrative has been set. Alliances have been forged. The race to the top has begun. One network brings you all the action to the finish line. Battleground Bengal on the NDTV network.
Prime Minister Modi, President Trump have had an opportunity of speaking to each other.
The President keeps the Prime Minister updated regularly. The President gave him an update on what is happening in the Middle East, along with some of the big ticket items that we have happening in Washington between the United States and India.
And you see President Trump coming to India soon?
I will tell you this, that Secretary Rubio will be here next month.
You potentially see India having a role in the peace process?
The United States would welcome their involvement as they have welcomed many other countries.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
Elections are a game of strategy. I will break down the moves, the match, and the momentum that decides who wins and who loses. I am Satish K. Singh.
For 4 decades, I've had a ringside view of national politics and the political economy. I'll decode the distance between the numbers and the narrative in these elections. Watch me, Shankar Iyer, on NDTV.
We are in Dimona. Sirens are going on.
Alarm for a missile has sounded on.
बैरूत शहर में यहाँ अभी बमबारी हुई, काफी पैनिक है। जैसे आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ एम्बुलेंसेस जा रहे हैं, देख लीजिए।
We are in a neighborhood here in Tel Aviv and rushing into a shelter. This is immediately after the strikes.
Currently, we are present at the Persian Gulf, and if we keep on moving towards the eastern coast, we will be reaching towards the Strait of Hormuz.
See all these apartment buildings which have been damaged.
This place called Jinnah was targeted during the night. Nazir Masoodi,
Aditya Rajkon.
This is Teji Purandare.
Ankit Tyagi, NDTV.
And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajay Pal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer.
Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election.
परिवर्तन होगा, रिफ्यूजी नहीं होगा, होना चाहता है तो वोटिंग कीजिए, नहीं तो रिफ्यूजी बन जाएगा.
Our workers and people are ready to die.
बीजेपी के लिए कोई डुएट ना जाए. 70-75 साल से राजनीति कर रहे हैं.
The balance open and the results are out. You will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
A very good evening, viewers. All eyes now on the second phase of Bengal voting, which is underway. An hour to go when the voting comes to an end, and that is when we'll get you the big exit polls number. Battleground Bengal continues to be our top story. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Our NDTV's rolling coverage continues. A quick check of the big stories that we are tracking for you this hour. Phase 2 of Bengal voting hit by rigging charges in Diamond Harbour. BJP claims Lotus option blocked with tape in booths in Abhishek Banerjee's bastion. Suvendu Adhikari briefs Home Minister Amit Shah, demands re-polling. 61.1% turnout till 1 p.m. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's big claim, says central forces working at the behest of BJP in Bengal, claims TMC workers being targeted. She even calls it terrorism. BJP hits out, says Saffron Party set to win big in Bengal. Violence mars Phase 2 polling in Battleground Bengal. Clashes reported as polling turns tense across multiple booths. BJP agents claim attacks by TMC goons in Nadia district. EVM glitch sparks clashes, even as ISF and TMC workers also clash in Hooghly. TVK Chief Vijay visits Shirdi Temple in Maharashtra, offers prayers ahead of the crucial 4th of May result. This is Vijay's second temple visit in 2 days. 6 lanes, 600 kilometers, 6 hours. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates the 36,000 crore rupee Ganga Expressway, Uttar Pradesh's longest road corridor linking Meerut to Prayagraj. Five election battlegrounds. Stay tuned for the exit poll night of the year with NDTV's exit polls with India's most tracked election team. Widest, sharpest exit polls that start from 5 p.m. onwards. All right, viewers, the second phase of polling has been marred by a serious set of accusations, and we've got some fresh visuals that are coming in that tell you exactly how things unfolded in the Falta constituency, the controversy that's been hogging the limelight through the day, the second phase of these Bengal elections. What you see on your screens is a confrontation between voters and forces. This is in Falta in Diamond Harbour. And I'm going to try and get my colleague Saurabh Gupta live on this as well. These are fresh visuals essentially telling the kind of chaos that unfolded in Falta through the day. Saurabh, these visuals put some of this in context for us. This is exactly what we've been talking about that happened in Falta through the course of this broadcast through the entire day.
That's right. You know, this chaos seems to have emerged from the confrontation between the central forces and a Trinamool agent in that booth. What the Trinamool is alleging is that central forces ill-treated this polling agent or the Trinamool functionary who was there as a polling agent in that booth, and that's what led to this confrontation with the forces, leading to that chaos that you see in the pictures that are there on your screens. Now, this is of course something that obviously has been a repeated allegation. In fact, there have been several allegations that have been made against the central forces by the Trinamool Congress. Central forces of course may say that they've been able to conduct a largely peaceful election without major incidents of violence, and comparatively, if you look at previous elections, this is indeed a more peaceful election, even though there have been sporadic incidents of violence coming in from different places, or confrontation or chaos coming in from different places, but largely peaceful is what the general opinion would be on the ground. Now, this particular confrontation, again, like I said, is one in a series of such confrontations that have taken place. Almost in all cases they are to do with the polling process and the placement of agents, and that's something that obviously the Election Commission will have to take note of, because the Trinamool Congress has accused not only the central forces but also the Election Commission of bias. The Election Commission says it of course is trying to conduct a peaceful election, which so far hasn't been the case in West Bengal, but this time around many would argue that this is relatively one of the more peaceful elections.
Indeed, no one can forget the post-poll violence that took place in 2021, the previous last assembly elections, which really did raise questions with regards to central forces. Thanks much, Saurabh. I'm going to keep coming back to you as and when there are more updates on Battleground Bengal. But more news coming in. Let's address that as well, which is the BJP candidate from Bhabanipur and Nandigram. That is Suvendu Adhikari. The leader of opposition says hooligans attacked him at booth number 217. And he says they are Mamata Banerjee's goons. They are not voters. They are all outsiders. That's the big claim that's been made by Suvendu Adhikari. Let's play that out for you first, and then we talk more on that. All right, Tanushka joins us live from Bhabanipur, which is really the big battle of this election, isn't it? That is when you'll have Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari, the second face-off that is taking place in that many elections. But Tanushka, first of all, walk us through exactly what is it that Suvendu Adhikari is alleging here.
Precisely. So, this is the major fight between Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari at this hot seat of Bhabanipur constituency. And we've been seeing all through the day, Suvendu Adhikari has been going from booth to booth, taking a stock of the situation and, of course, seeing how voter progress is happening. And similarly, Mamata Banerjee as well, this is the first time that the Chief Minister has come out and sat herself down at a polling booth. So this, is quite a defining image in this particular.
It's coming in of Mamata Banerjee, who is set to cast her vote in Bhabanipur, the constituency, the battleground that we've been talking about, which is essentially what this election is now coming back to, the rematch that is turning this into a really high stakes election in Bengal. That is live visuals of Mamata Banerjee set to cast her vote from Bhabanipur. This is one of the most keenly watched contests in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee faces her former aide, Suvendu Adhikari, and this is a significant political rematch that is taking place, carries far more political weight than it did in 2021. Mamata Banerjee coming in just an hour to go before polling comes to an end. She's stepped out to cast her vote in Bhabanipur, an extremely important constituency, has diverse population. And let's get in Shreyasi for us as well. And let's keep these visuals on air. Let's get in Shreyasi also for more on this. Shreyasi, this is essentially the most keenly watched battle of this entire election.
Bhabanipur. There are so many. There are so many. They, what? Number one, they are going for slow processing. Number two, they are, from yesterday night they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people. Though there is a court order, it is a contempt of court. We have sent our notices to the concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have deputed the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা প্রেসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভে। আমি বলছি নো, ভিক্টরি ইজ ইয়ার্স অ্যান্ড তৃণমূল ইজ উইনিং। একদম জিতছে, সবাইকে বলবো শান্ত থাকতে এবং 6টা পর্যন্ত যারা ভোট করবে প্লিজ, এবং 6টা পর্যন্ত যারা লাইনে থাকবে তাদের ভোটার স্লিপ দিতে বাধ্য। অ্যান্ড সিআরপিএফ cannot torture like this. See, no state police is there. None of the booths are state police. None of the booths. All they have captured. All they have captured. Is it their duty? They should secure the border. Instead of secure the border, they are securing one political party. I'm sorry, I have never seen this type of thing. Because in my life, I'm fighting my election since 1984. And this time the atrocities are terrible. এত অ্যাট্রসিটি হচ্ছে, এত অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। ইভেন আমার পাড়ায় ঢুকে পর্যন্ত মেয়েদের মেরেছে। আর কয়েকটা ওসি নিউলি ডেপুটেড হয়েছে কালীঘাট, ভবানীপুর, লাইক দিস চেতলা। কি যে করছে আর কি যে না করছে আপনারা কল্পনা করতে পারেন। ম্যাডাম, ছোট্ট শিশুদেরও গায়ে হাত দিয়েছে, বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে, মেয়েদের মেরেছে, ছেলেদের পিটিয়েছে, এজেন্টদের বের করিয়েছে। ইভেন কল্যাণী, এই চপ কল্যাণী, তুমি দেখো পুরো রানাঘাট থেকে শুরু করে কল্যাণী থেকে শুরু করে একেবারে বনবা বাগদার ওই বেলটা, ওদিকে তোমার আরামবাগ, খানাপুর, তোমার গোঘাট, ওদিকে হচ্ছে ক্যানিং পূর্ব, ক্যানিং পশ্চিম। আমি তো সকালে তোমাদের ছবি দেখালাম, সব এজেন্টদের ক্যান্ডিডেটদের বের করে দিচ্ছে। ইজ ইট দ্য ফ্রি অ্যান্ড ফেয়ার ইলেকশন? Will you take it up legally? It is already there. Thank you. So there you heard the Chief Minister speaking to NDTV exclusively before going inside the polling booth. She said that there have been intimidation. She alleged there has been intimidation by the central security that has been deployed here in the polling booths. She says that no state police is present in any of the polling booths, which is usually the norm, but this time, of course, you can see the kind of central security measure that has been placed by the Election Commission, keeping the law and order situation in mind. And she has made some very serious allegations against the Election Commission specifically, and alleging that this is not a free and fair election. So you heard the Chief Minister of West Bengal speak to NDTV, alleging ill practices in this election, saying that the women are being targeted. There was a lathi charge incident that was reported in Bhabanipur. Now the Chief Minister is polling at 4 p.m. Why so late? Everyone we see in the country, the top leaders usually polling in the first half of the day, but Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has been traditionally voting between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. every election. That's because she sits at her residence, which is also the Trinamool's registered party office, and she keeps a watch in every constituency that is voting. She takes details from her booth workers, from her ground workers in those districts. She compiles those data and she keeps a watch. She answers her messages, she replies to the calls that she gets, and that's why she comes right at the end after ensuring that if there are any complaints being made by the Trinamool workers in any of the constituency, she first looks into that and then she casts her vote here. And of course today she's leveled very serious allegations that we've not heard her say before in any of the elections. We've always seen a high battle here in West Bengal between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress since 2019. But this time the Chief Minister saying there is no fair playing field. The Election Commission of India is helping the BJP that this entire process is not free and fair, and she has those reports with her, and now she's gone in to cast her ballot at the Bhabanipur school. But you can see the kind of security. So there is Chief Minister security, there's Kolkata police, there's RAF from the Kolkata police, there's Winners, which is a special women wing of the Kolkata police, and there is of course the central force that has been deployed, and additional personnel have been brought in just before Mamata Banerjee's arrival. The roads were barricaded, which are being extended further so that
the vehicles can move past till the time the Chief Minister casts a ballot. But of course, this is a high-profile battle here in West Bengal this time. It's a high-stake political battle between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. And the Chief Minister making these allegations exclusively on NDTV. She spoke to us right before entering the polling booth, and she was extremely upset at the way the election is being conducted. Of course, she said that she has been fighting polls since 1984, but she's never seen an election being conducted in this manner. And right now, of course, the security arrangements are being stepped up as she's expected to come out and speak once more. But we got you that exclusive chat from the Chief Minister answering each and every question NDTV has asked. And yeah, so this is the situation in Bhabanipur, where her former prodigy Shubhendu Adhikari has brought this electoral battle to the Trinamool Congress bastion. Just come this side. Has brought it to Trinamool Congress bastion.
Cast her vote.
And sorry, I just need to move into for the security purpose.
Okay, we're going to come back with Shreyasi. She stays with us live. The pictures that you see on your screens right now is Mamata Banerjee, who's just cast her vote in Bhabanipur. And as Shreyasi was saying, there's a reason why Mamata Banerjee goes towards the fag end of the voting time with just an hour left. Because she's waiting for all feedback to come in from her cadre and supporters. And before entering the booth, Mamata Banerjee made some very serious allegations against central forces that have been deployed. She's made serious allegations against the Election Commission. And then she's also said that instead of securing borders, the central forces are securing the TMC, essentially saying that not allowing this to be a free and fair election. That's the big allegation from Mamata Banerjee. She's just cast her vote in Bhabanipur, where there's a rematch of 2021 taking place with a face-off with Shubhendu Adhikari. But this isn't 2021. The political weight this time is much more. I'm going to get in Shreyasi in just a bit. My colleague who actually asked that question to Mamata Banerjee, that will you take this up legally? That's the question that Shreyasi asked when Mamata Banerjee was making those very serious allegations, to which the Chief Minister of West Bengal said it already is. That's the reply that she gave. But what you see on your screens is Mamata Banerjee just casting a vote with less than an hour to go for polling to come to an end in the second phase of West Bengal elections, where 142 critical seats are at play. Most of them are Trinamool bastions, including the one where she is contesting from, which is Bhabanipur. Those are live visuals. Let's increase the audio ones. All right, Shreyasi is back with us. We're talking about the serious set of allegations that Mamata Banerjee has leveled just before she went inside to cast her vote. She said Trinamool will be winning this election, even as she says this is not a fair and free election, and made some very serious allegations. But Shreyasi, those allegations is what TMC have been making. We heard Abhishek Banerjee also making similar allegations. But what she said, and when she responded to your question also, essentially tells you what this entire Battleground Bengal comes down to, doesn't it? The BJP on one side taking on and hoping to dislodge Mamata Banerjee from her citadel and from Bhabanipur.
Absolutely, you know, this entire constituency of Bhabanipur, it is not just one constituency which is a legislative challenge, but it's a symbolic, strong turf of the Trinamool Congress. This is a home turf. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee just stays down this lane. And we have been camping with her here in Bhabanipur, and she has canvassed each and every lane and by-lane this time, which we haven't seen in the previous elections. Be it 2021, where she was fighting from Nandigram, a completely different constituency. This is an urban constituency. The stakes are high. And I would stick my neck out to say the only person for whom the stake is the highest has to be the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. She is the face of the party. She is the star campaigner of the party, and she has said that I am the candidate for all 294 seats. So the stakes for the Chief Minister is extremely high. Also, if we go back to 2021, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee lost to Shubhendu Adhikari by a very thin margin of 10,000 votes from Nandigram. She has tasted defeat from Shubhendu Adhikari. So this time the Trinamool Congress will not take any chance. आप भवानीपुर में वोट करते हैं? क्या आपको क्या लग रहा है इस टाइम बीजेपी आएगा या तृणमूल रहेगा?
हम लोग तो भवानीपुर में तृणमूल को ही चाहते हैं, तृणमूल भी आएगा।
तृणमूल का क्या खास क्या होता है भवानीपुर के साथ?
अच्छा है, सब ही अच्छा है, सब तृणमूल का सब कुछ अच्छा है।
तो बीजेपी बोल रहा है कि बहुत सारे घुसपैठिया आ गया है पश्चिम बंगाल में।
बीजेपी को तो हम नया सुना है, हम लोग तो इतना साल हो गया, 65 साल हो गया, हम तृणमूल को ही वोट देते हैं। पहले कांग्रेस, बीजेपी, तृणमूल।
So these are voters of West Bengal. Let me just ask some more. आप यहाँ पे वोट करते हैं? आप यहाँ पे वोट करते हैं भवानीपुर में? इस बार दीदी रहेगी या बीजेपी आएगा?
क्या कोई मालूम नहीं है।
मालूम नहीं है। भवानीपुर में काम किया है तृणमूल ने?
हाँ किया।
और बेटर हो सकता है काम? अच्छा और अच्छा हो सकता है काम? या सब कुछ कर दिया?
नहीं, सब कुछ नहीं।
Okay. Let me try and speak to a young voter. Yeah. What is the issue that you're keeping in your mind while casting your ballot? That these are the issues that I will remember when I vote for a party.
I'm very safe in Bhabanipur city, so that's a big reason. Nothing else.
Thank you. So, you know, the women over here clearly showing their support for the Chief Minister, but of course we saw what a campaign the BJP ran here in West Bengal, a strategic shift from their 2021 battle.
Yes.
Here in this time in 2026, we saw the Prime Minister reach out to the women more. A 3,000 rupee welfare scheme, monthly welfare scheme has been promised by the BJP if they come to power. We heard the Joy Ma Kali, Joy Ma Durga. We saw him have the Jhalmuri. We saw him go to the Kali temple and offer prayers. So these are all very, rooted in the Bengali culture here in West Bengal, and that is something the BJP has really latched onto and done well in. But of course, finally, the voters are going to decide who's going to rule West Bengal.
That essentially sums it up as far as Bhabanipur is concerned. As we've been saying that in 2026, the political face-off carries more weight than 2021, even as there are more allegations coming in, this time from the BJP. There's a ruckus that took place at a polling booth in North Howrah. You see those visuals on your screen. Tensions flared at this particular booth 144 in Nandi Bagan amid allegations of false voting. This has come in from the BJP, which has raised these allegations. The candidate from the BJP for the North Howrah Assembly constituency, that is Umesh Roy, rushed to the spot, confronted the presiding officer, accused the ruling party of vote rigging. So you can see, viewers, there are allegations of this not being a free and fair election coming in from both sides. Just minutes ago, you heard the Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister. Now you have fresh case coming to light. This time, allegations have been levelled by the BJP's candidate, Umesh Roy, the candidate for the North Howrah Assembly constituency. Those are visuals that you see on your screen. The matter has, of course, now been escalated, reported to the Election Commission as well, even as there are now serious allegations being levelled by the BJP's candidate. This ruckus that you see on your screens is exactly how it unfolded. The visuals tell you what really happened. There were allegations. Then the candidate rushed to the spot. He has confronted the presiding officer. And those are visuals of just that particular incident unfolding in North Howrah constituency. All right, on that note, viewers, a quick break. We return with more stories on the other side. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
And there has been a showdown between him and the policeman from Uttar Pradesh, Ajaypal Sharma, and of course that showdown has led to a Pushpa versus Singham battle, with Singham being the cop and of course Pushpa being Jahangir Khan's response to the warning from the police officer. But this showdown has continued well into voting day as well. Voting day seeing this allegation from the BJP. In fact, I'm at the Diamond Harbour office of the Trinamool National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, and there of course he's of course monitoring all the developments on behalf of the Trinamool Congress from this office. But there has been reports of some amount of sporadic violence from different parts of the district as well, including places like Bhoj etc. as well.
All right, Saurabh, do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. This is from Bhabanipur, where high drama was witnessed in that constituency. TMC workers heckled Showdown Adhikari is what we're hearing. TMC workers were chanting, and I'm going to quote that chant here: "We want Didi." There was lathi charge in the high-stakes Bhabanipur area. This is where Mamata Banerjee is pitted against Showdown Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
Well, this is a matter of huge concern because there have always been concerns about violence in this phase of the elections. Violence has been almost synonymous, tragically, with elections in the past in Bengal. It's not out of control, but this is new breaking news coming in now in Bhabanipur, which is very much the focus of everybody in these elections. Showdown Adhikari, the BJP boss in Bengal, versus Mamata Banerjee, the incumbent chief minister. Let's listen in to what's been said.
शोवेंदु दा, आप इलेक्शंस होते हुए कैसे देख रहे हैं? पोलिंग को कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी होते हुए?
यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा।
शोवेंदु दा, पोलिंग कैसे होते हुए देख रहे हैं? क्या प्रोग्रेस है?
पोलिंग अच्छा
हो रहा है?
50% हो गया।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी?
90%।
90%।
दीदी से वोट।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो रहे हैं। फौल्ता में भी जो हो रहा है अफेक्टेड बूथ्स को लेके, उसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
ब्लॉक मत कीजिए ना, अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
फौल्ता में जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपका क्या कहना है?
हम लोग काम कर रहा है, कैंडिडेट देख रहा है, हम लोग जो करना है करूंगा 5 बजे के बाद।
ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि इलेक्शंस रिग्ड हो गए हैं, इसमें आपका क्या कहना है?
हिंदू जाग चुका है, ममता को सफाई कर रहा है ईवीएम में।
जो मुद्दे हैं जिनको
बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन से हारेगा यहाँ।
क्या मार्जिन, आपको क्या लगता है? क्या मार्जिन?
बड़ा मार्जिन, मैं 6 बजे का बाद बताऊंगा।
ओके, तो ये थे शोवेंदु अधिकारी, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए कहते हुए कि वे कॉन्फिडेंट है अपनी जीत को लेकर के, और फौल्ता में भी जो डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हो रही हैं बूथ्स को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के भी उन्होंने कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसका नोट लिया है और आगे इसको लेके कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। कैमरा सहयोगी गोपाल के संग तनुष्का दत्ता, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए।
Tanushka is joining us live now from Bhabanipur. This is a hot seat when it comes to phase 2 of the Bengal elections. Tanushka, heckling that was witnessed, just take us through what you've witnessed on the ground.
Right, Vedika, I was right there when this sort of a clash between Trinamool Congress supporters and BJP supporters broke out. This is when leader of opposition, Showdown Adhikari, went by the Jai Hind Bhavan inside to take a round of the booths, as he's been doing since morning. And he went to this particular booth with some information of fake voters and fake voting happening. And when he went inside and came outside the booth is when he was heckled or gherawed by the Trinamool Congress supporters, wherein sloganeering chanting of Joy Bangla and We Want Didi started, stringing out in loud choruses. Shubhendu Adhikari was stuck for a good while in between these supporters. This is when BJP supporters also came in with sloganeerings of Jai Shri Ram and Poltanor Dorkar, which means change is needed. And this is what was happening. There was an intense scene that broke out between the TMC and the BJP supporters, with Shubhendu Adhikari stuck right in the middle, unable to make his way to his convoy. And this is when the CRPF calls for a lathi charge. So a lathi charge was struck out onto the people out there. The environment completely rose in terms of not just temperature but even hostility. People were, of course, this was being done to get people into accordance and get the road clear as well. The police forces are still present here, and of course CRPF forces as well. And in the midst of all of this is what Shubhendu Adhikari says is that this is an attempt.
Welcome back, viewers. Our top focus continues to be Battleground Bengal. Well, BJP has made a big claim against TMC, alleging EVM tampering in Jahangir Khan's constituency, Falta. BJP's Amit Malviya has shared a video of EVM and alleged that voting options were blocked with tape at multiple booths. BJP now demands the repolling in this crucial constituency, even as sources tell that Election Commission of India has taken cognizance of the matter and said that if reports of taping, if any button comes to light, then that should be verified and noted. And if true, those votes will go for repolling. Meanwhile, violence has erupted in the constituency after central forces resorted to lathi charging at booth number 186 in Belsinga. As per reports, a crowd had gathered within 100 meters of the polling booth, which isn't allowed by law. Central forces then resorted to lathi charge to ensure security and to disperse the crowd and to put them behind that 100-meter radius where no crowd can actually assemble.
দেখুন যেখানে টেপ পাওয়া গেছে কোথায় অ্যালিগেশন আছে ওটা আলাদা ম্যাটার আছে কিন্তু যেখান থেকে আমরা সঠিক ইনফরমেশন পেয়েছি যেখানে আমরা আমাদের এখানে দেখেছি ওয়েবকাস্টিংয়ে দেখেছি যেখানে জেলা ওয়েবকাস্টিংয়ে দেখেছেন যেখানে ফিল্ড থেকে রিপোর্ট আসছে যেখানে অবজারভার রিপোর্ট হবে ওখানে আপনার আমাদের জিরো টলারেন্স আছে আমরা আগাম বললাম আর এখন যেটা আছে এসব জায়গা যেখানে পাওয়া গেছে যেখানে পাওয়া যাবে সব জায়গায় রিপোর্ট হবে এটা সংখ্যা আমার কাছে নেই এখন তো কনফার্মেশন চলছে জেলা শাসক কনফার্মেশন নিচ্ছেন রিপোর্ট তৈরি হচ্ছে যে বুথে আমাদের পাওয়া যাবে আতার পাওয়া যাবে
ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए ओल्ड प्रैक्टिस वहाँ रिपोल होना चाहिए
How peacefully the election process is going? You can see how peacefully it's going. Obviously, there will be isolated incidents, but since the Election Commission is in control of things, I would like to believe that things will be taken care of. And we are in favor of free and fair election because the mandate lies with the people of Bengal and it is going to be in the favor of Mamata Banerjee. But in Falta, ma'am, they are saying that BJP symbol has been taped right now. These are the allegations being made by BJP and EC has said that repolling will take place. In first phase, we did not see any repolling.
We have seen the BJP, the Election Commission of India going lock, stock and barrel, getting police officers to intimidate people, CRPF asking for votes. And Falta is not a it's like a hotspot since last night, what we can see. They are targeting a few places, but I don't think that it's going to garner them votes. They are just trying to intimidate people, the voters of Bengal.
Historically, I think this has been the most peaceful election so far.
We always want it to happen that way. Democracy, it's a celebration of democracy. People should come out, people should vote for Mamata Banerjee, they should vote for Mahamati Manush.
Raman joins us live from Diamond Harbour. Raman, what's the situation like right now? This was in fact the biggest controversy since morning about taping of BJP's poll symbol in several constituencies, several booths.
Well, Gauri, I want to tell you that this is very tough fight for BJP in South 24 Pargana because there are 31 seats and last time TMC almost ruled out on 30 seats and that is why you can see a heavy deployment of CRPF in all across the 24 South district of Pargana. As you can see, the CRPF, the Ajay Pal Sharma, the central observer is patrolling on the roads of the South 24 Pargana, as in the Falta assembly seat where the TMC has fielded Jahangir Khan from this particular seat, and that is why the social media war of word is also being erupted few days back. So as you can see that the central forces and Ajay Pal Sharma himself is patrolling on the streets of Falta. As you can see, the JK number, the armed vehicle, is also deployed on the everywhere across the Falta assembly constituency, and on the Harsindanga Harsindanga seat, the EVM class was also erupted, and BJP alleges that TMC workers has put the stickers on the symbol of Kamal, and that is why the whole situation is now very hectic situation is also in the Falta constituency, and that is why you can see a numbers of media vehicles is also following Ajay Pal Sharma and the CRPF troop, and CRP is continuously on running till the morning, till now, as it is going to around 5 p.m. but still you can see the CRPF and the central observer Ajay Pal Sharma is also with the CRPF troop and patrolling all across the Falta and Diamond Harbour region, because Diamond Harbour is considered as the stronghold of TMC. It is a TMC bastion, and you can see that all the media personnel are also following Ajay Pal Sharma behind him, because the Jahangir Khan is one of the
All right, so that of course is Raman giving us a sense of how things are looking, even as the biggest controversy unfolded in Falta in Diamond Harbour, where BJP alleged that its poll symbol was actually taped on several booths across that constituency. Thanks much, Raman. I'm going to keep coming back to you with more updates. As far as updates are concerned, viewers, violence and chaos marred polling across several parts of West Bengal, with multiple incidents being reported through the course of the day in Bhabanipur. One of the most keenly watched contests, BJP candidate Showdown Adhikari alleged that he was attacked at a polling booth, blaming outsiders linked to the TMC. And reacting sharply, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee accused the BJP of ruining the polls. She said, even as the BJP alleged large-scale hooliganism, turning polling day into a major political flashpoint, with allegations coming in from both sides. Fresh violence was also reported in Canning, where polling was halted for about an hour after serious allegation about an assault on a Panchayat Pradhan. Central forces were deployed there, and the situation came under control only after 60 minutes. Take a look at all that we've packed for you, telling you exactly how things are looking on polling day in Bengal.
देखिए कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पीटा है रात में। ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भांगोर, एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। इंटेंशन इज वेरी क्लियर that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election, but our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
क्या हुआ था हादसा?
आज सुबह में बूथ में जाएगा, एजेंट है, बीजेपी एजेंट है। এবার আমরা যখন এজেন্ট দিতে যাচ্ছি তখন তৃণমূলের দলবল, তৃণমূলের গুন্ডা বাহিনী মফিদুলের নেতৃত্বে ওরা আমাদের অ্যাটাক করে, হাতে পিস্তল, বোম, গুলি নিয়ে আমাদের ছোটে, হাতে রডের বাড়ি মারে আমাকে, হাতে লাঠি ছিল। আমরা 5 জন যাচ্ছিলাম, আমি বিজেপির এজেন্ট এবং আরও 4 জন আইএসএফের এজেন্ট ছিল। আমরা আবার ভোটের পর দেখে নেবো, মেরে ফেলবো, গ্রাম ছাড়া করবো, হ্যাঁ এলাকা ছাড়া করবো, এরকম হুমকি।
এই হাইনা দলকে উচিত শিক্ষা দিক। আমি বিকাশ আমাকে আজকে মেরেছে, আজকে মেরে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে। 4 তারিখে প্রত্যেকটি মানুষকে বলবো, এই হাইনা দল, এই রাজাগাজী তার টিম আজকে আমাকে মেরে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে বুথ কেন্দ্রের মধ্যে। আজকে আমার মারধর করেছে, ভাঙচুর করেছে গাড়ি।
কারা ভাঙচুর করলো?
রাজাগাজীর নেতৃত্বে 200 থেকে 250 জন একটা মব, 200 থেকে 250 একটা মব ভিডিও দিচ্ছি। কি ভয়ঙ্কর খেলা।
ऐसे कुछ नहीं है, बस ये तो छोटा बात है। दूसरा कोई पार्टी का बंदा आ गया बोल के ये लोग थोड़ा सा दौड़ भाग के थोड़ा हंगामा मचाया, बाकी तो उनको डिस्पोज कर दिया, बाकी कोई ना। ऐसे कोई बोल रहे थे ऐसे क्या आइडेंटिटी कार्ड लेके आया, फेक आइडेंटिटी कार्ड लेके आया करके उसको पकड़ लिया, उसी समय हो गया वो कार्रवाई वगैरह, कोई टेंशन नहीं हुआ, बाकी सब ठीक ठाक।
Even as the biggest story right now, Mamata Banerjee speaks to NDTV exclusively from Bhabanipur just when she was going inside to cast her vote. She spoke to my colleague Shreyasi Dey and spoke about and leveled serious allegations about how she said that this election is not free and fair. Listen in.
They don't spare the women and child also.
There was lathi charge outside a polling booth also in Bhabanipur.
There are so many. Number one, they are going for slow. Number two, from yesterday night they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people. Though there is a court order, it is a contempt of court. We have sent our notices to the concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have deputed the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা প্রেসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভিস। আমি বলছি no, victory is near and Trinamool is winning.
All right, Indian cricket icon, former Indian cricket team captain Sourav Ganguly cast his vote earlier today. Sourav Dada urged voters across Bengal to cast their vote. Revered actor and BJP leader Mithun Chakravarti also cast his vote today in Belgatia constituency. Mithunda, upon arriving at the polling booth, was seen waiting in queue to cast his vote alongside other voters. Let's get you an update of some of the other celebrities who came in. That included iconic playback singer Usha Uttup, who also cast her vote in the second phase of Bengal elections. And in fact, speaking to NDTV, Usha Uttup said that her vote was for peace, prosperity in Kolkata. Popular Bengali cinema actor Prasenjit Chatterjee also cast his vote today in a local polling booth in Kolkata. And upon casting and exercising his democratic right to vote, he said that he was happy about this election as it was his son's first time casting a vote. In Kolkata, actress and former TMC MP Nusrat Jahan showed her inked finger after casting vote in the second phase of these elections. TMC had dropped Nusrat Jahan from contesting the Basirhat Lok Sabha seat amidst the Sandesh Kali row that erupted during her tenure last time. All right, on that note, a quick break. We return with more on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
More breaking news that's coming in. Polling has been stopped, Vasudha, in all polling booths which had tapes on the names of candidates in Falta Assembly constituency. Remember that allegation was made by the BJP.
Falta is a constituency in South 24 Parganas. It's considered the bastion of the TMC. Remember, the electoral manipulation allegation was made by the TMC today. Amit Malviya led that charge. He is the ID in charge and also the co-in charge for the state of West Bengal for the BJP. Manogya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Manogya, is there a chance that these constituency will be considered for repolling? Where has this happened? Because there is this allegation that there is a Diamond Harbour model that is being practiced.
Well, we confirm on that. We have spoken to the Election Commission sources and they have confirmed that all the booths which have had complaints of the button of BJP being taped, especially in Falta and surrounding areas, the polling has been stopped since afternoon, and since it is not feasible enough to use those EVMs again today, till the time more are replaced and many more complaints pouring in, so there will be repolling on these polling booths, which includes primarily the Falta Assembly constituency. Now, the second complaint that has been pouring in from BJP to the Election Commission is primarily of putting a fragrance on multiple EVMs where there is the symbol of BJP. So it primarily speaks that if someone has voted to BJP today, will have a certain type of fragrance on his fingertip. And that could be a reason for more violence or more attacks on people who voted to BJP. The Election Commission of India states that they are also considering those repolling on these polling booths, if at all, if it is proven the way it has been alleged. Now, there are even more allegations of violence in multiple areas in North 24 Parganas, in South 24 Parganas, even parts of Nadia, in Tehatto, and also including parts of Hooghly as well as Howrah, and of course Bhabanipur, where we've seen lathi charge being resorted to by the officials who were deployed there. But as far as repolling is concerned, primarily only these two criteria are being considered by the Election Commission of India, but also given to understand that there is massive deployment on ground till late evening today on all these polling booths to ensure that there is no untoward incident, at least post the evening or post the sunset.
Manogya, can you give us a sense of the number of polling booths where this will be affected by the Election Commission? Because that could, in a sense, denote the scale of this issue.
Well, primarily the complaints have come for more than 5 polling booths. That itself will have an impact on a magnitude of at least 5,000 voters if we consider per EVM or per polling booth 500 to 800 polling voters on these booths. But given to understand that especially in South 24 Parganas, where people are voting in maximum numbers, and also there is a certain type of population that has been there in Falta and South 24 Parganas or even Bhangur, you could expect repolling within a few days now.
You know, Falta has been in the news for the last few days, especially with Singham Ajay Pal Sharma. He is this UP cop who has been making news there. And Falta is also known for Jahangir, you know, the TMC leader, who is also seen as someone with a lot of influence. Why is Falta the epicenter of all electoral activity this time?
Well, it has had a history of checkered past of having too much of violence in that area. Remember, Bhangur has also been having a checkered past of having too much violence in the past, but there the competition is between TMC and ISF, but here the competition is between BJP and Trinamool Congress. So the fight are different in two assembly constituencies despite being in the same district. This region is known to be the Trinamool Congress bastion, having more than 30 seats, and the second when it comes to a single district. So if the entire North Bengal comprises of 54 seats on an approximate basis, the South Bengal with just two districts, North 24 and South 24, crosses almost 60 assembly constituencies. That itself speaks of the power that these two districts enjoy when it comes to the political scenario of the state. Both of them have had a major minority population. Both of them have really tough international border, and both of them are Trinamool Congress bastion. So this is a real formula for making it one of the tough.
This is a big exclusive, viewers. Mamata Banerjee has spoken to NDTV, levels serious charges against the central forces and BJP just when she was going to cast a vote from Bhabanipur, which is a key electoral contest in Battleground Bengal. She spoke to my colleague Shresi. They take a look at what she said when she leveled those very serious charges about this election being not free or fair. Listen in.
People like anything. Even there, they don't spare the women and child also.
There was lathi charge outside the polling booth also in Bhabanipur.
There are so many. There are so many. Number one, they are going for democracy. Number two, From yesterday night, they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people, though there is a court order. It is a contempt of court. We have sent our notices to the concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have deputed the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা প্রেসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভে আমি বলছি নো ভিক্টরি ইজ ইয়ার্স অ্যান্ড তৃণমূল ইজ উইনিং they are beating the people like anything even they don't spare the women and child also.
There was lathi charge outside of polling booth also in Bhabanipur.
There are so many. They what number one they are going for slow processing. Number two, they are from yesterday night they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people, though there is a court order. It is a contempt of court. We have sent our notices to the concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have deputed the press media that what তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা প্রেসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভে আমি বলছি নো ভিক্টরি ইজ ইয়ার্স অ্যান্ড তৃণমূল ইজ উইনিং
That's that big exclusive. Mamata Banerjee speaking exclusively to NDTV as the polling comes almost to an end. NDTV, the only place that you come to get the poll predictions which turn out right. I'm slipping into a very short break. On your screens is that timer that tells you that in 9 minutes, the exit poll that you should be watching that tells you which way the winds are blowing in all key battleground states. Thanks so much for watching. Rolling coverage continues on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
More breaking news that's coming in. Polling has been stopped, Vasudha, in all polling booths which had tapes on the names of candidates in Falta Assembly constituency. Remember that allegation was made by the BJP.
Falta is a constituency in South 24 Parganas. It's considered the bastion of the TMC. Remember, the electoral manipulation allegation was made by the TMC today. Amit Malviya led that charge. He is the ID in charge and also the co-in charge for the state of West Bengal for the BJP. Manogya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Manogya, is there a chance that these constituency will be considered for repolling? Where has this happened? Because there is this allegation that there is a Diamond Harbour model that is being practiced.
Well, we confirm on that. We have spoken to the Election Commission sources and they have confirmed that all the booths which have had